Ding! Congratulations, host, on binding the Invincible Lord system. This system is dedicated to cultivating the strongest Lord across the heavens. The Lord only needs to build the territory to receive rewards. SSS. Detecting. Host, may you fare well. This. Zhuanghua was stunned. He had just transmigrated and was still somewhat fearful, but with the system he felt relieved. But the system suddenly saying that left him at a loss. What was this all about? Hey, if you're leaving, at least take me back. Unfortunately, there was no response. Fortunately, the Lord Systems panel was still there. Lord Zhuanghua. Territory none available to claim. Prosperity 0. Lord Talent Knight. Summoning unknown. Disorder. It seemed the system was truly malfunctioning, but at least there was still one Lord Talent. Knight summoning can summon knights daily, minimum 1, maximum unknown. This skill was excellent. As an ordinary person, he wouldn't dare venture into another world without some kind of cheat. System summon a knight. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully summoning a heavy knight. The moment the system prompted, a flash of golden light appeared before Zhuanghua, and a heavily armored knight materialized out of thin air. Greetings, my lord. Zhuanghua did not immediately respond, but instead carefully examined the knight. Nearly 2 meters tall, he wore a green simple robe underneath and black iron armor over it, the edges trimmed with gold. On his head was a helmet of the same color scheme adorned with black feathers, extremely imposing. In addition, there was a tall black warhorse, extremely robust, its entire body also covered in black iron armor, like a biological tank. The knight carried a heavy sword at his waist, a bow, and arrows on his back, and an iron lance hung from the horse. With a group of such elites, he would fear no other world. What is your name? Reporting to my lord, my name is Tai. Zhuanghua helped him up. Looking at the Chinese face identical to his own, he felt a deep familiarity. Good. Zhuanghua was overjoyed. With such an elite, he had no fear. Just then Tai suddenly stepped in front of Zhuanghua and said in a low voice, "My lord, there is movement ahead." Movement? Zhuanghua gazed at the silent forest, nothing but wind and birdsong. But he trusted Tai would not bluff. Let's go check it out. Yes. Tai knelt on one knee, then said earnestly, "My lord, please mount the horse." Such loyalty. Zhuanghua did not refuse and mounted the war horse. Tai then led the horse forward. But in the center of the village, a crowd of men, women, and children were pointing at a young girl. She blasphemed the gods and brought the witch. Burn her. No. The girl was full of despair. She gritted her teeth and said, "The witch was not drawn by me. It wasn't me." Still quibbling. At that moment, a sharp-tongued man in the crowd sneered. The noble lord said it clearly. "It's because of witches like you that the fiend appears." Do you mean the noble lord is wrong? If you hadn't become a witch and defiled the gods, the fiend would never have come to our village. 3 lives lost. How can you repay them? After saying that, he looked at the surrounding villagers and said coldly, "Think about it, everyone. Do you want your own loved ones to be killed by the fiend?" Seeing the crowd wavering, the man pointed at the girl with indignation. "Burn this witch, and everything will be solved. Burn her. Burn her. Burn her." For a moment, as if she had committed a heinous crime, the girl was cursed and scolded by the villagers, shrinking to the ground and sobbing uncontrollably. And that man had already prepared firewood, then tied the girl up and threw her onto the pile. "Elena, don't blame us. Blame yourself for being a witch." Alan, tied up, Elena stared at the man indignantly, full of disappointment. "You know very well that those people weren't taken because of me. So what?" Alan waved his hand carelessly. "The witch appeared because of you. Without you, the fiend wouldn't. I didn't summon the witch." "Then are you questioning the town's nobility?" Elena opened her mouth, then sighed and fell silent. Seeing her silent, Alan grew more triumphant. He looked at the crowd and said, "See, Elena has admitted it. Burning her is the best choice. Burn her." Wait. Just then Zhuanghua finally arrived. In truth, he had been there earlier, but had been observing the situation. He hadn't expected people in this world to still believe such absurdities. Moreover, witches and fiends seemed too fantastical. He needed someone to enlighten him about this world. Judging by the villagers' ignorance, they wouldn't be of much help. But the so-called witch likely knew something. Who are you?" The appearance of Zhuanghua and his knight made the scene tense. Not to mention Zhuanghua on the warhorse. Just the sight of Tai leading the horse was enough to terrify them. The splendid armor and sharp weapons were something even the town's noble didn't possess. The identity of these two was obvious. They must be nobles. The identity of the two was self-evident. They were nobles. Alan reacted first. He calmed the people, then walked to Zhuanghua, knelt respectfully, and said softly, "My lord, this which attracted the fiend, costing the village 3 villagers. We were about to burn her to beg the gods' forgiveness." "Umph." Zhuanghua laughed lightly, then asked, "Did you see her attract the fiend?" "Aye." Alan was taken aback. He knew those nobles detested witches, and the connection between witches and fiends was well known throughout the Lion Kingdom. Why was this mysterious noble asking such a question? I have not seen it myself, my lord. But the noble lords all say the fiend came because of the witch. The villagers were taken by the fiend because of Elena. So you haven't seen it? Yes. Zhuanghua smiled. He looked at Alan's appearance, then turned to the startled Elena and said calmly, Tai, bring the girl over. Yes. You cannot. Alan tried to stop him, but Tai simply waved a hand, throwing Alan aside. The force was so great that Alan couldn't even stand up. Any of you wish to resist? The villagers saw this and shook their heads, making way. Tai smoothly brought Elena before Zhuanghua. Elena, thank you, my lord. Elena, is it? I have some questions and would like your advice. Are you available? Off. Elena was stunned. When had a noble ever spoken so kindly? She replied nervously, I am naturally available. Something terrible. The fiend is coming. Which? At the villagers' shouts, Zhuanghua looked up and saw a woman in a black cloak holding a wooden staff, walking slowly toward them. Around her, butterflies fluttered. How could this be? Why is the witch here again? It's all because of you. Then Alan came to his senses, his face full of resentment. If it weren't for you, why would the witch come to our place? You are the curse. Elena wanted to retort, but couldn't get the words out. Seeing this, Alan stumbled and knelt on the ground, looking at Zhuanghua. My lord, it is Elena who brought the witch. Kill her, and the witch will leave. Silence. Zhuanghua didn't believe a word. He glanced at Tai and whispered, can you handle it? He had thought this was merely a Western medieval-like world, but now there were witches and sorceresses. He felt, but Tai looked relaxed. Rest assured, my lord. They are nothing but chickens and dogs. Good. With Tai's words, Zhuanghua felt emboldened. He looked at the witch who had reached the square's center and said calmly, are you the witch? Oh, a knight. The witch paused, a flicker of gravity in her eyes. I advise you not to meddle. I only need a few laborers. Is that so? The villagers despaired. Was this noble about to abandon them? But I have a question. Zhuanghua looked at the witch with a faint smile. I heard that your arrival was caused by a sorceress. Is that true? Hearing this, the witch grew curious. How could this black-haired, yellow-skinned noble not know of their kind? You jest, my lord. A mere sorceress is beneath me. Alan, still on his knees, was stunned. He never expected the witch to overturn his claim. Elena blinked in curiosity, looking at Zhuanghua. Was this lord clearing her name? I see. Zhuanghua glanced around. All the villagers had lowered their heads except Alan, who argued stubbornly. But the town's noble clearly said the witch comes because of sorceresses. That rumor really annoys me. The witch's cloak began to flutter. Those powerless sorceresses, worthy of such claims. You tarnish our name, you must be dealt with. My lord, save everyone. Elena knelt and pleaded, they were deceived, not evil. My lord. I understand. Tai. Without a word, Tai drew his broadsword and advanced slowly. My lord, they are but commoners. I protect them. Leave or die. The witch's face turned ashen. You may have noble status, but just one knight is no match for me. Enough. Tai struck instantly. The witch leaped back in fright, steadied herself, and sneered. You brought this on yourselves. Even if you die, your family won't find me. Die. The witch chanted in a tongue Zhuanghua didn't understand. Several magic circles appeared before her, and from them emerged monkey-like monsters wielding stone hammers. A full 10 of them. Huh. The witch pointed at Tai. Kill him. But Tai scoffed. His broadsword struck with immense force, cleaving the monsters in two. With a single blow, they had no chance to resist. Some monsters got close, but couldn't break his defense. He grabbed one by the head and crushed it. Zhuanghua shook his head and asked Elena, is that all a witch can do? My lord, this is the witch's summoning magic. Perhaps this, which is weak, a powerful one could even summon a demon dragon from the demon realm. Also, witches know other magic. If careless, even a strong knight can fall. Magic. Can you? Elena was taken aback. Zhuanghua pressed, you are a sorceress too, don't you know these things? My lord, I just became a sorceress. I only know healing magic, not offensive spells. A healer. Zhuanghua's eyes lit up. He could summon a knight daily, but knights got wounded. With a healer, his team's strength would soar. He looked at Elena thoughtfully. My lord. Elena, would you like to follow me? Follow him. Elena looked up in disbelief. In this kingdom, sorceresses were omens of misfortune. Because of their supernatural abilities, nobles were wary and sought to destroy them. They even fabricated the lie that witches were drawn by sorceresses. Now this mysterious lord was willing to let her serve him. It overturned everything she knew. I am willing. Excellent. Zhuanghua beamed. Just then Tai finished his battle. All monsters had been annihilated. Impossible. The witch couldn't believe that a single knight had slaughtered all her summoned creatures. She gritted her teeth and began chanting again. Vines sprouted from the ground, but Tai stepped on them contemptuously, crushing them underfoot. Then he swung his broadsword, cutting all the vines in two. He dashed toward the witch, startling her. She waved her cloak, turning into black mist to dodge the blow. All right. Zhuanghua did not continue patting Midia's shoulder. He smiled and said, It's getting late, let's rest early. We still have a journey ahead. A single heavy knight had routed her, and he could summon one every day. If she came back, Zhuanghua would capture and interrogate her thoroughly. Thank you, my lord, for saving us. The villagers finally snapped out of it, and knelt before Zhuanghua expressing their gratitude. But Zhuanghua remained stern. He pointed at Alina. You should thank her, not me. Without her I would not have acted this. The people looked at Alina awkwardly. Not long ago they had wanted to burn her. Yet because of her Zhuanghua had saved them. All wore expressions of guilt. Only one person's face was ashen, Alan, who had stirred everyone earlier. My lord, the witch has left, but she will return. What shall we do then? If she becomes enraged, the whole village will turn into hell. Huh. Zhuanghua recognized the voice, looked at Alan with contempt. I almost forgot about this fly. Tai, throw him out of the village. No. Alan never expected to end up like this, but the villagers had no intention of helping him. It was because of Alan that they almost burned to death the very Elena who saved them, and this command came from this mysterious noble relied solely on a knight to repel the witch. To a family capable of nurturing such knights was certainly not one they could provoke. Only after throwing the person out of the village did Zhuanghua turn to the villagers and say, I will stay here for a few days, and if the witch returns I will handle it. Hearing this, the villagers visibly breathed a sigh of relief, and one elder stepped forward respectfully, saying, Thank you for your grace, my lord. The village will provide for your needs during your stay. Who are you? You can call me Old White, my lord. I am the village chief of Bly Village. Old White introduced himself, and Zhuanghua nodded, saying, I will stay at Elena's house for the next few days. From now on, she will be my person. It is an honor for Elena to become your attendant, my lord. After saying this, Old White turned to Elena and said, Today, we were in the wrong, and I apologize to you on behalf of the village. I do not blame you. Elena's eyes were red. Although she spoke without blame, she found it difficult to let go of the despair of being misunderstood. Take me to your home. Yes, my lord. Elena's home was in the east of the village. However, compared to the houses in the village, hers was much smaller. In fact, it only had 2 rooms, 1 bedroom, and 1 living room. The living room was filled with various herbs and books. I apologize for the humble accommodations. Would you prefer to stay at the village chief's house? Elena felt a bit awkward. After all, her place was quite simple, and how could a noble like Zhuanghua possibly stay in such a place? No problem. Although it was small, it was very clean. Zhuanghua sat on a stool with Tai guarding the door. He looked at Elena and said, I would like to learn about this world. Please tell me about it. The world. Elena was puzzled. As a noble, shouldn't he know more about this world than she did? This is a test. To be my attendant, this knowledge is necessary. Zhuanghua knew that this was somewhat abrupt, so he quickly fabricated an excuse. As soon as he said this, Elena indeed believed him, and her gaze became increasingly respectful. The lord was indeed mysterious. She was determined to become his attendant. My lord, this world is vast, but Elena had only heard of the Ryan Kingdom, which besides the city-state of Ryan had 10 towns and over 100 villages. In addition, this world had many races apart from witches and sorceresses with extraordinary powers, including elves, beastmen, centaurs, and dwarves. In any case, the various races had no interactions, and instead wars were frequent, with rumors that many kingdoms outside the Ryan Kingdom had been destroyed by beastmen. Of course, there were also human kingdoms allied against beastmen tribes with victories on both sides. This world seemed more exciting than imagined, though this kingdom was perhaps too small. It was likely comparable to a county in modern China. What about the army? The army? Zhuanghua nodded, asking seriously, tell me what you know about the army of the Ryan Kingdom. His lordship system had no territory yet, and how to obtain territory depended on the strength of the Ryan Kingdom. The Ryan Kingdom has 10 knights and 500 soldiers besides the city-state of Ryan, along with the lord's own armies in each town. For example, our Lord Roland of Ao Town has 2 knights and 100 soldiers. Ordinary witches wouldn't dare to cause trouble in the towns. With such a small force, Zhuanghua felt more at ease. Occupying territory in the Ryan Kingdom would be the easiest task. My lord, that's all I know. After saying this, Elena cautiously looked at Zhuanghua, her heart racing with nervousness. She wondered if he would be satisfied with her answer. Not bad. At least it gave him a preliminary understanding of this world. As for the rest, he would gradually learn. Elena, you have passed my assessment. Thank you, my lord. No need to be so polite. My name is Zhuanghua. You can call me by. Elena shook her head, saying, my lord, how can I address you directly? That would be disrespectful. I allow it. Zhuanghua. My lord. Elena still could not bring herself to call him by name. Zhuanghua did not insist. However, at that moment his stomach growled loudly. This made him a bit embarrassed. Seeing this, Elena quickly stood up and said, my lord Zhuanghua, I will prepare dinner for you right away. As Elena got up to cook, Zhuanghua began to ponder. It was clear that this world was not an ordinary mortal realm, but a Western fantasy world with extraordinary powers. Secondly, the strength of the Ryan Kingdom was not very strong, with only about 20 knights and 1,000 soldiers throughout the country. As for him, he could summon heavy armored knights like Tai every day. Within less than a month, he could gather over 20 heavy armored knights. He had seen Tai Yi's combat power. If he had 20 such knights, he would be able to establish himself in the Ryan Kingdom. At that time, he would first take Ao Town, and then the other towns, and once he recruited enough soldiers, he would seize the entire Ryan Kingdom. Let his iron tide bring a bit of shock to this world. However, before that he needed to wait for a while, and the food supply issue must be resolved. He had the manpower, but no food. If the system had no issues it might be solvable, but now the Lord system only had the function of summoning knights left. Perhaps with the territory the system would change. At that moment dinner was ready, but looking at the green food and hard bread, Zhuang Hua was greatly disappointed. My lord Zhuang Hua, I only have this food, but please forgive me. It's fine but it's already quite good. He appreciated her kindness and did not want to be picky. Although it didn't look great, it tasted surprisingly good. It just lacked nutrition, perhaps he could have Tai Yi go hunting. Delicious. I'm glad you like it, my lord. Hearing his praise, Elena also perked up, but he looked at Elena puzzled, asking, aren't you eating? I'm not hungry. Seeing her turn her head away, it was obvious that she was saving the food for herself. Is the lord here? At that moment Old White arrived carrying plenty of vegetables and grains, respectfully, saying, this is a small token from the village. I hope my lord does not find it unsatisfactory. What a timely rain. Zhuang Hua said, thank you, I won't be polite. However, after delivering the food, Old White still seemed a bit awkward, as if he had something to say, but hesitated. Old White, just speak your mind. My lord, it might be a bit abrupt, but the village would like to ask you for a favor, of course only if you are willing. Village chief, how could you allow the adult to go there? Do you know that place is the lair of the witch? Seeing Elena speak up, Zhuang Hua also became puzzled. He interrupted Elena and looked at Old White, saying, you explain first, and then I will decide whether to help. Old White, upon hearing this, disregarded Elena's gaze and said, sir, this, which has come more than once. Over the years about 10 people from the village have been abducted. All of them were young villagers. Old White said with a face full of sorrow. The witch claimed they would be taken as laborers, so they must still be alive. And your people may be able to defeat the witch, perhaps rescuing them. Do you know the witch's location? Zhuang Hua was puzzled. Old White sighed. A few days ago we organized hunters to search the forest and discovered it. Later, when we were preparing to go deeper, the witch found us, and 3 more were captured. This is also why Alan insisted on burning Elena today, as Alan's father was among those taken. So everyone wishes for you to take action. Of course we will provide compensation. We have gathered 50 gold coins and 200 pounds of food. Why? Before Zhuang Hua could speak, Elena was furious. She gritted her teeth and said, what do you take the adult for? Do you think he is a mercenary? Elena, we have no other choice. We can't just watch the children lose their lives at the hands of the witch, can we? But it's very dangerous there, and there is not just one witch. Elena, do you understand? After hesitating for a moment, Elena gritted her teeth and said, Sir Zhuang Hua, that place is the castle of Princess Midia of the Ryan Kingdom. However, Princess Midia and her castle were sealed by the witch 10 years ago. The kingdom organized dozens of rescue attempts, even losing 5 knights without being able to rescue the princess. I know there are at least 3 witches in that castle, and you only have 1 knight. Although you're not going to rescue the princess, it is still very dangerous. You must know that the Ryan Kingdom has issued a bounty. Whoever can rescue the princess will be granted a title and a fief, but it's been 10 years. And no one has succeeded. Hearing Elena's words, Old White also felt despair. He looked at Zhuang Hua and said, Sir, I didn't know it was so dangerous there. Since that is the case, let's forget it. Not so fast. Zhuang Hua looked at Elena seriously and said, you said the Ryan Kingdom's bounty. Is it true or false? Of course it's true. You can see it in Ao Town. It's just that everyone spends their days in the village, and their knowledge of the forest is limited to the outskirts. They are not aware of the dangers within. But they do not understand the risks involved. I see. Zhuang Hua pondered for a moment, and then looked at Old White, saying, I agree to your request, but I currently only have 1 knight. I will set off 3 days later. Sir Zhuang Hua, you. Elena was completely confused after saying so much. Did Zhuang Hua really understand? As a noble, he had no need to take such risks. However, Old White was very excited. He immediately knelt down and trembled, saying, thank you, sir. No matter what, you are our village's benefactor. Let it be. After Old White left, Elena finally spoke. Sir Zhuang Hua, you shouldn't have agreed. It's nothing. I'm also curious about that castle. He originally planned to launch a strong attack on the Ryan Kingdom, but now it seems he can take another approach. Rescue the princess, obtain a title and a fief, and then find an opportunity to take down the Ryan Kingdom under the pretext of cleansing the court. After all, having a legitimate reason is essential. He is not here to rob, but to establish his own territory. Therefore, winning the hearts of the people is also very important. Then, Sir Zhuang Hua, you must be careful. I understand. You go and get something to eat. You do not let yourself go hungry. You are very important to me. What? Elena's face turned red as she looked at Zhuang Hua in disbelief. Am I important to the adult? I. What are you thinking? Zhuanghua, seeing Elena's flushed face, quickly explained, you are a witch. Your abilities should not be wasted. You are crucial to the construction of my future territory. Oh. Elena breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a bit disappointed. So that's what the adult meant by him. Soon everyone was wealthy, but at night sleeping became an issue. Elena only had one bedroom. Sir, you rest. He'll guard the door for you. With Tai here, I don't need you to guard the door. But Elena became conflicted as she tightened her clothes and was somewhat at a loss. This is your home. You should sleep in the bed while I rest in the living room. How can that be? Elena hesitated for a moment and said, your status is noble. You should sleep in the bed. Are you suggesting we sleep together? Speaking of which, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Elena had a style completely different from that of a Chinese girl. Even placed in the Western world of the future, she would be considered a top beauty. Zhuanghua didn't mind teasing, but Elena's face turned completely red, shaking her head vigorously. That won't do. I'm just a commoner too poor to be worthy of Sir Zhuanghua. Just kidding. But everyone is born equal. No one is inherently inferior to another. You are the same, and I am the same. After saying that, without waiting for Elena to refuse, he pushed her into the bedroom, then said to Tai, go find Old White and borrow 2 sets of bedding. We will sleep in the living room. After midnight, Zhuanghua couldn't wait to open the system panel, and sure enough, he could summon again. System summon a knight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning a heavy-armored knight. A flash of white light appeared, and a heavy cavalry dressed exactly like Tai appeared outside the door, but this person's face was different from Tai's, and the rest of the physique was not much different. Tai, I greet my lord. All right, you and Tai take turns watching over. I'm going to sleep first. The knights summoned by the system are absolutely loyal, and are Zhuanghua's most important partners. The next day, when Elena woke up, Zhuanghua was already awake. Sir Zhuanghua. Just then Elena also noticed Tai at the door. This is my knight. Besides them, there are other knights who will arrive one after another. No wonder. Elena's doubts vanished instantly, and she smiled, saying, Sir Zhuanghua took on the task, and it seems you were well prepared. That goes without saying. But Elena did not know which noble in the Ryan kingdom could have knights as luxurious as Zhuanghua's. The war horses and armor far surpassed those of other nobles. Could it be that he is a noble from another country? Before she could think further, Old White rushed over anxiously. Sir, something is wrong. Someone from the adult in Ao town came to the village, brought by Alan. A mysterious noble has arrived in the village accompanied by a knight. It is bound to attract the attention of the local aristocracy, and Zhuanghua is not surprised. Lead the way. He intends to establish himself in this world, relying not on evasion. Old Huai nodded slightly, glancing at Tai, realizing that in just one night the Lord has gained another knight. It seems his identity is indeed extraordinary. After all, the nobles of Ao town have only 2. In the village square, a knight clad in European-style iron armor, riding a reddish-brown pony, is waiting with 10 soldiers dressed in simple clothes. And Alan, respectfully standing by, excitedly said, My lord, this village harbors a witch. I suspect that the suddenly appearing knight is colluding with the witch and is a heretic. The knight responded indifferently. At this moment, Zhuanghua and the others arrived, but the knight was instantly taken aback upon seeing the 2 heavily armored knights riding tall steeds behind Zhuanghua. These war horses, this equipment, he felt like a bumpkin encountering genuine nobility. My lord, that is the witch Elena, and the one beside her is the heretic. Shut up. The knight interrupted Alan, dismounting directly, and then bowing before Zhuanghua. Honorable lord, I am Baron and Knight of Lord Roland of Ao town. I do not know why you have come here. What business you have? Alan was stunned, as Baron was clearly invited by him to deal with Zhuanghua and the others, yet now he appeared so obsequious. Are you here to capture me? After saying this, Tai and the other 2 placed their hands directly on the large knives at their waists. Of course not. Baron replied earnestly. Our Lord Roland has heard that you were able to fend off the sorceress and admires you, wishing to meet you. No. Alan hurriedly interjected. My lord, he is sheltering the witch. Shouldn't he be punished? Yes, Elena is a witch. Are you going to capture her? Zhuanghua looked at Baron indifferently, causing Baron to feel immense pressure, as the 2 knights beneath him were not only on war horses, but were also significantly larger than him. He couldn't even think of making a move. One swing of either knight's sword could smash his armor into a pancake. It's just a witch. If the Lord wants to protect her, our Lord Roland naturally has no objections. But Alan was about to speak again, when Baron waved his hand decisively. Chop him up and throw him to the wolves in the forest. Yes. No. My lord, you can't kill me. I am here to report. But Baron completely ignored him. Elena felt pity, but Alan had repeatedly caused trouble, and this time, he even tried to frame Lord Zhuanghua. He deserves it. After a scream, Baron then said seriously, My lord, it is finally quiet now. You go back and tell Roland that I am Zhang Hua here for Princess Midia in the forest. Princess Midia. Baron naturally knew about that forbidden place, which had been so for 10 years. Many knights and nobles from other countries had attempted to rescue her, but all had failed. Even though the bounty notice still exists, the kingdom has already lost hope. Who would have thought this mysterious noble came for the princess? I see I was almost misled by a petty person. Rest assured, my lord, your actions in the forest will not be However, if my lord can return from the forest, please do not decline. Our Lord Roland would also like to play. All right. Baron left decisively, hardly giving a glance at the witch Elena. In the eyes of nobles, whether a witch or a sorceress is not truly important. They are merely tools used to toy with people's hearts. As for Alan, a lowly commoner, his death meant nothing. In the eyes of the nobility, he was worth less than a pet. Old Hua, today, I will explore the forest. Find a hunter familiar with the direction of the castle to guide me. This. Seeing his hesitation, Elena pouted. Village Chief Lord Zhang Hua is willing to take action. Do you really want him to wander aimlessly in the forest? Do you not want to save your son? Old Huai's son was also captured by the sorceress, which is why Old Huai was so determined to have Zhang Hua take action. I will find someone. Rest assured, he only needs to guide us, and he does not need to take action. My people will ensure his safety. Zhang Hua just wants to scout the path. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never lose in 100 battles. He does not want to charge in like a reckless fool and fall into the witch's trap. Although Tai Yi drove back the sorceress yesterday, the method of her ultimate escape still astonished him. At the very least, these sorceresses are not simply capable of summoning magical creatures. All right, Elena, wait for me in the village. No. Elena seriously clenched her fist and said, My lord, my magic may not be strong, but I understand some of the sorceress's spells, and I can also save people and help you. Zhang Hua was silent for a moment, then nodded. All right, since that's the case, you can come along. Soon Old Huai brought over a middle-aged man carrying a bow and arrows, respectfully greeting Zhang Hua. My lord, I am Vol at your service. You need not be nervous. Today is not for battle, but to scout the enemy's situation. Just guide the way. Yes. With everyone gathered, Zhang Hua naturally set off. After introductions, he learned that this forest is the largest within the territory of the Ryan Kingdom, almost spanning the entire kingdom. The location of the castle is closer to the village, but it is rather hidden, and Vol and the others encountered it by chance. My lord, the outer area is relatively safe, and it is a place we often hunt. However, further in magical creatures appear. We usually do not dare to venture deep. Just last time we accidentally encountered a prey and ended up here, leading to a tragedy. A castle in the depths of the forest. Zhang Hua was puzzled why the castle of the princess of the Ryan Kingdom would be hidden within the forest. My lord, there is movement ahead. At this moment, Tai Air, who was responsible for scouting, returned. Everyone stepped forward to take a look, and indeed there stood a castle. However, the castle was overgrown with vines emanating an eerie light from within, and around it were strange plants, as well as the type of magical creatures that Tai Yi had dealt with before. We can't see the situation of the sorceress. No hurry. Zhang Hua glanced, then took out paper and pen which he had borrowed from Alina's room. Before long, he had drawn a pattern identical to that of the castle. Wow, my lord, you can actually replicate the castle. Basic skills. In his past life, he studied art for 3 years with his ex-girlfriend in college. While he couldn't do traditional Chinese painting, or anything, simple sketches were still quite easy. After recording the surrounding terrain, Zhang Hua was about to leave when he saw a figure emerge from the castle. It was indeed that witch from yesterday. Tai Yi, do you have a way to capture her? My lord, I can defeat her, but her means of escape are too strange. I can do it. Before Tai Yi could finish his sentence, Elena spoke up. She looked cautious, lowering her head and saying, I can cast a spell to prevent her from using magic to escape, but I can only trap her, not defeat her. That's enough. Zhuang Hua's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected this little witch to bring him such. He looked at the sorceress, and then commanded Tai Yi, once Elena finishes her spell, you will capture her. Understood. Elena, it's up to you now. Elena nodded nervously, placing her hands before her and reciting incantations towards the sorceress, a green light bursting forth from her. It looked rather mystical. Who? It's you all. The sorceress spotted Zhuang Hua and the others, and upon seeing Elena's actions, she was immediately alarmed. Damn little witch, you. Not good. As a sorceress, she was familiar with the powers of witches, and it was clear that the witch was casting a trapping spell. If she were trapped, she would surely be slain by Zhuang Hua's knights. Trying to escape, Tai Yi galloped forward to cut off the sorceress' path, while Elena completed her spell. A green light engulfed the sorceress. She couldn't perform her escape magic at all. You cannot kill me, Lady Mooney is in the castle. If she finds out that you have killed me, she will not spare you. Tai Yi, uninterested in her nonsense, struck her on the back of the neck, knocking her unconscious. Without the ability to cast magic, the sorceress was no different from an ordinary person. Let's go. Seeing this, Zhuanghua decided not to linger and led the group toward the village. Meanwhile, the sorceress in the castle was entirely unaware of this. The sorceress awoke leisurely only to find Zhuanghua calmly sitting in front of her. Behind him, Elena stood obediently. She attempted to struggle, but a sharp, long knife was pressed against her neck. "Be cooperative, or I will kill you," Tai Yi coldly reprimanded, causing the sorceress to fall silent. She glared at Zhuanghua and said through gritted teeth, "What do you want, my lord? Take it easy." Zhuanghua smiled lightly and casually asked, "What is your name?" "Linka." Linka replied, though fearful of Zhuanghua, she lowered her head and said, "My lord, since you wish to protect this village, I promise not to disturb it in the future. Then I ask you to let me go back." "Linka, that's a nice name." Zhuanghua ignored her words and said seriously, "How many sorceresses are there in that castle, and what is the situation with the princess? Speak honestly. Otherwise, wishing to die would be a luxury. Are you here for Princess Midia?" Linka suddenly realized, but she shook her head and said, "I advise you to abandon this idea. O Lady Muni's power is something your two knights cannot handle. That would be seeking death." Before Linka could finish, the knife at her neck cut into her skin, blood flowing down her clothes. "Answer whatever my lord asks. Speaking too much will shorten your life." "Understood." Linka lowered her head, her eyes filled with a hint of fear. At this moment, she dared not think of the arrogance of the sorceress. Preserving her life was more important. "There are 5 sorceresses in the castle, including me. The leader is Lady Muni. As for the princess..." Linka hesitated, but as she hesitated, Tai Yi's knife moved slightly, making her feel anxious. What kind of people were they? Just a moment of hesitation led to action. "The princess is still alive, but she is not imprisoned by us. As for the reason, I do not know. Even if you kill me, I wouldn't know. The princess is in the castle, but not imprisoned by the sorceresses. Oh, what does this mean? Consider yourself lucky." Zhuanghua waved his hand, signaling Tai Yi to lower the knife, then asked seriously, "Linka, would you be willing to serve me?" "Lord Zhuanghua, she is a sorceress," Elena reminded from the side, but Zhuanghua was unconcerned, chuckling, "What of a sorceress? As long as she is capable, I can use her." Elena fell silent, but upon thinking of her own identity as a witch, she felt relieved. A witch can be accepted. Oh, why not a sorceress? Humiliation. Since you consider it humiliation, then let it be. Zhuanghua did not insist, and signaled Tai Yi with his eyes, and Linka was taken away soon. Humiliation. Since you consider it humiliation, then let it be. Zhuanghua did not insist, and signaled Tai Yi with his eyes, and Linka was taken away soon, followed by a scream. "Linka is dead." This shocked Elena greatly, and upon seeing this, Zhuanghua asked Elena, "Do you think I am cruel?" "No. That was a sorceress." Lord Zhuanghua did well. "It's just that I am still not used to it." "Then you need to get used to it. In the battles to come, more and more will fall under the blade." Elena lowered her head. Zhuanghua did not continue speaking, but there were not just 5 sorceresses, there were not only 4 anymore. However, the sorceresses occupied the castle, yet it was not them who imprisoned the princess, which must have some deeper reason. The specific reasons, I'm afraid, can only be explored slowly after capturing the castle. For now, let's leave it at that. Morning. Summon the knights. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully summoning 2 heavy-armored knights. Zhuanghua was taken aback. This was a critical success, summoning 2 knights directly, which meant he now had 4 knights under his command. The castle could be set off for tomorrow, but before that he needed a good rest. The next day, Elena looked at the 2 newly added heavy-armored knights at the door, surprised, but even more respectful towards Zhuanghua. Only someone like Lord Zhuanghua could have so many knights following him. It's worth noting that even Lord Roland only had 2 knights, while Zhuanghua had a full 4. "Let's set off," Zhuanghua commanded, still riding on Tai Yi's war horse, while Tai Yi held the reins below. However, just as they reached the village head, they saw Old White waiting there with 10 hunters armed with bows and short blades. "Lord Zhuanghua, we heard you were going to save someone today. After discussing, we decided to send some people to assist you. They are the best hunters in the village, and among those taken by the sorceress are their family members." The 10 hunters all bowed respectfully, saying, "We are willing to follow you, my lord, to the castle." "Fine." Zhuanghua nodded. Having one more person would indeed be beneficial, and he waved his hand, saying, "Then follow behind to provide support." "Thank you, my lord." The 10 had a flicker of fervor in their eyes. The day before, Old White had asked Zhuanghua to save people, and they had looked down on it. But today, upon seeing that this lord had 4 knights, having heard that he had slain a sorceress the day before, they were truly convinced. "Let's go." With a wave of his hand, the 16-member team vanished into the forest. At this moment in the castle, Muni frowned and said, "Linka has been out for so long, why hasn't she returned?" "Lady Moonbane, could Linka be in trouble?" "In trouble?" Moonbane sneered, gazing out the window with disdain. "Just that noblewoman from Ayatown, the one with only women in her household." Linka mentioned she encountered a mysterious noble in a village beyond the mountains, and his knight defeated her with ease. Why didn't Linka tell me this? A flicker of displeasure crossed Moonbane's eyes, but the witch merely shook her head, claiming ignorance. Enough. These nobles are all cut from the same cloth. Any movement from the princess? The witch nodded solemnly. None, my lady. But after all these years spent here, is she truly the key to summoning the Dragon of Shadow? There's no mistake. Moonbane's eyes blazed with fervor. She laughed coldly. Tell the craftsman to hurry. Once that place is complete, I shall summon the Dragon of Shadow. The Dragon of Shadow. A legend that a single dragon could annihilate an entire kingdom. With it, Moonbane would no longer fear the Lion Kingdom. Instead, she would become a terror that plunged it into dread. My. Just then Moonbane sensed something and furrowed her brow. My lady, some vermin have slipped in. Deal with them. Has the Lion Kingdom not given up? Hearing this, Moonbane scoffed. Who knows? But if they wish to court death, I won't deny them. Go. Make it clean. Outside the castle, Zhuanghua made no attempt to conceal his movements. As for the monsters lurking near the fortress, Iron 2 handled them single-handedly. Lord Zhuanghua, witches are emerging, Elena warned. Zhuanghua saw two figures surrounded by butterflies fly out from the castle. Flight. Zhuanghua couldn't help but envy them. In this medieval-like realm, seeing humans soar through the sky stirred a deep longing within him. Yet, if he could command 4 witches to carry a palanquin, it might produce a similar effect. My lord, what shall we do? Volt nervously ordered the hunters to knock their arrows, but the moment they laid eyes on the witches, fear gripped their hearts. Witches. The very name struck terror, and they had never dared to raise arms against them. You need not engage. Just stand by and cover us. Yes. If that was all Volt and his men could accept, yet he could hardly blame them. Zhuanghua eyed the approaching duo, and said to Elena, cast a binding spell to trap them. Leave the rest to Iron 1 and the others. Yet he could hardly blame them. Zhuanghua eyed the approaching duo, and said to Elena, cast a binding spell to trap them. Leave the rest to Iron. The two witches cast their spells in unison, and soon teleportation circles rose from the ground, summoning a horde of demons in an instant. This was a witch's basic offensive tactic. Attack. But Zhuanghua was not here for games. One knight charged into the fray alongside Iron 2. Meanwhile, Iron 1 and another knight rushed straight for the two witches. Overreaching. They snorted coldly, their wands glowing with runes. The plants on the ground came alive, lunging at Iron 1 and his companion. Yet, the knights merely tugged their reins, and their mounts leaped into the air, evading the grasping vines. The next moment, they stood before the witches. Impossible. But Iron 1 paid no heed. With a single stroke of his blade, he struck down. The witch's eyes widened in terror as she hastily conjured a defensive barrier. Yet, Iron 1's strength was overwhelming. The barrier held for barely 2 seconds before shattering. You cannot kill us. We are eternal witches. But the next moment, a green light enveloped her. She tried to teleport away, yet no matter how she chanted, she remained rooted in place. A binding spell. Before she could react, Iron 1's blade descended. A head rolled, and the witch fell dead. How can this be? The other witch paled in shock. For years they had roamed the Lion Kingdom unchecked, never suffering such a defeat. No. The witch's gaze fell on Elena beside Zhuanghua. A sorceress. Why would a noble ally with a sorceress? You talk too much. Before she could finish, the other knight struck. But this witch was no easy prey. After her shield shattered, she vanished with a teleportation spell. Lord Zhuanghua, I lack the power to cast 2 spells simultaneously. No matter. Zhuanghua smiled and comforted her. You've done well. Take it slow. My lord, I am ashamed. It's fine. Press on, straight to the castle. Zhuanghua led his group toward the fortress, having scouted the area thoroughly the day before. He knew the layout like the back of his hand. How dare you? As they reached the gate, a violet radiance erupted from the castle, hurling them back several meters. Then, 3 figures appeared atop the castle, looking down upon them. Lord Zhuanghua, the one in front, seems to be a high witch. Witches are witches. What's the difference? Elena explained, there is a distinction. A high witch, while not an archwitch, is far more powerful than an ordinary one. Their spells are far stronger. So you're the witch who cost me a life? Moonbane fixed her icy gaze on Elena. And you serve a noble. Do you not know their true nature? Lord Zhuanghua is different. He is a good man. Beyond redemption. Moonbane snorted coldly, then turned to Zhuanghua. You killed my subordinate. Now you shall join her. With those words, Moonbane waved her hand, conjuring a fireball that shot toward Zhuanghua. Yet, before it reached him, Iron 1 intervened. With a single slash, the fireball was cleaved apart. Iron 1 pressed forward, raising his blade high before bringing it down with devastating force. With a thunderous crash, the violet shield enveloping the castle split open. Impossible. Moonbane was stunned. Even the Lion Kingdom's foremost knight could not breach her defensive magic. Yet this knight before her had nearly shattered it with one blow, an absurd feat. Nothing is impossible. Release the laborers you've captured, hand over the princess, and I will spare your life. Zhuanghua's words rang with authority. His knights drew their blades in unison. Though they wielded no magic, their aura made even Moonbane tremble. Iron One, break down the gate. Yes. The castle doors were kicked open by the four knights, causing Moonbane's pupils to contract. But Zhuanghua had already entered the fortress. Lady Moonbane, what do we do? They must not find the princess. Despite her shock, the princess was the key to her ascension to Archwitch. She could not afford to lose her. Then, I have held this ground for a decade. Many knights have come to die, and today will be. As they entered the castle, 10 knights clad in various armors came into view, yet they stood motionless like wooden figures. These are the knights who once came to rescue the princess. Elena exclaimed softly, Lord Zhuanghua, it seems they have become puppets of the witch. Puppets? Zhuanghua frowned, and at that moment the knights suddenly moved, drawing their weapons one by one. For you are responsible for protecting the Lord. We will handle these knights, Tai, he said in a deep voice, and then charged forward with Tai Air and the others crushing them effortlessly. However, when armored knights battled armored knights, it all depended on whose skills were stronger. Your knights are impressive, but 4 of them are not enough. At that moment, Mou appeared within the castle, looking at Zhuanghua coldly. If you leave now, I can pretend you were, otherwise you all must stay here today. Is that so? Zhuanghua said disdainfully, looking at the knight easily subdued by Tai Yi. But I have a different choice. If you are willing to submit, I can spare your life. Submit. Mou burst into laughter, disregarding everyone's gazes, as if she had heard the greatest joke. Since ancient times, whether witches or sorceresses have been the targets of disdain and persecution by your noble class. Now an anomaly appears, and you expect me to submit. How utterly ridiculous. By the way, I don't only have puppets. Mou said, and a magical formation appeared beneath her feet, followed by a demon wielding a giant sword slowly manifesting. It's a demon knight, Lord, it's dangerous. Elena's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that the witch before her could even summon a demon knight. What level is she at? You are clever, but it's too late. Mou said, commanding the demon knight to join the battle. In an instant, the castle was filled with flashes of blades, yet Mou clearly underestimated the fighting power of Tai Yi and the others. Seeing the puppet knights had knocked off by Tai Yi, Mou's breath hitched. The demon knight was also taken aback. However, in the next moment, the demon knight swung its giant sword and charged towards Tai Yi. Boom. However, the demon knight came fast, and left even faster, being sent back by Tai Yi. Is this a human? I can't afford to provoke you. As he spoke, the demon knight's figure vanished, infuriating Mou. Was this the demon she summoned? Unable to win, it even fled. The battle quickly concluded, and Zhuanghua looked at Mou with a cold smile, saying, I will give you one last chance, submit or die. You want to kill me? Though Mou was unwilling, she absolutely could not accept submitting to a human. I remember you, we will meet again. Leave. Elena. Hearing the order, Elena immediately acted, and a green light directly fell upon Mou. A binding spell. Not bad, you have some talent. If you waited another year, you might really have been able to bind me, but as for now. Mou sneered, a purple light flashing from her body, causing the binding spell to shatter instantly, and her form transformed into a butterfly, vanishing. Lord Zhuanghua, she is too strong to be bound. No worries. Yin Xiaosheng's goal was not to kill, but to save. Binding her would be best, but if not, that was fine too. Search, be sure to find the princess and those villagers. Understood. The castle was large, but with the search of over 10 people, they successfully located the villagers. Vor, were you also captured? How could that be? Vor led everyone out, addressing Zhuanghua. This is Lord Zhuanghua. He saved you all and chased away the witch with his men. Thank you, Lord. The villagers knelt down in gratitude, but Zhuanghua waved his hand, showing no concern. Saving the villagers was secondary. His main purpose was to find Princess Midia. My lord, Tai, he said, his face grim, we haven't found any trace of the princess. Without finding the princess, did that mean their trip was in vain? Although Zhuanghua could forcibly occupy Ao town, he preferred to develop cautiously, building high walls, storing grain, and taking his time to become king. Therefore, with the princess present, he could at least legally acquire a territory which would benefit his development. My lord, I might know where the person you are looking for is. My lord, this is Jonathan White, the son of Old White. After Vor finished speaking, he frowned. Jonathan is not joking. The Lord is our village's savior. I would not dare deceive the Lord. Jonathan quickly knelt down, saying earnestly, we were captured by the witch to build an altar for them. Although the altar is incomplete, we occasionally heard a woman's voice while we were there. It sounded like a wail, like pain, very real. I suspect that might be the princess you are looking for, Jonathan said, and the other villagers nodded in agreement, stating they had also heard. Take us there. Yes. Jonathan was overjoyed and quickly led Zhuanghua and the others toward the altar. The altar was in the basement. Tai Yi and the others had been there before, but they had no other findings then. Here, aside from the piled stones and scattered tools, there was nothing else. Jonathan, you can't be mistaken. How could there be a hidden place here? I am not mistaken, Jonathan asserted. That voice came from here, and the outside wall is just the corridor and garden. There can't be any other rooms. But this is already the basement. There can't be any more rooms, right? We're questioned. No. At that moment, Elena shook her head, staring at the altar, and said earnestly, Lord Zhuanghua, a powerful, which can create barriers and trap living beings within them to make them sleep. Moreover, this altar is clearly built to summon some existence. Perhaps beneath the altar is the trapped Princess Midia. After hearing this, Zhuanghua found it very reasonable. He immediately ordered people to destroy the altar, while Mou outside the castle looked at the castle with unwillingness. My lord, are you really going to let them rescue Princess Midia like this? Rescue? Mou scoffed, recalling Midia's origins, and then sneered, these mortals think Midia is imprisoned by me, not knowing that Midia herself is the captor. She sleeps peacefully. If she wakes up, it will be a disaster I cannot even create. Then, run. Mou made her decision immediately, coldly stating, leave Ao town. And in the basement, as the altar was destroyed, a rectangular crystal coffin was revealed, within which lay an extremely beautiful woman. It's Princess Midia. She looks just as she did 10 years ago. So beautiful. Zhuanghua nodded, noting that while Elena was also a great beauty, she paled in comparison to the Midia in the coffin. She is indeed beautiful, but don't you all feel that it seems to have gotten cold? In an instant, frost began to form on the walls surrounding their altar. Zhuanghua immediately made a decision. Once they exited the basement, the entire space transformed into a world encased in ice. What is happening? My lord, I am unclear. We have worked here before and have never encountered such a situation. Jonathan anxiously explained, fearing that Zhuanghua might misunderstand and blame them. Lord Zhuanghua. Meanwhile, Elena observed for a moment and analyzed seriously. It seems this is caused by a leakage of magical energy leading to the freezing. A leakage of magical energy. Zhuanghua was puzzled, but Elena did not mind and continued to explain. The so-called leakage of magical energy refers to the power required by the sorceress to cast spells within her body. When it becomes too vast and uncontrollable, it manifests as things related to its attributes. And the ice below is likely the result of this magical leakage. What should we do? If this continues, the entire castle will be sealed off. Zhuanghua desired not the castle itself, but the Princess Midia within it. However, Elena reassured him, my lord need not worry. The spread of the freeze will soon weaken and eventually disappear. Then we can enter and rescue the princess. Zhuanghua nodded. Yet Jonathan and Val cautiously remarked, my lord, does this not mean that Princess Midia is the sorceress? After all, only a sorceress would possess magical power, leading to a leakage of such energy. Elena nodded in acknowledgement of this viewpoint. Zhuanghua, however, was indifferent. Regardless of whether she is a sorceress, as long as I rescue her, my mission will be complete. As for Midia's identity, Yin Shaosheng paid no mind, as long as the bounty from the kingdom of Ryan was valid. Then he would deliver Midia before the king of Ryan. Indeed, as Elena had said, the freezing quickly came to a halt. My lord, it is very cold inside. Let me go and bring the people out. No worries, let's go in together. Zhuanghua tightened the cloak he had scavenged from the castle and followed everyone back into the basement. Though the freezing was formidable, there was not a single shard of ice at the location of the crystal coffin. Open the coffin. Tai stepped forward, and with a forceful push, the coffin lid was instantly pried open. Zhuanghua then looked at Midia inside, carefully scrutinizing her. Although she lay within the coffin, her chest rose and fell gently, indicating that she was still alive. To have survived here for a full decade is astonishing. Yin Shaosheng grew increasingly intrigued by this world. Perhaps one day he could achieve immortality in this realm. Elena, is there a way to wake her up? Please wait a moment, Lord Zhuanghua. Healing was indeed Elena's prime. He placed one hand on Midia's forehead, and soon green light radiated from him, a sign of the healing power belonging to a witch. After a quarter of an hour, Elena ceased her efforts. Alright, the princess should be able to wake up now. Sure enough, the next moment Midia's eyes slowly opened, her gaze finally landing on Zhuanghua. Who are you? You are Princess Midia, right? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhuanghua, the one sent to rescue you according to the bounty from the kingdom of Ryan. Midia was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head and said, I do not need to be rescued. You should go back. Not needing rescuing. How could that be? Zhuanghua directly rejected her. I am sorry, your highness, it is not for you to decide whether you need rescuing, but for me to determine if you require it. At present, I believe you do need rescuing. Midia fell silent, then slowly sat up, looking at Zhuanghua with a cold voice. I find this joke quite unamusing. No, I am not joking. Tai, bring the princess upstairs. After saying this, Zhuanghua no longer looked at her and walked out of the basement. Even wrapped in a cloak, it was too cold inside. Tai also regarded Midia coolly and and said, "Princess, please." Midia twitched her mouth. She realized that this group was here for the bounty, and Zhuanghua did not care about her willingness. If she refused, it was likely that this strong man before her would immediately bind her up. "I need to have a serious talk with your master." Zhuanghua, right. "You may not know my reason for being here. That is unimportant." "No, that is very important," Midia asserted firmly, pausing briefly, then continued, "I was born a sorceress. My mother died frozen by the magical energy within me during childbirth. Although my father invited sages to suppress the magical energy within me, as I grew older my power surged even more. I know that if this continues, even the sages will not be able to contain it. Thus I asked my father to build this castle for me here." At this point Midia's expression turned somewhat sorrowful, but she continued, "I lived very happily here, those were my happiest times. But good times did not last long. One day all my maidens were turned into shards of ice, due to my—" Midia held her head. With a hint of guilt in her eyes, she looked at Zhuanghua, and said, "One day the demon moon came and told me that as long as I slept in the crystal coffin the magical energy would not leak out, and no one would die. Upon saying this Midia spoke in a low voice, therefore I cannot leave here, and I do not need to be rescued. If you truly wish to save me, then please leave here." "Oh." Upon hearing this Zhuanghua pouted and said casually, "The story is very fascinating and quite tortuous, but it has nothing to do with me. I believe the princess still needs rescuing. Do not push your luck." Midia retorted angrily, "Do you know what the sorceress represents in my kingdom of Ryan? That is disaster." And then, "Oi." Zhuanghua shrugged and waved his hand saying, "What does that have to do with me? After all, he only needed territory and identity." Midia was almost laughing in anger. However, Zhuanghua was too lazy to tease her. He pointed at Elena and said, "She is my partner Elena, also a witch. You must know what witches represent in your country." Midia nodded, as the kingdom of Ryan's principle was that witches were heretics and should be exterminated. Zhuanghua continued, "But what I see is that witches save people while those high and mighty nobles harm." Midia fell silent. He did not pause and continued, "I believe you have been deceived. What of sorceresses? The sorceresses I have seen can control their own magical powers. Whether they harm others depends on themselves. And you," Zhuanghua said earnestly, "do you not wish to truly live a life that belongs to you? I believe your father must be missing you greatly." A single sentence left Midia stunned in place. Father. This person hidden deep in his heart and longed for had not been seen for over a decade. "I cannot harm my father." Midia turned his head away and said earnestly to Zhuanghua, "If you are after the title and land from the bounty, I can write a letter to my father, but as for me, let's forget it. Why are you so stubborn, girl? The reason I am telling you all this is to inform you that magic can be controlled." Midia was taken aback, then realized Zhuanghua's meaning. She opened her mouth, but shook her head and said, "But which witch would be willing to teach me?" Zhuanghua did not respond to him, but turned to Elena and asked, "Is the magic of witches connected to that of sorceresses?" "Yes, it is." Elena replied, affirmatively, smiling. "If the princess is willing to learn my witchcraft, then her magic leakage can also be resolved." "Listen." Zhuanghua looked at Midia and said irritably, "Then isn't this problem solved?" It seemed Midia glanced at Zhuanghua that confident demeanor. Did he plan this from the very beginning? As for the misunderstandings between witches and sorceresses, if your father loves you, these should not be problems. However, if your father really does not love you, you wouldn't have survived this long. Midia had previously mentioned that when she was born her magic leakage had caused her mother's death. Even so, her father did not blame her. It was clear that the king of the Ryan kingdom loved her. "So Midia, are you willing to come with me?" "I am willing." Elena clasped her hands together. This scene looked so warm and beautiful. Those newlywed couples seemed to be the same. "Don't think about it, don't think about it." Elena shook her head, pushing such whimsical thoughts away. One was the noble Lord Zhuanghua, and the other was the noble Princess Midia. Such jokes should not be made. In that case, Elena, teach Midia to control the magic within her. We will set out tomorrow. Elena obediently nodded, and then followed the princess to another room. After completing this, Zhuanghua called for Fu Er, instructing him to take the remaining hunters and rescued villagers back to the village. However, Vor did not leave. He knelt on the ground and respectfully said, "Lord Zhuanghua, we 10 have already made a decision before we followed you to this castle. From now on we wish to become your retinue and follow you closely." Zhuanghua was taken aback, looking at Vor with a frown. "But did old White force you?" "No, we are here of our own volition." Vor's eyes sparkled with hope as he looked at Zhuanghua and said earnestly, "You, my lord, dare to break those foolish prejudices, showing that you are a powerful individual with a grand future. We have lived in the village since childhood, suffering under the oppression and exploitation of the nobles, hoping that, by following you, we can change our destiny." Vor spoke frankly. He followed Zhuanghua not only because Zhuanghua saved their village, but also because he wanted to change his own fate through Zhuanghua. Or rather, to change the fate of their village that was oppressed by the nobles. Do you know that following me will bring you face to face with enemies far more terrifying than sorceresses? And war leads to death. Zhuanghua did not resent their personal desires. On the contrary, those with desires would serve better. However, he would undoubtedly pursue a path of domination in the future. War was never a child's play. He needed to clarify this to them. We all understand that when we decided to follow Lord Zhuanghua, we were already prepared to die for you. In that case, you will follow me from now on. Regardless of future conquests or the territories that King Ryan would soon grant him, he needed his own people to govern and protect. Relying solely on the knights summoned by the system daily was far from sufficient. Thank you, my lord. We will pledge to guard your glory with our lives. Zhuanghua smiled and did not respond, simply waving him off. Glory? What glory does he have? He was just a nobody who had crossed over. Without the system, he might be worse off than the commoners here. After all, someone like him with black hair and yellow skin, without any other enhancements, would likely be dragged out by those nobles with peculiar tastes and exterminated as a heretic. Night. When Elena came out of Midia's room, she was dripping with sweat. Lord Zhuanghua, I have something. Come in. Elena pushed the door open and entered, then said earnestly, the magic within Princess Midia far exceeds my imagination. If we do not control it today, and let her roam freely in the castle, within half a month the entire Ao town will become hell. Zhuanghua was puzzled upon hearing this. How could someone with the ability to freeze only a basement possess such power to endanger the entire Ao town? Lord Zhuanghua does not know Princess Midia's magic is quite special. Her magic is a curse. A curse. Zhuanghua was taken aback. The things encountered today were becoming increasingly fascinating. Indeed, my teacher once told me that a certain curse can be cast before the infant is born, and when this infant is born it will possess innate magical power. This magic not only strengthens day by day, but also has an extremely unique effect. Using their magic to cast summoning spells, one can summon powerful dragons from hell. And this method can ignore the level of a sorceress. However, correspondingly, if it is not stopped, her magic will spread, and this magic tainted with cursed power will drain the life force of anyone who touches it. Hiss! Zhuanghua inhaled sharply, not expecting this special trait of Midia. But Lord Zhuanghua, you need not worry. I have already taught Princess Midia how to control her magic. From now on her magic will no longer spread. That's good. Zhuanghua nodded, looking at Elena with a more serious expression. Elena, you are truly my capable aide. Elena lowered her head, feeling a bit shy. What do you want? If I can do it, I will agree to you. This was Zhuanghua's first serious promise, but Elena shook her head. Lord Zhuanghua, I do not want anything. I just hope you won't drive me away in the future. Drive away? Zhuanghua would be foolish to drive Elena away. This girl was simply a treasure. He could not understand why the nobles in this world were such fools. Whether witches or sorceresses, if utilized properly, they could bring unimaginable benefits. Yet they only thought of destroying them. However, Zhuanghua was not one of the local nobles. He aimed to unify all of the continent. Elena, rest assured. If you do not leave, I will not abandon you. Elena pondered for a moment, though she knew that Zhuanghua did not mean it that way. She went to her room, feeling an overwhelming heat. What is wrong with me daring to fantasize about Lord Zhuanghua? Such a sin. Lord Zhuanghua, I am sorry. Congratulations, host, for successfully summoning a heavy-armored knight. The next day, Zhuanghua finished his rest and set off with Midia, but first returned to the village. No matter what, Elena and Vor were also part of the village, and it was necessary to pack up and say goodbye. Zhuanghua, with so many knights, your family must be quite extraordinary. You must come from a great nation. But why are you still so fixated on the title and territory of our Ryan kingdom? Midia was puzzled. She did not know that Zhuanghua was merely a traveler originating from a great nation in the east, yet in this world, he owned nothing. You don't understand. Zhuanghua sighed and shook his head, saying, a large family means fierce competition. In the great nation I come from, there are 6 years of preliminary exams, 3 years of intermediate exams, and another 3 years for the final exam just to barely qualify. Then one must undergo various assessments to inherit that position. It is too intense. Zhuanghua said helplessly, I don't want to live that kind of life, so I voluntarily came to this place. Do you understand what I mean? Midia did not understand, but she was stimulated by Zhuanghua's words. What kind of powerful kingdom would require such a selection process for candidates? Regardless of the reason, Zhuanghua's identity was certainly not comparable to that of a noble from the Ryan kingdom. She nodded and said, I didn't expect you to be a prince. My apologies. Prince. My mother does like to call me that, but Zhuanghua did not know how to explain, so he chose not to. But to Midia this meant that his past was too cruel, a prince reduced to being in their Ryan kingdom. How pitiful. It's okay. Midia comforted him, saying, if you wish to stay here in the future, I will welcome you. I will also have my father choose a good territory for you this time. Zhuanghua thought to himself, did this girl actually believe in the background he fabricated? However, he had no intention of explaining. He originally had an unclear origin, and having Midia as a cover was even better. Soon Elena and the others bid farewell to the village while Yin Shaoxing set off with the task reward given by Old White. To Yaoyu Town. This border town of the Ryan Kingdom is ruled by the noble Roland Hill. Lord Roland, that mysterious noble, has come out alive, and there is a girl beside him who seems to be Princess Midia. What? Roland was taken aback. It should be known that Midia's castle was home to several witches, and countless knights had once tried to rescue the princess. In the end they all failed. Some even sacrificed their lives, and now a mysterious man not only entered, but also successfully brought out the princess. Lord Roland, I see that man has 5 knights with him, and has recruited 10 attendants from the village. What should we do? Roland was startled. 5 knights, and 10 attendants. This force was enough to take down their Yaoyu town. They must not offend. Just as he was about to make a decision, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was indeed the missing Mou. The witch. A knight beside Roland immediately drew his sword and warned, "What do you want? Stay away from our Lord Roland." "Umph." Mou snorted coldly. With just a gesture, that knight flew backward and crashed hard against the wall. This scene startled Roland. He knew witches were powerful, but he didn't expect the one before him to be so formidable. "Who are you, and what do you want?" But as a noble, his pride did not allow him to bow his head. "I just want to remind Lord Roland. The Princess Midia, who is about to arrive, carries a curse. If she enters Yaoyu Town, then everyone will be cursed to death." As Mou spoke, she looked into Roland's eyes earnestly, saying, "This is not a joke. People will really die." Roland frowned. "That is the Princess Midia, the most favored existence in the Ryan Kingdom. Now this witch actually claims she is cursed. Why should I believe you? It's nothing. The real princess has already died. The current princess is fake. When you see her, you will After all, no one can remain unchanged for 10 years without aging." Mou finished speaking and vanished, leaving her last words in the air. "This is a warning. If you let her enter the city, you will regret it in the future." "My lord." Once the witch left, the knight slowly stood up, but his form was clearly a bit disheveled. Can the witch's words be trusted? "We will know when we see her, but before that, close the city gates." The knight was shocked and trembled, saying, "My lord, are we really going to stop the princess from entering the town? This is the only way to the royal palace. I didn't say to stop her, but if she is not our princess, I must stop her." Roland dared not take the risk. If what the witch said is true, everyone in Yaoyu Town would die, and he would die too. He did not want to die. "Go execute the order." "Yes." After walking for nearly a day, they finally arrived at Yaoyu Town, and the sky was already darkening. It must be said that even though it is only the size of a county, its territory cannot be ignored. "Lord Zhuanghua, the city gate is closed. Go knock on the door." Were nodded, and then came to the city gate, shouting loudly. To the guards above, "The one who saved Princess Midia, Lord Zhuanghua, is here with Princess Midia and needs to enter the city. Please open the city gate." The people above did not respond, remaining silent. Damn it. Vor's face turned ugly. He did not expect the guards of Yaoyu Town to be so stubborn. "You up there, did a dog bite your ears? Didn't you hear my words? The princess wants to enter the city, and you want to—" The people on the city wall remained silent. Damn bastards. Vor wanted to curse angrily, but he was only Zhuanghua's attendant, and did not dare to cause trouble, only able to report back. "Are the people of Yaoyu Town this arrogant? My lord, should I go and smash their city gate?" Tai stepped forward to volunteer. But this frightened Midia because she saw a hint of movement on Zhuanghua's face. "Zhuanghua, don't rush," Midia hurriedly advised. "Let me try. After all, I am also the princess of the Ryan Kingdom, and the nobles here all know me." "All right. Better to avoid trouble." However, as Midia approached, the people on the city wall finally responded. Which dares to impersonate the princess? Do you think our eyes are blind? The princess looked like this 10 years ago, and do you think she still looks the same 10 years later? Leave quickly, or don't blame us for being rude." No, Midia fell silent, as she had been sleeping in the prince's castle all this time. 10 years is just a moment, as she did not think there was anything wrong with not changing. "I am truly Princess Midia. I remember that the lord of Yaoyu Town is Baron Roland. Please ask him to meet me. A witch wants to see Lord Roland. I think you are seeking death. Get lost." Midia fell silent. Zhuanghua noticed this, and brought her back, to which Midia said sadly, "Zhuanghua, is that all?" Zhuanghua laughed heartily, comforting her. "This is not your fault. It is because the people of Yaoyu Town are preparing to rebel." "Oh, is that why?" "Of course," Zhuanghua said seriously. "If that were not the case, why would they not verify your identity, but instead directly insult you and refuse to open the door? Perhaps it is because my appearance hasn't changed." "No." Zhuanghua shook his head. "If that were the case, they should have reported to your father, instead of taking matters into their own hands here. So I deduce that they are rebelling." Upon hearing Zhuanghua's analysis, Midia suddenly understood, but she gritted her teeth and said, "Then what should we do? If we don't enter the city, we cannot go to the palace." This is the only way. No worry, since it is a rebellion, we shall suppress it. Zhuang Hua waved his hand. He planned to exchange a bounty for a title, while also suppressing the rebellion to showcase his strength to Midia's father, ensuring he wouldn't dare to be stingy later. Suppress it. Just watch. After finishing his words, Zhuang Hua called over Tai Yi and ordered, "The Lord of Ao Town has rebelled. Capturing Ao Town is your task for today." Yes. Tai Yi did not hesitate or ask why, he just needed to execute the order. Fortunately, Ao Town was only a small town with low walls and thin gates. Tai Yi directly picked up his bow and shot an arrow at the wall. Thud! A hapless soldier fell dead on the spot. The Lord of Ao Town has betrayed the Ryan Kingdom and is a heinous traitor. Now we serve in the name of Lord Zhuang Hua together with the princess to punish the Lord of Ao Town. We now warn the soldiers and citizens of Ao Town, anyone who dares to resist alongside the traitors will be killed without mercy. Let it not be said that we did not warn you. My lord. The knight beside Roland looked at the soldier lying on the ground and thought that from such a distance even he couldn't achieve that. What are you panicking for? They are just talking nonsense. Who would believe them? Since they dare to act, we must not let them in. We should retaliate as soon as they approach. I will go rest for a bit. Roland did not believe that a mere dozen of them could take his territory. This is it. After Roland left, he looked at all the soldiers and said, "Get your spirits up, everyone, prepare for battle." My lord, is that really not the princess? No. The knight glared at the man and coldly said, "Damn Charles, if you keep talking nonsense, I will cut you down right now." Understood, my lord. The knight then looked down at the city gates, but at that moment 5 knights came riding over from the opposite side. Just as he was shocked, those 5 knights bent their bows and drew arrows, and only then did he react. Get down, get down. But his warning came too late. Instantly 5 guards fell to the ground, shot by arrows. This stimulated everyone. They hadn't fought a war in years, and suddenly 5 people were dead. No 6. Fear began to swell in their hearts. Don't be afraid, there are only a dozen of them. They only dare to shoot arrows from the shadows. As soon as they enter the city, we can retaliate. The knight hurriedly reassured them. When he saw everyone's emotions stabilize slightly, he cautiously peeked up, but before he could fully expose himself, an arrow shot towards him. If he hadn't been wearing a helmet, he might have died on the spot, but even so his helmet was struck and created a significant... It made his head ache. But he didn't dare to take it off, otherwise in the next moment his head would be pierced. Who exactly are these people? Tai Yi did not wait for him to figure it out. After leaving 2 men to suppress the situation, he commanded Voer and 10 others to find a sturdy piece of wood. Break open the city gate. Yes. Voer and the others did not hesitate. They had followed Zhuang Hua, so war was inevitable. They just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. However, seeing the guards on the city wall who dared not show themselves, Voer and the others felt a surge of confidence, realizing that even these oppressors of the common people were frightened by Lord Tai Yi. Use all your strength, don't embarrass Lord Zhuang Hua. And don't be afraid. Lord Tai Yi is right behind us. Once we break through the gate, we will charge in together. Charge. With Voer rallying them on, everyone put their full strength into crashing against the city gate. With one powerful strike, the gate was smashed open and Tai Yi and his companions rushed in, cutting down the guards at the gate in a single sweep. Follow Lord Tai Yi and charge in. Voer also drew his waist sword and rushed in with everyone. My lord, what happened below? Not good. The knight heard the noise, which was clearly the sound of the gate being smashed open. How could they be so fast? Quick, come with me to support. However, just as a guard stood up, he was struck down by arrows. The others dared not move. You all. Kill. At that moment, shouts of battle came from the nearby stairs as 3 heavily armored knights led 10 soldiers rushing up. It was Tai Yi and the others. Damn it. Everyone get up and block them, or we'll all die. They had over 50 people here, and the opposition had only a dozen. Could they not fight back? However, as soon as someone stood up, they were shot by arrows from outside the city, and everyone fell silent. The princess has ordered that those who surrender will not be killed. But if you continue to resist alongside the traitors, there is only one path: death. Once these words were spoken, the ordinary soldiers began to surrender, with only the knight gripping his shining sword, refusing to give up. My lord, surrender, otherwise you will surely die. The knight kicked the one urging him down, coldly stating, I am Roland's knight, I will never surrender. Come on, you're the leader, right? Let's have a duel. I will grant you that. Tai Yi admired his loyalty, then ordered those below to cease fire, and directly engaged in combat with that knight. Though both were armored, Tai Yi wore traditional armor that offered great mobility and decent defense, and he was immensely powerful. He was far beyond the knight before him. The moment their weapons clashed, the tremendous force sent the knight's sword flying. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. I rest in peace. Tai Yi kicked the knight down, and then slashed at the gap. Despite the armor, it was still severed. This scene was bloody and shocking enough. This is the fate of a traitor. Now tell me, where is the Lord of Ao town? And Master Lord Roland is at his residence. Oh, I will take you there. Good. Saying this, Tai looked at Voer and said, this ends here. Go fetch our master and the princess inside, and I will bring Roland here. Yes. Outside the city, Zhuanghua said casually, Midia, haven't we just entered the city? Entering the city indeed. But why was it by force? Midia had been raised in an aristocratic education since childhood, even if Ao town misunderstood her. But one should clear their name and enter with dignity. However now, what's the matter? Surprised by my Zhuanghua noticed Midia's silence and chuckled lightly. Let me tell you, a country's attitude towards treacherous ministers must be firm. Otherwise the royal family's dignity will vanish completely. Off. Midia said in confusion, is that so? I remember the Roland family respected my father very much. That was just a facade. Zhuanghua sneered. You saw it just now. They clearly recognized you, but still framed you. That is rebellion. He no longer regards the Ryan family with any respect. Midia was taken aback. Is that true? Don't be sad with me here. I will definitely help the Ryan kingdom cleanse the traitors. Zhuanghua was secretly pleased. The more pests there were in the Ryan kingdom, the better, as he planned to clean them all out in the future. At that time he would dominate, and the Ryan kingdom would be his to control. However, he would never say such things. Inside the city, Tai had already brought Roland before Zhuanghua. My lord, the traitor Roland is here. Please give your orders. Good. Zhuanghua nodded, then asked, is he alone? What about the other members of the Roland family? They have been apprehended. Good. Only then did Zhuanghua smile satisfactorily as he looked at Roland and said, back then you sent someone to the village to meet me, saying that when I rescued the princess you would treat me to a meal. But today when the princess and I arrived, you kept us at the door. This is a grave insult deserving of death. After finishing, Zhuanghua waved his hand and said, send my orders, execute all members of the Roland family, and behead Roland as a public display. This is the fate of opposing the princess. Midia instantly fell silent. Was it really necessary to go this far? Roland looked bewildered, and then struggled, saying, no, according to the will of the gods, nobles cannot be killed. You cannot kill me. God say. Zhuanghua scoffed, looking at Midia, and then at Roland, saying, when you slandered the princess, you had already sealed your fate. Tai, stop the chatter, just kill him. Wait. Midia said with a puzzled expression, Zhuanghua, even though they misunderstood me, it doesn't warrant a death sentence. Our Ryan kingdom has never executed a noble. Princess. Zhuanghua said sternly, these people have accused you of being a witch. If it weren't for my abilities today, you might have been captured and burned alive by them. You would plead for such people. But, kneeling, Roland saw Midia hesitate, and hurriedly explained loudly, Your Highness, I was also misled. Someone told me you are a witch, and if you entered the city, everyone in Ao town would die. I had no choice, please forgive me. Who told you? Zhuanghua asked coldly. Roland hesitated and replied, It was a witch. A witch? Ha ha ha. Zhuanghua laughed uncontrollably upon hearing this, then scolded, Do you understand what a witch represents in the kingdom? The princess was imprisoned by a witch, and now you actually collude with a witch. Tai, the evidence is irrefutable, kill him. No. Roland's face changed drastically upon hearing this. He never expected things would escalate to this point. Midia also hesitated. Zhuanghua directly grabbed her shoulders, stared into her eyes, and said word by word, Princess, mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. Do you want a day when the kingdom is overthrown and you and your father become prisoners of these nobles? No. Midia trembled at the thought of that scene. So, Zhuanghua emphasized, when dealing with enemies you must eradicate them to avoid future troubles. Tai, take action. Roland wanted to say something else, but Tai had already covered his mouth. No, as a mere baron with only 2 knights under him, one of whom was old, how could he overthrow a kingdom? But now it was too late. The man beside the princess was like a demon having bewitched her. What awaited him was puff. Tai's knife was extremely sharp, easily severing the noble's head. Midia saw this and said with a heavy expression, One noble has died. What if the gods punish us? What shall we do? Again with the gods. When Alina was burned, those people also spoke of praying for the gods' forgiveness. Now, even Midia feared the gods' punishment. However, Zhuanghua, as a descendant of Yinhuang, looked down upon such fears. Gods may exist, but they must never surpass humanity. If the gods truly punish, then he wouldn't have died, and if the gods truly have a spirit, then he deserves 100 deaths. All right. Zhuanghua did not continue patting Midia's shoulder. He smiled and said, It's getting late. Let's rest early. We still have a journey ahead tomorrow. Midia nodded. However, as she looked at Zhuanghua, who was relaxed and content, a sense of worry crept into her heart. This prince from a great nation, was he a blessing or a curse for the Ryan kingdom? Princess, the baron's residence has been prepared. I will take you there. Alina. Midia looked at the girl before her and asked, Has Zhuanghua always been like this? What kind of person? disrespecting the gods, showing no reverence for life. Hearing this, Alina smiled slightly and replied softly, Princess, I don't understand all this, but I know that Lord Zhuanghua is the only one who can accept the existence of witches and sorceresses. As for whether he respects the gods, I don't know, but he is my god. Princess, let's go, it's getting dark. Upon arriving at Roland's residence, Tai Yi respectfully reported, My lord, all members of the Roland family have been executed, and we have seized 5 gold coins, several jewels, and 3 pounds of food. Good. Take all the gold coins, sell the jewels, keep some food, and distribute the rest to the common people. But investigate thoroughly if food should only be given to the poor and not a single grain to the wealthy. Yes. After Tai Yi left, a system panel appeared before Zhuanghua. Ding. Detected that the host has conquered Aoyu Town. Aoyu Town has fallen. It can be occupied. Do you wish to occupy it? Is this how one can occupy territory? However, Zhuanghua did not confirm. He had observed Aoyu Town, and its geographical position was poor with scarce mineral resources and a small population. If it were to be used as his base without natural defenses and without resources, it was not a good place. No. Ding. Host refused to occupy. The system automatically falls. Ding. Host has successfully conquered an enemy territory for the first time. Reward infinite space. Infinite space can store any items except living beings indefinitely. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the first conquest. Task system. Malfunction. Oh no, not this. Ding. System correction. Final reward 100 cubic meters of storage space. Zhuanghua was too exhausted to complain. After all, his infinite space represented immense power. But now it had been forcibly reduced to 100 cubic meters, a significant drop. System, what on earth is going on? Unfortunately, the system did not respond. Forget it. Ultimately, having a system was better than just a basic summoning ability. He was also worried about how to carry so much gold and food. Now it became simple. Arriving at the warehouse with a mere wave of his hand, everything instantly vanished from sight. Another wave and 10,000 pounds of food appeared out of thin air before him. Tai Yi organized the distribution tomorrow, but make sure to tell them who provided it. Doing good deeds anonymously isn't my style. I want to be known for my benevolence, to let this world know who is truly destined for greatness. In the evening, as soon as the time arrived, Zhuanghua could hardly wait to begin summoning. System summon knights. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully summoned 3 heavy armored knights. Super critical hit. Zhuanghua was overjoyed. Now he had 8 heavy armored knights under his command, and his earlier frustrations with the system vanished in an instant. If he could summon like this every night, he wouldn't need to go through such trouble. He could directly sweep through with 10,000 heavy cavalry. Which nation would dare complain? Annihilation would be the answer. Never mind, I intend to manage the world, not to be its destroyer. Time to rest. The next day, Midia woke up to the chaotic sounds outside with shouts of "Long live Lord Zhuanghua." What happened? Princess, Lord Zhuanghua is distributing food to the poor in Aoyu Town with his knights. Distributing food. Midia was puzzled. She did not understand Zhuanghua's intentions. But when she saw the joyous faces of the people in the square, she fell silent. Princess, the Roland family has been rampant in Aoyu Town. Since I have removed them, I naturally must compensate the oppressed people. So taking the liberty to distribute the food to these people will help them survive the impending winter. You did the right thing. Midia glanced over the excited faces and said seriously, Zhuanghua, you are far superior to those vile nobles of the Roland family. Not just in strength, but also in kindness. After all, only Zhuanghua, capable of annihilating an entire family, could still remember the plight of these poor people. Even her father would probably not think this far. It is all for the prince's peace of mind. Since you're up, let us continue our journey. After taking Aoyu Town, Zhuanghua no longer rode Tai Yi's warhorse, but instead sat on a luxurious carriage. To be honest, although he was merely a lord of a town, Roland truly knew how to enjoy life. This carriage was exquisitely decorated, and the horses pulling it were also magnificent steeds. Princess, there is only one carriage. Is it okay for us to share? It's fine. Midia shifted slightly to the side, and Zhuanghua sat down without hesitation. Riding a horse couldn't compare to riding in a carriage. Let's set off. Let's go. 8 heavy armored knights guarded the sides, followed by 10 light armored attendants led by Vor. The entire entourage exuded luxury. Meanwhile, the citizens of Aoyu Town looked at the retreating figures with newfound respect and hope in their eyes. Leaving Aoyu Town, they would reach Dana City in 2 days, which managed the 3 towns in the southwest. Aoyu Town was one of them. Only after passing Dana City could they reach the royal city in another 2 days. By the way, Zhuanghua, I have something I want to discuss with you. Oh. Midia had not spoken at all along the way, so his sudden words caught him off guard. Princess, please go ahead. When we reach Dana City, if there are misunderstandings, could you allow me to communicate first? Don't attack the city directly. Zhuanghua chuckled. It seemed Midia was worried he would annihilate the Roland family as he had done yesterday. All right, I will follow the princess' wishes. But if they dare to disrespect the princess, I will not hold back. They must pay the price for their actions. Midia felt touched. After all, Zhuang Hua was also a prince of a nation. Although he had traveled far, his identity remained. Yet despite this, he still chose to treat her with chivalry and protect her. This warmed Midia's heart. However, Zhuang Hua's thirst for blood was too strong. Just because of a misunderstanding, he would annihilate an entire family, which was too cruel. If the gods were to blame him in the future, she would surely feel guilty. Hence, she wanted to lessen Zhuang Hua's sins. Thank you. You're welcome. Zhuang Hua was indifferent, but at that moment the convoy stopped. What happened? Lord Zhuang Hua stepped forward to explain, there is a forest ahead that is our necessary route. Tai, you lead the men to scout ahead. If there is no danger, we will continue forward. Understood. Zhuang Hua nodded, glancing at the sky. It was getting late. He said, let's rest here for a while, and yes. Ver went down to make arrangements. Princess, please get off the carriage. Thank you. Elena, who had been following them, felt a bit uncomfortable seeing their interaction. Clearly she was the one who met Lord Zhuang Hua first, yet now it appeared that the princess was closer to him. She felt a sense of loss. Are you sad? Jealous? Do you want to take back your Lord Zhuang Hua, who should belong to you? Elena frowned, looking around. Everyone seemed normal. So whose voice was that in her mind? Could it be the witch? She recalled the witches who had escaped from the castle. If they were here, wouldn't that pose danger? No way. Don't move. Oh, I won't harm your Lord Zhuang Hua. Don't you want to get rid of that damn Midia? She has taken everything from you. Standing next to Lord Zhuang Hua should be you. It should be you. Elena fell silent. She looked at Zhuang Hua and Midia, then clenched her teeth in her heart, and responded, don't dream. I won't betray Lord Zhuang Hua. Foolish. I will come again. Oh, just wait. The longer you wait, the more you will lose him forever. Elena was silent, but the next moment she smiled and hurriedly said, Lord Zhuang Hua, I will help you roast meat. Meanwhile, in a nearby tree, Mou was glaring at the position of Zhuang Hua, and the others, her expression extremely grim. This witch could actually teach Midia to control the magic within her body, and she wanted to incite her to act against Midia. But she had failed. What a foolish woman. There is no space for witches and sorceresses in this world. If they do not grow strong and gather together, they will eventually be burned to ashes by the nobles and the church. Oomph. She snorted coldly, then gritted her teeth, and said, do you think this means I cannot do anything? This forest will be your grave. The demon dragon will surely descend. My lord, there are no anomalies in the forest. We can proceed. Good, let's eat something first. Zhuang Hua was not in a hurry. While eating, he asked Midia, Princess, how much do you know about the Ryan Kingdom? Of course, this is a necessary preparation for serving the Ryan Kingdom as its lord in the future. You are quite thoughtful. Midia felt a sense of nostalgia, yet she helplessly replied, my understanding of the Ryan Kingdom is all from 10 years ago. The Ryan Kingdom seems vast with its 4 cities and 10 towns, but in reality it is not. To the north lies the powerful Hill Kingdom, whose territory is 10 times ours. To the west, the Orc tribes are entrenched. If it weren't for the coalition set up by the Hill Kingdom, we would have long. However, those are past events. Midia said seriously, with the strength of the coalition, perhaps the Orcs have already been driven deep into the mountains. Moreover, our country primarily provides resources and logistics. We seldom engage in battle. I see. Zhuang Hua nodded, realizing that the Ryan Kingdom is merely a subordinate of the Hill Kingdom. Besides the Hill Kingdom, there is also the Temple Knights in the central continent. If our defenses falter, they will not stand idly by. The Temple Knights. Yet another new force, it seems related to religion by its name. Zhuang Hua could sense that in this world the influence of religion was ever present. From his knowledge of medieval history, kings needed the Pope's approval for their coronations. A true theocracy era. Are they very powerful? Rumor has it that the Temple Knights are composed of over 10,000 knights, led by the 10 Round Table Knights. They once personally besieged and exterminated a witch organization that attempted to overthrow the continent. The witches are not comparable to the likes of Mou. Each of them is a high-level witch capable of summoning dragon spirits. At this point, admiration filled Midia's eyes, but she felt dejected thinking of the magic power within her. The Ryan Kingdom despises witches precisely because of the assassination order issued by the temple. If not for my father hiding it back, then perhaps I. Midia didn't finish her sentence, but Zhuang Hua understood her meaning. Before the temple, even a princess had no rights. Elena behind her also had a gloomy expression, as witches were also on the temple's assassination list. Don't think too much. Seeing their solemn expressions, Zhuang Hua comforted. The temple is 100,000 miles away. As long as I am here, no one will use your identities against you. Regardless of whether they are witches or sorceresses, to me, they are all living beings. I do not condone the temple's one-size-fits-all approach. Shoo. Midia hurriedly covered Zhuang Hua's mouth. She felt her action was improper and quickly withdrew. Some things should not be said carelessly. It would be bad if someone overheard. Indeed, Lord Zhuanghua, we cannot put you in danger because of us. Enough. Zhuanghua waved his hand impatiently. No need for sentimental words. You just know that as long as I'm here, nothing will happen to you. That is enough. Upon hearing this, the two women looked at Zhuanghua with gentler gazes. Alright, it's getting late. Let's continue and find a place to rest soon. Okay. In fact, Zhuanghua did not take the temple to heart. He himself had at least one heavy cavalry every day, and each one was as skilled as Iron One, as evidenced by the battle in Ao town. When they faced ordinary knights, it was a total rout. Once he gradually developed what would the temple knights be, he would then claim that the knights were the true heretics, and they would have to kneel and admit it. Thank you, Zhuanghua. In the carriage, Midia thanked him again. This made Zhuanghua smirk, then seriously said, Princess, there is no need to keep saying thank you. Actions speak louder than words. What do you mean? Think about it yourself. Think. Midia fell into contemplation. The group also entered the forest, but as night fell they could not exit the woods. They simply found a place to set up camp. Lord Zhuanghua, a little girl has come outside. A little girl? Zhuanghua was puzzled. Where could a little girl come from in these remote mountains? Yet he still waved, saying, I'll go take a child who appeared to be 7 or 8 years old, wearing a little red hat draped in a red cloak, holding a basket, looking quite pitiful. But this outfit, why does it seem so familiar? Little Red Riding Hood and Grandma. Little girl, what are you? Sir, I was out gathering wild vegetables and unexpectedly got lost in the forest. If I don't return, Grandma will surely be worried. I'm so scared. Sure enough, it really is Little Red Riding Hood and Grandma. I just wonder if that grandma is decent. He did not respond directly, but turned to Tai and asked, during your patrol of the forest today, did you find any villages? My lord, not far away there are indeed signs of habitation, but it is not on our route, so I did not go there. Elena. Zhuanghua pointed at Little Red Riding Hood and directly said, can you detect if she has any magical power? Alright. Elena, although a healing which could still perform detection of magical power. However, after the examination, Elena discovered she was merely a mortal. In that case, Tai take 2 attendants and escort her back. Understood. After they left, Elena looked in the direction they departed with some confusion. The forest was fraught with danger. Why would a little girl be here, all alone? Does this relate to the witches from during the day? Elena, what are you daydreaming about? Go rest early. Yes. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I won't. As long as Lord Zhuanghua is fine, nothing else matters. Night quickly enveloped the camp. Tai and the others had been gone for nearly 2 hours. They should have returned by now, even if they had gone far. However, until dawn they did not return. Could it be that Little Red Riding Hood's grandma kept them for dinner? Forget it. With Tai's strength, ordinary witches cannot harm him. He should be fine. System summon a knight. For important matters I can summon again. Ding. Congratulations, the host has successfully summoned a Holy Light Knight. Wait. Zhuanghua was taken aback. It was not a heavy cavalry, but a Holy Light Knight. This sounds different. What on earth is a Holy Light Knight? At that moment a flash of golden light passed, and a knight appeared before him. However, this knight turned out to be Knight Alice, at your service, master. Alice is different from Tai and the others. She embodies a pure Western image with golden hair, blue eyes, and adorned in golden armor. At first glance, she seemed to be the embodiment of justice, a manifestation of light. Alice, what a lovely name. From today onward you shall guard my side. A striking knight, naturally a royal guard, while Tai could continue as a general in battle. Yes, my lord. Alice respectfully bowed without a hint of hesitation. However, at that moment Alice's gaze turned toward the darkness, and she said seriously, my lord, I see a battle not far away, along with a trace of magical energy. You can sense magical energy. This was a skill that Tai did not possess. Alice nodded, explaining, as a Holy Light Knight, it is part of my essential training. Just like the witch and sorceress beside you, I can sense them with ease. Though they are pitifully weak. Zhuanghua's mouth twitched, but it was true that Elena and Midia were indeed weak, lacking combat power. My lord, if we do not participate in the battle, your knight may be trapped there. Oh. Zhuanghua raised an eyebrow, realizing that Tai was in trouble, which explained why he had not returned for so long. Indeed, go and save him. Alice did not move. Zhuanghua questioned, why aren't you going? My lord commanded me to guard you. If I leave, you would be in danger. When my lord's commands conflict, my duty is to protect you. Alright. Such loyalty, immense with such a devoted knight, how could Zhuanghua let her down? In that case, take me with you. Tai and the others are guarding here. It should be safe. Yes. Saying this, Alice effortlessly lifted Zhuanghua onto her horse's back, and then galloped. Tai, protect the princess, and Elena, I shall return shortly. Alice moved swiftly, and even in the darkness her speed did not diminish, and she did not lose her way. Here we are. Zhuanghua looked ahead, and saw a sea of flames with hundreds of villagers huddled together, softly sobbing. And Little Red Riding Hood was among them. My lord, is that you? What happened? Zhuanghua asked with a An elderly woman beside Little Red Riding Hood trembled as she spoke. My lord, after your night brought Little Red Riding Hood back, 2 witches appeared here. They were powerful, setting the village ablaze and attempting to kill. Thankfully your knight held them back. But he is trapped over there, and we cannot rescue him. The old woman was somewhat anxious, and the surrounding villagers knelt in fear, worried that Zhuang Hua would... It's all right. You all wait here. I will go understand those witches and return to settle you. Alice. Upon hearing this, Alice stood straight and said earnestly, My lord, please command me. Let us go rescue him. The two immediately headed toward Tai Yi, and upon arrival, they saw a massive vine cage with fierce flames surrounding it. 2 attendants had already collapsed. Only Tai Yi was tirelessly chopping at the cage. Although he could break it, it would quickly heal, and he would be attacked by the flames outside. Not far away, 2 witches were continuously casting spells. My lord, Tai Yi, do not fear. Tai Yi was the first knight he summoned, and frankly Zhuang Hua valued him the most. He must not come to harm. Understood. Alice stepped forward slowly, drawing her holy sword, and then looked at the 2 witches coldly, stating, My name is Alice, a holy light knight under my lord's command. You who kill innocents at will, your crimes are unforgivable. In the name of the holy light, I sentence you to death. What holy light knight? I have never heard of it. One witch sneered, Just another 10 can you cross this blazing flame? Homp. Alice lightly snorted, directly swinging her holy sword, and then a stream of sword energy cut through the flames ahead. In an instant, the flames extinguished and the vines disappeared. How is this possible? No, the other witch exclaimed, widening her eyes. Could she be a knight of the holy temple? Indeed, only someone from the holy temple can break our magic. What should we do? The 2 witches exchanged glances without a moment's hesitation and turned to flee, trying to escape. Tai Yi, emerging from the cage, looked at the fleeing witches, quickly drew the longbow from his back, nocked an arrow, and shot in one smooth motion. Whoosh. The arrow arrived in an instant. The witch attempted to cast a teleportation spell, but failed, leaving her defenseless. However, her defensive magic could not stop Tai Yi's arrow. Thud. The arrow pierced through her shoulder. How could I not use it? There are no damned witches here. In the name of the holy light's judgment, you still wish to escape. But Alice spoke up, swinging her long sword, instantly vanishing and reappearing beside the other witch. With a single strike, the battle ended. The other witch looked on in despair, but gritted her teeth and said to Zhuang Hua, You truly are different, O Lord Magic Moon underestimated you. However, your presence here proves that you underestimated Lord Magic Moon. My. Zhuang Hua frowned, realizing it was indeed that witch who still had not given up. But he was not worried, as Tai Yi and the others were around. With 7 heavy armored knights, even Magic Moon could not succeed. You talk too much. Kill her. Zhuang Hua waved his hand, and just then Tai Yi arrived, slashing down, beheading the witch. Zhuang Hua was not cruel. He did not oppose witches, but these witches would kill innocent civilians to achieve. Those who view life as worthless in his eyes only have a dead end awaiting them. Alice, can you extinguish the fire over there in the village? I am sorry. Alice knelt on one knee, explaining, My lord, I can only dispel magical barriers. That is real fire. I cannot do anything about it. Is that all? Zhuang Hua felt somewhat disappointed, thinking that Alice could also cast spells. Then it shall be as it is. Saying this, he looked at Tai Yi. Are you all right? Tai Yi shook his head, saying, My lord, I only have a minor injury. I just need Miss Elena to heal me when we return. But the village over there. Let us go take a look. Upon reaching the village, the villagers all rushed out and knelt on the ground. Thank you, my lord, for your assistance. We are deeply grateful, but now the village has been destroyed, and there is nothing to repay you. All right. Zhuang Hua looked at everyone and said, My name is Zhuang Hua, and I have completed the bounty of the Kingdom of Ryan, rescuing Princess Midia. I am about to become the Lord of the Kingdom of Ryan. Since your village is gone, are you willing to follow me? Thank you for your mercy, my lord. Get up. Zhuang Hua waved his hand and said seriously, Survival is the most important thing, but I have to go to the royal city this time and cannot take all of you with me. However, I will leave enough food for you, and then take half of the able-bodied. How about we settle you once we know about the territory? Thank you, my lord. The villagers all knelt down while the girl in the red hat stared at Zhuang Hua with curiosity. There were only over 100 villagers in this village with no more than 30 able-bodied men, and Zhuang Hua took 10 of them directly. Then he left 10,000 jeans of grain at the village entrance, enough for the village to eat for half a year. At that moment, Alice, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, pointing towards the direction of the camp. There is a large wave of magical power over there and many abyssal creatures. Zhuang Hua frowned. It must be the actions of the demon moon. After quickly arranging the villagers, he let Alice lead him back. The camp. The demon moon was also anxious, having already learned of the situation in the village. The existence of a suspected temple knight had completely disrupted her plans. Now she must capture Midia before Zhuang Hua and the others return. The demon dragon must be mine. While summoning magical creatures to launch a large-scale attack, she also used magic to seduce Elena. What are you hesitating for? As long as you take advantage of the chaos to capture Midia, Zhuanghua will return. Standing by his side will always be you. Don't you want to possess him? Hep. Elena scoffed in her heart and calmly replied, if you don't understand my thoughts, then stop trying to seduce me. Stupid. But Elena had no intention of responding. She protected Midia behind her and began to chant continuously. Then beams of healing light fell upon the knights and their attendants in battle, instantly sweeping away their wounds and fatigue. Well done, Elena. Tyre felt the change in his body and shouted, eliminate all these magical creatures and find the witch's location for me. I want to kill her. Yes. In the shadows, the demon moon felt a chill run down her spine. These people were too bloodthirsty. Even though she was a witch, she felt that the magical creatures she summoned seemed docile in front of these knights. I can find her. At that moment, Midia, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up seriously. When the demon moon trapped me, she cast magic on me, and I can control my magic to find her direction. Over there. Midia suddenly pointed in a direction, and Tyre wasted no time picking up a torch, and sure enough, the figure of the demon moon was there, and Elena was not slow either, immediately casting a confinement spell. I will continue to search for you. The demon moon did not linger and vanished instantly. If Elena had waited to cast the confinement spell, it would only take a moment for the 7 knights to chop her into pieces. Just at that moment, Alice returned with Zhuang, while looking at the disordered camp and the corpses of the magical creatures. Clearly the battle had ended not long ago. My lord, Lord Zhuanghua, are you all right? Zhuanghua did not inquire about the battle results, but instead showed concern for everyone's injuries, which deepened their respect for him. My lord, I was unable to prevent the witch from escaping. Lord Zhuanghua, it was my confinement spell that was too slow. Zhuanghua smiled, looking at everyone who was actively admitting their faults, and said disapprovingly, it's just a witch, is she really worth this? Get up, everyone. Clean up and rest well, we need to continue our journey tomorrow. Zhuanghua, who is this? Unlike the others, Midia's gaze fell on Alice, who stood behind Zhuanghua with a cold expression. This attire, this aura made her inexplicably think of people from the temple. If that were the case, the magical power she possessed would surely bring danger to Zhuanghua. She is my bodyguard, the Holy Light Knight, Alice. Holy Light Knight. Midia's pupils contracted. This title was closely related to the temple. Although she had not heard of it, it was undoubtedly dangerous. Seeing her anxious demeanor, Zhuanghua smiled and said, Midia, you don't need to be nervous. Alice is mine and won't harm you. Alice slightly nodded but did not respond. This surprised Midia. It should be known that those people from the temple would not care who you were. As long as you were a witch, they would seek to kill you. But now this suspected knight of the temple not only did not do that, but was also Zhuanghua's person. How powerful was the country Zhuanghua was originally from to have these people serve him? All right, then I will go rest. Midia did not say much. After lying down, she thought about how Zhuanghua had so many powerful knights. Did he really deserve to become the lord of the Ryan kingdom? Zhuanghua naturally did not know her thoughts. After being busy for so long, he was also tired and fell asleep directly. The next day, after Elena healed Tai E and 2 attendants, the group set out again. This time Zhuanghua had 9 knights, 20 attendants, and with Midia and Elena the group reached a total of 30. What they did not know was that the events in Ao town and the village had already reached Dana City. The lord of Dana City was Count Burson, who had 5 knights and 200 attendants under his command. The current Ryan kingdom was far from the Ryan kingdom of the past. Although Elena understood some of the situation in the kingdom, the changes among the nobles in the group were still too superficial. Lord Burson, my informant, has reported that the noble named Zhuanghua is quite extraordinary. Even the demon moon woman has suffered considerable losses at his hands. Now that he has rescued the princess, he will surely become the lord of our Ryan kingdom in the future. How should we after all, the situation in Ao town is there. Simply refusing entry resulted in Zhuanghua raiding and annihilating families. This is an unprecedented shock to these nobles in the Ryan kingdom. This person is a dangerous element. If we offend him, I fear. Humph. Burson snorted coldly, interrupting his subordinate and saying, our Dana City is not Ao town, and I am not that waste Roland. This guy dares to kill nobles. He is at odds with the entire continent, and his actions will surely be punished by the gods. But the subordinate hesitated and said, the princess is still with him. Should we also learn from Roland and refuse her entry? Oh, what should I say to you? Has your brain broken? The princess must be welcomed into the city. I don't want to make her unhappy, otherwise the king will scold me. However, Burson snorted coldly, his tone growing heavier. There just happens to be a church steward in the city. Perhaps he can take action and teach that rogue a good lesson. No matter how strong he is, he wouldn't dare to go against the gods' right. Dana City. Zhuanghua initially thought there would be a fierce war of words, but to his surprise, as soon as they arrived, they found the main gates wide open. Moreover, the lord of Dana City, Count Basin, was already waiting there. Princess Midia, I Basin, pay my respects to you. There is no need for such formalities, Count Basin. Midia smiled slightly, realizing that not everyone was as contentious as Roland, and Dana City seemed to have fewer disputes. I presume this is the esteemed Zhuang Hua who saved the princess. Count Basin focused his gaze on Zhuang Hua and the attendants behind him. He was momentarily taken aback when he noticed the 8 knights and 20 attendants. However, that was not all. When he saw the figure of Alice standing protectively behind Zhuang Hua like a spear, his eyes went wide in surprise. This lady, hee. Zhuang Hua chuckled lightly at Bison's expression, saying, "It seems Count Basin is quite interested in Alice. She is my bodyguard and a powerful paladin." Paladin. However, Basin noticed the unique insignia on Alice's armor, which clearly belonged to the church. Could it be that Alice was a knight of the temple? But how could a knight of the temple be by Zhuang Hua's side? If that were the case, the church steward he had arranged would not be. Just then 3 figures emerged from the city, dressed in missionary garb, the leading one holding a scripture and approaching slowly. "Your Highness, I am the church steward Sphere, paying my respects to you." "Steward Sphere, a pleasure to meet you." Midia smiled even more, and until now the atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious, suggesting that conflict was unlikely to arise. Just as he thought this, Sphere turned to Zhuang Hua, and in a cold tone said, "You must be Zhuang Hua, right? What is your instruction?" Zhuang Hua felt that Sphere's gaze was off, and he was somewhat puzzled, as it seemed he had. Sphere snorted coldly, saying, "Although you saved the princess, contributing to the kingdom, you acted on your own accord to kill Baron Roland and his family, which is indeed a grave sin. The divine has delivered a decree: nobles must not be killed. Do you not know this?" Zhuang Hua understood that Sphere was defending Roland, and it was the first time he had seen someone come to the aid of the deceased. Zhuang Hua casually replied, "Roland framed the princess and intended to rebel. Did I do wrong in killing him?" Intent to rebel. This was a rather fresh term for Sphere and the others. Here, although the nobles harbored ambitions to harm the royal family, they did so discreetly. Even if discovered, the royal family would seek other excuses for punishment. However, directly accusing someone of rebellion and executing their entire family exceeded their tolerance. Nonsense. Nobles are loyal and are the children of God. How could they do such things? Sphere scoffed, saying, "And you, wielding your blade against innocent citizens, have invoked divine wrath upon yourself." Sphere, Zhuang Hua acted to protect me, and, "Your Highness." Sphere interrupted Midia directly and said bluntly, "There is no need for explanations. This person not only harmed Roland, but also harbors a witch." A witch? Elena trembled all over. Had she been exposed? This was a steward of the church, respected even among nobles in the kingdom, yet now this steward accused her. What should she do? Sphere, it is not like that. Midia attempted to explain, but Sphere coldly said, "Princess, do you also intend to shield heretics?" "She is not a heretic." "Then is that young lady a witch?" Sphere pointed directly at Elena. This made Midia fall silent for a moment, but she still firmly said, "She is different, and that is—" Sphere waved his hand, and then looked at Zhuang Hua, saying, "Zhuang Hua, you not only harmed nobles and defied the divine decree, but even harbored a witch. Your sins are unforgivable. Do you confess?" Ha ha ha. Zhuang Hua burst into laughter, and this laughter gave Midia an ominous premonition. However, for Basin, it was a source of cold amusement. In the realms under the protection of the temple, no one dared to defy the judgment of the church. This person probably knew he could not escape today, and was already scared out of his wits. He did not say much, but instead brought Midia to his side, and said earnestly, "Your Highness, please come this way. Do not provoke the steward's judgment." "You?" Midia glared angrily at Basin, sensing that he and Sphere were definitely not as simple as, but Zhuang Hua gave her a glance. Midia could only helplessly fall silent. "What are you laughing at?" "I laugh at your foolishness," Zhuang Hua sarcastically retorted without holding back. This caused the expression of the missionaries behind Sphere to change dramatically, and they angrily said, "Heretic! How dare you insult the steward?" "Heretic?" Zhuang Hua scoffed disdainfully, saying, "You, a mere missionary, dare to represent the divine. And you think you can absolve the nobles of their capital crimes? Who do you think you are? This is the divine decree." Sphere, furious, pointed at Zhuang Hua and said, "Do you insist on being this heretic?" "Shut up." Zhuang Hua was too lazy to waste words with him and directly rebuked, "I see you as the accomplice of that traitor Roland, daring to frame and incite the crowd here. It seems you wish to utilize the church's power to overthrow the reign of the Ryan kingdom. You are a traitor." Sphere did not expect Zhuang Hua to say this. He gritted his teeth and said, "I did not. And your harboring of a witch is evidence. Do you still wish to quibble?" "What of witches? Did a witch eat your rice or kill your mother? Why such hatred towards witches?" As the saying goes, to fabricate charges is to find excuses. I see you are simply looking for a pretext to overthrow the kingdom. Zhuang Hua waved his hand, and said, Tai, take him down and capture his accomplices in the city. Rebels shall be executed without mercy. Midia's expression changed drastically. Sure enough, Zhuang Hua was about to resort to this tactic again, but Sphere was a man of the church. Killing someone from the church would make him an enemy of the church. However, Zhuang Hua did not give them a chance to speak. Tai had already taken action, directly capturing Sphere and the other two. Meanwhile, Tai stepped forward to confront others. Count Basin, please indicate the location of these rebel accomplices. Bison's expression changed. Looking at Zhuang Hua, he frowned and said, they are from the church. You want to kill members of the church. They are rebels. Zhuang Hua cut him off, directly turning to Basin and asking, Count Basin, do you also wish to shield rebels and become a traitor? I do not. He hurriedly denied it, but they were members of the church, and he could not truly allow Zhuang Hua to kill them. What I mean is Steward Sphere is not a traitor. Oh. Zhuang Hua raised an eyebrow, studying Basin seriously, then asked in confusion, so you mean that Roland's framing of the princess is false? Is being kept at the door false? I did not say it wasn't. He is shielding Roland. If he is not a traitor, who is? Zhuang Hua scoffed and continued, or does Count Basin truly believe that I am a heretic? Damn it, that's not what I meant. Basin quickly interjected. Spire could call him a heretic, but he could not utter such words. After all, he had saved Medea. But Zhuang Hua paid no heed. He waved his hand and said, I understand. Count Basin means that this Deacon Spire has been spouting nonsense. As I suspected, I was right to act. Spire and his ilk were plotting rebellion, and even Count Basin finds it intolerable. Zhuang Hua did not let him continue. He directly ordered, guards, execute Spire on the spot. Then interrogate those two. I want to know their base in Dana City. Yes. Tai was straightforward. He dragged Spire aside and drew his blade. With a single stroke, the head was severed from the body. This sight made Basin's scalp tingle. This man truly killed without a second thought, showing no mercy whatsoever. He felt a pang of regret. Fortunately, Tai had acted on his own. Even if the church sought retribution, they could not blame him. However, the other two missionaries were not so brave. Seeing their deacon's head fall, they were so terrified that they lost control of their bladders. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Where is your base? Tai asked. The missionary shouted, I can take you there. Zhuang Hua nodded. Tai then led 2 knights and 10 retainers into the city. As for Basin's opinion, he paid it no mind. There was still 1 missionary left. Zhuang Hua approached him and said, don't be afraid. As long as you answer my questions properly, I won't kill you. After all, I am a reasonable man. Reasonable? Spire's eyes had not yet closed. He'll tell you everything. Just don't kill me. Oomph. Zhuang Hua sneered. He had thought these churchmen were made of sterner stuff, but it turned out they feared death too. I believe there must be someone else behind this besides Spire who instigated you to come against me. Who is it? Basin, who had been watching from the sidelines, instantly became alert. What was this young man planning? Killing churchmen wasn't enough. Did he intend to kill him too? This morning, Lord Basin's steward came to see Deacon Spire. He told him about your affairs and mentioned that there was a witch in your company. Lies. Basin flew into a rage instantly. He pointed at the missionary and snarled, I never said such a thing. Why the hurry? Zhuang Hua looked at him, speaking unhurriedly. He only said it was your steward. He didn't say it was you. Oh. Basin suddenly realized and quickly nodded. I was just angry and misspoke. Just as I thought. Zhuang Hua looked at Medea and said seriously, even the church can be ensnared by such selfish desires. One can only imagine how many people in the kingdom are deceived by them. They need no evidence. A single word is enough to condemn someone as a heretic and then execute them openly. Today I had the skill to escape this calamity. But what of the common folk who lack such skill? How many have they killed? Medea fell silent. She was beginning to see the justice in Zhuang Hua's actions. It's clear their aim is to completely control the kingdom. This is an act of rebellion, a capital offense. Zhuang Hua's tone was firm. He turned to Basin and said, Count Basin, since the matter is clear, hand over your steward. Don't push your luck. Basin was displeased. Did this man intend to keep killing? Push my luck. Zhuang Hua sneered. Count Basin, don't forget that you are a lord of the Ren Kingdom. If the Ren Kingdom falls, will you still be a lord of the Ren Kingdom? Or could it be that your steward was acting on your orders? Aye. Then it all makes sense. Zhuang Hua said seriously, if Count Basin is involved in the rebellion, and it succeeds, not only would you keep your title, but you might even be promoted from Count to Marquis, or even Duke. Nonsense. Basin quickly knelt before Medea and said in a panic, Your Highness, I swear I have never harbored such a thought, never. Medea hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Count Basin, I naturally believe you. Then hand over your... This. Basin hesitated. He hadn't expected Medea to speak in support of Zhuang Hua. This meant she had accepted Zhuang Hua's reasoning. If he refused, he would truly be a rebel. More importantly, they were all at the city gate. He had only 2 knights by his side, while Zhuang Hua had a full 6. He couldn't win. Not here at least. Yes. Besson had no choice but to agree. He commanded a retainer, go to the manor. Tell that damn steward to get out here and apologize to Her Highness. If he dares to flee, he'll face the consequences. Have Knight Tylon lead the squad. Yes. After seeing to this, Besson forced an ugly smile and said, Your Highness Lord Zhuanghua, why not continue our discussion within the city? I have already prepared a feast. You must be hungry. Fine. Taking the opportunity, Zhuanghua moved Medea into his own group. This displeased Besson, but he dared not show it. The count's manor was very large. Upon their arrival, Zhuanghua noticed a man already lying dead on the ground. Beside him stood a knight, who bowed to Besson and Medea. My lord, the steward attempted to flee in guilt. I was forced to kill him on the spot. Lord Zhuanghua, forget it. Dead is dead. I only acted to protect Princess Medea. Besson curled his lip. No one would believe that. Soon the feast began at the manor. However, before long, Tyr strode up to Zhuanghua and reported, My lord, we have captured the entire rebel base. But there are some things you may need to see for yourself. Oh, Zhuanghua was taken aback. Seeing Tyr's grave expression, he looked at the others and said, Princess Count Besson, shall we go together? All right. Besson nodded. He also wanted to see what Zhuanghua was up to with his actions today. Once they reached the royal capital, the church would surely settle scores with him. The bigger the commotion he made, the worse his end would be. He couldn't miss this. However, when everyone arrived at the church's base and saw the scene before them, they all fell silent. Tyr said gravely, My lord, these people preach one thing with their mouths, but in secret they are capable of such cruelty. These are the mutilated remains of young women. According to our interrogation, they claimed it was to create magical artifacts to combat witches. Furthermore, we found 12 more girls locked in the cellar. All of them are missing some part of their bodies. See for yourselves. Having said that, Tyr ordered the girls to be brought up. The moment they appeared, even Besson couldn't help but vomit on the spot. It was too cruel. Some were missing hands, some feet, and the eyes of one girl had been gouged out. How could this be? Medea's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe that the church, which always paraded its righteousness, would do such things. Zhuanghua, they are so pitiful. Tyr. Zhuanghua ground his teeth and ordered, Conduct a thorough search of Dana City. Do not let a single church member escape. They all must die. This time Medea did not intervene, and even Besson fell silent. Zhuanghua, what about them? Zhuanghua looked at the vacant expressions of the girls. Despite having been rescued, there was no trace of anger left in them. They had already succumbed to despair. These demons. Elena. Zhuanghua called for Elena and asked, Can you save them? I can. Elena nodded, but she said seriously, Due to the damage to their bodies, it will take some extra time. Any amount of time is fine. Elena nodded. Although there were many people around, if she used her healing magic, her identity as a witch would be exposed. However, seeing those pitiful girls, she made up her mind. As the magic was cast, Besson and those behind him stepped back. It's a witch. Sir, it's a witch. What should we do? A witch. In the kingdom of Ryan, no, in the nation shrouded by the Holy See, they were considered taboo, like a demoness. Although Besson knew witches existed, he still felt some trepidation upon seeing one in person. What? Is Count Besson afraid? Besson fell silent. Zhuanghua sneered. You are not afraid of those church members who harm others, yet you are afraid of a witch who saves. What are you afraid of? I'm not afraid. Besson gritted his teeth and said, It's just that the Holy See has long issued a holy decree that witches are born guilty and should be burned to atone. What we fear is the Holy See. This knight should also be from the Holy See. He should understand me. Besson pointed at Alice, who stood next to Zhuanghua. Seeing this, Alice revealed a cold gaze, and then said seriously, The holy light protects the good beings and judges the demons that commit evil deeds. Is she harming or saving? Saving. Is she good or evil? She is good. Upon hearing this, Alice retracted her gaze and no longer looked at him. This had provided the answer. Besson couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Looking at the girls who were showing signs of improvement, he said softly, Your Highness, I will go prepare accommodations for you. I will take my leave here. Feel free. At that moment, Medea wished she could help Elena with the healing, but unfortunately, she had only learned to control magic power and had not learned healing magic. After the others left, Tyr said in a low voice, My lord, aside from these, there are many other things underground. Would you like to take a look? Good. Zhuanghua nodded, and they then arrived at the underground warehouse. Upon opening the door, they saw boxes of gold coins shining brightly, and besides that, there was also a considerable amount of food, roughly at least 50,000 jing. This small church outpost unexpectedly held so much wealth, far more than Roland. I had someone count the gold coins. There are at least 10,000 pieces. You should know, in this place a knight earns only 1 gold coin a month. All right. Zhuanghua waved his hand, stuffing all these items into the storage space. Though it was only 100 cubic meters, it was more than enough for these items. When he returned upstairs, several girls had already regrown their hands and feet. Am I healed? I can see again. Is it the witch who saved us? Having endured the Chuch's torment, they felt even more gratitude towards Elena. However, when they saw Zhuanghua appear, there was still a hint of wariness in their eyes. Ladies, there is no need to worry. I am Zhuanghua, and this is my partner Elena, the one who saved you. Now you are free. After you are healed, please tell us where your home is, and I will send someone to escort you back. Thank you. But even if we go back, those demons will still come. They are from the church, and even the Lord of Dana City would not dare to offend them. Rest assured, those demons will have no chance to harm you again, Zhuanghua said with a smile. My lord. At that moment, Tai stepped in and cupped his hands, saying, all the missionaries in the city have been captured and are being held at the gate. Very well. Zhuanghua proclaimed loudly, open the main gate. I want the citizens of Dana City to see who the true demons are. How did those girls lose their hands and feet? That woman who healed them is actually a witch. Oh my, isn't this the Chuch's outpost? Could it be? I've heard that it was the one who saved the princess who discovered this. Deacon Phil has already been executed. Someone gasped, realizing that this person dared to kill even church members. Everyone. Zhuanghua stepped forward and said loudly, I am Zhuanghua. As you can see, this is the Chuch's outpost, and these missionaries were captured by my orders. Everyone fell silent. Zhuanghua continued, look, a dozen living girls have been captured by these missionaries who claim to be messengers of God, only to have their hands chopped off, feet severed, and eyes gouged out. Luckily, I came in time, and a kind which healed them. Otherwise, they would have inevitably been killed by these people. Villagers. Zhuanghua's tone became more fervent as he declared, besides them, how many more children have been abducted and harmed? Who are their daughters and sons? Do you wish for a day when your own children are treated in the same way by these demons? The scene fell silent. Yet Zhuanghua could see the anger in these people's eyes. He said sternly, therefore I have decided to uproot these demons and execute them on the spot. Who has any objections? No one spoke, and Tai Yi and the others behind Zhuanghua shouted loudly, kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. The citizens at the scene finally joined in the chant, their voices shaking the heavens and echoing like thunder. Zhuanghua nodded in satisfaction and then ordered, execute them. As the order was given, the missionary's head was severed, but this scene did not frighten the citizens. Instead, it made them feel a sense of relief. These missionaries were not particularly kind to the citizens during their daily lives. After dealing with this, Elena had healed all the girls, and he had people send them back to their homes. After this incident spread, the entire Dana City praised Zhuanghua's bravery and Elena's compassion. It turned out that witches were not there to harm. Only Basin was worried. Zhuanghua truly has a lot of guts to dare kill so many church members. If the church holds us accountable. Sir, should we report this matter to the church? Basin was taken aback. What are you saying? Do you think the church doesn't know about Phil's actions? No. The man laughed and said, what I mean is to inform the church and the king about Zhuanghua killing the church members and bringing along the witch. This way our responsibility will be absolved. The one who killed was the princess, and Zhuanghua, but has nothing to do with us. And the witch was in their group, which the church would certainly appreciate. Basin hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded, saying seriously, if that's the case, let's do it this way. What about that female knight? Basin did not wish to provoke the knight, who seemed to be from the Holy See, so he shook his head and said, no need to mention her. Until dawn. Zhuanghua and the others did not encounter anyone else causing trouble, which left Zhuanghua somewhat disappointed. After all, with such great gains in a Chuch's outpost, what about those nobles? Certainly more. One must understand that the construction of a territory requires not only people, but also money and food. Now if someone were to make trouble, he could easily loot their homes, but alas. Time's up. System summon knights. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully summoned 2 heavy cavalry knights. 2 heavy cavalry knights are indeed a small boon. Zhuanghua was quite satisfied. These knights would be his foundation, indispensable for future dominance or establishing his territory. Alice, you can go rest now. There's no need to guard my door. No way. Alice firmly refused, her tone calm as she said, protecting my master is my primary duty, I cannot leave. But you must rest. Alice fell silent, yet she did not argue, standing even straighter. Seeing this, Zhuanghua had someone bring a mattress and bedding, placing them not far from the room. Sleep here. You can detect any disturbances promptly, and you need rest. If you lack energy, who will protect me when faced with enemies? Alice hesitated for a moment before sitting by the bed, looking at Zhuanghua and saying, Master, I will rest once I confirm there is no danger. You should go to sleep early. Zhuanghua nodded and closed his eyes, drifting into sleep. One must admit, having a loyal and beautiful bodyguard watching over him in a foreign land made his sleep particularly sweet. Early in the morning, they packed their belongings and prepared to set off. During the farewell Besson even held Zhuang Hua's hand. Lord Zhuang Hua, thank you for your contributions to Dana City. I hope that next time we meet we can drink together. Sure. Zhuang Hua nodded, although he sensed that Besson was not as sincere as he claimed. It was just his intuition. This person was quite sinister. However, he did not rush to tear off the facade. There was plenty of time in the future. It was a smooth journey from Dana City to the capital of the Kane Kingdom. It was all vast grasslands. In Dana City, he spent some gold coins purchasing several cargo carts and had his followers board them. With this speed, they picked up pace. What originally took 2 days was completed in one, arriving at the capital. Wow, how beautiful! Elena gazed at the towering capital on the grasslands constantly, exclaiming in awe. Zhuang Hua nodded as well. The exotic architectural style gave him a refreshing feeling. Indeed, very beautiful. Zhuang Hua, thank you. You're welcome. It's my duty. Zhuang Hua smiled, not minding at all. He had chosen to save Midia for the bounty, not specifically for her, though he did enjoy their time together. However, Zhuang Hua would not forget his purpose. Your Highness, I am Minister Islet, sent by His Majesty to welcome. As they reached the entrance, an elderly man awaited them with a group of attendants. Seeing the newcomer, Midia softly said, Uncle Islet, you have aged. Your Highness, it has been 10 years since I last saw you. 10 years can change many things. Oh, Islet had gained a lot of. This young man is Lord Zhuang Hua, who saved your Highness. Zhuang Hua smiled lightly and said, let's go inside. His Majesty the King is already waiting for you. Islet discreetly glanced at the dozen knights and 20 attendants behind Zhuang Hua. His smile widened. Soon they arrived at the palace, but Zhuang Hua could only bring 2 knights and 1 attendant. He did not argue, only bringing Alice and Tai Yi, while Elena entered the palace. Omidia, my child, you have finally returned. Upon entering the palace, a man wearing a crown excitedly approached. Father. This was none other than the king of the Ryan Kingdom, Lance Ryan. Lance bore a striking resemblance to Midia, being a handsome man, though he was not young anymore. After chatting for a long time, they finally parted ways. Lance turned to Zhuang Hua, saying earnestly, you are the one who defeated the witch and saved my daughter Zhuang Hua. Indeed. Looking at you, it seems you come from the distant east, a place separated by perilous mountains and vast oceans. That's right. Zhuang Hua nodded. The east of this world was quite mysterious, and until now he had received no effective information. To his surprise, Lance knew so much. Well, regardless of where you are from, saving Midia is a great deed. Lance smiled and looked at Zhuang Hua, saying seriously, according to the bounty notice, you can receive a title of count and a territory. Finally, it has come. Zhuang Hua straightened up, waiting for Lance to continue speaking. However, Zhuang Hua froze, wondering why it was like the system teasing at the critical moment and even acting up. Does His Majesty the King wish to deny the efficacy of the bounty notice? Zhuang Hua's tone turned a bit unfriendly. He could rob, but he chose not to yet. That didn't mean he couldn't continue to rob. No. It's just that 10 years have passed, and my authority in the kingdom is limited now, unable to grant you a good territory, or even one of considerable size. Lance's expression turned somewhat bitter as he said this. Beside him, Islet explained, currently most of the kingdom's power is controlled by the church, and even the knight commander of the army, Knight Orin, is a devout follower. He chooses to obey the church. And His Majesty can only control the palace guards. Without the church's consent, even the king's orders cannot reach areas outside the city. Zhuang Hua understood. This was a typical monarch being sidelined. However, he smiled and said, Your Majesty need not worry. You only need to issue the order, and I will handle the rest. Zhuang Hua. Others may not know, but Midia understood Zhuang Hua's intentions. She hurriedly advised, wait for father to choose a good territory. You can go later. The church is not to be trifled with. Yes, there is still a territory under my name that I can grant you, but its size is a bit small. Lance felt somewhat embarrassed saying this, knowing that a count typically held at least 3 towns. Yet that area was hardly larger than a village. Your Majesty. Zhuang Hua did not dwell on the territory issue. He fixed his gaze on Lance, asking seriously, do you wish to break free from the church's oppression? What do you mean? Lance asked in confusion. Zhuang Hua directly said, the church's actions are no different from those of treasonous ministers. If that's the case, I will act on behalf of your Majesty to rectify the chaos and restore peace to the kingdom. But that is the church. What of the church? It has not been spared from bloodshed in the past. Moreover, when it concerns his own territory, Zhuang Hua will not back down. He stated earnestly, Your Majesty, you are clearly a sovereign ruler. Would you willingly become a puppet of the church? But Lance still hesitated, for he understood well the power behind the church, the sacred hall. Zhuang Hua scoffed coldly. Your Majesty, it is merely a church. If they were only concerned with their own small territory, it would be fine, but they have dared to stretch their claws into matters of governance. This has already crossed the line, and do you understand what actions these churches have taken? What could they do? Lance was puzzled. At the side, Midia recounted the situation in Dana City, which made Lance's expression darken. A light. Your Majesty Burson did not mention this. He only said that Lord Zhuanghua killed members of the church. Your Majesty, Zhuanghua pulled everyone's thoughts back, stating seriously, the kingdom of Ryan is not the kingdom of the church. The common people are your subjects. If you do not even care for your own people, then I have nothing more to say. No. Lances shook his head, gritting his teeth. But the church is powerful. Knight Orin commands 15 knights and 500 attendants. If we act forcefully, it may backfire. Then we must strike swiftly before they can react with a thunderous approach and seize the opportunity. Having said that, Zhuanghua stated earnestly, Your Majesty, leave this matter to me. Rest assured, Your Majesty will be free from worry, and I will choose a fief for myself then. If I fail, I will bear the full responsibility. Your Majesty can place everything on my shoulders. Your Majesty, a light whispered something to Lances, and then Lances displayed an expression of disbelief. Then he stated seriously, All right, Zhuanghua, I hereby appoint you as a count, and you will be fully responsible for the matters regarding the church. Moreover, I will also entrust you with command over my royal guard. We shall advance and retreat together. Advance and retreat together. Zhuanghua smiled. This old fellow still has some courage. If he were truly timid as a mouse, Zhuanghua would not hesitate to stage a military protest. Just wait and see, Your Majesty. Zhuanghua smiled, for since Lances had received news from Dana City, the church must have received it as well. As they arrived in the royal city, the church would certainly retaliate. He intended to catch them off guard before they were prepared or could react. Lord Zhuanghua, let me arrange for you to rest first tomorrow. No need. Zhuanghua interrupted a light, stating directly, Let's make haste and resolve this quickly. Tell me the location of the church. The bishop of the Ryan kingdom looked at the deacons below and said coldly, This heretic dares to kill members of my church and harbor witches. Such crimes cannot be forgiven. What do you think we should do? Bishop. A deacon stepped forward, stating seriously, That person possesses some strength and has many knights under him. It would be better to have Knight Orin lead a group to capture him in the royal palace. Indeed, only 2 knights can enter the royal palace, and it would be simple for Knight Orin to capture them. Then we will publicly execute Zhuanghua and the witch by fire and proclaim their sins, which will also serve to intimidate those foolish people in the kingdom. The bishop nodded. This was a good plan. Otherwise, in a direct confrontation, they would surely suffer losses. At that moment, a black mist appeared in the hall, and the figure of Black Moon appeared before everyone. She was a witch, yet a group of church members showed no signs of panic. Mooney, you have already failed. Do you dare to come to the royal city? Do you not fear for your life? Bishop, do not say such things. I am here to save you. Upon hearing this, the bishop looked disdainful. Save us? When has a witch ever been needed to save members of my church? Get lost. If someone with ill intentions sees you, I will not spare you. Ha ha ha. Mooney, upon hearing this, laughed heartily without any restraint. You still do not know, do you? Just now King Lances and Zhuanghua reached an agreement. Zhuanghua, along with his knights attendants and the royal guard, are on their way to the church. Their intention is to kill you directly. Lances. He dares. The church's reputation on the continent is supreme, backed by the sacred hall, and no one dares to provoke them. Even great nations must bow to the church, how much more so for someone like Lances. Lances may not dare, but Zhuanghua dares. The corpses of 23 church members from Dana City have not even cooled, yet do you think he would hesitate to kill you? The crowd suddenly recalled the events of Dana City, and their expressions changed dramatically. Although they were members of the church, they themselves possessed little martial power, and they were able to suppress Lances only through the power of Knight Ossen. Really? Absolutely true. Mooney looked at the bishop, sneering. I remind you, they are almost here. What do you intend to do? The bishop understood that while Mooney cooperated with them, she was not a puppet to be controlled. She had her own objectives for coming here. Bishop, you are truly clever. I only need one person, Princess Midia. Mooney looked at the bishop and said earnestly, Once you capture Zhuanghua, Princess Midia must be handed over to me. All right. The bishop nodded in agreement. It was as if he was merely handing over an inconsequential item rather than a princess of a nation. That's good of you. I can perform magic to teleport Orin and others to this location. I hope you will not be disappointed. As she spoke, Mooney began to chant a spell, and a massive light curtain appeared in the hall. On the other side there stood a tall knight accompanied by many knights and soldiers. That was Knight Orin. Witchy. Orin looked at the light curtain, and then saw the bishop and others within it. Orin, bring everyone to the church through this teleportation array. Yes. Orin, though puzzled, executed the bishop's order without hesitation. Moments later he brought 10 knights and 300 soldiers into the hall. Seeing Orin arrive, Mooney smiled at the bishop, saying, I have completed my task. Do not forget our deal. With that she vanished from the church. Once the others had left, Orin asked in confusion, Bishop, why was there a witch here? What was the deal she mentioned? Orin was a staunch believer, while witches were beings that the church must eliminate. Now with a deal between the bishop and the witch, how could he not be bewildered? The bishop understood Orn's nature. He shook his head, saying, "These are all matters of necessity. I just received news that His Majesty the King has been seduced by that rogue who harmed our church members, and is now leading an army straight towards the church. Look at this, you will understand. It was a report sent by Burson. Without the witch's teleportation array today, we might have all become corpses under the demon's blade. Orn the witch indeed has sins, but now is not the time to discuss this issue." Orn nodded upon hearing this. This person actually dared to kill church members and harbor a witch. This is heresy. But does the king have the courage to do this? Rest assured, Bishop, regardless of who they are today, they will not harm you. Heresy must be eradicated. The scent of a witch. As they neared the cathedral, Alice suddenly spoke, causing Zhuang Hua to pause momentarily. This was the largest city-state of the Kingdom of Lane. A witch, daring to appear here. Does she fear neither the church nor the kingdom's knights? She is inside the cathedral itself. Alice's next words jolted Zhuang Hua awake. So the church which preached the eradication of witches had secretly colluded with one. Master, this aura matches the one we sensed in the forest near Yaoan Town. Then it is Moon Witch. Zhuang Hua sneered. He recalled Midia's words, that her innate magic had been suppressed by a sage. Yet he knew full well the so-called sage was none other than the church's own archbishop. And the source of Midia's magic. Cursed energy, something even Alina understood clearly. How could the church possibly be ignorant? Later Moon Witch had even imprisoned him within the castle. By now the deception was unmistakable. What an exquisite church. Indeed, it has long rotted into a festering cesspool. Issue the order. Zhuang Hua commanded coldly, advance at full speed. I want every soul within that cathedral to perish without escape. Yes. Iron One and the others surged forward. Yet upon seeing the cathedral bristling with heavily armed guards and prepared for battle, they fell silent. Who leaked our movements? Moon Witch. Since she was involved, she must have received word. After all, her combat prowess was formidable, but her cunning was even more treacherous. No matter who stands before us, break through by force. He now commanded 10 heavily armored knights, 20 retainers, 5 royal palace guards, and 200 soldiers. A force, truth be told, far from insignificant. Kill. Iron One led the charge himself, spearheading the assault. The cathedral lacked fortifications, no walls, no ramparts. In this moment, victory would hinge solely on valor. And in valor, Iron One and his men stood unchallenged. Kill. Seeing the advance, Orn likewise ordered his troops forward. He had spotted the royal palace guard among the ranks. Though hesitation flickered across his face, it vanished in an instant. To fight for faith, he bore no regrets. Yet the moment their forces collided with Iron One's, they regretted it. Iron One and his 9 comrades possessed strength rivaling oxen. Their great swords, though unable to pierce armor outright, could dent even the sturdiest plate with a single blow. Recall, these knights wore full coverage armor, impervious to ordinary blades. Yet when struck with overwhelming force, such armor yielded astonishingly. As elite warriors summoned by the system, Iron One and his cohort wielded tactics with flawless composure. How is this possible? Orn's eyes widened in disbelief. His men were elite soldiers of the kingdom, even having served as reserve forces on joint defense lines. Yet this mighty host crumbled helplessly before the enemy ranks. Your Eminence, I shall escort you through the breach. Orn knew to continue fighting meant certain death. But the archbishop's face contorted with fury as he snarled, I am the archbishop of the kingdom's church. I will not retreat. With that he drew a staff from beneath his episcopal throne. Orn stared. The staff's apex bore a human skull. Its shaft bristled with countless eyes, black, fathomless. In an instant, dark, viscous, magical energy surged forth from it. How could such a thing exist within hallowed ground? Your Eminence, what is this artifact? Orn, the archbishop murmured, a faint smile curling his lips. To repel heretics, I had no choice. This staff doubles both my power and yours. Though these knights are formidable, they remain pitifully outmatched before you, empowered by this magic. Orn refused outright, his voice sharp with outrage. Your Eminence, this object is abomination itself. Its presence defile the sanctity of the divine. Destroy it, immediately. Orn's demand brooked no refusal, but the archbishop merely scoffed. Orn, you are a useful knight, yet do not mistake utility for privilege. Destroy it, Your Eminence. Orn's tone remained unwavering. Yet the archbishop, growing impatient, leveled the staff at him and commanded coldly, silence, become my puppet. In that instant, dark energy erupted from the staff, engulfing Orn completely. He fell silent, utterly still. Black radiance pulsed from his form, his eyes burned crimson, like those of a demon enslaved. Bang! At that very moment, Iron One's squad overran all resistance, storming straight into the cathedral's grand hall. They beheld the archbishop's grotesque staff, and Orn's hollow, motionless gaze. The truth struck them like lightning. Traitors and usurpers, daring to forge such atrocity from children's bodies. You deserve annihilation. Orn, kill them. The archbishop issued the command without preamble. Orn did not speak, but raised his great sword and charged. Umph. Iron One scoffed, stepping forward to meet Orn. Yet, how can this be? Orn's strength had nearly doubled, an unnatural, terrifying amplification that sent Iron One staggering backward. Haha. Press on. Leave no one alive. Witnessing Orn's might, the archbishop grew ecstatic. His gaze swept across the assembled knights. If he could enslave them, all his dominion would extend beyond the kingdom of Lane, across the entire continent, uncontested, unchallenged. Enough of your arrogance. Iron Two and 3 others lunged forward together. Yet even then, Orn evaded, effortlessly countering each strike and driving them back in turn. Ha ha ha. The archbishop roared with glee. Just so, just so. Such divine weaponry. I shall forge many more once you are all vanquished. Across the kingdom of Lane there shall be but one voice. Mine, the voice of the church. All together, now. The remaining knights needed no further urging. They closed in as one. And this time it worked. Orn was forced onto the defensive, even taking counterblows. Yet Orn ignored their strikes entirely, parrying, riposting, and instantly disabling one knight out. It is futile. A knight chosen by the staff loses all will, obeying only my command. And more, he feels no pain whatsoever. The archbishop watched them with icy contempt. Now, only death awaits you. Ha ha ha. You laughed too soon. At that moment Zhuang Hua entered calmly, while Alina beside him swiftly cast healing magic upon Iron One and the others. Zhuang Hua's gaze settled upon Orn as he said coldly, before I assumed the church merely harbored ambition to control the kingdom of Lane. Now I see. I vastly underestimated your depravity. Forging this cursed staff from young maidens. Is this the act of human beings? You are less than beasts. Umph. The archbishop dismissed him with disdain. Ha. 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 Young fool, what do you truly understand? In this world the church is the divine, is righteousness itself. He sneered. Now in the name of the divine, I decree your death. Orn, kill him. Aorn's power is immense. His speed is also remarkable. However, when he reached Zhuang Hua, his attack was thwarted by a golden longsword. Not only that, he was also violently knocked back. What is happening? Who are you? The bishop's eyes revealed a hint of fear as he looked at Alice, who appeared beside Zhuang Hua. Saint Light Knight Alice. Alice coldly stated her name, then pointed her longsword at the bishop, saying lightly, In the name of the holy light, I shall pass judgment upon you. You harm the weak and deceive the divine. Your final intention was to attack your master, and now by the name of the holy light, I declare your death sentence. Don't try to bluff. The bishop was intimidated by Alice. The runes on her armor were similar to those on the symbols of the highest cathedral of the church. Such things could even be beyond the reach of the knights of the cathedral. Only the 10 Round Table Knights are worthy to equip them. Could it be that this woman is a Round Table Knight? Regardless of whether she is or not, if he wishes to survive today, he must kill Alice or else he is doomed. Die. No one can judge me. I am a bishop, the most esteemed person of the Ryan Kingdom. As he spoke, the bishop's wand emitted terrifying black magic, but Alice held her longsword before her. Then a pure aura radiated from her, eventually enveloping the longsword. Holy light judgment. Alice swung her sword, and the black magic instantly dissipated. Afterward, Alice charged towards the bishop, in an instant stabbing her sword into his heart. How is this possible? How could the cathedral appear here? Unfortunately, no one answered his question. After the bishop's death, the wand instantly vanished, transforming into a golden streak of light that streaked across the sky. Vaguely, Zhuang Hua seemed to see countless young girls' images, as if they had been liberated. My. Just then, Aorn, who had already collapsed, suddenly stood up, looking at the scene, his gaze finally landing on. Respected Saint Light Knight, thank you for awakening me. Knight Commander, Aorn salutes you. Hep. Zhuang Hua coldly laughed and waved his hand, causing the recovered Tai to disarm him, and then remove. You are under arrest. Looking at the confused Aorn, Zhuang Hua sneered. Don't feel wronged. As the Knight Commander of the kingdom, you actually serve the church and oppress the king. This is treason. It deserves death. Aorn gritted his teeth, saying, I am serving the divine for faith. I am innocent. Ha ha ha. Zhuang Hua laughed loudly. This world is truly turned upside down. A non-existent god can actually dominate everything. I can't be bothered to listen to your nonsense. Since you care so much about your god, I will send you to meet him. I hope he is as you wish. Moreover, Zhuang Hua's gaze was piercing as he looked at the tied knights and soldiers outside the hall, saying, You all aided the wicked, betrayed the king. According to the law, your families will be exterminated. You along with your families will be executed. What? Upon hearing this, Aorn struggled incessantly. Zhuanghua, this is a struggle for faith. They and their families are innocent. If you want to kill, then kill me. What you are doing is demonic. Demonic. Zhuanghua scoffed, looking down at Aorn, saying, the church you defend uses the bodies and lives of young girls to create wands. Who is the real demon? This is called rooting out evil and eliminating the cause. Zhuanghua didn't want to explain much and directly instructed Tai Yi to take action. Aorn died. Following that, the people outside begged for mercy in a frenzy, claiming they were misled and did not intend to aid the demons or betray the king. Want to live? That's simple. Whoever can capture a church member will spare a life. Whoever can find the church's warehouse and assets can also spare a life. Zhuanghua finished speaking, looking at them, saying, you have only 1 day. If you cannot find something to exchange for your lives after 1 day, then there will be no way out. Don't think of running. To this day, the royal city will only allow entry, not exit. After speaking, Zhuanghua commanded them to be released, and then began counting the church's assets. 100,000 gold coins collected. 100,000 pounds of food collected. Countless jewels collected. Finally, there were 30 girls imprisoned underground by the church and piles of young girls' corpses not far away. Seeing this, Zhuanghua felt an inexplicable rage rise within him. The people of the church are simply not human. Just killing them would be letting them off easy. My lord. Just then Tai Yi rushed in, whispering, many commoners and some nobles have come below. My, are they here for the spectacle? Tai Yi shook his head and said solemnly, they are here to ask you to pardon the church members and demand an apology to the divine. Zhuanghua coldly laughed. These commoners are truly ignorant, still speaking for these beasts. However, are the nobles as foolish as the commoners? Perhaps not. Fine, then I will go meet them and see how many traitors and rebels are hidden in this royal city. Church Square. At least over 1,000 commoners gathered, and in front more than a dozen nobles were leading the chant. The church is innocent. The church is innocent. The church is innocent. Someone is coming out. The sharp-eyed person saw Zhuanghua walking out and instantly shouted even more frantically. Zhuanghua did not stop. He just watched them until a noble raised his hand and the shouting finally ceased. My lord, I don't understand what crime the church has committed that you need to surround and even kill the bishop and knight commander. And you are? Zhuanghua did not answer immediately, but looked at the noble. I am Coffee Bell of the Bell family. Coffee looked at Zhuanghua with an arrogant expression, coldly stating, according to both doctrine and the laws of the kingdom, there is no rule permitting an attack on the church. Please provide a reason. Are you speaking for the church? Zhuanghua countered Coffee, causing Coffee to pause, then firmly replied, the church represents the divine, represents justice. I naturally speak for the church. Zhuanghua did not explain, merely waved his hand, saying, take him down, and also send people to control the Bell family. Yes. Instantly, a knight behind Zhuanghua took people to capture Coffee, causing the other nobles' faces to change. As for the commoners, although they shouted along, it was impossible for them to stand up for the nobles. In fact, they even felt a tinge of expectation. These nobles, usually so high and mighty, had never been treated like this before, but felt oddly satisfying. My lord, your actions are too overbearing. The Bell family has produced earls. They are nobles you cannot and you are. I am Fox Valen. Our Valen family is also a house of earls. The will of the divine cannot be violated. You cannot act against the nobles. Zhuanghua cleared his ears and said blandly, take him down as well. His treatment will be the same as that of the Bell family. You dare? 2 nobles taken down in succession. Zhuanghua didn't even blink, and the scene was eerily quiet. Everyone feared they might be next. Seeing this, Zhuanghua smiled slightly, and then spoke, you may think I am mad causing a ruckus here, but I am a person of broad-mindedness. We naturally respect the righteous church and kind nobles, but what if they are wicked beasts? I believe that anyone with a conscience would not allow such scum to tarnish the holy temple and desecrate. After saying this, Zhuanghua turned to the crowd and said, if you are interested, you can follow me inside to have a look. Come and see how filthy these people are. Upon hearing this, the crowd became excited. After all, this was the headquarters of the church, sacred and mysterious. Who could enter besides those nobles? But could these commoners really go in? No matter who it is, even if it's a vagabond by the river, I welcome him to witness the truth. Let's go. Upon hearing this, the crowd hurried to follow. However, although the underground was spacious, it wasn't enough to accommodate so many people, but Zhuanghua had a solution. He directly arranged the group to line up, entering and exiting one by one. In this way, the line kept advancing. Those going in were excited, while those coming out were silent. Even the nobles who entered felt the same. After everyone had taken a look, Zhuanghua continued, now I will execute these people. Is there anyone who opposes this? Do I still need to grant clemency to the church? Please think carefully. What if one day the church people set their sights on you? Will you also choose to remain silent? No. Zhuanghua shouted loudly, clenching his fists. I think everyone would answer this way. Those demons who treat our children as mere weeds deserve to be executed. Kill, kill, kill. The commoners shouted along, their spirits ignited just like in Dana City. This is the power of the people's will. Even if the remaining nobles had their thoughts, they could only support Zhuanghua's actions at this moment. On this day, the royal city was indeed awash with blood, but the common people felt a sense of relief, wishing they could kill even more. Who on earth is this person? In the shadows, you witnessed all of this. She had thought that as long as the church intervened, they could at least. At that point, she only needed to steal Midio away, but now the seemingly powerful church and the so-called Knight Commander could not stop them at all. And everything was part of a planned scheme. But because of Zhuanghua's appearance, it was all ruined. Forget it, let it be. You felt somewhat disheartened. She had no other options now. After all, the church's power was evident from the battle. She could still deal with those ordinary knights, but Alice, she was simply her nemesis. I'm not afraid. Once I grow stronger and am able to summon the dragon, I will definitely return. Zhuanghua, you called out in her heart, then quietly left the royal city. The palace. Lancel listened to Alate's report, and he fell silent. To wipe out the entire church, and even kill 2 nobles, though there were reasons behind it, it was still terrifying. Father, it's a good thing that Zhuanghua dealt with the church. Why do you still look so troubled? Child, you do not understand the strength of the church. The Holy Temple will never allow a church to completely vanish in a kingdom. Without the bishop, they will send powerful knights to lead troops to the Ryan Kingdom. We may not be able to withstand their revenge then. The revenge of the Holy Temple. This was a shadow that hung over Lancel's head, the reason he did not dare to resist when the bishop reached into the politics of the Ryan Kingdom. Then, report Lord Zhuanghua has returned. Soon Zhuanghua strode in, looking at Lancel. He clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, I have lived up to your expectations. I have exterminated the rebel army led by the church, a total of 312 people, with not a single one escaping. As for the participants in the rebellion, due to their contributions in reporting, no responsibility was pursued. In this battle, we reclaimed 5 territories of the kingdom, seized countless resources, and the church's wrongdoings in the kingdom have been documented. Your Majesty, we still need to issue a public announcement throughout the nation. Lancel took the document from Zhuanghua's hands and took a deep breath upon seeing the contents. Well done. Midia beside him was stunned. Her father had not said this earlier and had been worried about the temple's revenge. Now why did he look so indignant? Lancel showed her the document, and she fell silent. Zhuanghua, you did well. I was indeed too merciful before allowing these demons to exploit the loopholes. Zhuanghua smiled inwardly and did not refute. After Lancel organized his thoughts, he looked at Zhuanghua and said, You should rest today. Tomorrow, I will select a good place for you after I tidy up the territories. Zhuanghua nodded. Today had indeed been a bit exhausting. He had traveled a long way and fought a fierce battle. Fortunately, Elena's healing magic was effective. Although his men were injured, not a single one had lost their life. Okay. However, it's best if I can choose it myself. This is your Majesty's promise. That is natural. Lancel twitched his mouth, but did not refute. Elate, take Zhuanghua to the manor. Yes. Lancel arranged for Zhuanghua not just an ordinary courtyard, but a luxurious manor. This place was originally where His Majesty rested, but since the Queen passed away, he hasn't come here. Now, Lancel explained with a smile, and Zhuanghua nodded in satisfaction. After all, he had put in great effort. If he received no reward for this, it would be unreasonable. Thank you. This manor was spacious with all necessary facilities, and even had a swimming pool. The water source was even natural hot spring water constantly circulating. I am very satisfied. This king used to know how to enjoy in this era. Such things were utterly luxurious. Then I will take my leave. I will come to fetch you tomorrow. Now that the kingdom was initially stabilized, Elate, as the Minister of Internal Affairs, was also very busy. He still needed to assist the king in stabilizing the royal city. Everyone go wash up and rest. You all worked hard today. Elena, you too. Today's great contributor in battle was undoubtedly Elena. Had she not acted earlier, at least half would have been lost. I'm not in a hurry. How about I boil water for Lord Zhuanghua? There's nothing here. You should rest first. Only then did Elena leave. But besides her, Alice was also a bit daft, standing in front of Zhuanghua like a guardian deity. Why aren't you going? I need to protect my master. No. Zhuanghua directly shook his head, and then took Alice's hand, leading her towards the bathing room. Master. Master. You sweated today, and I don't like the smell of sweat. Not only Alice and the others. Even Zhuanghua has found rare moments of true relaxation, though naturally he is soaking in the hot spring at the swimming pool. Refreshing. This is what life is about. Zhuanghua released all the fatigue he had accumulated during these days. Then he began to take stock of his gains. In the storage space, there are a total of 300,000 pounds of food. The gold coins amassed from Ao Town, Dana City, and the church amount to a staggering 100,000 plus an additional 200,000 from those 2 noble families. This is also why he gave half to the king. Otherwise he could have acquired even more, and then there are the jewels. However, these jewels are just trinkets. If sold, they could still fetch a good sum. Moreover, he now commands 10 heavy cavalry, 20 attendants, along with Alice the Holy Light Knight and Elena the Witch. With such a large entourage, as long as he selects a territory, the system is sure to provide him with a pleasant surprise. He only hopes the system doesn't act up at that time. It's a pity. This church is, after all, the faith of a nation. Its destruction went unnoticed by the system. So stingy. But even without these, he now has the confidence to recruit soldiers. Master. At that moment, Alice spoke softly at the door. Princess Midia has arrived. Midia, what does this girl want at this time? Zhuanghua waved his hand, saying, let her in. Though he was soaking in the hot spring, he still wore shorts, so it was no problem to meet someone. However, when Midia entered and saw Zhuanghua's body, her face flushed slightly, and her gaze held a hint of curiosity. Princess, you didn't come to take advantage of me with your eyes, did you? Who is taking advantage of you? Midia shot him a glare, annoyed. Besides, I'm not that bad. It seems you aren't. Fine, if you want to look, then look. Zhuanghua said helplessly, spreading his arms, causing Midia's face to redden even more. She quickly spoke up, I actually have something to discuss with you. Midia now knows how to be shy. I must say, she has a solid foundation. A decade of slumber has kept her beauty at its peak. However, Zhuanghua only admired her. He likes beautiful women, but does not appreciate being forceful, believing that things should come naturally. Therefore, he did not tease her further, instead having someone bring a chair for Midia to sit down. Princess, please go ahead. It's like this, and my father thinks that by following you I can learn to suppress magical power, and you hold no prejudice against witches and sorceresses. So, you want to follow me? Zhuanghua looked at her in surprise. Midia nodded, but seriously said, of course this needs to be discussed with you. If you disagree, my father won't force it. I have no problem with it, but... Zhuanghua's eyes fell on Midia as he chuckled lightly. But what status will you have by my side? To my knowledge, no princess has followed a lord to his territory. No, there is one situation where it can happen. Zhuanghua said earnestly. As long as the princess marries the lord, everything seems to fall into place. Marry him. Midia was instantly stunned. Even Alice, who was guarding the door, stole a glance at the two. She hesitated. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, Zhuanghua, I do have feelings for you, but I'm not ready to marry you. I haven't thought it through. No. Now it was Zhuanghua's turn to be bewildered. He stood up directly and asked, are you serious? What do you mean by serious? Never mind. Zhuanghua sat down again, then waved his hand, saying, I was just joking earlier. Even if you don't marry me, I agree to you following me. With a stunning beauty following me, how could Zhuanghua refuse? However, Midia just shook her head. You're right, I must have a reasonable identity. I'll go tell my father and ask for his decision. Huh. Zhuanghua wanted to continue speaking, but Midia had already left. No, he was just joking. Why did Midia seem to take it seriously? Although he is now the lord of the Ryan Kingdom, he plans to unify the world in the future. The Ryan Kingdom will eventually be incorporated into his territory. If she really marries him, would it not be somewhat disrespectful to his future father-in-law? Forget it. Zhuanghua did not want to dwell on it. Even if Lance agreed, he wouldn't change his plans for a woman. He dressed and went to the door. Looking at Alice's strange expression, he frowned and asked, what's wrong? Nothing. Alice quickly adjusted her expression, looking very serious. Really? Just say it, I don't mind. Nothing. Protecting the master is my mission. Nothing else deserves my... Oh. Zhuanghua nodded. He always felt something was off about Alice, but she was recruited by the system, completely loyal. There was no way she would betray him. Never mind, don't think about it. This time Zhuanghua slept soundly until dawn. He didn't even summon anyone during the midnight hours. System summon the knights. Ding. Successfully summoned 2 heavy cavalry. Not bad, the power has grown stronger. Zhuanghua tidied up his mood and began to prepare his room. And Alet was already waiting there. Lord Zhuanghua, Alet, you don't have to do this. I can go to the palace myself. Alet's head bowed even lower as he smiled and replied, Lord Zhuanghua, this is what I should do. Please get in the carriage. Soon they arrived at the palace and Lance took out a map, handing it to Zhuanghua. This is the map of our Ryan Kingdom. The unmarked places are territories that can be given to you. Choose one. Zhuanghua nodded. After his battles yesterday, he naturally reclaimed quite a bit of territory. The Ryan Kingdom consists of 4 cities and 10 towns covering a mountain range from the royal city all the way to Alina's village. However, the first choice for Yin Shaosheng is the border territory. His goal is not to find a stable place. Rather, he must be ready for battle at all times. What he wants is to sustain war through war to expand his territory. Therefore, he directly abandoned the central territories, leaving only 2 places to choose from. One is the northern territory, but that borders the Hill Kingdom, making it unsuitable for war at this time. The other place is the western territory, named Twin Tower City. One is the northern territory, but that borders the Hill Kingdom, making it unsuitable for war at this time. The other place is the west. Lance quickly shook his head, saying, Zhuanghua, although there is a coalition defense line in the west that is still facing the beastmen directly. Although our kingdom is responsible for logistics, Twin Tower City experiences breaches of the defense line by beastmen more than a dozen times each year. It's very dangerous. I suggest you choose a city near the royal city. But Zhuanghua earnestly replied, Your Majesty, rest assured my choice here has its considerations. As long as I'm here, as long as the beastmen dare to come, they will only meet a dead end. He wasn't keen on avoiding. Seeing Zhuanghua brimming with confidence, he did not stop him, but thinking of his daughter, he finally spoke up. Zhuanghua, I do not oppose your choice here, but if that is the case, I cannot allow Midia to marry you. At least not for now. Zhuanghua was taken aback. He did not expect that Midia had actually spoken to Lanz about that matter. This aside, Lanz was even prepared to agree, yet he understood Lanz's current intentions. As long as the location changed, he was still willing to marry Midia. However, all of this was not for Midia, but for his own territory. Your Majesty, I understand your and the prince's intentions. But precisely because the Twin Tower City is dangerous, I must go. Zhuanghua clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination as he declared, It is because of that incompetent Orin who taught such treacherous people that the Ryan kingdom cannot flourish. Now I guard Twin Tower City, which can provide the kingdom with a stable environment and allow your Majesty to govern the nation well. This Lanz was moved, although he was the king of the kingdom, the nobles and ministers under him did not possess such awareness. However, Twin Tower City was truly perilous, and he hesitated for a moment before continuing. Zhuanghua, if you can truly stabilize Twin Tower City, then I would be willing to marry Midia to you. I believe Midia would also be willing to wait for you. Zhuanghua smiled, but did not respond. Lanz then wasted no time and directly produced two documents. One was the land grant contract for Twin Tower City, and the other was the certificate of authority for the Lord's territory. In addition, Lanz produced a seal symbolizing the Lord's identity. With these, Zhuanghua could legally inherit the lordship upon arriving at Twin Tower City. Currently, the Knight Trenton is in charge of Twin Tower City. Although he is formidable, he resolved the previous. As for how he resolved it, that was not mentioned. However, Lanz clearly had great trust in him as he said earnestly, If there are any difficulties, you can consult him. All right. As long as he did not cause trouble in his territory, Zhuanghua was not averse to reusing him. Having obtained what he wanted, Zhuanghua set off with his men, and he did not say goodbye to Midia. Parting always brings a sense of sadness. Zhuanghua, I will wait for you. Midia watched the departing convoy from the castle, her eyes slightly red. Master, the princess is watching you from the castle. Alice reminded him. However, Zhuanghua did not turn back, but instead retorted, Your eyesight is so good you can even see where the princess is. Are you really protecting me well? Alice looked innocent, then stated firmly, Master, don't worry, even while looking for the princess' whereabouts, it won't affect my protection of your safety. All right, I'll admit you're impressive. Let's speed up. After Zhuanghua finished speaking, he got into the carriage while Elena covered her mouth and chuckled. Unexpectedly, Lord Zhuanghua also had such a side. And as for Knight Alice, I initially thought she was a cold and ruthless person, but now it seems she is not so different from ordinary women in some aspects. However, Elena gazed at the castle in the royal city, wondering if the princess truly loved Lord Zhuanghua. They moved quickly, traveling light this time. Even the ordinary attendants had just one horse each. Even without war horses, their speed increased by more than double. Lord Zhuanghua, according to the map up ahead, is Fenglan Town, and beyond Fenglan Town is the territory of Twin Tower City. So fast, Zhuanghua exclaimed, but this also indicated that the Ryan Kingdom's territory was not vast. If it were in his past life's homeland, it would take at least a month or two to reach the border from the capital. Fenglan Town, like Ao Town, but larger in scale perhaps due to its proximity to the border trade here, is also quite developed. Lord Zhuanghua, shall we go in? It's getting late. Zhuanghua glanced at the sky and nodded, saying, Let's go in and rest for a night, and set off again tomorrow. Yes. At this time, the Lord of Fenglan Town, Tylan Moore, had a grim expression, gritting his teeth as he said, That demon has come to our Fenglan Town. Indeed, he has already settled in an inn. My lord, a servant reported to Tylan. It seems that Lord Zhuanghua is only resting for one night. If we do not cause trouble, we should be able to coexist peacefully. Tylan nodded, but he clenched his teeth and said, However, we have extensive trade with Knight Trenton of Twin Tower City. If Trenton confronts him, will there be calamity affecting the innocent? This was Tylan's greatest concern at the moment, but given Zhuanghua's entourage, he did not dare to provoke him easily. Forget it, send a message to Trenton, just tell him their lord has arrived, and to be a little restrained. Yes. Sighed. Tylan looked out the window, and couldn't help but sigh. The Ryan Kingdom had not seen such a calamity for decades. Even the Chuch's people dared to kill. If he drew attention, that would be truly miserable. More importantly, now that Twin Tower City has a new master, will he still be able to do business well? At the inn, Elena sat in front of Zhuanghua, obediently arranging the food. Lord Zhuanghua, these dishes are quite simple. Please do not find them lacking. They are a bit inferior compared to your culinary skills, Elena. Zhuanghua smiled and said, but your hands are meant for healing. No need to fuss over these things for me. It's fine and not everyone gets injured every day. Elena said softly, Lord Zhuanghua's knights are all rough men. Oh, how can they take care of others? Elena, I'm not. Alice interjected at the door, her expression serious, though her words somewhat tarnished her image. She clearly appeared to be a cool, aloof woman. Yet she seemed to be constantly paying attention to matters related to Zhuanghua, even eavesdropping on their conversation. What Alice said is right. However, you are responsible for protecting Lord Zhuanghua, while I am responsible for caring for him. Isn't that clear division of labor? Alice did not respond. She clearly acquiesced. Thus, after Zhuanghua finished his meal, Elena left. However, while tidying up the dishes, she overheard something that made her alert. Trenton is the true master of Twin Towers City. Who is this Zhuanghua, a wild brat from who knows where? Daring to usurp the Lord's position. Enough. Let's act cautiously. Oh, don't let us be discovered. This brat has over a dozen knights with him, which won't be easy to handle. Don't worry, this is Fonlon Town, our home turf. Let's put something in their horse feed. By the time they reach Twin Towers City tomorrow, all their horses will be exhausted. Oh, let's see what they do then. This will also serve to establish Trenton's authority. Let's go. After the two left, Elena then emerged quietly following them. Sure enough, the two reached the stable and immediately began pouring powder into the horse feed. This aside, they had not yet left. I can't rest easy unless I watch these horses eat it. Go feed this to the horses. Unfortunately, their plan was good, but it was seen by Elena. Elena did not raise any alarm or intervene. She simply waited until they left before casually casting a healing spell. The human heart is treacherous. I must safeguard Lord Zhuanghua's logistical operations. Even so, she worried that others might cause trouble, so she continued to keep watch. In the early morning, system summoned knights. Ding. Successfully summoned 2 heavy cavalry knights. If he maintains this, perhaps within a year, he could assemble 1,000-strong heavy cavalry. Such power could sweep through most kingdoms during the cold weapon era. Zhuanghua was quite satisfied and prepared to sleep, but at that moment a sudden urge to urinate struck him, forcing him to step out. However, just after descending the stairs near the stable, he spotted a small figure sitting against the wall yawning. Zhuanghua. Elena jolted awake, and then saw Zhuanghua leaning over her. What are you doing awake at this hour, you little girl? Afraid the horse would be lost? No. Elena shook her head repeatedly, gritting her teeth as she recounted what had happened in the afternoon, then explained, I was worried those people would return, injuring the horse and causing trouble for you in Shuangta City, so I stayed here to watch. You. What more could he say? This girl he had met for the first time was actually willing to go this far for him. They'll have someone take turns keeping watch. You can use your healing magic tomorrow morning. All right. Elena suddenly realized and looked at Zhuanghua with admiration, saying, Lord, you are so clever. How did I not think of that? All right, go rest now. Elena left. But Zhuanghua's gaze turned calm. There was indeed something wrong with Trenton. Moreover, according to Lance, Shuangta City experienced orc invasions over a dozen times a year, yet Trenton remained unaffected. Clearly, there was a deal behind the scenes. If Trenton were a traitor, Zhuanghua would not hesitate to unleash a massacre. Also, did he think he could embarrass him with a show of force? Trenton had chosen the wrong person. The next day, the team set off after replenishing some food in the town, and everything seemed fine. Is the laxative really okay? Rest assured, this substance has a slow onset. It will definitely take effect once we reach Shuangta City. That's good. We must not ruin Lord Trenton's plans. Shuangta City has the size of 3 towns, but is fully governed by Shuangta City. From the moment they stepped into Shuangta City, they could see endless fields. The fields looked much like those Zhuanghua knew, except that beyond the fields lay vast grasslands. Generally, there were no inhabitants on the grasslands, but near the forest, houses of various sizes appeared arranged in a scattered manner. At least it appeared peaceful at present. After walking for another 2 hours, a towering complex came into view. The city was built beside a lake with tall city walls surrounding it, containing buildings of different sizes. The most magnificent of all was the castle located right in the center, a standard medieval-style castle, far more luxurious than the one in Media. Is this Lord Zhuanghua's territory? The crowd gasped in awe. Zhuanghua did not respond. He looked at the system panel, and the territory section remained empty. He remembered the last time it appeared was in the Lord's Hall of Ao Town. It seemed he needed to reach the Lord's Castle in Shuangta City to activate it. Let's move. It was only a short distance, and when they reached the city gate, they saw many citizens gathered on both sides. In the middle stood a tall knight, followed by 4 knights. I am Knight Captain Trenton, greeting the Lord. Huh. Zhuanghua chuckled and looked at Trenton, saying, Knight Captain Trenton, did you consult these citizens about this display? Trenton did not expect Zhuanghua to inquire about these background citizens. He laughed, saying, they came willingly to admire the Lord's grandeur. Oh really? Are you sure they aren't here to see me make a fool of myself? How could that be? Trenton was taken aback and his expression became somewhat unpleasant. Evidently Zhuanghua and his knight's steeds showed no signs of any issues. They looked spirited, far from appearing to be drugged. However, Trenton did not reveal this. He smiled, saying, "Lord, please enter first, and I will introduce you to Shuangta City in your castle." No rush. Zhuanghua shook his head and then looked at the citizens on both sides. Their eyes were dull, even carrying a hint of fear. Yet there was a distinct lack of respect or anticipation. These citizens were not living well. "Everyone, I am the Lord of Shuangta City, Count Zhuanghua. From today onwards you are my subjects. I am still unfamiliar with other policies and will make adjustments once I understand them, but one thing, in half an hour gather at the castle square. Every one of my subjects will receive 1 pound of grain as a welcome gift. Everyone gets a share." "What?" The previously silent citizens erupted in an uproar. A bold person called out, "Lord Zhuanghua, are you joking with us? 1 pound of grain each. Of course, just come. If anyone tries to stop you, feel free to tell my knight Captain Tai Yi." Zhuanghua pointed at Tai Yi, calmly stating, "He will behead anyone who obstructs you to atone for their actions." No one dared to respond. Trenton behind him twitched his lips. This lord really spoke without a filter. Shuangta City had at least 5,000 people. 1 pound of grain each amounted to 5,000 pounds. Just like that, giving it away. What was he plotting? However, this had nothing to do with him. They were just a bunch of lowly commoners. The more important matter was to stabilize the power in his hands. Inside the castle, as Zhuanghua stepped into the hall, the system lit up. Ding. Unoccupied territory detected. Ding. Legal documentation detected. Congratulations to the host for obtaining territory. Do you confirm this as system territory? Confirm. Ding. Territory confirmation successful. The Lord system is officially activated. Rewards. Crackling. Disorder. Suppression. Agreement. What has happened to the system again? Could it be that his rewards have fallen through? Ding. Current host possesses territory. The system is officially activated. Rewards. Talent recruitment. Beginner gift pack. Open beginner gift pack. 1 iron mine, 1 workshop, 10 craftsmen. This reward directly gave him a weapons factory with materials processing and personnel all included. Truly a good system. Lord Wei. No rush. Zhuanghua interrupted Trenton, directly calling up the system panel. It seemed there had been a change in the system. Lord Zhuanghua territory, Shuangta City, prosperity 0. Lord Talent Knight, summoning talent recruitment, territory construction, 1 workshop. Hint, as prosperity increases the system will unlock more functions, so stay tuned. Looking at the talent section, it was finally not just a solitary knight summoning. Now, it also included talent recruitment. I knew it, the Lord system is not that simple. Talent recruitment. 1 special talent can be recruited per week. 11. A territory's development requires not only military might, but also the support of various trades and professions. This was something Zhuanghua understood clearly. System talent recruitment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a civil affairs talent. Civil affairs. As Zhuanghua was still puzzled, a flash of white light appeared, and a man in a cyan robe stood before him. Xiao He greets the Lord. Xiao He. Was this the Xiao He was thinking of? The foremost of the 3 heroes of the early Han dynasty, the one behind the saying success is due to Xiao He, failure is also due to Xiao He. As if sensing Zhuanghua's thoughts. My lord, I am not the same person as the one you know. It is merely a coincidence of names. However, my abilities will not disappoint you. So it wasn't him. Still, anything produced by the system was bound to be of high quality. This one should be no exception. Alright, I trust you. Thank you for your trust, my lord. Zhuanghua waved his hand, but at that moment Trenton spoke up. Lord Zhuanghua, did you see that? Zhuanghua then realized that he had used the recruitment while someone else was present. That meant Trenton had See what? Lord Zhuanghua, perhaps we should first report on the work, or would you like to have lunch first? Then seeing no unusual reaction from him, it was clear that he hadn't noticed. Or perhaps the system had blocked his perception. That was much better. Otherwise his actions might one day make people think he was possessed by a demon. Yes. Currently Twin Tower City has a total population of 13,000 with 5,500 inside the city and 7,500 outside. There are industries within the city. However, it is worth noting that despite its apparent tranquility, Twin Tower City could be attacked by orcs at any time. Trenton sighed. After all, the Allied defense line cannot completely block the orcs. To drive them away, we need to provide grain and gold coins to request support from the Allied forces on the front line. Only then can we repel the orc invasion. But the price is steep, so there isn't much grain left in the warehouse. If you insist on distributing grain to the civilians, it won't be enough. My. Hearing this, Zhuanghua finally understood what was going on. This was a subtle challenge to his authority. Are you saying that Twin Tower City with its vast territory doesn't even have 5,000 caddies of grain? The orc invasion. Enough. Zhuanghua interrupted him coldly. From now on you no longer need to involve yourself in the internal affairs of Twin Tower City. Everything will be handled by Xiaohe. Just like that. Wasn't there even a transition period? Trenton hesitated, but still said, Lord Zhuanghua, although Twin Tower City is not large, it is not small either. The administrative affairs are numerous, and Trenton. Zhuanghua's tone was icy as he stared into his eyes. You were once the Knight Commander of Twin Tower City. Your primary duty is to protect this city and the Lion Kingdom. You need not worry about civil affairs. Is that clear enough? See. Clear. Trenton gritted his teeth. He hadn't expected Zhuanghua to be so ruthless, but he wanted to see who would obey him in Twin Tower City without his guidance. A mere brat who had luckily saved the princess and obtained a fief, and now he thought he was invincible. I now appoint you as the Minister of Internal Affairs of Twin Tower City, in charge of all administrative matters. I will also assign you 2 heavy cavalry knights and 4 attendants to assist you. If any official refuses to cooperate, you may execute them directly without reporting. Rest assured, my lord. Xiaohe will not let you down. Zhuanghua waved his hand. Go now. First inventory the warehouse. I want to see at least 10,000 caddies of grain in the square shortly. Yes. Xiaohe did not ask if it was possible or where it would come from. He simply smiled and left with his men. Then Zhuanghua turned to Trenton and said seriously, now you can tell me about the military situation in Twin Tower City. As a city directly facing the Orc tribes, it naturally had an army, and it was under Trenton's command. Now that this was his territory, the army was also his. My lord, Twin Tower City has a total army of 500 men. This includes 5 knights, including myself, 100 swordsmen, 200 spearmen, and 200 archers. As he spoke, Trenton said confidently, this army is definitely the elite of the kingdom. Even the guard led by Knight Commander Orn of the royal capital cannot compare. Is that so? Zhuanghua asked with a smile. Then why can't they stop the orcs? The orcs are feeble. Trenton lowered his head in embarrassment. But without the army's resistance, the allied support forces wouldn't have been able to arrive so quickly. I see. Zhuanghua didn't press further. Just then Alina walked in and said, Lord Zhuanghua, the people have all arrived. Good, let's go out. Trenton had originally wanted to see Zhuanghua make a fool of himself since the warehouse didn't have much grain and there wasn't enough time to buy more. But when he saw the grain piled up in the square, he was completely stunned. What's more, the officials of Twin Tower City were all waiting there obediently with fear in their eyes. What was going on? What had happened? My lord, the grain is ready. It can be distributed at any time. Zhuanghua nodded. He walked to the high platform in the square and looked down at the sea of people. He said loudly, Fellow countrymen, I am Zhuanghua, the lord of Twin Tower City. From today onward, this city is mine and you are my subjects. That grain over there is a welcoming gift for you. They were really giving out grain. The people's eyes lit up and they cheered. Zhuanghua smiled and continued, after I finish speaking, I will arrange for people to distribute it to you on the spot. But before that, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you all. A lord asking questions to commoners. This was a first. An elderly man stepped forward and said, Lord Zhuanghua, we are just ignorant commoners. We probably can't answer your questions. Don't worry. Zhuanghua laughed. I'm just asking about things you've seen or heard. There's no need to be nervous. Well, our Lord Zhuanghua is giving us grain. You are a good person. We will do our best to answer. Good. Zhuanghua nodded with satisfaction and then spoke. Before I came here and after I arrived, I heard people say that Twin Tower City is invaded by orcs more than a dozen times a year. Do you know about this? The old man who had spoken earlier replied with confusion. Lord Zhuanghua, orc invasions do happen, but more than a dozen times is an exaggeration. It's only about 2 or 3 times, and each time there are only a dozen or so orcs. Is that so? Zhuanghua glanced at Trenton and then continued. I also heard that every time reinforcements from the Allied defense line come to help drive away the orcs. Have you seen them? The Allied forces. The people living here were naturally familiar with them. Just as the old man was about to answer, Trenton interrupted. My lord, these commoners know nothing and have no experience. You can just ask me directly. Keep your mouth shut. Zhuanghua glanced at him and said coldly, I am asking the townsfolk now, not you. Understand? Frustrating. Trenton had never faced such humiliation before the public, yet he dared not resist. At least not now. I understand, my lord. If you understand, then go away. Zhuanghua was blunt. He had no reason to be polite to someone trying to fool him. The common people, seeing the once arrogant knight Trenton being reprimanded by the new lord, suddenly felt invigorated. My lord, there has been no sight of supporting troops, but the previous officials used that as an excuse to tax us. Despite the fertile lands outside the city, after paying various taxes, we have no surplus grain left. They fabricated reasons. Heavy taxes. At the mention of this, some even began to sob quietly, undoubtedly reopening Trenton's wounds. But he didn't care at all. A bunch of unruly peasants. Oh, which place in the continent doesn't collect taxes? Without taxes, how can we support the army to protect you? What can be used to guarantee the logistics of the coalition army? My lord, you mustn't listen to their nonsense. He was still worried that Zhuang Hua might be swayed by these people, hence he reminded him. Seize him. But Zhuang Hua gave the order directly, and Tai Yi drew his sword and stepped forward to control him while the soldiers drew their weapons. Zhuang Hua coldly laughed. What do you intend to attack me, the legitimate lord of Shuangta City? Are you planning a rebellion? Perhaps you are unaware of my deeds. Zhuang Hua said nonchalantly, the last person who rebelled had his entire family, including a dog, beheaded by me. As long as you make a decision, the outcome will be the same. The knights and soldiers exchanged glances. Put away your weapons, I can pretend nothing has happened. Zhuang Hua's tone was calm, yet it carried a shocking weight. They had heard of the upheaval in the palace. Learning more from Zhuang Hua's own words was even more astonishing. After a moment of hesitation, a knight stepped back, followed by 2 or 3 others. Huh? Zhuang Hua scoffed, then declared loudly. Knight Trenton, I do not care for whom you do these things, but Shuangta City is my territory. You have harmed my people, an unforgivable crime. Now I sentence you to death. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Even the originally agitated commoners held their breath. You? Trenton's face changed dramatically as he trembled. My lord, are you really going to kill me for these lowly peasants? I am a knight and noble. According to the church's regulations, nobles can be exempt from death. You cannot kill me. This was the reason all nobles dared to act recklessly. No matter what they did against the commoners, they would not face death. Unfortunately, they encountered Zhuang Hua. The church's rules. Don't you know that the church has been slaughtered by me? You? Zhuang Hua waved his hand, too lazy to argue with him. He had no intention of wasting time discussing power and profit with these people. Kill him, and then seize his family's wealth and destroy them. Yes. Tai Yi nodded, drawing his large sword. Trenton attempted to struggle, but Zhuang Hua's heavily armored cavalry were all immensely strong, and he could not break free. Thud! With a single stroke, the head fell to the ground. The scene was eerily silent, and the soldiers who once belonged to Shuangta City felt their limbs turn cold. However, Zhuang Hua paid them no mind. He looked at the frightened commoners and said loudly, fellow villagers, do not be afraid. Such corrupt officials deserve to die. You are my people, and I will protect you. Moreover, from today onwards, all taxes are abolished. Farmers will only pay a 30 tax, and merchants the same. At this point, he stated earnestly, besides this, there will be no other forms of tax. My lord, is this true? They knew that the tax burdens in Shuangta City were numerous, exceeding 90, leaving them with barely enough to eat. Now Zhuang Hua told them that only 30 tax would be collected. It felt as if a deity had descended. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. A group of them knelt down, and with such a lord they could survive. No need for formalities, go get your rations. After the commoners departed, Zhuang Hua approached the army, and upon seeing him arrive, everyone knelt and saluted. Whatever actions you took alongside Trenton in the past, I will not hold against you. Wonderful, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, Zhuang Hua looked at everyone and said calmly, from today onward a new rule is established. Anyone who dares to violate it will be killed without mercy. First, my orders must be obeyed and executed. Second, during battles, no retreat without orders. Third, no oppression or disturbance of the common people. Not a single needle or thread can be taken from them. These are the 3 rules. Zhuang Hua scanned everyone and asked, can you adhere to them? We can. The voices were sparse, and Zhuang Hua frowned sternly, stating, haven't you eaten? I can't hear you. We can. The voices became louder and more unified, and Zhuang Hua nodded in satisfaction. Then he pointed at Tai Yi. From today onward, Tai Yi is the commander of the knights and your leader. Tai Yi, take them away. Tai Yi nodded and led the army away, and Zhuang Hua then looked at Xiao He and said, Xiao He, let's talk inside. Now that the internal dangers have been cleared, the next step is to build the territory. He had not forgotten that the system required prosperity to unlock more functions. Summoning a knight recruiting talents had already made him feel the power of the system. He wondered what other functions could be unlocked with the development of the territory. Zhuang Hua couldn't help but feel excited. Xiao He, as a special talent, had already gained a sufficient understanding of Shuangta City during their earlier conversation. Agriculture, industry, commerce, fisheries, and so on. They talked until late, and the 2 finalized their direction, with Zhuang Hua assigning the iron mine workshop and others to Xiao He. My lord, there's one more thing. Xiao He said with a heavy expression, 50 kilometers to the west is the coalition army's defense line, and our Ryan kingdom must deliver 5.0 pounds of grain and 1.0 gold coins to the coalition each month. What is allocated to Shuangta City is 1.0 pounds of grain and 2.0 gold coins. Just in time, in 2 days the coalition envoy will come to collect the money and grain. Today we seized 3.0 pounds of grain and 2.0 gold coins from Trenton's estate. It seems like a lot, but for Shuangta City's development, money and grain are necessities. If we have to pay each month, Shuangta City cannot bear it at all. This is a problem. Perhaps it was also the reason why Trenton imposed such heavy taxes. No rush, do I have both grain and gold coins, but whether to give them to the coalition remains to be seen. As if joking, he would not easily give away the things he had worked hard to collect. All right, what about the money and grain? Shao He rubbed his hands together full of expectation. No hurry, tomorrow I will go to the warehouse and give you 1,000 pounds and 5,000 gold coins. Thank you, my lord. The Allied forces. As a crucial defense against the Orc invasion, they indeed seem important. However, does Shuangta City face multiple incursions of orcs every year due to breaches or simply a lack of preparedness? Money has been given, yet the defenses are insufficient. This cannot stand. Moreover, while the orcs can invade, he too can raid their territory. Let me see what lies beyond the defenses. Zhuanghua's gaze was resolute. He did not come to be a complacent report. Suddenly a retainer rushed in excitedly stating, "My lord, the orcs have come. The orcs have arrived." Truly, thoughts manifest into reality. Zhuanghua said seriously, "Prepare Tai, I want at least one of them captured alive." Understood. Upon finishing, Zhuanghua rose, eager to see what the orcs looked like and what their battle strategies entailed. Outside Shuangta City, 10-meter-tall orcs slowly approached. Their skin was a vivid green, and their teeth were extraordinarily sharp, wielding stone hammers and other weapons. However, they did not approach the city walls, but circled around, seemingly observing something. "My lord, Tai, go capture them." Zhuanghua did not hesitate, but the knights of Shuangta City hesitated, one finally speaking up. "Lord Zhuanghua, these orcs are immensely strong. They are likely just scouting before seizing a bit of food and leaving. So you used to stand by and do nothing?" Zhuanghua coldly replied. "Has your knightly spirit been fed to the dogs?" The crowd lowered their heads. Zhuanghua, however, scoffed. "They are merely orcs. Tai, show them how one should confront orcs." Understood. Tai received the order and charged out with 10 heavily armored knights. This action immediately drew the attention of the orcs. Upon seeing Tai and the others, their eyes sparkled not with fear, but with excitement. It is well known that in their conflicts with the human race, humans have always been weak, even when donning armor to enhance their defenses. Yet their stone hammers could still claim lives, so. Before Tai, they remained fearless. Alo, seeing that this group of orcs did not flee, Tai was somewhat surprised, yet his speed was undeniably superior. Gripping the refined iron spear tightly, he pierced the chest of one orc upon contact. The outcome was the same for the other orcs. Only one orc was left unharmed, not due to luck, but because it was intentionally spared as a captive. "Bind him. Orcs will never be slaves." The orc roared, glaring at his fallen companions with bloodshot eyes. "Human, if you are a warrior, duel with me." "Duel, eh?" Tai looked at him, shaking his head. "You are unworthy. You? Bind him." Two knights stepped forward to take action, but the orc suddenly struck. However, he believed he could successfully ambush them, only to be seized by a knight, who captured his wrist, his stone hammer unable to fall. "How is this possible?" "Bind him." There was nothing impossible. The system-summoned heavy cavalry were all tall and robust, their size not inferior to that of the orcs. An ambush? How could he possibly succeed? Soon the orc was thrown before Zhuanghua, who turned to look at the soldiers of Shuangta City and said blandly, "Is this the powerful orc you spoke of?" This? They had not expected such a weak orc. "Remember, if anyone shows cowardice in the future, do not blame me for being merciless." Understood. After witnessing Zhuanghua's strength, the soldiers became eager. Previously, Trenton would never kill orcs. Instead, they used the presence of these orcs to intimidate the commoners and extract wealth. Now their lord was not like that. Many of the soldiers were commoners exempt from taxes and even received rations allocated by Zhuanghua. Those were all very real. Now, with such boldness from their lord, they felt a deep admiration. It turned out that orcs could also be killed or captured. "What is your purpose for coming here?" "Umph." The orc snorted coldly, turning his head away and refusing. Zhuanghua smiled, still a tough nut to crack. He waved his hand. "Take him down, treat him well. I want to know his purpose for coming here, as well as the situation of the Allied forces' defenses and the circumstances on the orc side." Understood. Tai nodded. He had ample means to make the orc speak. After the orc was taken away, Elena curiously asked, "My lord, aren't these orcs here to plunder?" "Plunder?" Zhuanghua shook his head, chuckling. "If it were that simple, they wouldn't come with only 10. I suspect they are here for reconnaissance." "Reconnaissance?" "Exactly." Zhuanghua nodded, speaking earnestly. "Regardless of the state of the Allied forces' defenses, the fact that these orcs have come multiple times indicates that there is an issue with the Allied forces' defenses." "Then what shall we do?" Elena grew worried. "No worries." Zhuanghua gazed at the mountains to the west, speaking solemnly. "When the soldiers come, we shall meet them. When the flood comes, we shall bury it. If there are issues with the Allied forces, then we will not rely on them." "Can it be done?" Elena questioned. Zhuanghua did not explain. "Countless histories have shown that relying on the mountains results in collapse, and relying on people leads to abandonment. Only by relying on oneself can one endure for the long term. Zhuanghua did not elaborate further. It was getting late, and they needed proper rest. The castle of Shuangta City was far more luxurious than the estates of the royal city, though it could not be called resplendent. But it was sufficiently grand. The next morning, the first thing Zhuanghua did upon opening his eyes was summon knights. System summon knights. Ding. Successfully summoned 3 heavy cavalry. Critical hit. Well done. Looking at the talent recruitment, it had changed to 17, and there were 6 days until the next recruitment. My lord, we have extracted information. Zhuanghua took the testimony and carefully reviewed it in the study. First, the orc tribes have been at odds with the human race for many years and are unwilling to wait any longer. Not only on the side of the Ryan Kingdom, but orcs from other nations have also broken through defenses preparing to. Second, the Allied forces' defenses have become complacent due to long-term stability, and the orcs plan to exploit this for a surprise attack, catching the humans off guard. Third, the orc tribes are not a united front. Each tribe has its own conflicts over resources, and the captured orc came from a small tribe. Finally, and most importantly, within the next 2 days, the orcs will send 500 warriors to break through the defenses and launch an assault on Shuangta City, aiming to seize it, and then attack the Allied forces from both sides. My lord need not worry, 500 orcs are more than enough for me to ensure they leave without return. I am not worried. Zhuanghua gazed at the testimony, and recalled what Xiao He had said. In 2 days the Allied forces envoy would come to collect rations. On the third day, a group of riders arrived outside the Twin Tower City, led by a tall knight. Who goes there? However, Tai Yi did not allow them to pass directly. Instead, he asked with caution. The knight, upon hearing this, replied sternly, "Damn it, do you not even recognize me? Tell Trenton to relay my message. He cannot come." Tai Yi replied calmly, then asked, "If you refuse to state your name, you may leave, otherwise there will be no mercy." No mercy. Before the knight could respond, the soldiers behind him burst into laughter. "Lord Charles, are the people of Twin Towers City insane to disrespect you like this? When we enter the city, he must apologize properly." Oomph. Upon hearing this, Charles' gaze turned icy. Trenton had truly become arrogant lately, daring to treat him this way. However, burdened with the heavy task of collecting supplies, he had to enter the city. "I am the messenger of the 9th Defense Line of the Allied Forces, Knight Charles. By the regulations, I have come to collect military supplies from the Kingdom of Ryan. Open the gates quickly." Upon hearing that he was a messenger, Tai Yi hesitated for a moment and frowned, saying, "Do you have any proof?" Charles was nearly enraged. The attendant next to him shouted, "Our Lord Charles is the proof. If you dare to stop us, it is disrespectful. If you anger Lord Charles, the Allied forces will withdraw from the 9th Defense Line." At that time, the attendant sneered, "Your Twin Tower City and even the Kingdom of Ryan will become a feast for the orcs. Is that so?" Tai Yi remained unfazed, responding calmly, "If you cannot produce proof, please leave." "What?" The attendant was taken aback by the arrogance of the guards at Twin Tower City. "Bring out my documents from the Allied forces to show them." "Yes." The attendant was somewhat confused, but since Charles had spoken, he could not refuse. Soon Tai Yi finished reviewing the documents and waved his hand, saying, "The documents are valid. Open the city gates." Oomph. Charles snorted coldly, then led his team into the city, but when he saw Tai Yi, he felt an unfamiliarity. This knight he had never seen before. "Where is Trenton? I want to see him." He was a knight from a powerful nation and naturally looked down upon a small nation like the Kingdom of Ryan, even though Tai Yi had just angered him. However, out of respect for his status, he would not act against Tai Yi. Any revenge would be left for Trenton. Yet Tai Yi casually replied, "He is already dead." Charles was stunned, then puzzled, asking, "He died after a month apart. What happened?" Tai Yi did not. Charles furrowed his brow. This person felt strange. Forget it. As long as he got what he wanted, who died had nothing to do with him. "Take me to see the steward, please." Soon Tai Yi led him to the castle, where they met Count Zhonghua. "This is the Lord of Twin Towers City, Count Zhonghua." "A lord? A count?" Charles was taken aback. It turned out Twin Tower City had changed its ruler. However, he glanced at Alice, who stood behind Zhonghua. This person looked somewhat like a knight from the Holy Temple. How could she be following a small lord of the Kingdom of Ryan? Yet it also indicated that Zhonghua's status might not be ordinary. "Charles, I greet you." "Knight Charles, please take a seat. I am aware of your purpose. I have already prepared the food. You can take them at any time." Upon hearing this, Charles felt relieved. As long as the supplies could be secured, everything else was minor. He smiled, saying, "Count Zhonghua, rest assured that our allied forces will not take your supplies for free. We will certainly stop the orcs outside the defense line. You just need to focus on production. I believe in you." Zhonghua smiled as if he genuinely trusted them, which pleased Charles greatly. However, recalling Tai Yi's demeanor, he shook his head and said, "Count Zhonghua understands the situation, but that knight under your command seems somewhat disrespectful. He dared to stop me outside the city. If there was a misunderstanding, wouldn't we have left? If Twin Tower City faced an attack from the orcs, it would be in danger. You speak the truth. Upon hearing this, he waved his hand and commanded, someone take Tai and imprison him in the dungeon, that uncouth fellow. Knight Charles, rest assured I stand with the Allied forces. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Charles could not help but feel proud. He thought some impressive lord had arrived, but there was no difference from the previous Trenton. Within this defense line, everyone must listen to him. Just when he was pleased, Val rushed in anxiously saying, Lord Zhonghua outside the city. A large number of green-skinned orcs have come, more than 500 of them. What should we do? Upon hearing this, Zhonghua immediately stood up, grasping Charles' hand. He exclaimed excitedly, Knight Charles, the orcs are coming now, only you can save Twin Tower City. Please take action. I will prepare double the food supplies intended for the Allied forces for you. You must save us. Don't worry. Though Charles said this, he was already panicking inside. They hadn't fought a battle on the defense line for years, only occasionally having a few orcs trying to cause trouble, but 500 orcs. Val's words left Charles speechless, while Zhonghua looked at him with eager anticipation. But he could not agree. Charles looked at Zhonghua and said, You should let your men go to the city wall and prepare for defense. My lord, everyone has run away upon seeing the orcs. There is no one on the city wall. Val's words left Charles speechless, while Zhonghua looked at him with eager anticipation. But he could not agree. If he truly took action, he and his few subordinates would surely perish under the orcs' hammers. His eyes darted around, and he quickly looked at Zhonghua, saying, Zhonghua, don't worry, I will take people to intercept the orcs while sending someone to request reinforcements. I knew it, Zhonghua said excitedly. How could the Allied forces not care about our supplies? Twin Towers City relies on you now. Rest assured. After saying this, Charles hurriedly walked out, and at this moment the people he brought were also in a panic. My lord, the orcs are here, at least 500 of them densely packed in sight. Are we really going to take action for Twin Towers City? Everyone's faces were filled with fear. After all, they were also human and feared death. Take action. We will go out from the side gate and run with all our might. We must stay far away from those orcs. What about Twin Towers City? Upon hearing this, Charles contemptuously replied, That has nothing to do with us. This time it seems the city will not be kept. If we survive, we can return information to the Allied forces. Otherwise, we can only wait here to die. Absolutely. We should hurry and leave. And just as Charles exited the city gate, he spotted the orc tribe not far away and took off running. At this moment, Zhonghua appeared on the city wall, looking at Charles' retreating figure, shouting, Knight Charles, are you abandoning us? Is the Allied forces abandoning us? Hearing the voice of Zhonghua, Charles ran even faster. My lord, the people have run far away. Zhonghua nodded, looking at the approaching orcs outside. He frowned and asked, So how is the preparation going? We have prepared many tools for defending the city, and the civilians outside have been arranged to hide. Good. Zhonghua nodded with satisfaction and looked at Tai seriously, saying, This time I want to make sure these orcs do not return. It's up to you, Tai. Rest assured, my lord, if the orcs survive, I will bring their heads to you. Go prepare. After Zhonghua finished speaking, he went to the high point of the castle and quietly watched the orcs approach. These orcs looked very strong, but they had a characteristic of only minimal protection. In a real fight, the orcs would definitely not be the opponents of Tai and the fully armored soldiers. Moreover, Zhonghua did not plan to fight these orcs in the wilderness. With a stronghold in hand, why clash Eden? Soon the orcs drew closer, and Tai ordered the attack without further words. Arrows, stones, and even molten metal. Various means of attack fell upon them. The orcs suffered casualties before even reaching the city, and once they did, the losses were even more severe. Since ancient times, attacking a city has always been the most brutal type of battle without exception. However, this applies to the attacking side. These orcs, despite their brute strength, lacked intelligence, and did not anticipate that the Twin Tower City would be so well prepared. Previously, whenever their orc tribe invaded the human race, it was always an easy victory, with the humans running away at the sight of them. Resistance was also sparse. Now stop fighting, retreat, retreat. The orc leader, seeing that half of his forces were lost, dared not advance and ordered a retreat. At this moment, the city gates swung wide open, and Tai, leading the knights, charged out. He did not bring ordinary soldiers. Only knights, 15 heavy cavalry, and 5 local knights from Twin Tower City, making a total of 20. Each riding war horses, they brandished their weapons and began to charge. Damn it, these humans are so disdainful of us. Kill them. Kill, kill, kill. Umph. Tai snorted coldly, thrusting his fine iron spear. So, Alina followed closely behind Zhonghua, watching as Tai and the 20 knights pierced through the orcs, something unimaginable in the past. Tai and the others are heavy cavalry, and they are physically not weaker than these orcs. They are fully armored, riding fine horses, wielding heavy weapons. Having armor against the unarmored is a complete crushing advantage. If faced with the initial 500 orcs, he might have hesitated, but now only about 200 remained. Facing 10 to 1 it was no problem at all. And as it turned out, only a few charges later the remaining orcs were almost gone. In the end, Tai even captured their leader alive. My lord, I have fulfilled my duty. Well done. Zhuanghua looked at the firmly bound orc leader and asked, do you want a chance at life? Pa, orcs will never be slaves. Still quite tough. Zhuanghua was not bothered laughing as he said, put him in the cell for now, we will interrogate him tomorrow. I only want to know the situation of the orcs at the 9th defense line. Yes. The orc leader turned his head away. He would never submit, not a single orc would submit. However, when he was locked up and saw another orc in a different cell, he was stunned. You are still alive. Lord Naz, how? Have you also been captured? The orc did not expect even their tribe's little leader, Naz, to be caught. These humans are too strong. Naz gritted his teeth and said, I don't know why, but these humans seem to have been prepared for us, catching us off guard, otherwise how could we have been so defeated? They seemed to know we were coming. The orc felt somewhat guilty. Just then Vol came over, took out food, and handed it to the orc, saying, you need to persuade your lord Naz to confess honestly to avoid suffering the consequences. Otherwise you should know the consequences. Yes, yes, yes. The orc nodded repeatedly, causing Naz to widen his eyes. It was you betrayed the tribe, you traitor. Lord Naz, I had no choice, but if I don't confess here it would be difficult to avoid death. You? Naz was furious, but the orc raised his head seriously and said, Lord Naz, the humans here are different from those on the battlefield. You might as well cooperate, you may still have a chance to live. Impossible. Sai, if you do not cooperate, my lord, you may not have the chance to go out. Ignoring the commotion in the cell, Zhuanghua was currently looking at the system panel before him, feeling very excited. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the war against the alien race for the first time and achieving a great victory. Reward Elite Infantry Corps. Error in the system. Correcting. Zhuanghua knew that the system was acting up again, but it was not a big deal. A reward was definitely forthcoming. This infantry corps looked like a good thing, but to obtain such a reward just for killing 500 orcs seemed a bit. Ding. Correction successful. Reward Military Token 1 Intermediate Witch Magic Essence 1. Sure enough, even though the system was acting up, the rewards would still come. Military Token can summon an elite heavy infantry unit of 500 to fight for you, lasting 1 day with a cooldown of 7 days. Seeing this description, Zhuanghua's eyes lit up. Through the system, he had already seen the appearance of the elite heavy infantry similar to Tai E and the others, except they did not have warhorses and were equipped with broadswords and iron shields. Although there were only 500 of them, if used properly, they could change the outcome of a battle. Very good. Although they could not be summoned at will, a 7-day interval was sufficient. After all, they couldn't fight every day. In addition to this, there was an Intermediate Witch Magic Essence. Intermediate Witch Magic Essence can help a witch advance to an Intermediate Witch and master Intermediate Witch Magic. Good gracious, this item is essentially a talent cultivation card. Although he didn't know how strong an Intermediate Witch was, it would definitely provide greater assistance. Alina. Lord Zhuanghua. Alina asked in confusion. Zhuanghua asked seriously, witches also have levels, right? How strong is an Intermediate Witch? Of course there are levels. The witches I know are distinguished as Awakening Junior, Witch Intermediate, Witch Senior, Witch Legendary, Witch etc. After all, witches are born with it. Alina said somewhat dejectedly, just awakened witches have limited abilities capable of healing minor injuries and can only truly become junior witches after obtaining a legacy essence to cast some healing and divination spells. As for intermediate witches, they are quite powerful, usually possessing some supernatural abilities such as casting elemental magic. Because of this, witches are very dangerous. A witch without complete inheritance, if they lose control, can cause damage no less than that of a sorceress. I see. Zhuanghua understood, looking at Alina and smiling. Do you want to become an intermediate witch? Me? Alina was taken aback looking at the serious Zhuanghua. She shook her head and said, it's fine, witches are generally not well received by people. As long as I can stay by Master Zhuanghua's side, being a retainer is already wonderful. Stop rambling. Zhuanghua directly claimed the reward using the intermediate witch magic essentials on Alina. In an instant, Alina's aura surged, and soon her mind was filled with numerous witch spells. Moreover, as long as she wished, she could easily cast them. But how could this be possible? Even though witches are somewhat special and born with abilities, growth still requires gradual learning. Until now, with just a point from Zhuanghua's finger, she had become an intermediate witch, and a very powerful one. Don't be surprised, as long as you do well, maybe one day you will become the most powerful witch. And remember, witches are also human. One day, I will make the world know that witches are also angels who save people. Master Zhuanghua. Alina felt her nose tingle, unable to hold back her tears. Only Master Zhuanghua could protect her like this. Otherwise, she would have been doomed in the village. Don't cry, you are the person I trust the most now. Oh, I don't like girls who shed tears. Oh, the most trusted. Elena felt warmth in her heart. Initially Master Zhuanghua had said she was the most important person. All right, you have leveled up. Go check if any soldiers are injured and treat them. Watching Elena leave, Zhuanghua also breathed a sigh of relief, but considering the number of orcs that had come, it was clear there was a problem at the defense line. He found Xiao He and directly gave orders saying, Xiao He, I want to expand westward with the army and see if there is a need to occupy the orc tribes. During this time, take care of the defenses and constructions of Twin Tower City. Rest assured, my lord. Xiao He did not ask why, but directly accepted, which made Zhuanghua feel quite comfortable. This is a talent. No need for him to worry at all. The more such talents, the better. However, if the orc leader could cooperate, it would be even easier. Also, Zhuanghua wanted to clarify the situation of the allied forces. Meanwhile, Charles and the others had run for a long time, and only when they could no longer see Twin Tower City did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. No orcs followed us, right? None. The others were also still in shock, complaining. What's up with these orcs? They haven't moved for years, and suddenly so many appeared. If they attack the allied forces' defenses now, wouldn't that be the end? It's only 500, perhaps it's just the movements of those small orc tribes. Lord Charles, what should we do? They were here to collect food, but now they hadn't received any and encountered orc attacks. However, collecting food was their responsibility, dealing with orcs was not. Should we continue to the Ryan Kingdom to collect food? Let's return to the defense line, report to the Knight Commander, and then make further plans. Charles gritted his teeth. He would definitely be punished for not bringing back the food this time, but he couldn't dare to lead people to bypass Twin Tower City to collect food from Ryan Kingdom. He was afraid of encountering orcs. Let's go. Upon reaching the defense line, Charles entered a castle cautiously, saying, Knight Commander, orcs have appeared at Twin Tower City, and we haven't brought back any food. Twin Tower City is likely to be lost as well. Should we report this to the higher-ups? Report what? We only have about 1,000 people here. We can't go and rescue Twin Tower City. The Knight Commander shook his head. Focus on our defense line. As long as the orcs don't come here, it has nothing to do with us. What about Ryan Kingdom? We haven't taken their food. Their safety is of no concern to us. Charles sighed with relief, but the Knight Commander calmly said, but you need to find a way to make up for the shortfall of food. Get out. Charles clenched his fists. How was he supposed to make up for so much food? Damn, or Zhuanghua had clearly prepared everything. Why did they have to come at such a time? Just then a soldier rushed over and said, Lord Charles, Twin Tower City has held out. Those orcs have not succeeded. What? Is Twin Tower City that formidable? But after thinking about it, as long as they defended the city, those orcs wouldn't find it easy to breach it. What about the orcs? We don't know. We haven't found any traces of the orcs. Or they might have left. Should we go to Twin Tower City to collect food again? Charles shook his head. He still had some pride. He had just run away in the morning, and now he would go back. Where would he put his face? Moreover, he had no idea where those orcs were. What if he went and encountered orcs? Enough said. I won't go to Twin Tower City. I will think of a way regarding the food situation. The next day, Zhuanghua with Taier and 5,000 pounds of food headed directly towards the defense line, wanting to scout the situation. Of course, it was best to see it for himself. At this time, Charles was worried about the food situation when he spotted Zhuanghua's team. Knight Charles, you are really... Zhuanghua wore a sad expression, seriously saying, You don't know, yesterday the orcs invaded, and we suffered heavy losses in Twin Tower City. Now the orcs have vanished. I am quite anxious. So, I brought 5,000 pounds of food to ask the allied forces to take action. Of course, this is just a deposit. If we can defeat those orcs, I will be sure to express my gratitude. You? Charles was taken aback. He had initially felt a bit awkward since he had run away yesterday. He didn't expect that today they had come to seek his help. But he was also afraid of those orcs. I'm just a messenger. I can't help you deal with the orcs. How about I ask the Knight Commander? That would be a hassle. Zhuanghua smiled slightly, and after Charles left, he instructed Taier to start scouting. As an elite professional, it was easy to understand the situation here. Knight Commander, the Lord of Twin Tower City has come seeking aid. The Knight Commander was taken aback, puzzled. They are still alive. They suffered heavy losses, but the orcs are still within the territory. He fears for his life and wishes for our support, bringing 5,000 pounds of food with him. Should we assist them? Assist? The Knight Commander glanced at him and said irritably, We are here relying on the castle and walls for defense, but if we go to the battlefield face-to-face, we will only die. Then what should we do? The 9th Defense Line was responsible for this area of the Ryan Kingdom. Now that the victim had come seeking aid, should they remain indifferent? Feign agreement, and once they are wiped out by the orcs, no one will come looking for trouble. Charles was taken aback. He didn't expect the Knight Commander to be so ruthless. But this was good. It would send Zhuanghua away while also avoiding facing the orcs. Moreover, they would gain 5,000 pounds of food for free. I will go reply to him right away. However, just as he agreed with Zhuang Hua's scream suddenly erupted from the defense line. Not good, the orcs are attacking. Charles was utterly terrified upon witnessing the situation. Without a care for Zhuang Hua and the others, he turned and fled. My lord, what should we do? No rush. Zhuang Hua replied calmly. The 9th defense line cannot fall into the hands of the orcs. If they are defeated, my lord, what should we do? No rush. Zhuang Hua replied calmly. The 9th defense line cannot fall into the hands of the orcs. If they are defeated, we will go to support them. Although there are many loopholes here, if we lose it, Zhuang Hua will face significant obstacles in the future when he wants to counterattack the orc tribe. My lord, but there are only 20 of us. Is that enough? I know what I'm doing. Zhuang Hua did not hesitate. He looked towards the castle and walked straight over. First find Charles and the others. Yes. However, the castle was large, and it took a while for Zhuang Hua and his group to find it, only to discover that it was completely empty. Not good, they have escaped. Tyre suddenly pointed to a distant spot where a cavalry unit of 50 was. Damn it, this bunch of cowards actually ran away just like that. Tyre clenched his fists in anger. As soldiers, they should have the spirit to fight to the death. Enough, let's see if there are any issues on the defense line. Zhuang Hua did not voice his opinion. Those 500 orcs, although he did not know how they bypassed the defense lines, had arrived at Shuangda City. But at least it proved one thing: the defense of Shuangda City was definitely compromised. Not good, the defense line has collapsed. These soldiers cannot withstand the orcs without knights leading them. The orcs are on the walls. Hearing this, Zhuang Hua did not hesitate to use the military talisman, and instantly 500 heavy infantry appeared in the open ground outside. They did not speak, but exuded a chilling aura. Tyre, lead them to the walls for support. Leave no orc alive. Tyre had been worried, but seeing these 500 men, he instantly broke into a smile. I will obey. With that, Tyre led the 500 men to assault the walls. The defending soldiers had already collapsed, but upon seeing Tyre and his men, they regained their courage. With so many knights, what do they have to worry about? Kill these orcs. Kill. The orcs were also confused. How could the intelligence be so different? Moreover, hadn't they already taken the walls? How could they be driven back down? No one could answer them. The battle lasted for 2 hours, and in the end the orcs retreated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving victory in the external battle. Reward Legendary General Recruitment Card. Recalibrating. Reward Mastery of Horsemanship. Zhuang Hua knew there would be problems. A legendary general was no trivial matter and was definitely more formidable than Tyre and the others. However, the system did not give him a chance, but fortunately there were still rewards. Mastery of Horsemanship. Zhuang Hua felt a slight change in his body. If he had a horse now, he could perform tricks on it. However, having only horsemanship is useless. With his current physique, he couldn't fight at all. But according to the system's rewards, perhaps one day he could battle. My lord, the orcs have been defeated, and we eliminated 530 of them. Zhuang Hua nodded. Looking at the somewhat dazed soldiers, he said earnestly, You all have worked hard. However, the original knights of the 9th defense line have already fled. In other words, you have been abandoned. The soldiers lowered their heads, falling into silence. Seeing this, Zhuang Hua continued, But it's all right, I have seen your bravery. I am Zhuang Hua, the lord of Shuangda City in the Ryan Empire. From today onwards, I will take over this defense line. If you are willing to stay, I, Zhuang Hua, will treat you well. If you wish to leave, I can give you 10 pounds of food as travel fare to let you go. There are at least 500 soldiers here, although they do not have perfect equipment like the knights. But they dared to take up arms and fight desperately against the enemy on the walls. For this reason, Zhuang Hua felt they were far stronger than the cowardly knights like Charles. He liked soldiers like these. Lord Zhuang Hua, I, Dwoluan, am willing to serve you. Lord Zhuang Hua, I, Basi, am willing to serve you. In an instant, countless soldiers knelt to pledge their loyalty. What choice did they have? Their knight commander had already fled. Even if they returned, if the Allied headquarters found out they had run away, they would be executed. Following this lord before them, they still had a chance to survive. They had witnessed the ferocity of the reinforcements. By following such a lord, perhaps one day they too could don armor and become knights. A total of 530 men, not one was left behind, all became Zhuang Hua's followers. After arranging for Tyre to gather the troops, he entered the castle to inspect. This place had now become his territory. Lord Zhuang Hua Territory, Shuangda City, 9th Defense Line, Prosperity 130. Lord Talent Knight, Summoning Talent Recruitment Items, Military Talisman, used 07. Has the prosperity reached 130? Zhuang Hua felt quite satisfied, but how much prosperity is needed to unlock new functions? Unfortunately, the system would not answer him. My lord, the defense line is basically secure. I have already arranged for patrols to begin. The defense line is fine, but where did the orc forces of Shuangda City come from? This is definitely not normal. Go and ask the newly joined brothers if anyone knows about the orcs crossing the defense line. Yes. This question concerns the security of his territory, and it must be clarified. However, he was not in too much of a hurry. He looked northward where the 8th defense line was. Did Charles and the others run there? Would they return? Commander Leon, are we just running away like this? If Lord Bruce finds out then, what should we do? Leon wanted to know as well, but he recalled those densely packed orcs and felt his scalp tingle. Initially, they believed that the orc tribe outside the 9th defense line posed no threat, so they withdrew the troops. Now there are only 10 of us knights leading 500 or 600 soldiers here. How can we hold our ground against the fierce orc assault? The 9th defense line is gone, or it's not my fault. It was unexpected that the orcs would launch a sudden attack. We also could not hold our ground and had to retreat. Lord Bruce will understand. Charles' eyes lit up. No wonder Leon could become the knight commander. With such a mind, he could never compare. At this time, Leon looked at the others and shook his head, saying, "You all look too orderly, not a scratch on you." Then what should we do? Charles was puzzled. They hadn't fought, so naturally they weren't injured. But Leon drew his cross sword and said earnestly, "Let's each give the other a cut, and then discard some gear. That way it will be fine." "A cut?" Charles hesitated, saying, "Commander Leon, won't that hurt?" "Are you more afraid of pain, my lord? The 9th defense line is long and sturdy. It is impossible for the enemy to sneak in quietly. But there is only one place." "What place?" Zhuanghua asked. Tai seriously replied, "To the east of the 9th defense line, there is a steep cliff, and there is a small opening in that cliff, just enough for one person to pass through. But over there their knight commander Leon does not allow anyone to approach. He has issued a command of that kind. A place with a clear vulnerability, yet soldiers are not allowed to approach it, which itself indicates a problem. But what reason could a human coalition's knight commander have to do this? You take some people to check it out, preferably seal it off." "Yes." Zhuanghua waved his hand. Although these questions were strange, they were not very important. Zhuanghua's goal was to take the 9th defense line. In this way, he could attack the orc tribe if needed while ensuring safety in Double Tower City. As long as the human coalition does not disrupt, he can gradually occupy the orc tribe's territory and then watch the system develop slowly. Once he is strong, he can follow the defense line to conquer other battle zones and kingdoms. Zhuanghua, who was walking in the castle, suddenly stopped, sensing that something was off. "What is below?" "My lord, below is a forbidden area that Knight Commander Leon has prohibited entry to. Only his direct knights can go in." "Open it." Zhuanghua would not miss such a place, resembling a cellar from Ao Town to the Royal City Church. The cellar was not just a storage for nobles to keep grain and gold coins, it was also a place for their misdeeds. However, the ground beneath this cellar was not the disgusting kind Zhuanghua had imagined. It was quite clean. Moreover, there were bags of grain and gold coins, looking like quite a number. After all, this place had not seen war for years, and with so few people, they still collected so much grain and gold coins from the Leon Kingdom every year. It would be abnormal not to have some stock. But what attracted Zhuanghua was not these, but rather a display rack on the other side. The rack held various peculiar items. There were even some dried specimens. "These are the witch's magical tools, and some specimens of magical creatures." Elena, who was behind him, began to explain. Magical tools. Zhuanghua was curious. After all, he had only seen the staff used by witches, while these items looked like drums and bowls. They appeared to have various styles. "I said witches need the assistance of magical tools to cast spells, otherwise their power is greatly diminished. These magical tools have different styles and functions." "You know so much." Zhuanghua was curious, knowing that Elena was just a girl who grew up in a village. Becoming a witch was also a matter of chance. He did not expect her to understand witches so well. "I didn't know before, but that day when you pointed it out, my lord Zhuanghua, I learned a lot, including knowledge about witches." "So that was it." Zhuanghua nodded and stepped forward to examine these magical tools, which looked just like ordinary utensils. "Can you use these magical tools?" "Cannot." Elena shook her head, smiling wryly. "The source of power for us witches and witches is different. We cannot activate these things." "I see." Zhuanghua waved his hand and collected these items into his storage space. Though they couldn't be used, they might be useful in the future. Aside from that, there was nothing else underground, but Zhuanghua was puzzled as to why the 9th defense line would have these magical tools. He had not discovered any witches here. The longer he stayed, the more mysterious things became. "Forget it, After spending so long today, he was already tired and hungry. "All right, I'll prepare food for my lord Zhuanghua right away." Nowadays, Elena, aside from treating soldiers and commoners' injuries and illnesses when she had nothing to do, most of her time was spent accompanying Zhuanghua and preparing his meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. She looked nothing like a witch, but rather like a meticulous maid. At night, Zhuanghua had just lain down when he saw a bright red light rise outside the window. That was in the direction of the orc tribe outside the 9th defense line. "What's going on? Did the orcs launch a surprise attack?" "No." Alice at the door shook her head and said calmly, "No orcs have been detected approaching, but I detected a magical fluctuation over there. Zhuanghua knew. Alice had this capability. However, did the orc tribe also have witches? Why would they act like this at night? If enemies come to attack, wake me up. Alice nodded. Zhuanghua fell asleep without concern. The next day, system summoned knights. Ding. Successfully summoned 5 heavy cavalry. 5. This was the first time Zhuanghua encountered such a situation. It seemed the system's summoning limit could be raised. However, the 500 heavy infantry summoned using the military talisman yesterday had already disappeared and could not be used again until a week later. Was everything alright last night? Alice shook her head, and only then did Zhuanghua walk outside. At this moment the 9th defense line was operating as usual. Although Charles and Leon had left, Zhuanghua had come with Taier leading the heavy cavalry. Taier shook his head, but questioned, "My lord, we have not found any orcs," but a woman came out from inside. Taier shook his head, but questioned, "My lord, we have not found any orcs," but a woman came out from inside. Zhuanghua was taken aback, puzzled. A woman. Coming from the opposite side. Taier nodded. But she was seriously injured. Oh, when we found her, she could not speak, as if she was about to die. Take me there, and also call Elena over. Soon, Zhuanghua saw the woman. She appeared to be in her 20s, but her clothes were tattered, and there were visible whip marks on her body, a shocking sight. So pitiful. What did she go through? Elena's eyes were filled with compassion, as she looked at Zhuanghua, and said, "My lord Zhuanghua, should I save her?" You save her. However, Alice beside her spoke softly, "Master, this woman has magic power in her body." Magic power? Zhuanghua was taken aback. Did that mean this woman was a witch? Indeed, although it is very weak, it is undoubtedly magical power. My lord Zhuanghua. Seeing this, Elena hesitated. Zhuanghua, noticing this, smiled, and said, "Continue to save her. Just because she is a witch does not mean she is an evil person like Mou. We cannot let her die." Elena then nodded and began to cast her healing spell, which now required shorter chanting time and healed faster. In almost no time, the scars on the woman's body began to slowly disappear, and her originally pale face became rosy. When she opened her eyes and saw Zhuanghua and the others, her eyes were filled with suspicion. "Who are you?" "Count of the Ryan Kingdom, Lord of the Twin Towers, City Zhuanghua." He looked at the woman before him and asked, "Now that you are on my territory, who are you? Why did you come from the orcs' territory?" "I." The woman sighed with relief, but then fell into hesitation. Seeing her expression, Zhuanghua said lightly, "I believe that as a witch you would not appear in the orc tribe." When the word "witch" was spoken, the woman trembled all over. But Zhuanghua did not stop, continuing, "You came out because you encountered difficulties in the orc tribe, didn't you? Let me guess. You should not be alone, and with your strength you wouldn't be a slave to the orcs. Could it be that you have an organization inside? What did your witch organization do there?" Listening to Zhuanghua's analysis, the woman's pupils constricted. She opened her mouth and said through gritted teeth, "Do as you wish, just don't waste words." "Why would I want to kill you?" Zhuanghua laughed. But the woman responded coldly, "I am well aware of the dealings between the human alliance and the orcs. You are all traitors of the human race." Presumptuous. Alice, who stood behind, drew her sword, directing her killing intent at the woman. "Don't make a move." Zhuanghua held Alice back, then looked at the woman and said, "I believe what you said, but I am not that kind of person. You saw it. The one who saved you earlier was the witch Elena, my capable assistant. Behind me is the Holy Light Knight, Alice, my reliable guard. Do you think it is possible for both of them to exist within the human alliance?" The woman shook her head. Whether witch or sorceress, they were all wanted and hunted among humans. Moreover, the alliance was established solely by the Holy Temple. How could they allow witches to appear here? Yet Alice was undoubtedly dressed as a Templar, her aura even more suffocating than that of a Templar knight. But how could this be possible? It is normal to have doubts. If you are unwilling to speak, that's fine, but at least tell me. Lilith. My name is Lilith, a junior witch. Zhuanghua nodded, and then looked at Elena, saying, "Bring her something to eat, so she can rest well." After saying that, Zhuanghua turned and left. Lilith had secrets. Perhaps there was still a resistance force in the orc tribe. However, it was still uncertain, but it could be confirmed from the side. He still remembered that there were 2 orc captives in Twin Tower City. Taier, send someone to Twin Tower City and have Tai interrogate that orc leader quickly. I want to know everything he knows. Understood. Taier went to arrange it while Zhuanghua went up to the city wall and began to contemplate. At that moment, several orcs appeared outside the defense line, but as soon as Zhuanghua looked over, they instantly fled. It seemed that the orcs were not giving up. They might return again. However, the place where the orc tribe was located was densely forested and crisscrossed with water networks. Logically, it should be rich in resources, yet these orcs were dressed and equipped like primitive people. What a waste of resources. I must turn this place into a land of fish and rice. Zhuanghua thought with sufficient food supply, he would have the confidence to conquer in the future. Just then he heard a deafening explosion from the distant jungle. It was definitely not from firearms. In this era, gunpowder had not yet appeared. Was it the witches? Zhuanghua thought of Lilith, realizing that there were witches active in the orc tribe, and they were still fighting against the orcs. Witches have high attack power, and various means they can also be utilized. After all, the enemy's enemy is a friend, and friends are one's own people. My lord Zhuanghua, Lilith wants to see you. Oh. Zhuanghua raised an eyebrow and wondered, did you not say you were unwilling to speak? Why now? Could it be related to the battle over there? Zhuanghua laughed and said, I'll go meet her. Upon seeing Zhuanghua arrive, Lilith immediately knelt on the ground and pleaded, my lord Zhuanghua, please help us save humanity and rescue my companions. Was the commotion earlier created by your companions? Indeed. Lilith said sadly. We are born as witches, just as unwelcome as sorceresses, so a witch alliance was established between the territories of orcs and humans. Originally, everyone was living in peace. But one day we discovered that the human alliance was capturing civilians and selling them to the orcs as slaves. Upon hearing this, Alice and Elena clenched their fists. We had previously known that there were human slaves among the orcs, but we didn't expect them to be sold by the alliance. So we decided to rescue the humans trapped in the orc tribe. For 10 consecutive years we rescued many people and sacrificed many as well. My witch team launched an attack on an orc tribe last night and failed. I narrowly escaped, but many of my sisters are trapped inside. After saying this, she looked at Zhuanghua and pleaded, my lord Zhuanghua, I know you repelled the orc army yesterday. You must have the ability to save them. I beg you. Zhuanghua did not agree directly. Yesterday, with 500 elite heavy infantry, he naturally had no fear. But now he only had 20 heavy cavalry and 500 ordinary soldiers here. It may seem like a considerable number, but directly charging into the orc stronghold was indeed unwise. First, tell me about the situation over there. All right. Lilith said seriously, last night we acted because they suffered heavy losses here. This tribe is a small tribe of the orcs with a population of just over 2,000, and their army has only about 800 men. In the battle yesterday they lost more than half, and we thought there was an opportunity. But we didn't expect there to be a powerful orc shaman among them. We fell into a trap which led to our failure. As far as they knew, there was one orc shaman with extraordinary powers akin to a witch along with 400 orc warriors. Zhuanghua hesitated for a moment, looking at Lilith, and said, I can agree to help you rescue them, but you must stay and serve me. Zhuanghua was still quite interested in the witch's strange abilities. Lilith was taken aback and she asked in confusion, I am a witch. So what if you are a witch? Zhuanghua said nonchalantly, just because you dare to step forward to save ordinary people, I believe you are not bad people. And Zhuanghua said solemnly, what I love most is talent. The abilities of sorceresses are useful, and of witches naturally, they are also useful. So if you are willing to serve me, I am willing to go save people. I agree. Lilith did not hesitate. No matter what Zhuanghua's motives were, she could only trust him now. Zhuanghua also smiled and waved his hand, and the magical artifacts previously confiscated appeared before her. These things should be useful to you, right? Magical artifacts. Lilith was taken aback, trembling as she said, these are all top-level magical artifacts. How did you come by them? Just tell me if they are useful or not. They are. Lilith nodded repeatedly, and Zhuanghua was not polite and directly pushed the magical artifacts to her. Now they are all yours. All for me. Lilith looked at the magical artifacts, feeling somewhat at a loss. Each of these items was invaluable within their circle, yet Zhuanghua was giving them to her directly. Of course. Zhuanghua replied with a smile. You are now mine, and these items would be of no use here. Giving them to you will only enhance your combat power. You being strong means I am strong, doesn't it? Is that really so? Lilith asked, puzzled. Aren't you worried I might take these things and run away? If that were the case, it would only prove I misjudged you. But I believe you are not that kind of person. Lilith also. This Lord Zhuanghua seemed truly different from the nobles rumored about. All right, you should familiarize yourself with them. We will set off later this evening. Yes. Leaving Lilith's room, Zhuanghua had someone go to Shuangta City to summon Tai Yi and the others. The breach in the 9th defense line had already been sealed. Shuangta City didn't need so many guards anymore, so it was perfect to transfer them to encircle the orc tribe. In the evening, Tai Yi and his men arrived at the castle. My lord, did the orc leader say anything? Tai Yi nodded slightly. Yes, they mentioned that there are 7 tribes across from our 9th defense area, and the leader of their largest tribe has dealings with the human alliance. Dealings? Lilith had already informed him of this, and Tai Yi's information was similar to hers. Besides that, there is a force within the 9th defense area specifically opposing the orcs. It seems they are witches. Because of the witches' presence, the commanders at the human defense headquarters gave up the opportunity to attack the orcs. Gave up? Zhuanghua murmured. It should be to let the orcs and the witches wear each other down. The leader comes from the most powerful tribe. They seem to have taken advantage of the human defense's thoughts and are preparing for a grand war. War. Zhuanghua had his suspicions, but that wasn't his main concern. All right, you go and have the brothers practice. We'll set off tonight to encircle a small tribe. Understood. Tai Yi took his men down. They needed to rest early for the night raid. They had to act in the best, strike a fatal blow when the enemy is at their most relaxed. Also send someone to scout. We cannot fall into an ambush. Understood. Tai Yi went down and Zhuanghua also went to rest. He planned to personally participate in this night raid. This was the first proactive attack on the orcs, and he wanted to understand the enemy's strength. With Alice present, he wasn't worried about his safety. Night. As soon as midnight arrived, Summon the Night successfully summoned 5 heavy cavalry. Zhuanghua's eyes lit up. This was another critical hit. Summoning 5 heavy cavalry for 2 consecutive nights made him more confident about tonight's battle. Assemble. Set off. Zhuanghua led 30 knights and 500 elite soldiers heading to the place indicated by Lilith. He had already scouted in advance. The orc warriors in this tribe were fierce, but they never expected Zhuanghua would lead a sneak attack. Master, I sense a strong malice. It seems to be coming from an orc shaman. Alice reminded him, and Zhuanghua nodded, looking at Lilith. That shaman is temporarily your responsibility. If you can't handle it, Alice will step in. As for Elena, she was a powerful support, although the intermediate, which knew some elemental magic, her healing magic, was even stronger. This was also why Zhuanghua dared to lead a sneak attack, because Elena could cover the team. Yes. Lilith nodded, and Zhuanghua then ordered Tai Yi to commence the attack. At this moment, the orc tribe had fallen into silence. Even orcs needed rest in the early morning. As for the patrolling teams, they were very few. Tai Yi wasn't planning to play any tricks. He directly ordered the archers in the back row to light their arrows with oil and then shoot. Hundreds of fire arrows fell from the sky onto the rooftops of the orc tribe, instantly igniting clusters of flames. The fire grew larger. Only then did the orcs react, but Tai Yi had already led his men to slaughter. The patrolling orcs were cut in half by Tai Yi with a single blow. The force was so great, the power so fierce, it left people aghast. Enemy attack. At this moment, the orcs reacted, grabbing their weapons and rushing out, but facing them were the heavy cavalry led by Tai Yi. Die! It's the human army. An orc leader exclaimed in surprise as he recognized that these troops belonged to the 9th defense line. Shut up. Tai Yi had no intention of wasting words. He drew his blade and struck. But it had to be said, these orc warriors were fierce. Even with heavy casualties, they charged out. Some soldiers saw this situation and were injured instantly. But the next moment, a green energy erupted over them. Their injuries were instantly healed. Ha ha ha, I cannot be killed. Kill these orcs. Those soldiers, seeing that their injuries could be easily healed, were filled with fighting spirit. Once upon a time, they only saw the fear in the orcs' eyes, and even the soldiers of the 9th defense line fled in panic when facing the orcs. But now killing these orcs was as simple as killing dogs. How could this be? When did the humans become so damn it? The observing orc leader saw this situation and shouted, "Quick, summon the shaman." Before he finished speaking, a purple light appeared in the orc ranks. Then an orc wearing a cloak and holding a staff embedded with a purple crystal appeared at a high point. No matter how brave the humans are in my hands, it will only lead to death. Mokula. The old shaman began to chant spells, and then purple energy balls exploded towards Tai Yi and his troops. In an instant, they felt their movements slow down. It's witchcraft. Lilith. Observing this situation, Zhuanghua directly called out to Lilith, who did not hesitate. She held an artifact resembling a harp and began to cast magic. I'm here. As her incantation was completed, the artifact emitted a series of wonderful sounds. And this music directly dispelled the shaman's witchcraft. A witch. The shaman saw this situation and sneered. I wondered how the humans dared to attack us. It turns out to be this fleeing little girl. Release my companions. Lilith gritted her teeth, staring at the shaman, her eyes filled with anger. The shaman laughed loudly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Do you think you can contend with me just because of an artifact? You and the humans behind you will become my orc slaves. Forbidden technique. Heavenly fire burns the world. As he spoke, a gigantic magic array appeared in the sky above the forest, and then purple flames fell like raindrops. In a moment, around 100 soldiers could not withstand it, and perished instantly. Even Elena couldn't heal them in time. Damn it. Lilith took out a turtle shell artifact, then recited an incantation, and an energy shield appeared over Tai Yi and his troops. However, even so, the shield was shaking under the shaman's attacks. Lord Zhuanghua, I can't hold it much. Lilith spoke, her eyes filled with guilt. If it weren't for her, Zhuanghua wouldn't have come here to fight the orcs and wouldn't have been targeted by the shaman. Alice. Zhuanghua was also enraged. Although he had over 1,000 people, losing 100 directly was enough to anger him. I want him dead. Understood. Alice, who had remained unmoved, also felt Zhuanghua's anger and drew her holy sword. In the name of the holy light, I judge you. What? A paladin. The opposing shaman realized Alice's presence at this moment. The dazzling golden light blinded him. What of the paladins? Today you will all stay here and become slaves of my orc tribe. Forbidden technique. Holy light judgment. The orc shaman is indeed formidable. One must remember that when the bishop of the church utilized the evil artifact crafted by a maiden, Alice was able to effortlessly counter it. Now, however, Alice finds herself unable to fully suppress this shaman's forbidden techniques. Alice snorted coldly as if angered. Instead of casting spells here, she exerted her strength and charged forward, her speed astonishing even die. The shaman immediately cast his spells upon seeing Alice approach, but Alice's holy sword danced relentlessly in her hands. With each slash, the shaman's spells gradually dissipated. How is this possible? In the name of holy light, I grant you death. But Alice offered him no chance to plead for mercy. With a single stroke, all of his spells dissolved in an instant. Tai flexed his wrist and coldly said to the remaining orc warriors, "Kill them." The battle ended swiftly. Deep within the orc tribe, countless humans were imprisoned in cages, all young boys and girls. As for the old, there were none. Additionally, hanging from a pillar in the center of the orc tribe were 10 individuals, their clothes tattered, bearing numerous whip marks, a sight that was truly heart-wrenching. Sister Lilith wept uncontrollably upon seeing them. Lord Zhuanghua, they still have a chance to survive. A chance to survive means they are still alive. Without needing Zhuanghua's orders, he had already brought people to rescue them. Elena saved them all. Yes. At that moment, Tyre approached and said seriously, "My lord, all the orc warriors have been eliminated. There are 600 orc captives left, both young and old." This was a question of how to deal with them. Even Lilith couldn't help but glance over. After all, these were orcs. Follow the rules. Zhuanghua did not hesitate and said calmly, "Regardless of gender, anyone taller than a wheel shall be killed." Lilith nodded inwardly. This way the orc children could be spared from death, but she still felt uneasy. After all, these orc children were also feral beasts, treating humans with unimaginable cruelty. By the way, the wheels should be placed horizontally. Lilith grimaced, but Tyre did not blink, loudly stating yes. Placing them horizontally. This meant total annihilation. Even the kind-hearted Elena, upon seeing the rescued humans, could not muster a shred of sympathy for these orcs. Orcs deserve to die. Soon, when the orcs saw the wheels placed horizontally and heard the rules being read, they all erupted in anger. "Humans, what you are doing will bring retribution. If orcs do not die." Silence. Tyre struck down with a blade, instantly silencing them. As for their words, Zhuanghua cared even less. When they treated humans, they certainly did not care for human life or death. Now who would care for their lives? Ignoring them, Zhuanghua approached the rescued humans and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Zhuanghua, the Earl of the Ryan Kingdom and the Lord of Double Tower City. Now you are saved. I can offer you 2 choices. One is to follow me, the other is to leave here and return to you. I respect your decision." Upon hearing Zhuanghua's words, the crowd felt joy, but then they became confused. After arriving here, they all knew they had been captured by the nobles of their own country to be sold to the orcs. Of course they wanted to go home, but would they be sold again once they returned? Zhuanghua, however, was different. He not only dared to lead troops to attack the orc tribe, but also rescued them from hell. This was a life-saving grace. Following him would be far better than returning to their own country and hometown. "My lord, I am willing to follow you." I am also willing." These were all young people, both male and female, but all were in their prime. With just a little cultivation, they could become the backbone of his territory. In the end, the tally showed there were 237 men and 213 women, a total of 450. This was quite a substantial gain. Moreover, there were also the scattered humans from orc families whom Zhuanghua rescued entirely. You are not anyone's slaves, but individuals standing tall, members of Zhuanghua. Zhuanghua, the companions of Lilith, have all been rescued. Zhuanghua nodded. He approached the square and looked at the 10 witches, who all wore guarded expressions. "Ladies, thank you for your hard work." The witches did not respond, and Lilith hurriedly said, "My lord, my sisters do not know you well. Please forgive them." "No worries." He looked at the 10 and said, "Lilith promised to follow me. I brought troops to rescue you. Now that the promise is fulfilled, you may leave at any time." "Really?" Upon hearing this, one witch couldn't help but ask, "You will truly let us go? You must know our heads are worth a lot in the holy temple." Zhuanghua chuckled lightly, waving his hand and saying, "That is the holy temple, not me. Compared to your heads, I value your abilities more. Moreover, you fought in the orc tribe to rescue your fellow humans, which earns my respect." The 10 exchanged glances as Zhuanghua was indeed different from other nobles. "Sisters, Lord Zhuanghua is truly different. Why don't we?" "No way." One of the witches, seemingly the leader, said earnestly, "This lord is indeed good, but we are not alone. Even if we are to serve him, we must observe first." "Lilith." The witch looked at Lilith, her tone gentle as she said, Even if this lord treats you well, you must remain vigilant. I cannot trust these nobles just yet. This? All right. Zhuanghua smiled from the side and said, do not worry, you Lilith is one of my trusted aides. I will not harm her. The witches felt a bit awkward as their small talk had been overheard. In that case, we shall take our leave. With that, the 10 witches transformed into swarms of butterflies and vanished into the forest. The witches' escape technique is quite impressive. My lord, we have completely taken down the orc tribe. Their warehouse is behind their leader's palace. Let's take a look. Upon reaching the leader's palace, the system chimed in as expected. Ding. Detecting a territory available for occupation. Do you wish to occupy it? Occupy. This land is fertile and particularly suitable for farming. Zhuanghua is determined to take. However, there are no natural defenses here. In order to make this a stable rear base, surrounding orc tribes must also be taken down. Occupation successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully winning an external war. Rewards heavy cavalry 5,000. Kaka. System correction rewards heavy infantry battalion 1. System, are you alright? Kaka. Host. Kaka. I have always been. Zhuanghua was speechless. He decided to let this system's quirks pass, as it had happened more than once. Let's first take a look at this reward. Heavy infantry barracks invest 1 able-bodied youth, and after rigorous training, he can become an elite heavy infantryman. Training time 7 days. Equipment provided automatically. Seeing this, Zhuanghua's eyes lit up. He had been worrying about how to train high-end combat power. After all, the orc warriors possessed formidable physiques, without top-tier cavalry like Tai leading the charge, they would be no match for the orc fighters. Now with this barracks, he could continuously cultivate powerful elites. It only allowed 100 at a time, but that was sufficient, and the free equipment was practically a gift. My lord, the warehouse is just behind. Zhuanghua walked and surveyed the area and couldn't help but feel disappointed. The orc warehouse contained nothing but wild game and some wild fruits. Food was extremely scarce. The only decent find was a pile of gold ore gleaming brightly, making Zhuanghua swallow hard. This gold ore is of high purity, no refining needed, just melded into gold coins. Good. Zhuanghua was satisfied. This was worth at least 50,000 gold coins, enough to cover the soldiers' pay. Take it all. Zhuanghua waved his hand, and the gold ore was stored into his dimensional space. As for the meat, he ordered, distribute it all to the commoners, then take them back to the defense line. Although this place was captured, it lacked natural defenses. If other orcs attacked, the commoners would suffer. However, even as Zhuanghua withdrew, he arranged for people to keep watch. If orcs came, they would be notified immediately. Not long after they left, some orcs arrived. Seeing the corpses of their kin, they were all enraged. Who dares to slaughter our orc clan, not even sparing the children? Damn it. The massacre of a tribe sent shockwaves through the orc race. Initially, they suspected the humans of the 9th defense line, but they knew the humans well. They didn't believe they would dare to charge in and wipe out a tribe. At this critical moment, which tribe is stirring trouble? The most powerful orc tribe on the 9th defense line, Deer Mountain Tribe, issued an order for a thorough investigation. Soon the remaining tribes were gripped by fear. This Deer Mountain Tribe is too overbearing. None of us have the strength to wipe out another tribe. Maybe they're the ones crying thief. Exactly, so what do? Heighten our defenses. Don't let the Deer Mountain Tribe succeed. Their ambition is growing too great. In Twin Tower City, Zhuanghua placed the infantry barracks behind the Lord's castle. He then selected 100 men and sent them into the barracks. Please deposit 100 training gold coins. The earlier introduction hadn't mentioned needing gold coins. Zhuanghua pouted. Fortunately, he had collected plenty of gold coins. He deposited them. Training in progress. The barracks only allowed infantry inside. He couldn't enter himself. He'll wait. Zhuanghua smiled. Once these 100 infantrymen were ready, combined with his military token, he could assemble 600 elite heavy infantry. He could capture another orc tribe at the fastest pace. The next day, system summoned a knight. Ding. Summoned one famous tiger leopard cavalry knight. In an instant, a cavalryman riding a leopard appeared before him. The leopard was even more majestic than a tiger. The knight stood tall and straight. The bow on his back was clearly a heavy bow, and he was armed only with a long saber. General Chao Fong of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry, at your service, my lord. Rise. This was the first time he had summoned an Eastern knight besides Tai and his men and Chao Fang's name and mount. This was the Tiger Leopard Cavalry of Lord Chao. A pity there was only one. If he had 1,000, he could sweep through the 9th defense sector. While something is better than nothing. Moreover, Chao Fong was no weakling. Zhuanghua sensed that Chao Fong and Tai were evenly matched, though Chao Fong excelled in mounted archery, while Tai specialized in charging. My lord, someone from Fenglan Town has arrived. Fenglan Town. Zhuanghua was puzzled. He had little interaction with Fenglan Town, having only passed through it once. Moreover, Twin Tower City and Fenglan Town had no subordinate relationship. Lord's territories were fixed. Invite them in. Yes. Before long, Baron Tinglan of Fenglan Town arrived with a knight before Zhuanghua. Lord Zhuanghua, greetings. I am Baron Tinglan of Fenglan Town. I offer you my respects. Tinglan. Zhuanghua looked into his eyes cautiously. We have no dealings between us. Why have you come to see me? For what purpose? Tinglan smiled obsequiously. As fellow nobles of the Lion Kingdom, that is our I heard Twin Tower City was attacked by orcs. Hi. You've come to support me. Zhuanghua interrupted, taking Tinglan's hand. How many men has Baron Tinglan brought? 100 or 200? Tinglan's heart sank. He hadn't brought anyone. No one. No matter. You must have brought supplies. Zhuanghua looked at Elena. How many supplies has Baron Tinglan brought? Is there a list? Elena quickly shook her head. Lord Zhuanghua, Baron Tinglan came empty-handed with only his knight. Zhuanghua, who had been smiling, instantly turned cold. Baron Tinglan, it seems you're not here to support me. What are you pleased that the orcs invaded me? Or are you in league with them? If so, I'll have to kill you and investigate. Tinglan's face paled. He hadn't expected Zhuanghua to threaten him with death so soon, and he believed that if he didn't explain, Zhuanghua would indeed kill him. A misunderstanding. I did bring supplies, they just need to be arranged. They'll arrive tomorrow, 10,000 caddies of grain and 5,000 gold coins. A misunderstanding then. Zhuanghua said to Elena. Remember Baron Tinglan's words. Check them carefully tomorrow. If they're missing, it'll help Baron Tinglan clean out the parasites in Fenglan Town. I understand, Lord Zhuanghua. Elena took it seriously, pulling out a pen and writing. Tinglan could only... Zhuanghua sneered inwardly but smiled. Since the supplies are on their way, I won't keep you for dinner if there's nothing else. Huh. Tinglan and his knight left the castle feeling something was off. How did we end up outside? We haven't discussed the important matter yet. Tinglan turned back, but was stopped by Alice. I still have business with Count Zhuanghua. Can I? Alice was firm and cold. The master is resting. Come back tomorrow if you have business. Alice's gaze sharpened. She placed her hand on her holy sword and said flatly, You want to fight? No. Tinglan was trembling with fear, wondering why everyone around Zhuanghua had such a disposition. They were always ready to draw their swords. It was the female knight who resembled a paladin. Let's go right now. My lord, are we leaving already? Tinglan gritted his teeth and said, Go back and prepare food and gold coins, otherwise he won't meet with us. But Tinglan waved his hand, saying, Well, discuss it when we return. Compared to future benefits, these are not important. We can earn more money. Yes. In the castle? Elena asked with confusion. My lord, will the lord of Fenglan Town really give us food and gold coins? He will. Zhuanghua replied confidently, adding with a sneer, when Trenton was around, the lord of Fenglan Town must have had some dealings with him. Do you remember what happened last time in Fenglan Town? Elena nodded. It was she who discovered someone had drugged them, otherwise Zhuanghua would have been embarrassed in front of Trenton. After this incident, Zhuanghua had been keeping it in mind. After all, Tinglan didn't know. Who would believe it? He had thought that with Trenton dead, he could intimidate these petty criminals. To his surprise, Tinglan still dared to seek him out. That old fellow must have something up his sleeve. So are we meeting tomorrow? Yes. Zhuanghua laughed. After all, it was about food and gold coins. And we must meet. The next day, Ding successfully summoned a heavy-armored knight. 1. Zhuanghua frowned. He was used to summoning more than 2 every day, and now just 1 felt a bit unusual. My lord, the Lord Tinglan has arrived. That was early. Zhuanghua smiled and asked, Is the food and gold ready? Yes. Elena nodded. All right then, please invite him to the study. Zhuanghua tidied his clothes and walked in the study. Tinglan looked at Zhuanghua and respectfully said, My lord, I actually came to see you for a matter which is. No hurry. Zhuanghua looked at Tinglan seriously and said, You know about the orc invasion yesterday. I'm not sure if you know about the incident at the 9th defense line. No. I'm not clear. My lord Zhuanghua, this isn't important. The matter I came to discuss with you. Zhuanghua interrupted him, stating seriously, This is very important. The orcs breached the 9th defense line and have already arrived at my Shuangda city. Now I have held the line, but if I can't hold it, can Fenglan Town as my neighbor withstand it? Naturally, they cannot withstand it. He did not understand Zhuanghua's meaning and asked in confusion, What do you mean, my lord Zhuanghua? Send 500 soldiers over. How many? Zhuanghua repeated, 500. I remember Fenglan Town is a major town with a dense population and a thriving business. 500 should not be a problem. It's not a matter of population. Tinglan smiled bitterly, saying, I have only 2 knights and less than 200 soldiers. This. 500. I can do without the knights. The soldiers are a must. Zhuanghua said firmly, Unless you don't care about the threat of the orc invasion, then I can assume you have colluded with the orcs. According to the coalition regulations and the laws of the Lion Kingdom, I can put you on trial, and I can sentence. Zhuanghua said this with a cold expression. My lord Zhuanghua, I assure you, I have never colluded with the orcs. I haven't even left the Lion Kingdom. Tinglan hurriedly explained. Zhuanghua smiled and said seriously, if not, that's best. When will the men be sent over? I can send the men over, but let me finish what I have to say, my lord Zhuanghua. Zhuanghua, having received the assurance, extended his hand and said, please speak. In the past, when Commander Trenton was still around, I had many dealings with Lord Trenton. It was mutually beneficial. On one side, I collected a lot of salt iron and other resources from all over the country. On the other side, Lord Trenton took advantage of Shuangta City's position as a frontier stronghold to sell these resources to various countries. Zhuanghua smirked, including the orcs, right? Well, I don't know about that, Ting Lan stammered. I just handle the transportation of which country it is sold to as Lord Trenton's business. It seems to be a very profitable business. Naturally, as long as my Lord Zhuanghua is willing to cooperate, this business is guaranteed to make a profit, providing you with at least 5,000 gold coins every month. 5,000 a month. That's indeed a huge profit. No wonder Ting Lan sought him out. It is indeed quite attractive, but I'm not interested in selling goods. My Lord Zhuanghua, the buyers are already there. The Commander Leon of the 9th Defense Line and the Knight Charles both have needs. These two are no longer at the 9th Defense Line, but Ting Lan is still unaware. Is that so? Naturally. Ting Lan smiled slightly, thinking that no matter how Zhuanghua was, he would still be driven by profit. Under the temptation of gold coins, Zhuanghua would also stand on his side. Sorry, I refuse. Zhuanghua looked at Ting Lan and said with a smile, I have no interest in what you are proposing. My Lord Zhuanghua. Elena, show him out. Zhuanghua waved his hand, already starting to chase him away, and Ting Lan was very unwilling. Wait. Just as Ting Lan reached the door, he heard Zhuanghua's call and excitedly turned around, saying, My Lord Zhuanghua, have you come to a decision? What decision? I'm reminding you. Zhuanghua sneered, 500 men delivered to Shuangta City within 2 days, otherwise I will arrest you for suspected smuggling of royal resources. You also know my relationship with Princess Midia, and I have saved the king's regime. You know if I take action you can't. Ting Lan's expression turned ugly, but he did not dare to show anger towards Zhuanghua and could only respond more meekly. My Lord Zhuanghua, rest assured, I will definitely send the men over. Get out. Zhuanghua rudely shooed him away. Ting Lan left. Elena beside him asked in confusion, My Lord Zhuanghua, if he doesn't send the men, does that mean we? Naturally. Zhuanghua chuckled softly, saying, Someone who does not contribute to the kingdom, what use is there in keeping him? Oh. Elena nodded deep in thought. After dealing with this matter, Zhuanghua called for Tai. What's the situation with the orc tribe? My lord. Tai bowed and said, According to our scouts, the orc tribes do not seem united. Among the remaining 6 tribes, the largest, the Deer Mountain tribe, issued commands, while the other 5 smaller tribes were dissatisfied and secretly united. It seems they intend to resist. Because of the tribe we exterminated, Zhuanghua speculated. Tai nodded seriously, saying, Currently that does seem to be the case. In fact, not a single orc has approached our defensive position again. That's good, I keep monitoring. Tai nodded, but he did not leave, continuing. My lord, there's one more thing. Speak. The coalition has sent spies to our defensive line. The allied forces. Zhuanghua thought it was possible for them to come, but he didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. After all, Commander Leon and the others had fled before the battle, they were deserters. Deserters, in theory, should remain hidden and not actively publicize their status. It had only been 2 days and scouts had already arrived. However, he wanted to seize the city and territory. The allied forces were a hindrance that had to be faced sooner or later. Did we capture anyone? No, we didn't want to alert the enemy. Tai said quietly, My lord, should we eliminate these scouts completely? No need. Zhuanghua shook his head. Killing one scout would only lead to another appearing. Moreover, the 9th defense line had not fallen to the orcs, which in itself was not a bad thing. Just wait, in a few days the allied forces will send envoys, and even Leon and the others may appear. What should we do? Elena frowned behind him and said, Are we really going to hand over the 9th defense line that we've just captured? Currently there were over 1,000 soldiers stationed at the 9th defense line. Although they lacked armor, their numbers were significant. Hand it over. Zhuanghua sneered and shook his head. Not only will I not hand it over, but I will also demand some supplies from them. What? Elena was taken aback. The envoy from the allied forces was arriving, and Lord Zhuanghua actually wanted supplies. Would they really provide them? She couldn't understand this operation at all. It's fine, you'll understand when the day comes. But the urgent matter is to construct the new military camp. You and Lilith are the main forces. Us? Zhuanghua nodded. Originally, there weren't enough barracks set up for so many soldiers in Twin Tower City, so they needed to be rebuilt. Additionally, Zhuanghua planned to experiment with cement construction, but making cement required high temperatures. However, there was only a very small coal mine in Twin Tower City, which also had to supply the workshop rewarded by the system. That was the place for forging weapons and equipment, and it couldn't be idle. But Elena and Lilith, one a witch and the other a sorceress, could both wield elemental magic. Exactly. Let's go. At the military camp construction site, Elena and Lilith, under Zhuang Hua's command, actually managed to produce lime. Lord Zhuang Hua, what is this for? Isn't it just a pile of ash? Elena asked in confusion. Zhuang Hua did not explain, but instructed them to mix the lime with stones to create a stone pillar. Tomorrow morning, we'll take another look and you'll understand. To develop, we cannot do without construction. And construction cannot do without cement. In this era, it is a divine artifact. In the future, when they took down the orc territory, built city walls, constructed dwellings, and paved roads, that would be the time for it to show its value. The two were half convinced, but the people around them were astonished. The witch and the sorceress seemed less terrifying than expected, and they could even play a greater role. This made Lilith, who was used to coldness and hatred, feel somewhat out of place. Sister Elena, have the people here always been like this? How could that be? Elena shook her head and said, everything changed because Lord Zhuang Hua came. But how can one person? Lilith. Elena gazed into her eyes nostalgically and said, you know, the first time I met Lord Zhuang Hua, I was tied up on a rack about to be burned alive. Lilith covered her mouth, her eyes wide. However, she didn't appear sad. Instead, she smiled and said, it was Lord Zhuang Hua who saved me and took me in. It was by following Lord Zhuang Hua that I came to understand what respect meant. I finally understood what it means to be human. After saying this, Lilith looked at her and said, don't think that Lord Zhuang Hua wants you to stay to harm you. That's not the case. He just wants to save you. I see. Lilith felt warm after hearing all this. This place really was different. If only her sisters could. If they did, they wouldn't have to live a life of hiding anymore. All right. Elena took her hand and smiled. Enough of that, let's go rest for a bit. The next day, Ding successfully summoned 2 heavy cavalry knights. Now that's more like it. Giving one person just one night is nothing. Zhuang Hua smiled. Lord Zhuang Hua. Zhuang Hua looked at the excited Elena, puzzled. What's going on? Did the orcs attack? No, it's the cement. It has hardened. Zhuang Hua was taken aback, then laughed and said, next time don't be so hasty. Speaking carelessly can lead to misunderstandings. What? Nothing, let's go take a look. Sure enough, the pillar made with cement yesterday was already dry, but it wasn't completely hardened yet. However, it felt very solid to the touch. Alice, come try it. What? Alice blinked, looking puzzled. Use your sword to strike it. Yes. Alice finally understood, drew her holy sword, and struck. Ding. The holy sword left a mark on it, but did not cause any effective damage. So hard. It can be harder. Zhuang Hua explained, it just hasn't fully dried yet. I believe that once it has, it will be a solid rock. Do you all think that using it to build walls would be more efficient and faster? Everyone nodded. Seeing this, Zhuang Hua looked at his children and said, then it will be hard work for you all. All right, Lord Zhuang Hua. MHM. Lilith also clenched her fists, her eyes filled with determination. If she performed well, Lord Zhuang Hua would surely be able to bring her sisters over in the future. My lord. At this moment, Tai Yi rushed over and said seriously, the envoy from the Allied forces has arrived at the defense line and specifically requests to see you. They're already here. Zhuang Hua smiled and waved his hand. In that case, I'll go meet him. Lord Zhuang Hua will go with you. All right, let's set off. Elena remembered what Zhuang Hua had said yesterday about requesting supplies from the Allied forces. She needed to learn well so that she could help Lord Zhuang Hua and do more in the future. At the 9th defense line, the envoy from the Allied forces looked at the fluttering flags and the soldiers patrolling in an orderly manner and couldn't help but frown. Charles, is this what you said? The orcs are invading in droves and the defense line has collapsed. Lord Oliver, we did indeed suffer a severe ambush from the orcs at that time, sustaining heavy losses. Even Commander Leon was injured. That cannot be fabricated. Oliver recalled how the two had arrived at headquarters, and it was indeed the case. However, the situation here puzzled him. What he saw was completely different from what he had heard. This must be the envoy from the Allied forces. I've long admired you. Zhuang Hua arrived at that moment, and after speaking looked at Charles and said, isn't this Knight Charles? You were quite ruthless back then. With so many fierce orcs, I was almost killed here. You were the guards of the defense line. Oh, why did you flee? Oliver squinted and looked at Zhuang Hua. Was there really an orc invasion back then? If the envoy does not believe me, I can take you to see the bodies of the orcs. However, to hold this place, I have nearly depleted Twin Tower City's resources. You must make up for this deficit. Do you mean this is what you are guarding? Oliver asked. Zhuang Hua waved his hand and said, isn't it obvious? The defense line is still intact. Who else could it be but me? It can't be Charles and the others, right? Charles was embarrassed. Zhuang Hua disregarded him and looked at Oliver, speaking earnestly. This is originally the responsibility of your coalition. Our Ryan Kingdom has been paying sufficient food and gold every month and year. But in the end, we still have to defend our own territory. Lord Oliver, do you think this is reasonable? Oliver twitched his lips, glaring at Charles with annoyance, then nodded and said, "This is the damned responsibility of Leon." Zhuang Hua sneered. "Lord Oliver, in my eyes, there is the entire coalition, not just a Leon. I just want to ask, who will compensate for my losses?" Zhuang Hua said, staring at Oliver, eager to see how embarrassed he would feel. Oliver remained silent. Next to him, Charles spoke up angrily, "Lord Zhuang Hua, watch your attitude. Lord Oliver is a royal from the Hill Kingdom. Thanks to the leadership of the Hill Kingdom, our coalition has allowed the Ryan Kingdom to remain stable for so many years. You should be grateful." Zhuang Hua smiled, and without saying much waved his hand, and said, "Take Charles down." As his words fell, 2 knights came in and firmly restrained Charles, leaving Oliver stunned. "Lord Zhuang Hua, what do you mean by this?" "Lord Oliver," Zhuang Hua calmly replied, "you saw it just now. Charles, as a knight of the 9th defense line, fled in battle, causing me heavy losses, and yet he had the audacity to yell at me shamelessly just now. Who gave him the guts? Such a sinner, how can I let him go? It would be better to kill him as a warning to others." At this point, Zhuang Hua paused and looked at Oliver. "Let the coalition soldiers see the fate of a deserter." "Zhuang Hua, you are slandering." Charles became furious. He could feel Zhuang Hua's killing intent. He truly intended to kill him. But Zhuang Hua was completely unconcerned with his shouting, coldly questioning, "The food of our Ryan Kingdom is only for warriors willing to fight, not for cowardly deserters. You, a deserter, dare to boast before me. You are already on the path to death. Take him away. Execute." "No, Lord Oliver, save me." Oliver gritted his teeth and looked at Zhuang Hua. "I am willing to compensate you on behalf of Leon and Charles. By the decree of the gods, nobles can be spared from death." "How much food and gold?" Zhuang Hua directly inquired. Oliver twitched his lips and, after hesitating for a moment, said, 10,000 pounds of food, 10,000 gold coins." "Not enough." 100,000 pounds of food, 100,000 gold coins. "You are robbing." Charles looked at the number with disbelief in his eyes. But Zhuang Hua waved his hand. "Robbing? There's no faster way to make money. Besides, this is compensation. One word, deal or not." He looked at Oliver, for ultimately Oliver was the one in charge. Oliver thought for a moment and nodded. "No problem, but once you accept this money and grain, the 9th defense line will have nothing to do with the coalition. Think it through." This was a clear threat. However, for someone like Charles, he truly didn't care. With the coalition present, he was more worried about orcs breaking in. "No problem. I hope Lord Oliver can keep your word and not be like some people, untrustworthy." Oliver snorted coldly. "I, Oliver, speak and keep my word, never breaking a promise. Release him." But Tai did not let go. He looked at Zhuang Hua and said, "My lord, they haven't given the money and grain yet." "Foolish." Zhuang Hua pretended to glare and said, "Lord Oliver is a royal of the Hill Kingdom. He can't possibly default on payment." Oliver twitched his lips and remained silent. But Tai also loosened his grip. Seeing this, Charles hurriedly ran behind Oliver, his eyes filled with fear. "Then we won't stay long." Lord Oliver looked at Zhuang Hua and said in a deep voice, "I remind you, the Deer Mountain tribe outside your 9th defense line is not to be trifled with. If it can't hold, come find me, and I can still save you." "Then thank you." Zhuang Hua smiled in response, then said, "Elena, see them off." "Pleased." Oliver snorted coldly and turned to leave. Once the people had walked far away, Elena questioned, "Lord Zhuang Hua, will this Oliver really give us what he promised?" "It doesn't matter." Zhuang Hua said indifferently, "It would be better if he gives. If not, the 9th defense line is firmly in my hands now. Moreover, if he doesn't give, I will have an excuse to go and rob in the future." Elena looked puzzled. She didn't understand. Did Lord Zhuang Hua still want to take action against Oliver? After all, he has the Hill Kingdom behind him. This colossal force is not to be trifled with. A small mistake could lead to disaster. "Lord Zhuang Hua, why not just fight the orcs?" "Ha ha ha." Zhuang Hua laughed heartily. Elena was truly naive, but very cute. "It's fine, that's a matter for the future. For now, we must first deal with the orc tribe." "That's good." Elena breathed a sigh of relief. If it really came to fighting the Hill Kingdom, she would do everything to stop it. On the other side, Charles looked at Oliver dissatisfied. "Lord Oliver, are we really going to give him that much food and gold?" Oliver glanced at him and shook his head. "No, you are mistaken. Not giving. Of course not. What I mean is you and Leon will give. It has nothing to do with me." Charles opened his mouth, but dared not refute. However, he felt very displeased in his heart, and couldn't help but speculate. "Lord Oliver, I am certain the orcs had already reached the city walls, and that Zhuang Hua had only 2 knights beside him. How could he possibly repel the orcs?" Oliver looked at him puzzled. "What do you mean?" "I believe there is something wrong here." Charles analyzed seriously. "Lord Oliver, you should know the terror of the orcs. If Zhuang Hua had that ability, why would the Ryan Kingdom seek our coalition for protection? This time they survived. I believe Zhuang Hua has colluded with the orcs. Moreover, they have even betrayed humanity, surrendering to the orc tribe. Upon hearing this, Oliver stopped in his tracks and looked at Charles. Are you sure? This could be promising. Charles felt secretly pleased. If this suspicion was confirmed, he wouldn't have to pay so much food in gold. He clenched his fist and said seriously, although there is no solid evidence, I am 80% sure. As long as he is interrogated, the truth will surely come to light. Torture is not an option. Oliver shook his head, glancing at Charles, saying lightly, what I want is for you to be responsible for your words. Do you dare? I dare. After sending off Oliver, Zhuang Hua began discussing the construction of the 9th defense line with Tai Yi. Then he also called upon Xiao Fang, the only member of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry. My lord, Xiao Fang, if I assign you 300 men, can you train them to become an elite force skilled in mounted archery? Xiao Fang replied firmly, rest assured, my lord, I will not fail your trust. Having said that, he scratched his head and said bashfully, however, mounted archery is not something that can be mastered overnight. It requires time, and it's best if we can use leopards as mounts. Leopards? Zhuang Hua was taken aback. Xiao Fang intended to train a tiger leopard cavalry, but finding leopards was indeed a challenge. If there are none available, my lord, we can temporarily use warhorses instead, but warhorses can get frightened in dangerous situations, which is not ideal. Currently, there are none. My lord. Hearing this, Elena quickly interjected, I know someone who knows where to find leopards. Oh. Zhuang Hua was surprised, or after all, Elena had been with him for a while. Could it be that the intermediate witch possesses some sort of prophecy? It's Lilith. Elena mentioned a name, smiling, as she said, Lilith slept with me last night, as she told me that she had seen quite a few leopards here before, and even that there is a leopard tribe nearby. My lord, if that's the case, I am confident I can help you form a truly elite unit. Xiao Fang quickly expressed. However, Zhuang Hua was puzzled. Can you tame leopards? Rest assured, my lord, the Chao family is skilled at taming leopards. It will be absolutely fine. Good. Seeing Xiao Fang so confident, Zhuang Hua felt happy and replied, in that case, you go find Tai Yi to select the men who, after I return to Shuangda City, I will ask Lilith about it. Having said that, he turned to Elena and gave her a thumbs up. Elena, if this works out, it will be a great achievement for you. Elena's face turned slightly red as she gently said, I do not want any accolades. I just want to help you, Lord Zhuang Hua, and that will make me happy. Zhuang Hua laughed. However, rewards must still be given, as clear distinctions between reward and punishment are what mature leaders should do. Let's head back for now. Shuangda City. Lilith also mentioned the location of the leopards, but that place surprised Zhuang Hua. Xiao He produced a map and said earnestly, the place Miss Lilith spoke of is right here, the largest grassland nearby. However, this is also the location of the strongest tribe aside from the Deer Mountain tribe. The Blood Leopard. Xiao He said in a deep voice, the Blood Leopard tribe seems to regard leopards as their totem. Their warriors are known for their ferocity in battle. They are few in number, but possess great combat strength. Hearing Xiao He's analysis, Zhuang Hua did not ask how he knew, just as he had produced this map. Previously, Zhuang Hua had no idea there was such a map. If we want to capture those leopards, we must confront the Blood Leopard tribe. Zhuang Hua nodded, organizing the strength he had on hand. There are 22 heavy cavalry led by Tai Yi, commanding 800 soldiers. One person leading the Tiger Leopard cavalry, commanded by Xiao Fang, with 200 soldiers. Additionally, there are elite infantry currently training in the infantry camp, and in just 4 days there will be 100 elite heavy infantry. Moreover, he has a military token that can summon 500 elite heavy infantry in 3 days. To be honest, he already has quite a significant force, but there is more than just the Blood Leopard tribe in the Orc territory. Keep a close watch on the Orc situation for now. Even if he plans to take action, he needs to be fully prepared and understand the enemy before moving. War is not like raiding a home. Knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Yes. After the meeting, a large number of figures appeared in the direction of Fenglan town outside Shuangda City. Xiao He said, my lord, these are the people sent by Lord Tinglan, of 500 young and strong men. Not one of them is a misfit. He wouldn't dare. As for people like Tinglan who would go to any lengths for profit, they also have a fatal weakness. They fear death. Previously, with the divine mandate in place, these nobles acted recklessly, knowing they wouldn't be executed. And the common people at the bottom remained submissive, not daring to resist. But now Zhuang Hua had slaughtered his way from Ao town to the royal city, and then from the royal city to Shuangda City. One could say his name as a killer had spread throughout the entire Lion Kingdom, and there was not a single noble who was unaware of it. Thus Tinglan knew that if Zhuang Hua intended to kill him, he would certainly do so. Incorporate these men, and then disperse them into various squads for training. Forget it, I will go meet them. These 500 men will eventually become his, of course. These people were all coerced into joining. However, Zhuang Hua now regarded them as his own. First, he needed to win their hearts. Silence. The originally chaotic crowd quieted down instantly as they looked at Zhuang Hua, their eyes filled with despair. What awaits them in the future? They were sold to Zhuang Hua. What would happen to their families? Ladies and gentlemen, Zhuanghua began speaking. His voice was strong and firm, not too fast, ensuring that everyone could hear him clearly. You may not have come here willingly. You were forced by the Lord of Fenglan Town. Honestly, I asked Lord Tinglan for men. The crowd erupted in an uproar, but Zhuanghua did not stop. He shook his head and said, you must know that not long ago Shuangta City was attacked by the orc tribe. However, fortunately we won. Zhuanghua's eyes scanned the crowd, and he said earnestly, what I need you for is to deal with the orc tribe. I want you to take up arms to protect your homeland. The people of Shuangta City were stirred with excitement by these words, but the group from Fenglan Town remained unmoved. Their homes are not in Shuangta City, and without their main labor force, can they still pay the Lord's taxes next year? At that time, they would probably be forced to death too, right? I understand your concerns. After all, you do not see yourselves as part of Shuangta City. Zhuanghua smiled and said, however, I believe you are part of Shuangta City. Is he trying to force them? Indeed, no matter how sweetly the Lord speaks, it is just oppression. Therefore, I have decided that you will receive a military salary of 1 gold coin per month, just like other soldiers who enlist. If you can become an officer, your salary will increase by another half gold coin. At this point, everyone fell silent. They would also receive a salary. 1 gold coin. How is that possible? To think that the knights of their lord in Fenglan Town earned barely 1 gold coin a month. However, the next moment, they believed it. Oh, Xiao, he directly brought out a box full of gold coins. Now we are distributing salaries. Nothing excites people more than immediate benefits. When the gold coins fall into their hands, no one can remain. Long live Lord Zhuanghua. Long live Twin Tower City. Zhuanghua smiled, knowing that from this moment on these people completely belonged to him. Moreover, it could attract even more population. All right. Zhuanghua waved his hand, and the scene fell silent instantly. He smiled and said, now you are my people, and your families can also become my people. If in the future anyone wishes to bring their family over, I Zhuanghua am willing to provide land and jobs for your families. Of course, everything is voluntary. After saying this, Zhuanghua gave everyone time to think. However, the outcome was favorable. Xiaoyi walked in and said seriously, my lord, the 500 people have completely sworn loyalty to you, and there are others asking about moving their families. Zhuanghua nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Xiaoyi, you can handle this matter. Population is fundamental, the more the better. However, we must also ensure the interests of the common people and not let parasites wreak havoc. Yes. After completing these tasks, the sky had darkened, and Zhuanghua exhaled a sigh, smiling as he fell asleep. However, in the night, a figure appeared in Twin Tower City. She looked at the quiet city, her expression somewhat resolute, then revealed a trace of hatred. How foolish of me, why am I watching him here? Now that Lord Zhuanghua is gone from the royal city, can I not kill him at any time? My princess, my demon dragon. This person was none other than the demoness Mo Yue, who cast a resentful glance at the direction of the castle and sneered. Once I summon the demon dragon and become the great demoness, this place will turn into hell. Just wait for me, Zhuanghua. Alice was originally preparing to lie down and rest, but she sensed a familiar aura that appeared and then vanished, causing her to become cautious. So she stood directly at the door, hands resting on the holy sword, motionless like a statue. Until Zhuanghua got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, he discovered her. Alice, isn't there a bed? Why aren't you sleeping? Although Zhuanghua had moved into the castle, Alice was also in the same bedroom with him. However, Zhuanghua thoughtfully had someone prepare a bed for her not far from the door. Previously, Alice had been Master, I sensed a surge of magic. It seems to be from that demoness last time. It's dangerous. I need to ensure your safety. MOU. Zhuanghua glanced around, but found nothing, then smiled and said, it's fine, Alice. There are patrols inside the castle with Tai E and the others taking turns. If MOU dares to come, she would be walking into a trap. Even if she dares to come to Twin Tower City, she wouldn't dare to appear here. Alice blinked as if that were, step aside, I need to relieve myself. Alice nodded, but as Zhuanghua opened the door and looked back, he saw Alice following him closely, helplessly saying, Alice, do you really need to come along? Of course. Seeing her serious look, Zhuanghua could only nod. But when they reached the bathroom door, Zhuanghua said seriously, Alice, you must not peek. Alice's face turned red, rare for her. It seemed she hadn't expected Zhuanghua to have such a side. Seeing her shy, Zhuanghua felt as if he had discovered a new world. After all, Alice usually had a cold demeanor, clearly beautiful, yet always resembled a statue. Silent and uncommunicative. Sometimes when he looked at her, he had no interest in speaking. Now Alice's shy appearance finally resembled a living person, and he decided to tease her more in the future. After all, life should be vibrant to be flavorful. Back in the bedroom, Zhuanghua lay on the bed and suddenly asked, Alice, have you ever thought about having a sweet romance with someone? Alice, who had been closing her eyes, opened them instantly upon hearing this. In the dark, her face had turned crimson, and even her body began to heat up. Are you asleep? Forget it, sleep. Zhuanghua saw there was no response, and could only give up then fell into a deep sleep. However, he was unaware that Alice's mind was already in turmoil, but her eyes held a glimmer of anticipation. System summon a knight. Ding. Successfully summoned a heavy-armored knight. A new day began with the summoning of a knight, but the quantity was not satisfactory. It seems that wanting to summon a large number of heavy-armored cavalry through the system in a short time is unrealistic. He recalled the infantry camp and wondered if there would still be an opportunity to obtain a cavalry camp in the future. In this world, the terrain is primarily grasslands, and cavalry is the main force for offense. It seems that a battle with the Blood Leopard tribe is unavoidable. However, today seems to be a good day for recruiting talent. Talent recruitment can recruit 11. System talent recruitment. Ding. Congratulations on recruiting a special building talent. A building talent. My subordinate Lucier greets the Lord. Get up. Lucier is a robust man in his 30s, his muscles thicker than his legs. Just right, whether it's the 9th defense line or the Orc territory, future construction will require talents like you. Go report to Xiaohe. Yes. Unfortunately, if only a strategist-type talent would come, perhaps battles could be easier. But the system did not meet his wishes. However, it was not a problem. He took his time. After getting up, he found that Alice was already standing at the door. Good morning. Alice blinked, clearly a bit surprised. However, she still did not reply, just closely following Zhuanghua. Behind the castle, Elena and Lilith had already started working. One was a mid-level witch, and the other was a junior demoness with a magical artifact skillfully using fire magic. Under their control, blocks of stone turned into cement. The nearby craftsmen watched in amazement. As for their identities, those who followed the city lord could not possibly be bad people. It was all slander instigated by evil nobles. Lord Zhuanghua. Lilith, greetings to the lord. The two stopped their work upon seeing Zhuanghua and ran to him. Lilith wanted to come closer, but Alice stepped forward and directly blocked her. You can speak here, just don't get too close. Alice said seriously, and Lilith, having no doubts, also halted her steps. Only Elena leaned closer to Alice and asked, if I go over, will you stop me too? Alice remained. Zhuanghua waved his hand and said she won't stop you. Only then did Elena smile, coming to Zhonghua's side and saying seriously, Lilith and I got up early and have already made a lot of cement. I hope it can help you, Lord Zhuanghua. Thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble, as long as I can help you, I can do anything. They did not know that behind them Alice's grip on the sword tightened a bit more. At this moment, Tai Yi ran over excitedly and said, My lord, there is news from the Orc tribe. Go to the study. Here at the construction site, some things said out loud could frighten the common people. In the study, Tai Yi exclaimed excitedly, the people we send out discovered that 5 tribes led by the Blood Leopard tribe have clashed with the Deer Mountain tribe. Although it's not a full-blown conflict, they are indeed fighting for real. Many have died. This is good news. As long as the orcs are not united, it will be much easier for him to take down the Blood Leopard tribe. However, after a moment of hesitation, Tai Yi continued, in this confrontation, many human lives were. What happened? It was the 2 major tribes that used humans as vanguards, forcing them onto the battlefield to exhaust the enemy's strength. Tai Yi gritted his teeth, saying they are exchanging human lives for time. Damn it. Although this is not Huaxiao, in this world humans are one entity. How could Zhuanghua not be furious? The orc race deserves to die. My lord, what shall we do now? Perhaps if the 2 tribes fight hard enough, we can take them all down at once. Tai Yi said with a bitter smile, but more people will definitely die. This is a difficult choice. Either watch them fight to the death, and then strike, which is the optimal solution. But it would cost the lives of humans within the orc territory. If he were to strike directly, he might suffer heavy losses, which contradicts Zhuanghua's development strategy. First, scout the area. I need detailed intelligence. Yes. Moreover, even if a war is to be initiated, it must wait until the military orders and infantry training are completed. However, this matter weighed heavily on Zhuanghua's mind. Right now, he was not just concerned about the leopard group, but about the humans in the orc territory. Zhuanghua was scribbling, but he couldn't come up with the best combat plan. Master. Alice spoke up, why don't you take a break? Some matters cannot be rushed. That's true, but waiting one more day might mean more human lives lost. Zhuanghua sighed. However, Alice was right. For now, they could only wait for the useful intelligence to be brought back by the people Tai Yi sent out. At this moment, in the orc territory, a group of women in black robes were gathered together. It seemed they had just been through a battle. Sister, this won't do. Although our methods are powerful, there are too many orc warriors, and they also have wizards stationed here, greatly restraining us. Currently, we have already lost 5 sisters, but not a single human was rescued. Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads. The so-called elder sister among them was the witch Anna. Humans must be saved. However, with our strength, it's not enough. What do you mean, elder sister? Anna looked towards the position of the 9th defense line and said seriously, there are human armies. Elder sister. One of the witches had a grim expression and said, do you want to seek out those noble lords? Do you think the humans in the orc territory came here by chance? Speaking of which, the witch sneered, do you believe that as long as we appear before them, they will surround us with No. Anna shook her head and said, seriously, do you all remember Lilith? Lilith. The others were taken aback, then recalled the orc tribe that was wiped out a couple of days ago. And the elder sister Anna was the one who came to rescue them with Lilith. If that lord could be. Lord Zhuanghua is a lord who has suddenly risen recently. He is different from others. After Lilith left us, I secretly learned about him. He exterminates nobles, slays churches, and seizes defenses, and now he has also parted ways with the coalition's defense line. For now it seems he is trustworthy. The crowd fell silent. Given their experiences, it was hard for them to trust this noble Zhuanghua. Moreover, without his help, how can we save anyone? Perhaps once the orcs take the defense line, we will also be held accountable. Anna looked at the silent crowd and said seriously, since no one is speaking, let's vote by raising hands. Alright, since that's settled, I will go find someone. You all will harass the orc army and try to buy some time. Elder sister, you must be careful. Anna nodded, then turned and transformed into a swarm of butterflies, disappearing without a trace. In Twin Tower City, Zhuanghua lay on the bed chatting with Alice, though more often it was Zhuanghua speaking while Alice listened. Alice, do you know? Sometimes I wonder what do those humans have to do with me, but as a member of the human race it's hard to remain indifferent upon hearing this news. Do you think I am being cheap? Zhuanghua was taken aback. He called himself cheap, and however Alice did not respond. She lifted the blanket and then picked up the holy sword at one side, her expression becoming cautious. Alice. Lord Zhuanghua, I am Anna. I mean no harm. Just then a familiar voice came from outside the door. It seemed to be one of the witches saved by Lilith before. Alice opened the door. Okay. Alice didn't sense any malice and directly opened the door. Seeing Alice holding the holy sword, and then glancing at Zhuanghua, Anna's eyes held a different meaning. However, she kept her purpose in mind, and said, Lord Zhuanghua, the Deer Mountain tribe and the Blood Leopard tribe have clashed, and many humans have been harmed in the process. I hope you can intervene and help us rescue the humans. Hee. Zhuanghua chuckled as he stepped forward and said, Miss Anna, you should know I am just a count. Although I wish to help, if I charge into the conflict between the two tribes, they would probably just change their target. At that time it wouldn't be saving people, you would have to come and save me instead. Anna did not give up as she took out a map and said earnestly, Lord Zhuanghua, I certainly won't let you take risks. I know that the two tribes are about to face a major conflict. At that time Lord Zhuanghua only needs to lead the army to launch a surprise attack from behind the Blood Leopard tribe, while my sisters will ambush from behind the Deer Mountain tribe. They will be unable to protect their front and back, and we will surely win, although we may not be able to annihilate them. But we can definitely make them flee in disgrace. Anna stated firmly, Lord Zhuanghua, I know that when the orcs suffer a defeat, they will never take humans with them. They are the spoils left behind. And this is the key to our rescue plan. After Anna finished speaking, she quietly looked at Zhuanghua, believing that he would certainly help. This plan is quite good, but there is a fatal flaw. They are an army, not witches. Such a large-scale march. The orcs are not fools. Seemingly sensing Zhuanghua's confusion, Anna explained, I have a spell that can open a portal. At that time Lord Zhuanghua's army can silently appear behind the enemy. A portal. Is such a mystical magic really normal? This magic naturally has its limitations. After using it, I will have no combat ability left. Moreover, only intermediate-level witches can cast it, Anna explained with a bitter smile. Otherwise, she could have simply gone to the orc territory and teleported the people out. However, the enemy's wizards would not stand by idly, and at that point, she would not only be unable to save anyone, but also risk her own life. What a great skill. Zhuanghua sighed, but did not immediately agree. Agreeing to you is certainly not a problem. That's wonderful. Anna cheered, but Zhuanghua smiled and said, but I have one condition. You? I now need the power of you witches. After the war you must stay and help me for 10 days. Help? Work? That's right, of course it's the paid kind of work. Zhuanghua extended a finger and said, 1 gold coin per person for 1 day's work. After 10 days you can choose to stay or leave as you wish. I need to think about it. Of course, Zhuanghua said to Alice, take her to rest. Miss Anna, as for what to do you will know tomorrow after you meet Lilith. Well, Anna felt a bit regretful. Was it a wrong decision to seek out Zhuanghua? Although he did not harbor prejudices against them like other nobles, asking witches to work. Unheard of. Although she was offered gold coins, she still felt something was off. Master, can we trust the witches? Though Alice was summoned by the system, her inherent attributes had a natural aversion to witches. However, due to Zhuanghua's influence, she held no objections towards Midia and others around him. However, Anna's sudden intrusion into the castle made her a bit displeased. If she were not present, wouldn't Anna be able to approach Zhuanghua directly? Thus, she had her objections. For now, we can trust them. After all, being a witch is merely an identity and does not imply they have done anything wrong. On the contrary, they are willing to fight for humanity, something even the gods of the church cannot do, which already earns them points. What the master said seemed quite reasonable. Rest early tomorrow, there will be a lot to do. I hope Anna will agree. With so many witches, we should be able to produce enough cement in 10 days, right? By the way, Zhuanghua suddenly looked at Alice and asked seriously, was it intentional when you spoke while I was talking just now? No, not at all. Alice turned her head away awkwardly and muttered, I was just too focused when I noticed the witch. I was just a bit surprised. Really, master, you should rest soon. System summon knights. Ding. Successfully summoned 10 heavy cavalry knights. What was initially a casual summon in the morning unexpectedly turned into a dreamlike summoning. 10. A full 10 knights. Zhuanghua thought for a moment and said, Alice, they are now under your command as the guard squad. You are the captain. Yes, master. Alice couldn't help but smile. The master entrusted these heavy cavalry to her was construction site. Lilith and Elena were working hard when they saw Zhuanghua arrive with Anna. Sister Anna. Lilith was very surprised and instantly rushed over. Sister Anna, I've missed you so much. Lilith, are you doing well here? Anna opened her mouth, but still asked, is anyone bullying you? No, Lord Zhuanghua treats me very well. He not only provides me with work, but also pays me. Sister Elena also helps me often as she is very gentle. And everyone treats me well. Oh, I really like it here. Lilith said with a smile, holding Anna's hand, and asked, Sister, have you thought it through? Are you bringing everyone to live with Lord Zhuanghua? Anna paused for a moment and smiled. I came for an inspection, but what were you doing just now? We were making cement. Lilith pointed at a pillar and said seriously, this thing is made of the cement we refined. It's very hard. I once summoned a demon knight to test it, and the sword broke without completely destroying it. Hearing this, Anna found it hard to believe. Could this cement, which looked like ash, really have such strength? She became a bit curious. Lord Zhuanghua, may I give it a try? Feel free. Zhuanghua nodded indifferently. After receiving permission, Anna immediately cast her magic, and a huge demon knight slowly appeared. This demon knight was even more imposing than the knights summoned by Lilith and the one she had seen in Eo Town. Moreover, it was enveloped in a layer of black flames, and its weapon was particularly unique. This is not an ordinary demon knight, it is known as a Hell Knight, Anna explained. They are the kin of powerful demons from Hell, extremely formidable. Only intermediate witches can summon them. Alice, what do you think? Alice tightened her grip on the holy sword and said calmly, one sword can cut it down. Hearing this, Anna did not refute. She could sense Alice's power. Go ahead, cut that pillar. She commanded directly, seeing the Hell Knight raise its large blade high before striking down fiercely. Clang. With a loud crash, the pillar was cut into 3/5 yet it did not break. How is this possible? There is nothing impossible. Zhuanghua looked at Anna and said seriously, you see, if I build an unbroken city wall with this material, you, your sisters, and the people you rescue will all be protected by this wall. What do you think? Anna's eyes lit up with fervor as she stared at Zhuanghua, speaking each word clearly. Are you serious? Of course. Great. Anna gritted her teeth and said solemnly, I promise you, if this operation is successful, my sisters and I are willing to work for you for 10 days. After 10 days, if they wish to stay, they can stay. Zhuanghua smiled. A wise decision. He glanced at the system. He only needed 2 days, and the cooldown would be sufficient as he had enough power. When will the Blood Leopard and the Deer Mountain clash? In Ryan King City, Lance was having a meal with Midia when suddenly a figure was violently thrown in. MOU. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lance shielded Midia behind him. From within the castle, 5 knights and dozens of soldiers surged out. Lance's eyes were icy as he asked, what are you doing here? MOU sneered, looking at Midia and casually saying, hand her over to me, and I can spare your men. Impossible. Lance's eyes were determined as he gritted his teeth. This is the royal castle, not your wilderness. MOU, don't act recklessly. Is that so? MOU snapped her fingers, and 2 Hell Knights appeared in front of her. Lance, she caused my sister's death. Shouldn't you hate her? Wouldn't it be better to hand her over to me? Lance is a respectable man. He once gave up on Midia and the kingdom, but this time he has no intention of retreating. He wants to be a father, to be a man. MOU, I will not agree to your demands. MOU sneered and waved her hand. Attack. 2 Hell Knights charged forward like harbingers of death. However, the Palace Knights are no pushovers either. They surrounded the 2 Hell Knights, planning to adopt a strategy of encirclement. Yet MOU would not simply watch them kill. She muttered incantations, and chains of magic bound. They wanted to struggle, but they could not break free. MOU sneered. Without that bastard Zhuanghua here, do these worthless beings think they can fight me? Lance, will you hand over the person or not? I won't. Father. Seeing this, Midia felt warmth in her heart. She looked at MOU and stepped forward, saying, it sounds like you are sisters with my mother, so should I call you aunt? Shut up. Mo's expression darkened. You are not worthy. If you call me that again, I will turn your father into mush right now. If I go with you, will you let them go? Of course. Mo nodded, looking at Midia. As long as you do not resist, the Ryan kingdom will still exist, and your father will remain the living king. All right. Midia took a deep breath and looked at Mo, saying, I will go with you. No. Lance roared, looking at Mo. Aren't you just seeking revenge on me? Kill me, and let Midia go. She is just a child. If I will come to find you. Mo snorted, coldly grabbing Midia by the shoulder and transforming into a butterfly to fly away. The Hell Knights who were originally fighting vanished in an instant. Even the chains that bound them lost their effect. Chase. Mobilize everyone. Oh, we must find Midia at all costs. However, after they left, Lance also collapsed, murmuring, Elite, do you think I am a failure? Your Majesty, we still have hope. Elite looked at Lance and said, Count Zhuanghua is deeply in love with Princess Midia. If we inform him that the princess has been captured by Mo, he will surely help us. It must be known that Zhuanghua brought Midia back to the palace, and though Mo caused some trouble along the way, she failed to achieve her goals. Clearly the knights under Zhuanghua are not something the palace knights can compare to. I want to try again. If it doesn't work, then you go seek his help. Another day passed, the cooldown for the military tokens reset, and in just one more day the barracks would be able to train 100 elite heavy infantry. This is Zhuanghua's confidence. In an unknown situation, the orc warriors can only be crushed by Zhuanghua's knights. Shall he prepare the military supplies? Yes. Tai, check if the weapons needed by the army are complete. No problem. Zhuanghua looked at Xiao Fong and said, You have had the people for several days now. This time you must not only rescue them, but also bring back that group of leopards. Can you do it? Rest assured, my lord. Xiao Fong clasped his fists and said, I can't guarantee anything else, but capturing leopards is my specialty. If I let one go, I will bring my head to you. I don't want your head, I want the tiger and leopard riders. After speaking, Zhuanghua waved his hand. Everyone go prepare. This time he was determined to succeed, and he believed that after this battle the territories of those orcs would be within his grasp. On this day the wind was calm, but Zhuanghua's right eye kept twitching. The left eye twitched for fortune. The right eye? Perhaps he just didn't sleep well. Master, what's wrong? Is your eye uncomfortable? It's nothing. Maybe some sand got in. I see. I can help. Zhuanghua looked at Alice, seeing her fidgeting. He asked in confusion, Help with what? I can blow on your eyes. All right. Have you learned to do such things now? Zhuanghua watched her, waiting for her to take action. However, as Alice got closer, her fists were clenching and relaxing. I will call Elena for you instead. Why? Zhuanghua raised an eyebrow and said, Did you not say you would blow on my eyes? Are you scared now? I'm not scared. Alice retorted, summoning her courage. Blow is blow, what's so scary about it? Then you come on. Seeing that she did not move, but her face was flushed, he waved his hand and said, It's fine now, my eyes are already better. That's good. Alice breathed a sigh of relief, though she felt a bit disappointed and a touch of frustration at her own ineptitude. All right, let's first patrol the territory. Shuangta City as a frontier fortress is vast and has a treacherous terrain. The two tall peaks within the territory stand like towers. Having been here for so long, he had yet to visit but felt a bit regrettable. However, it wasn't realistic to go now. He could only stroll nearby and walk through the fields. If the common folk had any difficulties, he would solve them on the spot, and those he couldn't resolve, he would note down to hand over to Xiaohe later. Such actions earned him the love and support of the people. Master, it seems their smiles have increased on their faces. That's good. Zhuanghua smiled. When he first arrived, these common folk were forced to greet him at the city gate. Their faces were drawn. Their mouths were bitter. As for smiles, there were none at all. But now his territory was filled with laughter, and that was progress. Ding. Congratulations, the prosperity of your territory has reached 1,000. Lord Zhuanghua territory, Shuangta City, 9th defensive line, prosperity 1001. Lord Talent Knight summoning talent recruitment items, military token available 11. It really reached 1,000. The rewards must be good. Ding. First time completing prosperity achievement, unlocking feature Divine Weapon Tower. Feature disarray. Error. Exceeded limits. Correction. System glitches have become routine. Who would have thought that unlocking a feature for prosperity would have such an incident? The 3 words Divine Weapon Tower do not seem simple, but the system only showed it to him. It was as if it was saying, just take a look. Do you really want it? Correction. Reward unlocking feature Mercenaries. Mercenaries spend gold coins to hire elite warriors to fight for you. Effect duration 1 day. Elite Heavy Infantry 100 men 1,000 gold coins. Elite Heavy Cavalry 100 men 2,000 gold coins. Elite Archers 100 men 2,000 gold coins. 100 men for 1,000 gold coins. Even cavalry costs 2,000. And only for 1 day. This means if he wants to raise 1,000-strong infantry, he would need to spend 10,000 gold coins. Truly expensive. It should be noted that his infantry camp only requires 100 gold coins to permanently train 100 elite heavy infantry. Isn't this more cost-effective than hiring mercenaries? Forget it, it's better than nothing. If there is an urgent matter, it can also serve as a stopgap. But to use it as the main force in battle is absolutely not feasible. There are no gold mines in his territory. He returned to the study where Anna was already waiting. She spoke up. Lord Zhuanghua, the Deer Mountain tribe, has confirmed that tomorrow at noon, they will attack the Blood Leopard tribe at Moon Bay. Tomorrow, huh? Zhuanghua nodded and said earnestly, "You need to seize this opportunity. My army will be ready in the military camp at noon tomorrow. I hope your portal works as well as you said." "I won't fail." Anna hesitated for a moment and said, "However, both tribes have shamans. The power of shamans is beyond doubt. Their abilities differ from witches, as shamans harness forces akin to nature. Witches, on the other hand, rely more on magical power to summon formidable hell creatures for battle, their strength closely tied to the power of the summoned entities. Shamans, huh? Master, I can handle it." Alice spoke coolly, her gaze leaving no room for doubt. "Indeed." Zhuanghua chuckled, almost forgetting about his powerful bodyguard. "If Alice can deal with one shaman, you will have to manage on your own over there." "All right." Anna nodded. She couldn't rely entirely on Zhuanghua. Nor could they let others underestimate the strength of witches. A witch that the Holy Palace has put on a wanted list is not easily bullied. Anna left. Lilith was taken away as well, which Zhuanghua did not oppose. With Lilith present, her magical artifacts could at least give Anna and the others a better chance. However, by nightfall his eyelids were still twitching. Zhuang Tian pondered, could there be any unforeseen circumstances in tomorrow's battle? Now, besides the Orc tribe and the allied forces, he should have no other enemies. Forget it, it's just a bodily reaction, nothing to worry about. Just go to bed early. Zhuanghua thought, then climbed into bed and fell asleep, not waking until the next morning. His eyelids indeed stopped twitching. As expected, it was useful. System summon knights. Ding. Successfully summoned one Holy Light Knight. Zhuanghua, who had not initially cared, brightened up at the sight of the summoned unit. A Holy Light Knight. Another Holy Light Knight. "Master, I am Scott, the Holy Light Knight, paying my respect." However, this Holy Light Knight was a man. Unlike Alice, despite wearing yellow armor, he exuded an aura that could purify everything so pure. Great. He had been worried about Alice leaving him to deal with the shaman. Now he no longer needed to worry. "Let Scott take action. You will temporarily serve as Alice's deputy, a member of the guard squad." Scott. In fact, Holy Light Knights like Alice and Scott were not significantly stronger than Iron One and the others. In pure physical confrontations, they might not even match heavily armored knights. However, the rarity lies in the fact that Holy Light Knights possess the attribute to break magic. Faced with witches and shamans, their suppression is unparalleled by other units. Alice sent a message to the generals to gather their troops at the training ground. Zhuanghua then moved to the front of the infantry camp. In front of the infantry camp, 100 soldiers clad in heavy armor, shields in their left hands and swords in their right, were quietly waiting. Without speaking, Zhuanghua could feel the killing intent emanating from them. Very good. Zhuanghua felt satisfied. These were the main force for this operation. System, continue my training. Training commenced. 100 gold coins deducted. After completing this, he led the infantry to the training ground. Reporting to the Lord, the cavalry camp has assembled with 35 heavy cavalry and 300 light cavalry. Reporting to the Lord, the infantry camp has assembled with 100 heavy infantry and 500 light infantry. Reporting to the Lord, the archers camp has assembled with 50 light cavalry and 300 archers. The three armies led by Iron 1, Iron 2, and Xiaofang comprised a total of 1,285 soldiers. Then came his guard squad of 10 heavy cavalry along with Alice and Scott, the 2 Holy Light Knights. Very good. I won't say much today. The battle against the orcs is up to you. Those who return alive will be rewarded with 5 gold coins. For those who die, their families will receive a compensation of 50 gold coins. To expect people to risk their lives, this is necessary. One must understand that in this world, 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 100 silver coins or 1,000 copper coins. And 1 copper coin can buy half a pound of flour. Some ordinary families might not earn a single gold coin. Long live Lord Zhuanghua. Long live. Long live. The deafening cheers echoed through the sky. If they could earn rewards while alive, their families would have enough money to survive if they died. This made them feel that dying was even more exhilarating than living. After calming everyone down, Zhuanghua looked at Elena and said, "I will rely on you this time as well. If the warriors are injured, please save as many as you can. If one dies, I will lose 50 gold coins." Hearing this, Elena quickly clenched her fists and said, "Lord Zhuanghua, rest assured, I will do my best to ensure everyone returns alive. Thank you for your hard work." Elena is a witch, and witches are fundamentally different from witches and shamans. They are born with such abilities awakening at unknown times, and their greatest power is healing. One wonders if their awakening follows any rules. What is the Holy Palace thinking even putting such living bodhisattvas on their wanted list? It's utterly immoral. Before Zhuang Hua could think for long, Anna appeared in the training ground. Looking at the neatly arranged soldiers and their murderous gazes, she was also amazed. Lord Zhuang Hua, with your soldiers, the battle is inevitable. Miss Anna. Zhuang Hua smiled wryly and said, these are all I have. I hope your intelligence is accurate. Rest assured. After Anna finished speaking, she began to cast the teleportation spell. With the incantation, a six-pointed star magic array appeared in front. Anna's expression grew paler, indicating that the consumption was considerable. Lord Zhuang Hua, this portal can only last for 15 minutes. Please be quick. All right. Zhuang Hua nodded and then said, pack up. On the other side at Moon Bay, 800 orc warriors from the Blood Leopard tribe along with 4 smaller tribes were confronting the Deer Mountain tribe. Aguz, I told you the ancient stone tribe was not our doing. Why won't you believe me? Aguz sneered and shook his head, saying, your wolfish ambitions are not new. Only by taking down the ancient stone tribe can you advance further. Now, Blood 2, you have gathered 4 tribes to attack me, which already indicates the problem. Ridiculous, Blood 2 shouted angrily. You Deer Mountain tribe have already considered yourselves kings. When have you ever regarded us? Today's battle is inevitable. No need for more words. Let's fight. Blood 2 said, waving his hand, and from behind them surged thousands of human warriors, though they were armed with nothing more than sharpened wooden sticks. Similarly, the Deer Mountain tribe faced them with the same resolve. Charge forward and kill them all, otherwise I'll kill you all. These were merely used as cannon fodder to exhaust the enemy. If they died, they died. At worst, they could trade some or with the human nobles again. No way, the enemy is also human. Puff. They had not yet made up their minds when the orc behind them struck down with a blade, having caught them a beat too slow. Quickly charge forward. Whoever dares not advance will die. Charge. Everyone grit their teeth. To survive, they had no choice but to raise their blades against their own kind. However, at this moment, a sudden cry of anguish erupted from behind both parties of orcs. On one side, arrows rained down, while on the other, flames soared into the sky. What is happening? I know. There has always been a witch active in the orc territory. They are here to rescue us humans. It must be them. But what about the other side? It is normal for witches to use magic, but that rain of arrows is not something a witch can achieve. Who cares? Those must be the humans here to save us. Then we. No matter which faction the humans belong to, they were all united. As long as there is one to lead, the others will follow and charge. Though we hold sharpened wooden sticks, they can still pierce through flesh. Our rescuers are fighting desperately behind us. Do we only know how to slaughter our own kind? Retreat means death. Advancing also means death. Why not fight with all we've got and kill the orcs? They locked eyes and then charged forward without hesitation. However, as the two sides crossed paths, each surged forward with murderous intent, and the humans on the opposite side did the same. They clashed. Their target was the orcs from the opposing faction. Kill. What is happening? Why are the humans attacking us? It must be those witches. They have stirred up ill intentions among them, those damned humans. An orc leader gritted his teeth, but it was of no use. He could only lead his men to resist. But the witches behind did not give them a chance. One by one, demon knights were summoned, working in tandem with the elusive vines, causing the orcs of the Deer Mountain tribe to suffer. On the other side, the Blood Leopard tribe was the same, but after withstanding a wave of arrows, they began to organize their resistance. The Blood Leopard tribe is the best at combat. Even if they suffer casualties, they will never retreat. Damn humans crushed them. Blood 2 left 200 men to hold off the human cannon fodder, and then led 600 orc warriors to. However, when they saw the neatly lined infantry phalanx and the cavalry galloping around the perimeter, even Blood 2 felt a chill. Which noble of the allied forces has arrived to have such refined troops? Chief, should we charge? With such elite forces, even if we win, we will suffer heavy losses. Seeing this, Blood 2 sneered. You go summon the shaman for support, while we'll go meet them. Yes, Blood 2 stepped forward and shouted, I do not know which great lord has arrived. This is a battle of my orc tribe. Please do not interfere. Blood 2 believed that the opposing side was a rescue force summoned by Aguz, but humans are all the same. As long as they are paid, they can sell their own kind. Battle of the Orcs. Zhuang Hua stepped forward, pointing at the humans engaged in battle behind them. Are those also orcs? Those, eh? Blood 2 chuckled lightly. They are merely slaves we purchased. This great lord need not pay attention to them. Ridiculous. Zhuang Hua's gaze turned icy, filled with murderous intent, as he said, slaves. My human race has no slaves, and you dare to enslave my kin. You deserve death. Armies send them to their deaths. Kill, kill, kill. The troops moved. Tai Yi led the cavalry to charge while Tai Er brought the infantry to press forward. All right, let's fight. Blood 2 gritted his teeth and launched an attack. The battle was about to erupt. It must be said that the Blood Leopard tribe is the strongest combat tribe. Their warriors, except when facing elite heavy infantry, can usually take on 3 human soldiers. Just at the moment of contact there were already injuries, but Elena from behind directly stepped in, casting healing spells, as if they were free, continuously applying them. Those soldiers who had been wounded immediately felt no pain. Upon witnessing this, their eyes lit up, filled with killing intent towards the orcs. Damn it, that felt good just now. Now it's my turn. How could this be? Go to hell and ask a demon. Furthermore, even if someone died in battle, the others were not fearful. Instead, they became even more excited. How unfair, 50 gold coins for that. Hey, are orcs really so useless that I cannot even kill one? Soon Blood 2 felt immense pressure. He did not expect humans to be this strong. Is the shaman not here yet? Chief, I'm here, watch me. Just as Blood 2 was anxious, their shaman arrived. However, before he could finish, a golden figure had already charged over. Heretic! In the name of the holy light, I grant you death. It was Scott who struck. Sensing the shaman's aura, he dashed out. The holy light upon him poured forth like it cost nothing. Before the shaman could cast his spell, his hand was, "No, my hand." Hee. Scott sneered, waving his holy sword, murmuring, "Holy light." His holy sword shone as brightly as the sun. The shaman did not even have time to dodge before he was decapitated. This battle is too easy. Blood 2 was frightened. He had not expected that even their tribe's powerful shaman would be killed in an instant. If they continued fighting, they might all die here. Chief, run. Although the Blood Leopard tribe loves to fight, they are not foolish, knowing they cannot when they naturally want to flee. However, Zhuang Hua aimed for total annihilation. He never considered letting them leave alive. Block them. At this moment, Tai Yi's heavy cavalry appeared, rampaging directly towards Blood Tusk's position. Meanwhile, Chao Fang's archers spread out, shooting down one orc with each arrow. The battle was exceptionally smooth. However, compared to this side, the situation on the Deer Mountain tribe side was different. Although Lilith and the others could summon demon knights to assist in combat, one person's summoning capacity is limited. At first the ambush went smoothly. Adding to the fact that some humans turned against them, they managed to cope with the situation somewhat. But when Aguz reacted, their situation became dangerous, especially with the appearance of the Deer Mountain tribe shaman. This added even more pressure on them. What should we do? Should we run? This was supposed to be a great victory, but facing the Deer Mountain tribe, they appeared somewhat overwhelmed. No way. We have waited so long for this opportunity. Such a grand battle has almost drained all the young humans. If we can succeed, we might save half of the human race. If they run, they will surely die. After coming to this realization, everyone ceased to hesitate and began to cast their strongest spells. Hep. Yet to Aguz, all of this was just laughable. Shaman, I'll leave it to you. Rest assured, Chief. A hooded orc shaman stepped forward behind Aguz. With a wave of his hand, a dark green barrier appeared above the orc warriors. Lilith's magic struck the barrier, having no effect. The game has just begun. This hunt should come to an end now. Forbidden technique, blood sacrifice. Not good, he intends to sacrifice us. We have fallen into his trap. As the sorcerer cast the forbidden technique, the witches finally realized the severity of the situation. Even Anna, who was watching from the sidelines, appeared. Elder sister, run. This forbidden technique is a means for the orc sorcerer to sacrifice living beings in exchange for power from an indescribable existence. The more formidable the sacrifice being, the stronger the feedback he receives. In this place, the witches are indeed the best offerings. Run. The sorcerer sneered, lightly tapping his staff, rendering Anna and the others unable to use their escape techniques. This is a binding technique. Anna's face turned pale as she realized she had led her sisters into the grave. I'm sorry for you all. Anna felt a chill in her heart. The sorcerer was too powerful, and she had exhausted her strength using the teleportation array, leaving her unable to cast any spells. The sorcerer laughed coldly, saying, "Do you think I don't know you're running amok in my orc territory? I even waged war against the Blood Panther tribe to lure you out. It was all for this moment. You've exhausted the magic power of those humans behind the Blood Panther tribe. Don't resist, you are now my nourishment. Let me carry your power, and let the orcs rise again. You will never succeed." Anna's eyes were filled with determination, as she said, "Sisters, now only death can free us. Are you afraid of death?" The women fell silent, then resolutely replied, "Elder sister, we are not afraid." "Good then." Hey. Just as Anna was about to speak, an abrupt voice interrupted her. At some point, Zhuang Hua had appeared nearby, followed by Alice Scott, and a large army, including Tai Yi and Tai Er. The Deer Mountain tribe had been completely surrounded by Zhuang Hua. Humans. The sorcerer saw Zhuang Hua and sneered, "You must be the one who slaughtered the ancient stone tribe. You managed to repel that useless blood map. I must admit you have some strength." But now my forbidden technique is complete. Your presence only serves to enhance my blood sacrifice. However, having so many of you sacrificed is a waste. It would be better to make you slaves of my dear mountain tribe, which is a way to utilize the useless. Whatever the leader says goes. Lord Zhuanghua, it was my fault. Anna explained with a bitter smile. This blood sacrifice technique is the rarest forbidden technique of the orc sorcerers, and even at my peak I couldn't break it. You. Alright. Zhuanghua wasn't here to engage in sentimental talks. He looked at Scott, and rest assured, master, I haven't even enjoyed the last battle. Hee. Seeing this, the sorcerer sneered, just a temple knight, what can you do? Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, Scott had already made his move clean and decisive with holy light flickering. However, Alice rolled her eyes and said, what a brute, not elegant at all. Zhuanghua twitched his mouth. This is a battle, what's elegance got to do with it? Nevertheless, Scott's strength was beyond doubt. With a single strike, the blood sacrifice runes began to crack. How is this possible? Impossible. The sorcerer's eyes turned bloodshot. This was his perfect opportunity to grow stronger. If he could blood sacrifice these people, he would no longer have to hide in this place, but could enter the sacred city of the orc tribe and become a revered existence. However, now it seemed his plans were about to be thwarted. I will not allow this. Too noisy. Zhuanghua shook his head and looked at Alice, saying, you go as well. Oh, let's finish this quickly. We still need to see Chow Fong catch leopards later. Okay, master. After saying that, Alice drew her holy sword, and a more violent surge of holy light erupted than Scott's. Then with one sword strike, the blood sacrifice technique was completely broken, and she charged forward, swinging her sword upon the sorcerer. The scene fell silent for a moment. Lord Zhuanghua, is this what you call elegance, as Alice's sister described? This battle power was too fierce. In such a short time, another sorcerer had fallen. The shields of the guards, including Aguz, vanished. How is this possible? Aguz was aghast, looking at Zhuanghua and saying, do you think that by eliminating the sorcerer the orc tribe will be at your mercy? What else? If you have any other tricks up your sleeve, hurry up. I'm really in a hurry. Alright. Someone blow the horn. After saying that, an orc from the tribe took out a huge horn and blew. The sound of the horn echoed, and a swarm of orc warriors surged out from the forest behind the battlefield. Not good. It's orc warriors from the other 4 tribes. They did not ally with the Blood Panther tribe. Anna's eyes widened. Oh, at this moment, she finally understood. They had fallen into Aguz's trap from the very beginning. You are strong, but how will you face 2,000 orc warriors? With the 600 from the Deer Mountain tribe, that totals to 2,006. Meanwhile, Zhuanghua's side barely had over 1,000. But Zhuanghua was completely unafraid. He chuckled, saying, now this is interesting. Oh, let's bring them all out and settle this battle at once. That's my style. Either don't fight, or if you do, just utterly defeat them. Zhuanghua looked at Aguz and said, this is called eradicating evil to the end. Huh. Aguz sneered, you are indeed different from other human lords. You don't have their greed in your eyes, but you are quite foolish. In this situation, how will you turn the tables? I don't know. Have you ever seen an iron flood? Aguz frowned. What is an? Zhuanghua didn't explain, but directly called up the system panel. System exchange for 1,000 elite heavy cavalry. Ding. Deducting 20,000 gold coins successfully exchanged for 1,000 elite heavy cavalry. Please select the deployment location. Zhuanghua glanced at the situation on the other side. Those people had exited the forest. Outside was an open plain. Since this was the case, Zhuanghua directly deployed the troops within the forest and commanded them to charge at the orcs. With 1,000 elite heavy cavalry charging against 2,000 orc infantry, there was no doubt about the outcome. You've never seen this. After all, you are just a bunch of mindless orcs. But no worries, you will see it very soon. After saying that, the ground began to tremble, and those once arrogant orc warriors looked back in confusion. They saw heavy cavalry clad in black armor, charging out of the forest riding tall horses. How did these? They are so strong. How did I die? Before the orcs could react, the heavy cavalry had already come crashing in. With just one charge, half of the orcs fell to the ground. But this wasn't the end. Those cavalry turned around and continued their charge, smashing through like an iron flood. This was what war was. This was true battle. He looked at the bewildered Aguz and sneered, now do you understand what is meant by an iron flood? Impossible. How could the human race have so many knights? What are you rambling about? Zhuanghua raised his hand and said calmly, take them down, leave not a single one alive. Understood. The remaining battle was already without suspense. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving victory in an external war. Reward heavy cavalry corps. Upon seeing the reward, Zhuanghua felt no ripple of emotion, for he knew the system's nature. Error corrected. Reward noble escort 1, slight enhancement of physique. As expected, Zhuanghua then calmly looked at the description of the rewards. Noble escort composed of 50 knights, finely crafted carriages, noble banners, etc. Slight enhancement of physique makes you stronger. Aside from the escort, Zhuanghua directly claimed the reward for the physique enhancement. With a general proficiency in ordinary equestrian skills, in an instant Zhuang Hua felt changes in his body. He felt that his endurance and strength had been greatly enhanced. Good stuff. Last night Zhuang Hua then looked at Anna and the others and asked, I wonder if you can still move now. Yes. Anna nodded, looking at Zhuang Hua with reverence, and replied, Sir, do you have any further orders? Now in this territory the orc warriors are few and far between. As the saying goes, take advantage of his illness to seize his life. Ooh, I want to pursue victory. More importantly, the mercenaries he exchanged for only last for a day. Having spent the money, he must make the most of it. Lord Zhuang Hua, how should we cooperate? Lead the way. Zhuang Hua said lightly, my men are not familiar with this place. If the young ladies of the Witch clan could lead them to the 6 major territories. All right. Zhuang Hua nodded, then the troops split into 6 paths, each taking action. He looked at Tai Yi and others, and said, I have only one requirement. Anyone above the wheel, regardless of age or gender, must be killed without mercy. Additionally, find their warehouse and wait for me to arrive. Yes. After finishing these, Zhuang Hua looked at Xiao Fang and said, your task is the Blood Leopard tribe, and the Leopard clan is also given to you. Rest assured, my lord, I will complete the mission. Zhuang Hua nodded. The orc territory outside the 9th defense line is actually a large basin, and the 9th defense line is built on the eastern side of the basin, while other places are surrounded by mountains. However, although it is a basin, the water and grass are abundant, the land is fertile, and there are dense forests. For the orc warriors preparing for battle, the remaining orc tribes are merely lambs to the slaughter. Orc race. Zhuang Hua was unperturbed. In just half a day's time, the entire orc territory fell into his hands. However, after occupying it, the system did not grant a reward. It seems that only the first occupation counts. Then, there's external warfare. And those rescued humans, Zhuang Hua resolved on the spot, settling them in this place, providing food, dividing land, allowing them to live and work in peace here. However, further north beyond that mountain lies the vast territory of the orc race. Our infrastructure project is about to begin. Not only to guard against the orc race to the north, but also the mysterious territories further west. Only that place is blocked by mountains and is covered in snow year-round, but Zhuang Hua knows that it is definitely not a desolate place. However, he simply did not understand it well enough. It was only deep into the night that Zhuang Hua returned to the front line along with Anna and 15 witches. Thank you very much, Lord Zhuang Hua, otherwise my sisters and I would probably. Anna felt a bit of fear, but Zhuang Hua did not care. He smiled and said, don't forget our agreement. And starting tomorrow, I will be building walls and cities in the new territory. You are my indispensable helpers. I haven't forgotten. She dared not forget. Today the orc territory was truly a river of blood, and not a single person survived. She feared that if she was not careful, her sisters might also fall into such a fate. However, although he appeared dangerous, he seemed very gentle towards her. This complicated on his feet. Zhuang Hua nodded, but looked at Anna with confusion and asked, Miss Anna, I heard from Lilith that you witches have an alliance. Is this alliance only you dozen or so? We are just a part of it. Anna explained, in fact, the 9th defense line is merely the border area between the human and orc races. To the north lies the real battlefield. And our witch headquarters is also over there, but neither the human nor the orc races are very friendly toward us. Zhuang Hua did not ask further, but allowed Anna to leave. The war was over, yet his work was far from done. Moreover, he always had a feeling of unease, his eyelids twitching incessantly. Even if the left eye twitches for wealth and the right eye for disaster. The battle was over. What disaster could still be looming? Alice, have you noticed anything unusual? Hearing Zhuang Hua's words, Alice replied with confusion, Master, you look fine, just a bit tired. Oh, nothing seems off. No, isn't Alice supposed to be aloof? How did she turn into someone so offbeat after his occasional teasing? He speculated. Alice's aloofness must have been a facade, right? What I mean is there any danger nearby? Only then did Alice realize her chest puffed up as she confidently declared, Master, rest assured there is no danger. I understand. Zhuang Hua scratched his head. Perhaps he was just too fatigued, in natural bodily response. But at that moment, in the kingdom of Ryan, in the original castle of Midia in Ao Town Mo, you looked at Midia, who was lying back in the coffin, and chuckled softly. Midia, don't blame me. This is your fate. Did you place the curse on me? Midia suddenly spoke, staring fiercely at Mo, you were trying to discern any change on her face. But Mo, you shook her head, scoffing, I'm not that bored, but this is good. You have made me what I am. Now let us welcome the new world together. Can you really summon the hellish dragon through me to help you become the great witch? Midia was not afraid, but rather curious, knowing that dragons of such existence were extremely powerful. In legends, they are symbols of destruction. Now she could actually become the key to summoning one. It sounded incredibly unbelievable. Who knows? But at least we should try, right? Mo wasted no time and directly began to cast that forbidden magic. Oh, however, it was originally fine. Even a corner of hell had opened, but Mo found that her magic power was no longer under her control. Even the sky above the castle was shrouded in darkness as if hell had descended. What is happening? Outside the castle, Lance arrived with the knight regiment, worry evident in his eyes as he clenched his fists filled with rage. Your Majesty, it's dangerous inside. Our knights just went in and were swallowed by the darkness. But Midia is still inside. Eilert sighed upon hearing this. Your Majesty, don't worry, I have already sent someone to fetch Lord Zhuanghua at the fastest speed. Yes, and with Zhuanghua here. Midia, you must hold on. System summon the knight. Ding. Successfully summoned one heavy cavalry knight. Another guaranteed summon. Could it be that heavy cavalry can only rely on this knight summoning? Zhuanghua gritted his teeth. Forget it, one day he would gather an invincible army of heavy cavalry. Lord Zhuanghua. At this moment, Elena rushed in a panic which puzzled Zhuanghua. Elena, could it be that the orcs from the north have attacked? Oh no. Then why are you in such a hurry? Elena said anxiously. No, it's Princess Midia who is in danger. Midia? Zhuanghua was taken aback. She shouldn't be in the royal city, right? With the military strength of the royal city, there shouldn't be anyone who could threaten her in the territory of the Ryan Kingdom. It's a messenger sent by Lord Elate. He said Princess Midia has been kidnapped by a witch and is locked in a castle in Ao town. And that witch seems to want to use the princess as a sacrifice to summon a demon dragon. What? Even Alice, who was beside them, was shocked by this term. She frowned and said, if a demon dragon is really summoned, then we'll be in trouble. You can't deal with it. Zhuanghua was puzzled. He felt that Alice and Scott were quite strong, at least seemingly. That's not the case. It's just a bit tricky. The demon dragon's power is very strong and can even empower the witch. It's just a bit tricky. Alice shook her head and said, however, if it's that witch from last time, she shouldn't be able to succeed. Alice said lightly, the magic power in her body isn't enough. If she forcefully summons it, she will only suffer backlash from the evil forces of hell. But at that time, many people will likely die. That little princess will probably also perish. Alice spoke in a very calm tone. She was summoned by the system and was only loyal to Zhuanghua. As for the lives of others, she did not care. What should we do? Elena panicked. Although she was a mid-level witch that was forcibly enhanced by Zhuanghua. She was born in the village. The only experience she had was following Zhuanghua, knowing nothing about such situations. Lord Zhuanghua, we need to save the princess. Zhuanghua did not immediately agree. To be honest, he had little feeling for Midia. Rescuing her back then was merely a means to obtain a title and fief. Moreover, the Ryan Kingdom was also part of his plans. But it was precisely because of this that Zhuanghua did not want to see the Ryan Kingdom fall into such chaos. Otherwise, he would have to deal with it later. Lord Zhuanghua, enough. If the witch dares to cause trouble in my territory, then I won't be polite. Zhuanghua snorted coldly, then called for Tai Yi and others. Everything here remains the same. For future planning and construction, you will listen to Xiao He and Lu Shi. Additionally, if there are any external enemies causing trouble, don't be polite, just beat them back. Tai Yi nodded and agreed. Then he set off with Elena, Alice, and the guard team. All cavalry. Naturally, they were fast, and their warhorses were top-notch. It only took a day to travel from Shuangta City to Ao Town. Where did that Calamity Star go? Ting Lan from Fenglan Town looked at the departing team, feeling curious. I don't know, but a messenger arrived from the royal city last night. My lord, let's not meddle in other people's affairs. If we provoke that Calamity Star, then... Ting Lan shrank his neck, but he gritted his teeth and said, no, I don't mind not provoking him, but I still have business to do. While he's away, maybe it's an opportunity. Castle of the Princess. At this moment, only Lance and Elate were still standing while the knights and soldiers guarding them had all been devoured. Moreover, the guards had also been tainted by the aura of hell, becoming mindless puppets. Your Majesty, we should retreat first. No. Lance's eyes were resolute. He looked in the direction of the castle and said, Elate, Midia is my only child. I cannot abandon her. Your Majesty, I'm going to find her. Lance looked at Elate seriously and said, if Zhuanghua comes, if I die, you must assist him. The kingdom needs a monarch like him. Your Majesty. Elate was anxious. King Lance already had a death wish, and he stopped him, saying, don't worry, according to the speed, Lord Zhuanghua should be arriving soon. I can't wait. Elate, I entrust the Ryan Kingdom to you. Lance knew. In such a situation, there was no one alive inside. I am neither a qualified king, nor a qualified husband, nor a qualified father. Now I just want to be with... No. Elate was in a panic. Just then a sound of hooves echoed, and a familiar knight appeared. Then, 1-2 until Zhuanghua also appeared. Lord Zhuanghua, you finally came. Elate was in tears, feeling grateful. If he had arrived a moment later, King Lance would have gone in. It's okay, I'll leave the rest to me. Zhuanghua walked past Elate, came to Lance, and shook his head, saying, someone take the king to the back. No, I want to find Midia. Master. At this moment, Alice looked at the castle and said seriously, there's still the aura of Princess Midia inside. She's still alive. He looked at Lance and said Midia will be fine. After saying that, he looked at Scott and said let's take action. Yes. Scott drew his holy sword and struck. The black mist that could devour people was actually torn apart. This is the might of the Holy Light Knights. They are the nemesis of these evil beings. Woo. However, at that moment, a wailing sound echoed from within the castle. This sound was not of this world. Is that the voice of a demon dragon? Alice spoke, looking towards the castle, frowning, and saying with that witch's strength, how could she possibly succeed? However, no one could answer her. Again, it's you. At this moment, an angry voice came from within the castle, followed by the violent breaking of the castle's top. A gigantic figure flew out from within. It was a lizard with enormous wings. No, it's a western dragon. It's so huge. Zhuanghua couldn't help but marvel at the dragon of such a creature even without involving magic. Its destructive power is beyond what humanity can match. Master Scott can't handle it all. Go. Scott pouted, but this was the truth. Moreover, aside from the demon dragon and the witch on its back, there were also magically altered puppet soldiers on the ground. You deal with those puppets. Understood. Beside him, there were not only Alice, but also 10 heavy cavalry. However, after these people charged out, he was left with only Elena. It seemed there was a bit less sense of security. He turned to Lance and asked, so your majesty, where are your guards? Lance felt a bit awkward. Beside him, a late smiled wryly and said, Lord Zhuanghua, those are the king. Zhuanghua turned around, slightly incredulous as he said, are you saying that the people you brought are now all enemies? It is like this. Both Yilate and Lance felt a bit hesitant to look at Zhuanghua. Not only did they fail to help, but it seemed they even made things worse. Forget it. Zhuanghua opened the system. He still had a ceremonial squad to claim. This squad might not be very powerful, but at least they were all knights. Claim. The noble ceremonial squad has been deployed. As he spoke, a horn echoed through the forest, followed by the sound of orderly hooves gradually approaching. The first to appear was the golden dragon-patterned banner, followed by cavalrymen riding tall horses clad in golden armor. They wore golden-hilted sabers at their waists and held golden spears in their hands with red tassels hanging from the spear tips. Seeing this troop, Lance and Yilate were astonished, and even Mou fell silent. Which noble has a... Perhaps even the royal family of the Hill Kingdom wouldn't have such a display. However, this troop stopped right in front of Zhuanghua and then knelt down in unison. I am Long Yin, paying my respects to the Lord. Get up. Zhuanghua smiled, putting everything else aside. He was delighted by this display. Goodness, the system is indeed impressive. This. Lance swallowed hard. Previously, Midia had told him that Zhuanghua came from a distant eastern royal family. He had scoffed at that. After all, a royal family would surely have its pride. Why would they be willing to lower themselves to his kingdom and be a mere lord? But now this ceremonial squad had given him a stinging slap in the face. He was wrong. Zhuanghua really was from an eastern royal family, and only royals would possess such a display. Yilate, I feel that even if I gave him the kingdom, it would still be me climbing up. Yilate said nothing. He was already contemplating serving Zhuanghua. Yilate, you wouldn't be thinking of leaving me, would you? Seeing through him, Yilate bowed and said, Your Majesty, I will always be your subject. Forget it, let's focus on Zhuanghua. Zhuanghua looked at Mou and then asked, Long Yin, can you deal with that guy? Long Yin looked towards the demon dragon and nodded, saying, the lesser beings from outside the realm are not to be feared. Zhuanghua was taken aback, then laughed heartily. Good, take him down. Alice, you and Scott go rescue Midia. Yes. Long Yin then raised his spear, looking at the demon dragon, and said sternly, in the name of the Lord, exterminate the demon dragon. Form ranks. They swiftly positioned themselves behind Long Yin, then tightened their grip on the spears and hurled them forcefully. Whoosh. The spears whistled through the air like cannons, causing Mou, who was on the demon dragon's back, to change her expression dramatically. She instantly dodged, and as expected, the demon dragon was struck by those spears. Roar. The demon dragon roared in anger, but injured, it could no longer fly. It wanted to resist, but Long Yin had already led the army to surround it completely. Then they stretched out their hands, and the spears returned to their grips. Kill. Don't kill me. The demon dragon was initially furious, but it sensed death approaching and surprisingly spoke up. Indeed, it spoke. I am willing to submit. Don't kill me. You. Mou, who had dodged, was furious at this sight and shouted, Demon dragon, I summoned you, and I command you to continue attacking. TCH. The demon dragon turned its head away and looked at Zhuanghua, saying, Human, I am willing to submit to you. Can you spare my life? I am afraid of death. Zhuanghua laughed as he looked at the demon dragon and then pointed at Mou, saying, Then how about you kill her? I am willing to serve you. You. Mou did not expect the demon dragon to truly betray her. She clenched her fists, wishing she could kill it. However, the tide had turned, and Zhuanghua's people had already dealt with the puppets below. Even Midia had been rescued by those two glowing knights. She glared at Zhuanghua and said coldly, Zhuanghua, I remember you, but I am already a great demoness. We shall see each other later. After saying that MOU left without any reluctance. With her current strength, she could no longer be trapped by Elena. You go check on Midia. Zhuanghua waved his hand. Midia was not in good condition either, and only the potentially helpful Elena could do. As for him, he approached the demon dragon and said, Are you truly submitting or just pretending to submit and looking for a chance to betray me? I swear I am genuine. The demon dragon hurriedly replied, feeling the pain within and regretting deeply. Wasn't it said that humans were all ants? How come when it came to it, it was only bullied? I don't believe you. Zhuanghua shook his head directly and sneered. Even the one who summoned you can betray you. Why should I trust you? Better to kill you now to prevent future troubles. No. The demon dragon panicked. It could feel that this human was truly going to kill it. It was still a baby and didn't want to die. That guy is not my summoner. The real summoner is that female human. Only her surging magic power is worthy of our noble dragon clan. Female human. Zhuanghua twitched his lips, looking in Midia's direction. At this moment, even with Elena using all her might, she could not awaken her. You say Midia is your master. Not a master, but a summoner. The demon dragon corrected. But Zhuanghua was not concerned. He said lightly, Since you were summoned by her, you should be able to resolve the issues. She is right. Of course. The demon dragon raised its head proudly and said, I am a demon dragon. She merely bears the curse of hell, and I can help her lift it. As long as you can resolve it. Zhuanghua frowned as he saw it, unmoving, saying, If you can save her, then do it. What are you hesitating for? You must promise not to kill me. Better to kill you. Zhuanghua's tone was cold. He disdainfully said, I despise being threatened by others. You are also courting death. He'll save her, okay? The demon dragon was almost exasperated. What kind of person is this? Who is truly from hell? Always talking about killing. More terrifying than those demons from hell. Hurry up. Zhuanghua urged, looking as if he would act if it moved any slower. The demon dragon reluctantly approached Midia, then extended its front claw, injecting a purple magical aura into Midia's body. In just a moment, Midia's aura stabilized, and she slowly opened her eyes. All right, she is fine. The demon dragon looked expectantly at Zhuanghua and said, Human, can I be released now? Now you have two choices. One is that I can have Elena heal you, and then you submit to me. The second is that I chop you into pieces and make soup out of you for everyone. The demon dragon, this doesn't leave him with any choice. It seems you've already made your decision. No. I submit. The demon dragon was utterly bewildered. It hadn't said a word, yet it had been chosen. Seeing the demon dragon's complete lack of backbone, Zhuanghua did not press it further. To be honest, this demon dragon, at least bearing the name dragon, could serve as a formidable backdrop to intimidate enemies. All right, but it depends on your performance. Zhuanghua glanced at it and said casually, If you show even a hint of rebellion, the people around me will make your life a living hell. I swear absolute loyalty. The demon dragon repeatedly thumped its chest with its forelimbs, putting on a display of unwavering devotion. Only then did Zhuanghua nod in satisfaction. He beckoned, and Elena approached. Heal it. If it tries any tricks, have Long Yin and the others kill it. Understood. Ignoring the demon dragon, Zhuanghua walked over to Midia. Midia, are you all right? Midia shook her head, looking at Zhuanghua with eyes full of gratitude. Zhuanghua, I've troubled you again, or else? The demon dragon seemed like a mere lizard before Zhuanghua, not because it was weak. Rather, Zhuanghua was too powerful. If this demon dragon were unleashed outside, it would make countless citizens of the kingdom tremble in fear. And all of this was because of her. It was nothing. But the palace was heavily guarded. How did Moon get in? We were puzzled at first too. Elliot stepped forward and explained respectfully. Upon investigation, we found that Moon deliberately summoned demon knights to wreak havoc in the city. Then when the knights on the palace perimeter were drawn away, she took the opportunity to break in. A feint to the east and attack to the west. This Moon was indeed cunning, which explained how she had escaped his grasp several times. However, Zhuanghua had met many witches, but those like Anna and the others were completely different from Moon. Although Anna and her group were witches, they did not linger in human lands. Instead, they tirelessly rescued stranded humans in the Orc territories. Moon, on the other hand, constantly caused him trouble, even aspiring to become the Great Witch, and would harm innocents to achieve that goal. It was a pity. He would not take in someone like her. Next time he would make sure she never returned. All right, since the matter is resolved, let's go. Zhuanghua didn't mind. Though this trip had been rushed, he had at least gained a demon dragon. It wasn't a wasted journey. In the town of Aio, the group settled down for the night. It was too late to return to the palace now. However, Zhuanghua frowned as he saw Midia blocked at the door by Alice. Midia, why aren't you resting? What brings you here? I'm sorry. Midia lowered her head, speaking with difficulty. Last time, when my father stopped me from going with you to Twin Tower City, I didn't insist. This time No need. Zhuanghua interrupted her with a smile. On this journey of life, everyone faces many choices. You did nothing wrong. Medea's eyes reddened, and she said nervously, I am willing to marry you. You. I know. Zhuanghua stepped closer to Medea and said gently, but I'm not considering that right now. Let's talk about it later. Was this a rejection? Medea hadn't expected that even after revealing her feelings, Zhuanghua would still refuse. Could it be because she hadn't left with him back then? I understand. Medea was dejected, but she mustered her courage and said, but I won't give up. I've heard there are many witches in your territory. I think they are helpful to you, and I am a witch now too. I can help you. Hearing this, Zhuanghua's eyes lit up, and he smiled. They are working for me, not just helping in battles. I can do anything. All right, if it makes you happy, then you're welcome. One more, which meant faster infrastructure development. As for Medea's identity, that didn't matter to him. In his eyes, everyone was the same, divided into two categories, useful and useless. Good. Medea smiled. The sadness of Zhuanghua's rejection vanished, instantly replaced by anticipation. This made Alice, who had been on guard, frown. She looked at Medea and said flatly, Princess, it's late. Please return. Medea felt that Zhuanghua's guard had a strange look in her eyes, but she couldn't quite place it. After she left, Alice asked in confusion, Master, since you don't like the princess, why did you agree to her? At least she's a labor force. Do you know how much cement a witch can produce for me in a day? Alice shook her head, but Zhuanghua chuckled and said seriously, a full 10 tons. Tons? You don't need to understand. Just know it's a lot. Alice nodded. So the master only saw the princess as a tool. Realizing this, Alice rarely broke into it. Zhuanghua, without another word, went to rest. He was exhausted from the long journey. But just as he lay down, Lance's voice came from outside the door. Zhuanghua, are you asleep? Zhuanghua was exasperated. What was with this mother-daughter duo? Couldn't they let him sleep? Your Majesty, if it's about the princess, you can go back. It's not about Medea. It's about the kingdom. Lance's tone was hesitant, but remembering that Zhuanghua's honor guard alone had more knights than his entire kingdom, he had made up his mind. Only by entrusting the kingdom to Zhuanghua could it become greater. Moreover, he only had one daughter, Medea, and he knew her feelings for Zhuanghua. In the future, the kingdom would be theirs anyway. He was merely handing it over early. All right. After all, old Lance was still his nominal superior. He had to show some respect. What business does your Majesty have? Nothing much. I just feel my abilities are limited and want to abdicate. The Lion Kingdom is yours. Seeing Zhuanghua, Lance came straight to the point, jolting Zhuanghua wide awake. Ding. Detected that the host can inherit the territory of the Lion Kingdom. Do you wish to inherit? Was Lance serious? I know it's abrupt, but after all that has happened, I realize I am no longer fit for this position. If I continue, the kingdom might be ruined in my hands. Lance finished. Heaving a heavy sigh, he said helplessly, besides, I am old. Seeing Lance's sincerity, Zhuanghua fell silent. He had to take over the Lion Kingdom. It was already part of his plan. However, he still needed to develop. If he took the throne now, he would have no peace. This Lance, who wanted to retire, would be disappointed. He still had his uses. Your Majesty, first of all, I am very willing to become the king of the Lion Kingdom. Lance smiled, but Zhuanghua changed his tone and shook his head. Now is not the time. You must continue to be the king. Huh? What did it mean to be willing, but not yet the time? You should understand what I mean. Yes. Lancel hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, in that case, as an old man, I will take on some responsibilities for you. Just let me know when you want to come and take it. Lancel left. Zhuanghua also chose to inherit the Lion Kingdom. In an instant, the prosperity level on the system reached 10,000. Ding. Congratulations, host, for reaching a prosperity level of 10,000, unlocking new function world map. System error. Out of bounds. Protocol. Unknown. Downgrade. Correction completed, unlocking new function regional map. Zhuanghua's lips twitched. This function has directly cut down by 90%. That was supposed to be the world map, but now it has directly turned into a regional map. Just by looking at the name, one can tell how much it has shrunk. Regional map can view the map within 100 kilometers radius of the host location. Open the map. With the command given, a reduced regional map appeared before Zhuanghua. His location was right in Aio Town. Going outward, there is Dana City, the royal city. Heading east from Aio Town leads to the village where Elena resides, along with a range of towering mountains. Among them, there is a city 98 kilometers away. This doesn't seem to be within the territory of the Lion Kingdom, Silver Moon City. Moreover, besides city names on the map, there are also various light spots. All the cities in the Lion Kingdom are currently green, while Silver Moon City is yellow. What does this represent? Green is friendly. Yellow is hostile. No, it should be neutral. After all, there is basically only a small amount of defense on the eastern side of the kingdom. If it were hostile, Lancel would not be unprepared. Does that mean there are still hostile forces? However, this map only covers a radius of 100 kilometers, and even Twin Tower City has not appeared. Otherwise, he could have taken a look. Master, please rest. At this moment, Alice said with concern, from now on I will ensure no one disturbs you. There shouldn't be anyone coming. How could so many people come looking for him? Midia and Lancel were just an accident. Just as he lay down, Elena was still in a dilemma. She saw that both Midia and His Majesty the King had gone to find Zhuanghua. She couldn't help but feel anxious. Could it be that the princess is to become Master Zhuanghua's wife? Then in the future, how should she face the princess? Should she go find Master Zhuanghua to talk? What are you doing at the door? Sister Alice. Elena saw the newcomer and patted her chest, feeling a bit awkward. Nothing. If there's nothing, hurry back to rest. The master is too tired to deal with you all. Has Master Zhuanghua already rested? Upon hearing this, Elena regretted, saying, I was careless. How about I use healing magic to relieve Master Zhuanghua? Alice's eyelids twitched, and she said impatiently, do you mean to wake the master up? Go back, whatever needs to be said can wait until tomorrow. Alice's words were beyond doubt, and that kind of momentum made Elena feel a chill in her neck. Good night, Sister Alice. After a good night's sleep, Zhuanghua felt refreshed. System Knight Summon. Successfully summoned one heavy cavalry knight. As expected, originally Zhuanghua wanted to return directly to Twin Tower City, but Lancel's guards had all been wiped out. If he didn't escort them, he would probably be targeted by the Demon Moon halfway. I'll trouble you to escort again. No problem. Zhuanghua didn't mind, but he frowned as he looked at the demon dragon behind him, and said, you won't just fly off when you take off, right? After all, if you fly too high, I won't be able to catch up. The demon dragon was taken aback. It had indeed thought about that. However, it saw the killing intent in Zhuanghua's eyes. After a night passed, this human actually wanted to kill it. How could its life be so bitter? Human, rest assured, I will not run away. I don't believe it. Zhuanghua shook his head and said to Scott, from now on he is your mount. If he dares to disobey, your holy sword will directly behead him. Upon hearing this, Scott's eyes lit up and he excitedly said, Master, don't worry, I will make sure this dragon knight is mine. If it dares to run, I will slay it. After all, it was a dragon knight. Which knight wouldn't want a dragon as their mount? Scott was no exception. Let's set off. Scott directly handed his warhorse to another knight, and then climbed onto the dragon's back. The demon dragon flapped its wings, and then shot into the sky, but it didn't fly very high. It just circled around the vicinity of the group. My wretched life. The demon dragon internally wailed. Meanwhile, Midia laughed, and said, actually, I can sense that this demon dragon has no intention of resisting. Instead, it seems very afraid of you. This was the effect Zhuanghua wanted. If one day all the knights by his side were riding demon dragons, just imagining that scene was thrilling. Time passed quickly. They had already arrived at the gate of the royal city. Your Majesty, the envoy from the Hill Kingdom has arrived. Hill Kingdom. Lancel was puzzled, but since the Hill Kingdom was a major power, he didn't dare be negligent. All right, let's first go meet this envoy at the castle. Zhuanghua, you come along too. Zhuanghua nodded. Currently, Lancel was the nominal king, but in reality, the Ryan Kingdom already belonged to him. In such matters, he could naturally participate. Inside the castle, the envoy from the Hill Kingdom looked at the surrounding attendants and said discontentedly, is this how you treat envoys from the upper kingdoms in the Ryan Kingdom? I have been here for half a day. Where is your king? Or do you think my count from the Hill Kingdom is worthless in your eye? My lord, please calm down. The attendants were filled with fear, but what could they do if the king was not present? The king? What king? If he doesn't come soon, it will be seen as a provocation against our Hill Kingdom, and we can declare war on the Ryan Kingdom. Why should the envoy be so furious? Just then Lancel arrived. Your Majesty. Lancel waved his hand, dismissing those envoys, and approached the envoy with embeo. You are the king of Ryan. Indeed, may I ask for your name, envoy? We're looked at Lancel and huffed. King of Ryan, you have quite the audacity to treat me with such disrespect. I can now represent the Hill Kingdom and impose sanctions on your kingdom. Lancel's face darkened. After all, he was also a king and had never suffered such humiliation. Envoy, you have quite the arrogance. Before Lancel could speak, Zhuanghua spoke first. I believe the envoy did not come to our kingdom just to show off his power. He said calmly, if you want to show off, you can head back now. If there is a matter, then let's discuss it. Where was taken aback. He then began to scold. I am speaking to your king. Why do you interrupt? Be quiet. But Lancel also retorted coldly, saying, his words represent my intentions. Upon hearing this, Zhuanghua looked at Weir and said flatly, envoy, you better speak properly, otherwise the consequences are yours to bear. Whoa. At that moment, the demonic dragon outside the castle let out a roar, and atop it, Scott signaled it to descend, allowing Will to see it clearly. Is that a dragon knight? Indeed. Zhuanghua, seeing his startled expression, said calmly, that's not important. Envoy, you haven't stated your purpose yet. Are you here to intimidate? Or is there a matter? There is a matter. Will immediately spoke up looking at Lance and saying, "Actually, it concerns a lord from your kingdom. His Majesty should know of the 9th defense line." Zhuanghua and Lance exchanged glances. The 9th defense line, that was Twin Tower City. Unexpectedly, it was because of his own affairs. The 9th defense line has always been under Leon's command, but not long ago Leon suddenly encountered an orc attack and retreated to headquarters. However, the 9th defense line is now occupied by the Lord of Twin Towers City. Is that so? Lance's eyes were filled with admiration. Even the coalition's defense line could be taken. Truly the heir he had chosen. Envoy, this only proves that the coalition's defense line is vulnerable. Since it still stands, you should thank that lord. Zhuanghua glanced at Lance. This old man had another side to him. Will, however, sneered. If that were all, it would be fine. But now the defense line is no longer under coalition control, and Leon and Knight Charles from the original line both accused that lord of colluding with the orcs. As the leader of the coalition, the Hill Kingdom naturally must handle this impartially and provide an explanation. Lance, intrigued, asked, "What does the envoy propose?" "Hand that lord over to the Hill Kingdom for judgment. If innocent, all is well. If guilty, the Lion Kingdom will not be implicated." With that, a smile curled at the corner of Will's mouth. The Hill Kingdom was the most powerful among the coalition. He believed Lance would not refuse this demand. The demand is reasonable. Lance first acknowledged, then frowned, asking, "But I have a few questions. Could the envoy enlighten me?" "Please speak." Since it had come to this, accommodating the requests of these minor kingdoms was no trouble. First, has the Lion Kingdom ever ceased its grain aid to the coalition? No. Second, has the defense line always been under coalition control? Yes. Having said this, Lance smiled and finally asked, "Since the defense line has always been under coalition control and our grain aid never ceased, indicating ample supplies at the line, how could a lord of my Lion Kingdom collude with the orcs?" Will was at a loss for words, but Lance did not stop. He said coldly, "The coalition accepted our Lion Kingdom's money and grain, so it should protect our kingdom's safety. But what did the coalition do? Fled at the sight of an orc attack. Then what use is the coalition to us? What meaning do our contributions have?" Now, Lance's tone grew sharper. He looked at Will and said, "Your Hill Kingdom, merely on the word of 2 deserters, dares to try and take away the lord who protects our kingdom's safety, to remove him from the defense line. I ask you, Envoy Will, who is truly the traitor colluding with the orcs? Isn't it obvious?" Will's face flushed. He hadn't expected the king to overturn the accusation with just a few words. This is the decision of coalition headquarters." "Huh?" Lance sneered disdainfully. "If that's the decision, the Lion Kingdom does not accept it." Watching from behind, Zhuanghua's perception of Lance was completely reshaped. This king, once controlled by the church, could now refute the envoy of a powerful nation with clear logic. What was this inexplicable sense of security? Was this the feeling of being protected? Will's heart was a mix of emotions, but he still said seriously, "King of Lion, are you declaring enmity with the Hill Kingdom and the coalition?" "Enmity?" Lance scoffed. "If upholding justice means enmity with the Hill Kingdom, then so be it." "You?" Clap. Will tried to speak, but Zhuanghua was done with the nonsense. He clapped his hands and dense footsteps were heard outside the castle. Alice led the royal guard charging in. Outside the castle, Scott rode the demonic dragon, circling ceaselessly. The dragon flame honor guards sounded their trumpets, piercing the skies. Over 60 knights and 1 dragon knight. This display was enough to terrify anyone. "You? What is the meaning of this?" Will panicked, but Zhuanghua sneered. "I believe the lord you seek is the lord of Twin Tower City, Count Zhuanghua, correct?" "Indeed." Will said earnestly. "You must be the heir of the Lion Kingdom. You should advise him. Opposing the Hill Kingdom leads only to death. If he surrenders Zhuanghua, the Hill Kingdom will overlook the past." "Ha ha ha." Zhuanghua laughed unrestrained. "What are you laughing at?" Will frowned, unable to understand this young man. "Envoy will allow me to introduce myself. I am Count of the Lion Kingdom, Lord of Twin Towers City, and now Master of the 9th Defense Line, Zhuanghua." Having said this, Zhuanghua stared at Will and sneered. "If you still insist on aiding the wicked, then this lord would like to see what skills you possess, Envoy Will. To take me away." Hearing this, Will was truly panicked. He never imagined the very person he sought was standing. Moreover, Lance's earlier questions had already shown Zhuanghua was 9/10 innocent. Yet Will had still stubbornly insisted on taking him away. Now that the truth was out, how could the man be placated? Crucially, these knights seemed to obey him. Well, Lord Zhuanghua, that was a misunderstanding. I now realize that damned Leon and Charles deceived us. When I return, I will punish them severely and give you an explanation. Bowing when necessary. It was all for survival, nothing shameful. Does the envoy know Oliver? Oliver Will nodded. He is a royal of our Hill Kingdom, also a high-ranking member of the coalition. Good. Zhuanghua drew a blade from a guard and placed it against Will's neck. Write to Oliver. He once promised to compensate our kingdom for its losses. Not only have the money and grain not arrived, but you come to arrest me on the ridiculous charge of colluding with orcs. Ask him, has the noble spirit of your hill kingdom been fed to demons? Will's face turned pale. If he wrote that returning to the hill kingdom would bring a fate worse than death. My lord, could we be more diplomatic? I only came to invite you for an investigation, nothing more. Zhuanghua smiled. He pressed the blade harder and stared at Will. You can choose not to write, but then you will die now. I advise you to think carefully before you speak. Let's talk this over. We are all nobles, there's no need. Before Will could finish, the blade in Zhuanghua's hand had already slit his throat. Any more nonsense, and you want me to speak? Ill right. Will stammered. He was a noble of the Hill Kingdom, and had thought this posting would be a cushy assignment. Zhuanghua couldn't be bothered with him. He directly ordered someone to bring paper and a brush, making Will write. After finishing, Will had lost all his arrogance, and asked cautiously, can I go back now? Go back. Zhuanghua sneered. Holding the finished letter, he said indifferently, for now you will stay in the Lion Kingdom. I recall Oliver still owes me grain and coin. Once he pays it all back, you can leave. Will's face darkened. He was being placed under house arrest. He asked in confusion, aren't you afraid of angering my Hill Kingdom? Anger? Zhuanghua let out a derisive laugh. I'm afraid your Hill Kingdom won't get angry. Take him away. After the man was let off, Zhuanghua ordered one of Will's attendants to be summoned and had him deliver the letter to Oliver. Having done this, he turned to Lance and said, Your Majesty, were you not afraid of provoking the Hill Kingdom just now? Afraid? How could I not be? Lance gave a bitter smile. But you are the heir to my Lion Kingdom, in other words, the future king. If we cannot even protect our own king, then everything else is but empty talk. Saying this, he looked at Zhuanghua and shook his head. This is all I can do. Sending that letter back to the Hill Kingdom will surely cause a stir. Whether it's for good or ill remains to be seen. It's fine. Zhuanghua paid it no mind. The Hill Kingdom was no threat to him. He was growing stronger every day. Moreover, if the Hill Kingdom dared to come, he could easily spend hundreds of thousands of gold coins to hire an elite heavy cavalry force of over 10,000 men. The Hill Kingdom was strong, but could it be stronger than the system? If not for the fact that mercenaries only lasted a single day, Zhuanghua would have already made a move against them. I'm glad you know what you're doing. They'll have Iliad assist you. Whatever policies you want the kingdom to implement, you now have the final say. All right. He didn't decline. Twin Tower City was developing steadily, but it was ultimately too small. Its limitations were significant, whereas the Lion Kingdom was different. The resources it possessed were beyond compare. Soon, Iliad appeared before him respectfully. Lord Zhuanghua, your subject, Iliad pays his respects. Rise. Zhuanghua looked at Iliad and smiled. You are a veteran of the kingdom. Although I am in charge now, the kingdom's priority remains stability. On that foundation, the most important thing is to clarify the land and population, then standardize the tax rates. Iliad listened attentively, jotting down Zhuanghua's words. He said earnestly, Rest assured, Lord Zhuanghua, I will do it well. Good. Having said that, Zhuanghua added seriously, additionally, the kingdom is to conscript a reserve force of 2,000 men for full-time training. They will receive 50 silver coins a month. If they pass the assessment and become regulars, their salary will increase to 1 gold coin a month. Hearing this order, Iliad was taken aback, but he didn't hesitate and agreed. Everything else remains as before. Zhuanghua rubbed his temples. Waging war and governing a state were indeed different, and this was just a kingdom the size of a single county. If he acquired more territory in the future, what would he do then? Talent. It was still about talent. If he had a dozen or so administrative talents like Xiao, he wouldn't be so troubled. He had learned that in this world, only the children of nobles could receive an education. Commoners could only do so if they joined the military. Otherwise, a son was bound to his father's trade. They had no chance of rising in this lifetime. Therefore, talent could generally only be selected from among the nobility generation after generation. This was also why the nobles dared to act with impunity on their lands, because the court was filled with their people. Why would they care about the commoners' feelings? How about starting a school? Zhuanghua thought of this idea. With his current power, it would be easy to achieve in the Lion Kingdom. However, how to teach, what to teach, and for how long? These were things Zhuanghua was not skilled in. He needed talent in this area. In the end, it's still a lack of people. Zhuanghua felt helpless. For now, the plan had to be shelved, or perhaps one day the talent recruitment system would produce an educational specialist. Elena, princess. Midia found Elena, grasped her hand, and said, Elena, help me. Help her. Elena asked in confusion, Princess, are you feeling unwell? No. Midia shook her head. She said seriously, I know that in Twin Tower City there is a group of witches temporarily working for Zhuanghua. What is it that they do? Can you teach me? I want to try. Am willing to do anything to help him. Hearing this, Elena sighed inwardly, just as she had refused the temptation of the moon, which back then, she only needed to stay by Lord Zhuanghua's side. Moreover, if it was the princess, it was fine too. Alright, LT. Midia was thrilled. Thank you, Elena. You are so kind. You're welcome. However, they didn't know that not far away Alice was watching them intently. Alice, are you jealous of how they treat the master? Scott, if your mouth is feeling itchy, I can help you with that. Alice shot a cold glance at Scott. Alright. He'll go take the magic dragon on patrol. But with me in the air, you can afford to slack off. You should thank me. Alice didn't speak. Her hand was already on her holy sword. I'm off. Seeing this, Scott quickly left, afraid that if he was too slow ahead, get a sword slash. As the magic dragon took to the skies, Alice finally calmed down. She glanced at Elena and the other woman, then turned and returned to Zhuanghua's side. Perfect timing. Let's go back to the manor. I've been missing the hot springs there. He looked Alice over and smiled. Besides, wearing this armor all day must be tiring. Let's soak together. Alice blinked at the words. She wasn't shy about it. After a moment's thought, she simply, alright. I thought you'd refuse. Zhuanghua couldn't help but tease her, but Alice didn't even blink. You just offended the Hill Kingdom. Soaking together will let me protect you better. That reason was perfect. Nevertheless, Zhuanghua found himself oddly anticipating it. Since coming to this world, he had never had such an intimate encounter with a woman, let alone one so beautiful. However, when Zhuanghua sat in the hot spring pool and saw Alice enter, his eyes went wide. Isn't this a bit much? Alice, standing close to 6 feet tall with golden hair cascading down her shoulders, she is undoubtedly a stunning beauty. Moreover, her figure is quite impressive, yet at this moment, despite being free from the constraints of armor, she still wears a neat robe revealing no hint of spring. Master, what are you expecting? I am merely a guard if you wish for something. I can call for Elena or Princess, Alice said earnestly, which caused Zhuanghua to instantly lose interest. However, when Alice entered the water, Zhuanghua's gaze was immediately captured. After all, no matter how much one wears, when the fabric meets water, it clings closely to the body. Alice, your figure is truly outrageous. Alice lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, not expecting this reaction. Yet she did not leave calmly, stating, Master, lust is humanity's greatest weakness. I understand, but if you want to see better, perhaps Elena. Enough? Zhuanghua closed his eyes, seriously enjoying his bath. Otherwise, if he watched too much, he might truly commit a crime, but he did not like to be aggressive. After all, Alice was his most trusted guard. He wasn't that much of a beast. Nonetheless, having such a stunning beauty nearby made Zhuanghua feel quite pleasurable in his bath. As he left, he said earnestly, Today was good, let's continue like this in the future. Alice said nothing, only a slight smile appeared on her lips, and she followed closely behind. The next day, Zhuanghua bid farewell to Lance and headed towards Twin Tower City. However, before leaving, he instructed Lance to inform him immediately if there were any movements from the Northern Hill Kingdom. To this end, he left 10 heavily armored knights from the Royal Guard. Each of them possessed strength comparable to Tai. Even the former commander of the kingdom's knights was not much better. You go on, or I will keep an eye on the kingdom for you. Midia. After Lance spoke, he turned to Midia and gently said, Child, you must not be willful while following Zhuanghua. If you need anything, feel free to speak to me. Father, I'm going. Midia nodded, her gaze fixated on Zhuanghua, which made Lance uncomfortable. His daughter no longer regarded him as her father. The group set off. Yet far away at the 9th defense line, Anna, who was busy mixing cement, encountered an unexpected visitor. Moyue, you're still alive. Anna. Moyu observed Anna and others' actions and sneered, A witch with the power to destroy worlds is here working for mortals. Anna, have you gone mad? Upon seeing this, Anna coldly replied, Moyue, as a traitor, what right do you have to speak here? Get lost. This place is not welcoming to you. Though she said that, Anna discreetly used her magic to send Lilia away for reinforcements. She could sense the powerful magic emanating from Mou. She was certainly not her match. I'm here to save you. Mou looked at Anna and shook her head. Do you know what kind of person the Lord Zhuanghua is? Since I met him, he has been a god of death. Mou exclaimed excitedly, even several of my sisters perished at his hands. And you still believe that humans can accept you? It's truly laughable. After saying this, Mou waved her hand to summon 2 Hell Knights and coldly declared, Anna, you either come with me now or die here. Choose. Mou needed power desperately. Without her dragon, she was merely a half-baked witch, and she needed to reclaim her dragon. Seeing this, Anna frowned and said, Moyue, do you know where this is? If you fight here, I fear you won't be able to leave alive. Ha ha. Mou laughed heartily. Her overwhelming magic surged forth, forcing Anna and others to retreat repeatedly. However, Anna was also a witch who had fought her way out of the orc territory, and she quickly reacted. Mou merely sneered. She waved her hand, and a gigantic magic circle appeared, summoning a 3-headed giant wolf. 3-headed magic wolf. You have some knowledge. Mou laughed. Anna, I know you are stalling for time, but Zhuanghua is not here. The two lackeys of the temple beside him are also not here. You can't stop me. Just then Tai Yi also arrived with his men surrounding her with 100 heavily armored infantry, while hundreds of archers aimed their bows at her. Tai Yi looked at Mou and coldly said, I've let you go several times, this time you won't escape. Mortal. Mou ignored him and instead looked at Anna asking, last chance, are you leaving or not? This place is quite good. Anna replied indifferently, I think you should stay here too. Attack. In that instant, over a dozen witches simultaneously attacked, casting binding spells to ensnare Mou like a ring. Captain Tai moved quickly. Fire. Mou was momentarily stunned. She had anticipated that Anna and the others would use powerful magic to summon strong creatures. However, with 15 people casting binding spells simultaneously, she could not use her escape technique for a moment. Countless arrows were about to shoot towards her, but fortunately the Hell Knights appeared just in time to block the arrows. Yet they were also instantly gravely injured. Retreat. Mou waved her hand, and the three-headed magic wolf appeared. She mounted it and dashed off in one direction. That place had no ironclad soldiers blocking her. General Tai, the binding spell won't hold her for long. You must hurry. She won't escape. Tai Yi did not pursue, but not far away the sound of leopards echoed. Not just one but a pack. If I let you run away, I will write my name backward. Chao Feng appeared standing on the back of a leopard, drawing his bow and shooting an arrow at the three-headed magic wolf Mou was riding. First shoot the rider. Regardless of the war, this is a basic principle. A woo, a woo, a woo. Chao Feng's arrows were accurate and swift. The three-headed magic wolf could not defend against them. At this moment, a group of leopards surrounded Mou. A woot. Mou attempted to scare off the leopards with her aura, but these leopards were all kings of the grassland. In terms of aura, who is afraid of whom? More importantly, there were people sitting on the backs of these leopards. Chao Feng did not waste words, and Mou was also panicking. She did not expect that even without Zhuanghua, she would still be suppressed here. Damn Anna, if it weren't for her binding spell, she wouldn't have fallen to this state. Also, if her dragon were here, how could these guys harm her? Before she could think too much, Chao Feng's men had already acted, shooting arrows that directly turned the three-headed magic wolf into a sieve. As the three-headed magic wolf fell, Mou also suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Capture her. I refuse. Mou roared, feeling she was plotted against by Anna. If it weren't for the binding spell, how could she be subdued by mortals? Yet the truth was as such. Meanwhile, Zhuanghua arrived at Fengluan town, which was usually bustling with activity, but now exhibited an eerily quiet atmosphere. On the map, Fengluan town, which originally represented friendly green, had now turned red. Red signifies hostility. Zhuanghua, what happened? Zhuanghua looked at the town of Fengluan and coldly stated, the lord of Fengluan town has betrayed us. How is that possible? Midia exclaimed in astonishment. In the kingdom, it's rare for a lord to rebel. Rare, not impossible. Zhuanghua shook his head. He recalled that the lord of Fengluan town was Tinglan, a man who seemed somewhat timid yet greedy. At times driven by profit, it wasn't impossible for him to do something reckless. Without further explanation, he merely said casually, let's move on. If you want the truth, you'll find it in the town. Entering the town went smoothly. In fact, Tinglan had even arranged for someone to welcome them, but Zhuanghua could detect the unnatural look in Tinglan's eyes. Lord Zhuanghua, welcome back. Truly welcome. Zhuanghua asked with a smile. It seems your heart isn't as joyful as your words. Lord Zhuanghua, you jest. I've already prepared accommodations for you. Would you like to rest for the night before returning? Then let's rest. Zhuanghua nodded. In the past, he wouldn't have bothered, but now the kingdom was his. He naturally couldn't stand idly by. However, to catch a thief, one must catch them with the goods. He also wanted to see what Tinglan had done to turn Fengluan town from green to red. Master, in that direction, there's the aura of a heretic god's follower. Heretic god. Is there any distinction between righteous and evil gods? Alice nodded. Indeed, there are many kinds of gods, but only the god of light is righteous. All others are heretic gods. What about the gods of the temple? Alice shook her head and said calmly, I don't know. I have little knowledge of the gods of this world. But what I sense is undoubtedly a heretic god. Good heavens, a heretic god had appeared. Had Tinglan made a deal with someone and sold off his territory? That wouldn't do. Although the lord was Tinglan, the kingdom was his. All land under heaven belongs to the king. He didn't have that right. Very well. Zhuanghua wasted no words and directly ordered Scott to circle above Tinglan's castle. My lord, I've already dealt with the lord of Twin Towers City. So about our deal. Lord Tinglan, rest assured. The man in clerical robes opposite Tinglan smiled. As long as you're willing to let Fengluan town worship my god, your business can reach the entire world. I am of course devout to the gods. Tinglan placed his hand on his chest and chuckled. But Twin Tower City is a necessary passage out. You. Just a minor lord who luckily defeated the orcs, nothing to fear. Beside the missionary, a knight in silver armor said sternly, moreover there's a witch in his territory. That alone is enough for the temple to intervene and strip him of his title. You? Before the knight could finish, he felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. His face turned grim, and he rushed to the door only to see Scott riding a demonic dragon circling overhead. A demonic dragon? How could there be a demonic dragon here? The knight exclaimed in shock. Which great witch have you offended? Why didn't you tell us beforehand? With our current strength, we're no match for a great witch. Ting Lan opened his mouth, then shook his head. I haven't offended any witch. I've been doing business honestly. But the missionary waved his hand and said, perhaps it's not here for him, but for us. The missionary said coldly, I didn't believe it when I heard that the church in Ryan Kingdom was slaughtered by that surnamed Zhuang. Now it seems he's been controlled by a powerful witch. He's become a puppet of the heretics. With that, the missionary looked at Ting Lan and said, this man cannot be kept by the church. Ting Lan smiled bitterly. Whether he could be kept or not, they needed to come up with a plan. Here, what were they pretending for? The missionary waved his hand. The demonic dragon should be the servant of a great witch in Zhuang Hua's territory. As a lord, he won't act on your land. Prepare the goods and transport them tonight under cover of darkness. A witch who could summon a demonic dragon was undoubtedly a great witch. With such a being in his territory, these two still wanted to proceed with the transaction. Given his cautious nature, he should have been more prudent now. However, the missionary laughed and said, don't worry. We all have magical artifacts on us. The witch won't detect us. A witch has no interest in mortals. Was that so? Ting Lan was half convinced, but now that Fenglan town was under their control, he had no choice but to follow their orders. Little did they know all this was under Scott's surveillance. At dawn, just as Zhuang Hua was about to sleep, Scott came to report, Master, those people are making a move. They've captured many children. Children? Zhuang Hua was puzzled. Children out at this hour couldn't be on a pleasure trip. Alice summoned Long Yan. This time he'll show no mercy. Yes. On the outskirts of Fenglan town, Ting Lan rubbed his hands together and said to the missionary, my lord, these children are ready along with some specialties from Fenglan town. But are you sure we won't be discovered? Don't worry. The knight said disdainfully. I've scouted that Zhuang Hua's place. Everyone inside is asleep. That demonic dragon isn't circling nearby either. It must have gone to rest. If you're this timid, doing business with our church won't work. Hearing this, Ting Lan just pouted and said, I'm just being cautious. Besides, you need so many children. Don't ask what you shouldn't. It's for your own good. Huh. The knight was about to issue a warning when the sky suddenly lit up. A fireball descended from above, illuminating them clearly. At that moment, by the firelight, they also saw the imposing figures emerging around them. Who goes there? That's what I should be asking you. Zhuang Hua stepped forward, pointing at the children in the cages. What do you intend to do with these children? Seeing who had arrived, the knight gritted his teeth and said, this seems to have nothing to do with you. These people are merely part of my transaction with Lord Ting Lan. You have no right to interfere in another lord's affairs. Zhuang Hua looked at Ting Lan and smiled. Is that what you think too, Lord Ting Lan? I hope you think carefully before you answer. Ting Lan's heart was trembling. Hadn't they said they wouldn't be discovered? What was happening now? The missionary whispered, Lord Ting Lan, don't worry. We are from the Church of Hill Kingdom and will protect you. Ting Lan hesitated, but finally said firmly, Lord Zhuang Hua, by the will of the gods, even if you are an earl, you cannot stop my free actions on my own land. If I'm not enough, what about her? At that moment, Midia stepped forward and looked at Ting Lan. I am Midia, princess of the Ryan Kingdom. Lord Ting Lan, do I have the authority? A princess? Ting Lan's legs were already trembling. Was he doomed to be crushed today? Perhaps kneeling would save him from death. Ting Lan was afraid. But the missionary grabbed his hand and said disdainfully, the magical power is practically spilling out of you, and you are still pretending to be a princess. Witches all deserve to die. A witch? This woman who claims to be a princess is a witch. Could it be that the demon dragon was summoned by her? Indeed, I cannot be mistaken about the foul power emanating from her. The missionary scoffed. Lord Tinglan, they are but a handful, and yet your people are numerous. By me, I will surely be able to kill them. Yet Ting Lan suddenly knelt before Midia with a thud. This scene left the missionary wide-eyed in disbelief as he asked, Lord Tinglan, what are you doing? However, Ting Lan ignored him. Instead, he looked earnestly at Zhuang Hua and Midia, saying, Your Highness, Lord Zhuang Hua, I was wrong. I was deceived by these people into trading with them, but I did not expect they would want these children. I have little power, and they are from the Church of the Sierra Empire. I had no choice but to comply. As he spoke, Tinglan's face still bore resentment. But I have been waiting for your arrival. Now that you are here, the children of Fenglan town are saved. Zhuang Hua smiled. This guy truly had character. Yet the missionary shouted angrily, Tinglan, are you even a man, or are you no longer a noble? I have said I can kill them. Why do you betray us? And do you still wish to ally with a witch? Tinglon curled his lips, too lazy to respond. A powerful witch who can summon a demon dragon. How could these people possibly be a match? At this moment, if he didn't clear his ties, when would he? I ask for the prince's forgiveness, and for Lord Zhuang Hua to punish these villains. All right. The missionary was furious, for he realized Tinglon was genuinely kneeling. He told the knight beside him, "Hold them back for now, I will perform the summoning ritual." Understood. But just as the knight spoke, a massive foot descended from the sky, crushing him beneath it. With that one strike, the knight ceased to exist. It must have been Scott who acted. He jumped down from the demon dragon, drew the holy sword, and coldly stated, "You think you can summon a god? Better to die." "Stop." Zhuang Hua interjected calmly, saying, "I want him alive, he might be you." Understood. The missionary was easily subdued, and Tinglon watched this scene, feeling his scalp tingle. The two who had been so arrogant before were now one dead, and the other captured. What else could he pretend to be able to solve? If he hadn't knelt quickly, he might have already been dead. Seeing the situation resolved, Tinglon excitedly said, "Thank you, Lord Zhuang Hua, for saving my Fenglan town." Zhuang Hua did not wait for him to finish and directly issued the command, "Take him down, exterminate his family." "No, Lord Zhuang Hua, I am innocent, Bang. Before he could say more, Long Yin struck his mouth with the back of his blade. "Talk too much. If you say another word, I'll chop you down now." Only then did Tinglon shut his mouth. However, Zhuang Hua paid no heed to his fear, returning to the town to continue resting. As for the matter of exterminating his family, Long Yin naturally took care of it. By dawn, Tinglon's family was already gone. Meanwhile, Zhuang Hua swaggered into his warehouse. 200,000 gold coins. 500,000 pounds of grain. Zhuang Hua couldn't help but gasp. With so much, he could hire 10,000 heavy cavalry to fight for a day. No wonder Tinglon would take such risks. These businesses indeed yielded great profits. However, this also proved he was right to kill him, relying on selling his country's strategic resources and even people to profit. If he didn't die, who would? Now all of this belonged to him. With a wave of his hand, those piles of goods vanished, and after exiting the warehouse, he directly ordered a notice to be posted. The first was to ease the people's hearts, and the second was to place this area under the jurisdiction of Dual Tower City. Naturally, Midia had no objections to this. Moreover, when the common folk heard this news, they were not panicked, but rather cheered. This shows that the citizens of Dual Tower City are at least better off than those of Fenglan Town. I really want to arrive faster. Luckily, Fenglan Town was not far from Dual Tower City, and they soon arrived, only for Zhuang Hua to have no time to rest. Xiao He arrived. "My lord, you came just in time. Fenglan Town is now a leaderless territory, and it will henceforth be governed by Dual Tower City. You take care of it." Understood. Xiao He had no objections. He was now Zhuang Hua's Minister of Internal Affairs, which was his duty. However, he did speak up. "My lord, yesterday, we captured a witch on the defense line. She seems to be called Mou." Zhuang Hua was taken aback, and even Midia blinked. The witch Mou who had escaped from them was actually captured here. "Is it really Mou?" "Yes." Xiao He recounted the events, and Zhuang Hua finally understood, although he did not expect Mou to have ties with Anna and the others. "Interesting, but I'm not interested in her. Just kill her." Having let her escape so many times, Zhuang Hua was already very merciful. Otherwise, Mou should have been dead long ago. "Zhuang Hua." Midia hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can we not kill her first? I have some things to ask her. About my mother, she seems to know something." "Whatever you want." Zhuang Hua was indifferent, but reminded, "But regardless of your relationship, she must die." This woman had repeatedly provoked him, and Zhuang Hua was not known for his good temper. "Fine. Mou had killed so many of her guards, and her death was entirely deserved." After saying this, Zhuang Hua listened to Xiao He's report on the development of Dual Tower City. "Everything here is fine, progressing steadily, even better than expected." However, Xiao He smiled wryly. "There is a shortage of manpower in the Orc territory. Despite having sufficient cement, building 2 strongholds is no easy task. I have already reassigned half of Dual Tower City's young and strong to the task, but it is still insufficient." He looked at Zhuang Hua and said, "My lord, why not shorten the construction period?" Lu Shi predicted that with the current manpower, it would only take half a year to complete. Half a year? Zhuang Hua shook his head directly. Let alone the Orc tribes in the north, even the coalition forces could become enemies. If the strongholds were completed in half a year, the enemy would have already invaded. He firmly stated, "No, it must be completed within a month. As for the manpower shortage, we will recruit laborers from the surrounding towns. Provide meals and wages for their work. 1 silver coin per person per day." He said lightly, "As long as the money is in place, I don't believe no one will come." Xiao He considered this bit was indeed a good plan, but he reluctantly said, "My lord, the idea is good, but Dual Tower City has just stabilized, and the funds and resources. I will give you 100,000 gold coins and 100,000 in grain." "Is that enough?" He had just confiscated Tinglin's wealth, acquiring a large amount of resources. This was no problem. That's enough, thank you, my lord. Xiao He beamed excitedly, saying, with this the stronghold will be secure, and even the towns in the Orc territory can be built up. The 8th defense line. Zhuang Hua frowned, knowing that with Weir in his grasp the coalition forces would surely take action. However, he did not expect them to directly send the troops of the 8th defense line. How many of them? 100 knights along with 1,000 infantry. This number did not seem large, but the key was those 100 knights. He knew that as of now he had only 43 heavily armored knights. This was after days of accumulation. Before he arrived, the Twin Tower city had only 5 knights, and the entire kingdom had fewer than 100. But now they were faced with 100 knights coming directly at them. They really think highly of me, but with this little force they still underestimate me. My lord, Tai Yi said seriously, I have studied this, we can launch a counterattack directly. With Chao Feng and Tai Er's people we can decide the outcome in one battle. As elite warriors, being battle-hungry was in their nature. You're not here to bring bad news, but to seek battle, aren't you? Tai Yi scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. You've seen through me, my lord, but since the enemy dares to provoke us right under our noses, if we don't retaliate, won't that just make them look down on us? This was the truth. But Zhuang Hua did not agree immediately. He pondered for a moment and said, let's not take the initiative. Even if we are to fight, we must stand on the moral high ground. Having a just cause is Zhuang Hua's consistent principle in doing things. Understood. Also find a reason yourself, I won't interfere. Zhuang Hua stated calmly, but if we fight we must win. Tai Yi, who had initially felt a bit dejected, instantly became excited upon hearing this. Rest assured, my lord, I will definitely return victorious. You may leave. Zhuang Hua. However, Midia, who had been standing nearby, hesitated for a moment and spoke up. Isn't it too risky to go to war with the coalition forces just like this? I haven't declared war on them. Midia's eyes widened. Could it be that she misheard? What I mean is that we need an excuse to take action. If the coalition forces don't cause trouble, we have no excuse, do we? If it really comes to a fight, it will be their own doing. But the coalition is powerful. I've heard that there are over 1,000 elite knights at their headquarters. Each of them is brave and skilled, and they are not easy to deal with. 1,000 knights, this number was an unattainable height for the Ryan kingdom. Just thinking about it made Midia feel as if the kingdom would perish. Just 1,000. Zhuang Hua scoffed, thinking that the headquarters was more formidable than it actually was. That's still 1,000 knights. Not only that, but I've also heard that there are knights from the Temple Knights and a Round Table Knight guarding them. Your witches and Midia won't be able to unleash their full power and will be suppressed. Oh, the Temple Knights. Zhuang Hua became intrigued and asked, how many of them are there? I've heard. At least 10. 10. Zhuang Hua laughed and looked at Midia, saying, don't worry, I won't act recklessly. You go and rest. No. Midia sighed in relief, realizing that Zhuang Hua was truly listening to her. She excitedly said, I'm going to help you refine cement. I might have learned fire magic along the way. I can definitely help you. This girl Zhuang Hua did not want to dampen her enthusiasm and directly asked Elena to take her along. Moreover, with Anna and the others around, Midia should be able to learn more methods of controlling magic. Meanwhile, at the junction of the 8th and 9th defense lines, a gorge separated the two. Since they were all part of the human camp, there were no checkpoints set up here. These soft-footed shrimp over there dare to provoke our coalition. They really don't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Exactly. Captain Raymond, how about we let the brothers charge over and show them some colors? Raymond shook his head. He had received orders to amass troops here and wait for commands, rather than taking the initiative. Furthermore, he had heard that Earl Ware had been captured. Lord Oliver was furious upon hearing this news, and he dared not act recklessly at this time. Enough, just mocking them is fine. If we truly fight, we must wait for Lord Oliver's command. Raymond waved his hand and said, moreover, I've heard that the Lord on the opposite side has colluded with the Beastmen. Raymond gritted his teeth and said, if the Beastmen raid us, there will be casualties. Hearing this, everyone shrank their heads. They could handle the humans, but facing the Beastmen was still somewhat daunting. In the past, they had seen the Beastmen warriors. When a stone hammer fell, it directly smashed a knight into a meat patty wrapped in iron. They did not want to go to their deaths. So are we just going to stand here and do nothing? That's too boring. Why don't we find some fun? Everyone's eyes lit up and they all looked toward the 9th defense line, but they started to laugh. We haven't found fun yet, and fun has come knocking at our door. Captain Raymond, what do you say? Raymond waved his hand to quiet everyone down. He then stepped forward, looking at Tai Yi across the way, and coldly said, what do you mean by this? Are you declaring war? Tai Yi did not answer directly, but looked at Raymond and said, today one of our horses from the 9th defense line was stolen by your people. That is our lord's horse. Tai Yi's gaze was unkind as he said, hand it over, and I can let bygones be bygones, acting as if nothing happened. Otherwise, it would mean that the people of your 8th defense line deliberately invaded the territory of our Ryan kingdom. At this point, Tai, he said seriously, according to the treaty issued by the temple, armies from other nations or forces that invade another nation's territory without cause can be countered. The temple treaty. Raymond scoffed, looking at Tai and saying, first, let's not even talk about the treaty. Even if we did steal your lord's horse, what can you do about it? Declare war. Do you think you're worthy, eh? Tai did not care about his contempt, but continued to ask, do you admit that your people stole the horse? So what if we did, eh? Raymond was unconcerned, just as his subordinates had said, he was bored and wanted to see some fun. As long as you admit it. Hand it over. Tai laughed, looking at Raymond, and said, if you don't hand it over, you will violate the treaty. Ha ha ha. Raymond laughed disdainfully, saying, the horse is with us. If you have the ability, come and take it. Lilith, are you recording this? Tai did not answer him, but turned to Lilith and asked. Lilith nodded and said, Captain Tai, I have already used the recording magic to capture the scene. Just now, you can rest assured. Recording. Raymond looked at Lilith in confusion, then became even more dismissive. A little witch. Is this why you dare to be so arrogant? Do you not know that witches can be hunted at any time in the eyes of our knights? Lilith's face turned ugly. Seeing this, Tai, he had someone escort Lilith away, then looked at Raymond and drew his sword. The coalition forces of the 8th defense line openly violated the temple treaty by invading our Ryan kingdom and even stealing the beloved horse of our Twin Tower city lord. Soldiers kill them and retrieve the war horse. Kill, kill, kill. Just you. Raymond sneered, but the next moment he was rendered speechless as he beheld the other side of the canyon. A squad of infantry clad in exquisite armor advanced steadily, followed by 200 light cavalry riding leopards. As if that weren't enough, thousands of ordinary soldiers came fully armed as well. Prepare to engage the enemy. Raymond exclaimed in shock. This was no small nation's strength. The sheer scale of their formation was already more formidable than their 8th defensive line. Unfortunately, his warning came too late. They hadn't even formed ranks before arrows rained down from the sky. In that instant, apart from his knight squad, the ordinary soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Damn it. I will make them pay. Raymond gritted his teeth in order to counterattack. But once their cavalry charged to the front of the phalanx of sword and shield soldiers, they could no longer advance. These sword and shield soldiers were heavy infantry wearing armor that was no less than that of the cavalry. As if that weren't enough, there was also a massive iron shield. Although there were only 100 men, it was sufficient to hold back Raymond's knights. Once the cavalry's momentum faltered, what awaited them was death. Tai chuckled, exchanging a glance with Chow Fong, and then the two led their cavalry directly into Raymond's army. The battle began swiftly and ended just as quickly. Just as Zhuang Hua lay down to prepare for sleep, the news of Tai's victory arrived. The battle was already over. Tai, you have truly surprised me. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing an external war. Reward, God-level swordsmanship. Zhuang Hua waited for a long time, but apart from this notification, the system didn't provide any of the error messages it had before. Has the system changed its ways? Or is it that such a reward is not worth much at all? Whatever it was, at least it included the term God-level. God-level swordsmanship, a mastery of swordsmanship such that all others are mere displays before you. After claiming the reward, Zhuang Hua felt a new memory, or perhaps an instinct, awaken within him. No matter the sword technique, he could easily execute it, even feeling an invincible sensation. The system is truly impressive. Knowing that when he first arrived he was just a weakling, but now he had become a God-level swordsman. He even felt a bit excited. Perhaps he could spar with Alice. If he could win against her. Well, no, it was getting late. He needed to go to sleep. The next day, system summoned knights. Ding. Successfully summoned 5 heavy knights. A small victory. Zhuang Hua nodded in satisfaction, casting a fiery glance at Alice, though it was purely a desire for battle. Moi. Alice frowned, sensing something odd in Zhuang Hua's gaze, as if he wanted to devour her. Master, what's wrong? Zhuang Hua, I want. Lord Zhuang Hua. Before Zhuang Hua could finish, Elena suddenly appeared, interrupting him excitedly, saying, Lord Zhuang Hua, Lilith sent a recording pearl. Recording pearl. Upon seeing the object, Alice explained, this is a type of magic from witches that can record images and seal them within the pearl. It has no other function. It can merely capture images and sounds. It can do that. This is something Zhuang Hua did not expect. With so many capabilities, wouldn't this power develop the entertainment industry once the world is at peace? It could also enrich the leisure lives of the common people. He had Elena open it, and sure enough, the events in the canyon were laid bare. This thing was truly wonderful. This excuse, this coalition's knight commander didn't even put up a rebuttal. How foolish. Zhuang Hua, however, found it normal. He laughed, saying, when a group of people becomes accustomed to being high and mighty, how could they care about the words of ants, whether true or false? He simply did not expect Tai to have the strength to take them down. At this point, Zhuang Hua said earnestly, Underestimating the enemy is always the greatest harm to oneself. After securing the recording stone, Zhuang Hua smiled. After this battle, Oliver should no longer be able to plot behind the scenes. It was time to meet. Let's go. We are heading to the 8th defensive line. Why, oi? Elena asked in confusion. Lord Zhuang Hua, didn't we just take that down? To wait for someone? The 8th defensive line was just a canyon away from the 9th defensive line, but once across the canyon, it opened up to an endless prairie. Even with forests, they looked out of place on the prairie, but this scenery seemed to be a hallmark of this continent. The 8th defensive line was built on the only mountain range, which was more of a mountain range with grasslands on both sides. Zhuang Hua stood on the city wall, gazing towards Orc Ridge, yet blocked by a mountain range. No wonder that place had been annihilated. Not a shred of news reached here. There was not a hint of movement visible. My lord, Tai stepped forward excitedly, cupping his hands, and saying, I have not failed my mission. Well done. Zhuang Hua looked at the 8th defensive line. Everything from the city wall to the surrounding structures was far superior to the 9th defensive line. From now on, the focus of defense will be on the 8th defensive line. Once the pass at Orc Ridge is repaired, this place can form a flanking position. Yes. Zhuang Hua nodded, arranged some trivial matters, and then opened the regional map. He saw that the regional map had changed from the Ryan Kingdom. To the east of his location were areas like Orc Ridge and Twin Tower City. To the west lay a region named Golan Prairie, which had a forest and a lake in its middle. Although there were no cities, the names in that area were read. The Forest of Vigilance. There were more areas beyond that, but the regional map only spanned 100 kilometers. Zhuang Hua could only shift his gaze to the north. This area was much more complex. Aside from the Golan Heights, where the 8th defensive line was located, there were numerous villages and cities. However, most of the area was colored yellow. Neutral zone. My lord. At that moment, Elena walked in, reporting, Lord Zhuang Hua, that coalition lord from last time has arrived. Oliver. Elena nodded, smiling. Yes, it's him. He even brought a lot of ox carts. It seems they contained. Weren't we just at war with them? Elena asked in confusion. Are they intending to continue fighting by... Stop guessing. Zhuang Hua waved his hand, saying, I believe he is here to fulfill his promises. Don't forget that he hasn't delivered what he promised us last time. Elena suddenly realized, recalling, and pouted. So that's how it is. This noble is too stingy. If he doesn't want to give, he should just say so. Instead, he brought people to intimidate us. Now that he has been dealt with by General Tai, he's back again. Ha ha ha. Zhuang Hua laughed heartily, then said, All right, go bring him over. Yes. In no time, Oliver was brought in, but his face looked quite grim. Lord Zhuang Hua, you truly are impressive. It hasn't been long since we last met, and the 8th defensive line is already yours. Tell me, when are you coming to attack the headquarters so I can make room for you? Lord Oliver, you truly are amusing. We were merely acting in self-defense. Your troops from the 8th Allied Front maliciously seized my horses and refused to return them. My subordinates retaliated against your aggressive actions in accordance with the Temple Accord. What is wrong with that? Zhuang Hua looked at Oliver with a cold sneer and said, Speaking of which, the Allied forces were established to counter the Orc invasion from the west. Why then do you repeatedly strike against your own kin? Lord Oliver, could it be that you intend to betray the human race? As Zhuang Hua finished, Oliver's gaze flickered. He sneered, You certainly have a sharp tongue. But enough. This ends here. Oliver's expression turned cold as he said flatly, The grain and funds you requested have been delivered. You can withdraw your troops now. Also release Will. Hearing this, Zhuang Hua broke into a smile. He shook his head at Oliver and said, So Lord Oliver does remember Count Will after all. Then you must have seen my letter. Oomph. Oliver let out a cold snort, but remained silent. Unfazed, Zhuang Hua continued, I believe that even if I return him to you now, you will only create more trouble for me. What do you want? Oliver was displeased. He had already lowered his pride, yet Zhuang Hua still refused to show him any respect. He was after all a prince of the Hill Kingdom. Hep. Zhuang Hua chuckled softly as he looked at Oliver. It's not about what I want, Lord Oliver. The question is, what do you want? I am the victim here. He cast a cold glare at Oliver and said, The Orc corpses haven't even rotted yet, and there are still 2 orcs locked in the dungeons of Twin Tower City. At this point, Zhuang Hua's gaze turned fierce. If the Allied forces, or the Hill Kingdom, wish to bully me, then come at me. I, Zhuang Hua, will accept the challenge. Oliver's lips twitched. He had only acted on Charles' deceitful words back then. Coupled with Zhuang Hua's formidable strength, who not only turned the tables every time, but also had sound reasoning, Oliver, a man trained in aristocratic etiquette, felt somewhat embarrassed. Don't be angry. I was not thoughtful enough back then. Oomph. Hearing this, Zhuang Hua let out a cold snort and fell silent. Seeing this, Oliver said earnestly, You may not know this, but Leon, though a knight commander, is also a prince of the Ur Kingdom. The Ur Kingdom holds significant sway in the Allied forces, so. Hep. Zhuang Hua sneered. So just because the other party had influence, he was to be crushed? These nobles were truly exemplary. Now that you know the reason, do you still insist? The 8th front line cannot be returned to you. It is punishment for your aggression. Oliver nodded, but warned, the orcs on the opposite plains are nothing like those from your orc ridge. Since you've inherited this place, you must take responsibility for its security. Moreover, Oliver pointed to the town behind him and said, over there lies the kingdom of Kelly. Their queen is a princess of the Orc kingdom. With you here they may not stay docile. Zhuang Hua caught the thread in Oliver's words and replied disdainfully, the weapons in the hands of my Ryan kingdom are not made of clay either. Good. A young man with courage. Oliver then looked at Zhuang Hua and said, since you've claimed this place, can you now return Count Will to me? Oliver had been talking all this while just for Will. 50,000 gold coins. Zhuang Hua stated flatly, staring at Oliver. Pay up and you can take him. Didn't I already deliver grain and funds to you? Lord Oliver, have you forgotten? That was compensation from the allied forces to us. Zhuang Hua said scornfully, Will's scheme against me is a separate matter. Fine. Oliver gritted his teeth and finally stamped his foot. He'll pay all right. Deliver the gold here tomorrow, and you can take Envoy Will away. Oomph. Oliver glared at Zhuang Hua and said coldly, Zhuang Hua, you are but a lord of a small kingdom. Do you not hold even an ounce of reverence for our hill kingdom? Reverence? Zhuang Hua said calmly. Reverence is reserved for the strong who uphold justice. But when faced with those who bully the weak, all I have is resistance. At this, Zhuang Hua said earnestly, Lord Oliver, where there is oppression, there is resistance. This is an eternal truth. We shall see. Oliver left in a huff, and Zhuang Hua did not stop him. He had captured Will, and only Oliver came. Had he captured Oliver, the Hill Kingdom would surely declare war on the Ryan Kingdom. Though he was not afraid and could fight with the help of the mercenary function, it was not a sustainable long-term plan. The road ahead is long and arduous. But the Orc Kingdom. From Oliver's words, it seemed that Leon and Charles had instigated everything that he hadn't expected Leon to be a prince of the Orc Kingdom. Though not as powerful as the Hill Empire, the Orc Kingdom was still a formidable force. However, it was some distance from the Ryan Kingdom. What surprised him was that the kingdom beyond the Golan Heights was actually allied with the Orc Kingdom through marriage. I hope you don't go looking for trouble. Otherwise, I won't mind expanding my territory ahead of time. After thinking it through, he stopped dwelling on it. At least the allied forces wouldn't be causing trouble for now. But the Hill Empire was another matter. Zhuang Hua recalled the missionary he had captured in Fengwan town, a man from the Church of the Hill Kingdom. Despite the Hill Kingdom's strength, their king's appointment had to be recognized by the Church's pope to be legitimate. Clearly, the Church still held significant influence in the Hill Kingdom. Having thwarted their plans, they would surely not let the matter rest. Come then, all of you. Zhuang Hua clenched his fists. He was eager to see just how capable the Church of this world truly was. Master, it's time to return. Alice reminded him as the sky darkened. Zhuang Hua nodded, but on the way he asked curiously, Alice, you've never reminded me of the time before. It's nothing. It's just that this place isn't entirely safe, so I thought to remind you. Is that so? Zhuang Hua seemed thoughtful and then whispered, if there's any secret you can tell me quietly. It's nothing. Oh well then. However, this scene struck Elena, who was behind them, as rather peculiar. Why did it seem that Lord Zhuang Hua and Alice were overly close? Had something happened between them while she was away? Elena felt a pang of envy. She too wished to be so close to Lord Zhuang Hua. Wasn't she supposed to be his life assistant? Was Alice stealing her job? Elena grew alert. If this continued, she would become just an ordinary. No, she had to think of something. She had heard that Lord Zhuang Hua enjoyed hot springs. Why not build a hot spring for him in Twin Tower City? That could work. The prison of Double Tower City. This is the second day since the missionary Hodewa entered, and he has already used the Church's methods to spread the news of his imprisonment. They will surely come to rescue him. Unfortunately, the Lord here dares to harbor the witch, which leaves him with no chance to use other divine powers. Otherwise, how could this place possibly hold him? Damn heretics daring to shelter a witch should be burned. What are you shouting about? At that moment, a loud noise of walls smashing echoed nearby, causing Hodewa to frown. I am a missionary of the Church, a messenger of God. Are you trying to intimidate me? Church. Messenger of God. Suddenly a mocking voice came from beside him, followed by a sneer. I am still the great orc leader, not any less noble than your so-called priest. Here you must obediently accept your transformation. Otherwise be careful not to starve to death. The speaker was the very orc leader who led the orcs to attack the city, now stripped of his previous arrogance. Instead, he appeared as a seasoned veteran of the prison. He coldly stated, in this place, only by cooperating well can one live comfortably. Otherwise, even dying would be difficult. The orc leader seemed to recall some terrifying past, then spoke in a low tone. Don't make a fuss here, otherwise when you are let out I'll deal with you. Hodewa frowned, realizing the one speaking was likely an orc. This small kingdom of Ryan actually managed to capture an orc. Is this a joke? However, even so, he did not care. As a divine recipient, even within the church, he held a high status. How could an orc compare to him? Lowly creature, how can you look up to the height of the divine? Stop wasting words, our leader wants to interrogate. At that moment, Hodewa was taken away. He looked around at the room filled with torture instruments and suddenly recalled the words of that orc. Not cooperating, thinking of dying, is a luxury. I am a noble divine recipient. You cannot torture me. That is blasphemy against the divine. What are you babbling about? Just then Tai walked in. Due to church matters, Zhuang Hua wanted to extract information from Hodewa. He just returned. Now I ask you, answer. If you talk too much, the consequences are on you. Tai said nonchalantly, name. I am a noble divine recipient from the kingdom of Hill. You lowly ants, hurry. Not listening. Tai sneered, directly taking a whip from the side and dipping it into a basin of salt water. Then he struck hard with force. Up. A single lash left Hodewa's skin torn and bleeding, and the salt water further intensified the excruciating pain. Name. Hodewa. Hodewa trembled, fear evident in his eyes. These people, they were demons. He was a noble divine recipient, yet he had no dignity. Isn't this better? Tai smirked, and then spoke. Tell me, what are you buying those children for? By the way, don't say it's to train them. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe such nonsense. Hodewa was giving in, but when Zhuang Hua learned the result, his expression turned extremely grim. These children, their only purpose was to be used for refining magical artifacts like the Chuch's artifacts that Zhuang Hua saw in the Kingdom of Ryan. Unexpectedly, the Church of the Kingdom of Hill is the same. No wonder Alice said they have a pseudo-divine aura. These cultists are so wicked. What good could the god they believe in be? My lord, Tai was an eyewitness. Even though he was summoned by the system, he was still a living person. Such matters have already touched his bottom line. Should we skin him and stuff him with straw? Some people are simply inhuman. Skinning and stuffing. That is to separate the skin and flesh, then fill the body with ashes and grass. This is an extremely cruel punishment. However, using it on these evildoers is just right. No rush. Zhuang Hua shook his head and said, what these people have done is not just this time. What I want to do is to uproot them all. This Hodewa is just one of them. Their people will surely keep coming. Although I can't go to the Kingdom of Hill to kill, tricking them into coming to kill is still not a problem. Tai's eyes lit up, looking at Zhuang Hua with even more respect. This is the person he wants to follow. I will listen to you, my lord. After Tai left, Zhuang Hua turned to Elena and asked, why haven't I seen Medea today? Not even in the place where Anna and the others are. The princess, since she arrived here, has been in the prison with the witch. Moi. Zhuang Hua stood up, abruptly frowning. Has she been here for so long without any issues? I brought breakfast to the princess this morning. She was doing fine. This witch Moon has always been a rebel, entirely different from Anna and the others. Now the fact that Medea can chat with her for so long, what could they be talking about? No, I must know the secret of this moon. Go, please bring Anna here. Anna arrived quickly, using a teleportation technique, appearing directly at the door. Lord Zhuang Hua, you summoned me. Please come in. Zhuang Hua smiled and said, I wonder how Miss Anna is adapting to life here with me. It's quite good here, but it's peaceful, and there is no discrimination between people. My sisters and I all really like it. That's great. Zhuang Hua's tone shifted as he became serious. Actually, I asked Miss Anna to come to inquire about the witch. What do you want to know? Anna was open and honest, revealing that the witch Moon was originally the younger sister of the Queen of the Kingdom of Ryan. In the past, she was expelled from the kingdom due to her identity as a witch and followed Anna and the others since. However, having suffered discrimination, she held a grudge after being driven out of the kingdom by her brother-in-law. Consequently, she harbored little goodwill towards humanity and was disinterested in Anna and the others' efforts to save humanity in the Orc Ridge. One day, upon hearing that the queen was going to have a child, she returned to the kingdom and has not returned since. That's all I know. If Lord Zhuang Hua wants to know about the relationship between the witch and the princess, I'm afraid only they know. Zhuang Hua nodded. He did not ask these questions to exonerate the witch, as she must die. However, he could not ignore Medea, even though their relationship had not progressed substantially. But her father had given the kingdom to her. He wouldn't be so ungrateful as to ignore Medea's matters. Zhuang Hua is not that kind of person. To the prison. I want to see what the witch has told Medea that makes a princess willing to stay in prison for so long. Dead. So suddenly. Where is the princess? If Mou is dead, so be it. Medea must not come to harm. The princess is guarding there. All right. Only then did Zhuang Hua stride in, while the passing prisoners turned their backs upon seeing him. In their eyes there was only fear. However, as he passed by a cell, Zhuang Hua paused, for he saw 2 beast men kneeling on the ground in reverence. Their eyes were filled with devotion. This was somewhat interesting, and next door was the missionary Hodewa. Let me go. Please, the god will forgive you, let me go. Oh. Before he could finish, the jailer struck him with a baton. Turn around. If you disturb Lord Zhuang Hua, do you wish to die? Zhuang Hua smiled and stopped in front of Hodewa, asking, you keep talking about God. Oh, will your God truly bless you? Of course. Hodewa nodded firmly, thinking that Zhuanghua was intimidated by divine power. He hurriedly said, "If you let me go, I can pray to God and make you a believer so that he may bless you." "Forget it." Zhuanghua shook his head and sighed. "If your God were useful, you wouldn't be here. I'm just curious, when will your companions come to save you? You haven't become a pawn, have you?" "Pawn?" Hodewa's expression changed slightly. Zhuanghua must be trying to trick him. If he admitted it, wouldn't he just get beaten again? "No one will come to save me. Even if I die, I will return to the embrace of the God." "I see." Zhuanghua nodded and said to the jailer, "If he is not afraid of death, why let him off easy? Increase the dosage." "Yes." The jailer revealed a cruel smile and directly took Hodewa away. What awaited him was endless torment. Hodewa shouted, but it was of no use. He was anxious in his heart. Once he endured this, he had to contact the church again. He needed them to rescue him from this hell. This Zhuanghua is not human. Medea. Zhuanghua, unaware of Hodewa's thoughts, had already arrived at Medea's side. Before Medea, Mou knelt, their eyes tightly closed, devoid of any vitality, clearly already dead. "Zhuanghua, you have come. Are you all right?" He did not ask what had happened, but directly helped Medea up. "I am fine, just didn't expect Mou to be my aunt and my mother." Medea couldn't articulate it. Zhuanghua did not press her, but held her close, whispering, "It's okay, it's all in the past. In the future there will be your father and me." Medea responded softly, then laid her head on Zhuanghua's chest, closing her eyes. For 2 consecutive days she had not rested and was now utterly exhausted. This scene made Alice's eyelids twitch, but she bore it and pretended not to see. She was merely a guard. She couldn't do too many extra things. Some matters could only be done privately. It was just like this. Burn and bury Mou's body. Don't desecrate the corpse. After saying this, Zhuanghua picked up Medea and headed toward the palace, placing her directly on his bed. "Alice, keep an eye on her." "Yes." Only then did Zhuanghua rub his temples and walk towards the study to begin browsing through books. Now he had many enemies and needed to expedite the consolidation of his forces and develop a plan. First, there were the heavy cavalry led by Tai Yi, whose combat power was formidable with a total of 53 men. Secondly, there were the elite heavy infantry being trained in the infantry battalion with 100 men, and another 100 would be trained in 2 days. At a rate of 100 men per week, he could have 400 in a month. As long as there was time, Zhuanghua was confident that within half a year all ordinary soldiers could evolve into elite heavy infantry. In addition, there were Chao Fang's tiger and leopard cavalry, whose marching speed was the fastest and every archer's marksmanship was top-notch. As long as they were placed in the right position, they would be like arrows piercing the enemy's throat. Zhuanghua wanted to develop, but unfortunately leopards were not easy to find. Even now there were only about 200. Lastly, there was Zhuanghua's honor guard. The 50 dragon flames were simply super combat power, each capable of crushing Tai Yi. They were the elite among the elite, with Alice and Scott, 2 holy light knights. The 2 of them were super combat power against wizards, witches, and sorceresses. Looking at it this way, the future was promising, but this small number of people was still insufficient to support his conquests. Conscription. He still needed to conscript, but the population of Shuangta City was insufficient. To recruit enough manpower, he first needed to break through the population limit. Indeed, fighting is easy, but managing is hard. However, should this heavy burden be entrusted to Xiao He, he should have no problem, right? At least with that name, he shouldn't be unable to solve such a matter. It's settled then. With a plan in mind, Zhuanghua felt much more relaxed, and Xiao He also came to find him. "My lord, you came just in time." Before Zhuanghua could let him speak, he informed Xiao He about his population plan, and Xiao He did not decline. After Zhuanghua finished speaking, Xiao He finally spoke. "My lord, the envoy from the Kelly Kingdom just arrived. They want to invite you to visit the Kelly Kingdom." "Kelly Kingdom? Has it finally come?" Zhuanghua was not surprised. He smiled and asked, "What is their reason?" Xiao He replied, "They said it is for the friendship between the 2 countries, and they also invited Princess Medea to join." "Friendships? What kind of friendship can they have? This invitation is likely a banquet of deceit." "My lord, I think there must be something fishy about this. Given your current noble status, there's no need to put yourself in danger. I believe such matters should be declined." "Decline?" Zhuanghua shook his head, smiling. "I really must go to this Kelly Kingdom invitation. I also want to know what kind of scheme the Kelly Kingdom is trying to sell." "But," Zhuanghua waved his hand confidently, "I have the honor guard and Scott the Dragon Knight with me, who would dare to make a move." Seeing this, Xiao He did not continue to persuade him, but said, "In that case, I will go prepare." "All right." The storm was brewing, and at this moment Scott arrived. He stepped forward and said, "Master, I sense the aura of a false god. The ones coming to rescue Hodewa are here." "Good." Zhuanghua immediately perked up and said sternly, "Do these people really think my territory is a backyard? Did they not wish to come? I will make sure they come and never return. I want to see how many people from the Church of the Hill Kingdom are there for me to kill. Send the order down, Have the dragon flames, and Chao Feng prepare and directly engage the enemy once locked on. Before he goes to the Kelly Kingdom, he will give the church people a shock. At this moment Hodewa was cautiously observing his surroundings. Once he noticed that no jailer was paying attention to him, he carefully lifted the blanket, which had a rune drawn on it. "O God, I am your devout servant. Please guide my companions to find me. I am in the southern prison of Shuangda City." Night. As two men clad in black robes appeared in the city, Twin Tower City fell into a deep slumber. Alice's eyes opened wide. "Master, they're here. Don't rush, wait until they bring Hodewa, then make your move." Capturing people and seizing goods was what Zhuang Hua enjoyed the most. After all, even when killing one needed a reason. The others nodded, but the two men had not realized that they had already been exposed. "This small place is indeed a small place," I slipped in easily. Damn Hodewa, he couldn't even handle buying some human-shaped materials. "When we get back, I must report to the steward and revoke his divine status. Right? We even have to save him, what a waste. Don't talk, we've arrived at the southern prison." The two men quickly reached the prison entrance, just as the patrolling guard headed off in the opposite direction. The two men's eyes lit up, they wouldn't even need to lift a finger. "Let's go in." However, finding someone inside would naturally require them to search one by one. When they saw two orc warriors, they were also taken aback. Since when could orc warriors be captured? Moreover, these guys were incredibly strong. Capturing them and making them willingly sit in jail would be a challenge. Even in the Hill Kingdom, such a thing would be impossible. This place was truly bizarre. "Don't cause trouble. Find the person and hurry up. The church will have the kingdom handle it." Found him. They finally located Hodewa in a corner cell, and the two men directly chopped off the cell door and took him away. "Huh, why are you here at night? If we didn't come at night, would we come during the day to fight?" One man glared at Hodewa, saying, "During the day? Do you want me to die? Even a divine being like you has been captured. Even if we came, we would be injured." "Are you crazy?" "That's true." Hodewa awkwardly asked, "Did you come in smoothly? Didn't you encounter any trouble?" He couldn't help but recall what Zhuang Hua had said before. Could someone like that be unprepared? It seemed highly unlikely. "Damn Hodewa, are you out of your mind? We came all this way to save you, and you're asking such a stupid question. Do you want to die here?" "That's not what I meant." Hodewa hurriedly explained. He thought for a moment, but perhaps he was indeed blessed by the divine. Otherwise it wouldn't make sense. However, when they reached the prison entrance and saw the line of soldiers and the dragon knights circling overhead, they were dumbfounded. "How is this possible? Damn Hodewa, it's all your fault for the bad luck. Three of you." Zhuang Hua looked at the three men and chuckled. "Where are you headed?" "Zhuang Hua." Hodewa was shocked. He had just wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Zhuang Hua. "Mr. Hodewa, you should thank you for bringing them here, otherwise I wouldn't have known. It's you." The two were astonished, glaring at Hodewa in anger. "Damn Hodewa, you actually you bastard." "No, I didn't." Hodewa shook his head, saying, "I swear by the divine name that I have never betrayed the church. All of this is his plot. You must believe me." "Hodewa, what more is there to explain? If it weren't for your warning, how would I know someone was coming to break into the prison tonight?" The two men had no choice but to believe him, which made Hodewa completely furious. "Zhuang Hua, is this really necessary?" "All right, Hodewa, your task is completed. You two may leave." Zhuang Hua couldn't be bothered to say more and directly ordered the attack. However, these two were not ordinary. They had clearly investigated Twin Tower City. In an instant, one man pulled out a staff, and upon closer inspection, it was actually made of bone. As for the origin of this bone, Zhuang Hua knew all too well. "You should die." "Hep." The two men sneered and began chanting, and then a flash of light appeared as they seemed to transform into another person. "You mere mortals desecrating the divine must be punished. Stop with your theatrics." Alice snorted coldly, drawing her sword and charging in, but this time the invincible her failed to achieve any victory. "Ha ha ha." One man laughed heartily, saying, "A little heretical knight thinks he can harm me. Go play elsewhere." After saying that, he waved his staff, and a giant skeletal figure appeared out of thin air, rushing toward Alice. Alice attempted to defend against it, but was directly knocked away. "How is this possible?" she exclaimed. She had absolute confidence in her own strength, yet now she was being repelled. "You mere mortals cannot comprehend." Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Scott made his move, and the magic dragon unleashed a fireball that struck him directly. In just one blow, he was sent flying. However, even so, he did not die. "Mortal, you have angered me. Let's attack together." The man shouted to the other, and then they both took out their staffs and began chanting. "Divine light, descend." They shouted in unison, and then a divine light fell from the sky, landing directly on the two. Then both of them moved simultaneously as if they had become entirely different individuals, their powers greatly amplified. Even against the magic dragon, they could contend. Seeing this, the magic dragon cried out, "Human race, these two seem to be possessed by something. Even my power cannot affect them. So strong." Zhuang Hua was also taken aback, but he waved his hand decisively. Infantry advanced. He was not alone, behind him was an army. After 100 elite heavy infantry pressed forward, the two finally felt pressure. Damn it, I knew we would encounter this kind of situation. One of them had a grim expression. They had been sneaking around fearing this kind of occurrence. What do we do? Follow the plan and proceed. The two exchanged glances, then began chanting. Their staffs transformed into giant skeletons that charged toward the military formation while a dark mist enveloped the scene. This made it impossible to see. Not good. Alice and Scott's expressions changed. The targets of these two were undoubtedly Zhuanghua. Protect the master. But in the darkness they had no idea where Zhuanghua was, and could only continuously emit holy light, yet they were still being heavily suppressed. At this moment a skeleton had already approached Zhuanghua from behind, its hand raised high, seemingly about to strike. But at this moment Zhuanghua moved. He simply stepped aside, and the skeleton's attack missed. Moi. Zhuanghua smiled. His hand touched the waist of a nearby soldier, and a long sword was drawn out. Divine-level swordsmanship. It wasn't just talk. It not only turned Zhuanghua into a swordsmanship master, but his reflexes also improved. Ding. With just one sword strike, Zhuanghua blocked the skeleton's attack. Then with another sword strike, Zhuanghua thrust forward, and the skeleton seemed to have charged into it on its own, the sword's edge piercing into its skull. Then after a wail the skeleton dissipated. How could this be? Wasn't it said that this lord is Can an ordinary person easily deal with the skeletons conjured by their magical artifacts, even in complete darkness? Run. The two made up their minds after some discussion. What about Huidahua? That traitor, we will eventually return to settle scores with him. Right now survival is the most important thing. The two reached a consensus and turned to leave without a hint of hesitation. Meanwhile another skeleton was dealt with by Alice, who was now like a rampaging beast. The holy light emanating from her could blind a person's eyes. As the skeleton vanished the black mist dissipated, leaving behind a bewildered Huidahua. Master, are you alright? Zhuanghua shook his head and returned the sword to the soldier's waist. Those two have fled. Damn it, I will go pursue them now. Oh, I must make them understand what holy light judgment means. Alice was stimulated by this. She had always been Zhuanghua's most capable guard, yet the enemy had now reached right in front of him. She had failed to protect him in time. This was her dereliction of duty, and she urgently needed to eliminate the two to prove her worth. Forget it. Zhuanghua shook his head and smiled, saying, do not chase a desperate enemy. Besides, if they return they might bring more people with them. You can take your revenge then. Alice took a deep breath and nodded. She said seriously, from now on I will stay by your side, and not leave your side for a moment. Shower together too. Alice was taken aback, then blushed, and said seriously, yes, together. The methods of these pseudo-god followers are strange, and we must be on guard. Alright. Zhuanghua also laughed, looking serious as he said, how about we just bathe together? Alice did not respond, and did not even blink. It seemed that the time was not yet right, and Zhuanghua did not continue. He looked at Huidahua, and said, take this guy away, he is trying to escape despite being treated too kindly. No. Huidahua's face turned ugly, but his companions had already fled, leaving him behind. No way, this place was hell, and he still needed to seek help from the church. However, Zhuanghua did not care about this. Although he could not kill the two tonight, he had already experienced the church's methods and their purpose in abducting those children, using human lives to create powerful magical artifacts, and this was from a church that claimed to be of light. Zhuanghua sneered, such people were more despicable than demons. Come next time I will definitely kill you. The turmoil in the prison did not affect the inhabitants of the city. The next day, everyone continued with their lives as usual. System Night Summoning. Ding. Successfully summoned one holy light knight. Zhuanghua's previously casual expression instantly turned into a smile. Oh, another had arrived. Master. Holy Light Knight, Avon salutes you. Avon did not appear as rugged as Scott, nor as aloof as Alice. He had a handsome face, giving a refreshing feeling. Avon, welcome to join us. I am willing to fight for my man. Zhuanghua smiled, and incorporated him into the guard team before standing up. At that moment he was already standing at the door. My lord, it's time to depart. Zhuanghua looked at Midia next to him, and asked, are you alright? I'm fine, but since I went to the Kelly Kingdom, I cannot refine concrete for the people anymore. I still haven't truly helped you until now. Zhuanghua shook his head, and said earnestly, just by being here you are already helping me. Let's go. To get to the Kelly Kingdom, they only needed to set off from the 8th defensive line, and they could soon reach the capital of the Kelly Kingdom. This time Zhuanghua only brought the Dragon Flame ceremonial guard along with Alice, and Avon the two holy. As for Scott the Dragon Knight, he remained stationed in Shuangta City as a mobile force ready to respond to any. My lord, I also want to go. Elena mustered her courage to speak before Zhuanghua's departure. Haha, you are my capable assistant. There is no way I would leave you behind. Get on the carriage. The ceremonial carriage was quite large, easily accommodating Zhuanghua, and the two women Midia and Elena. However, Midia curiously looked at the longsword beside Zhuanghua and said, "I didn't expect you to be a swordsman, Zhuanghua." A sword, although it is a weapon that soldiers can wield, not everyone can become a swordsman. Generally, only families with substantial wealth will train their children in swordsmanship. It used to be exclusively for nobles. However, later on, learning swordsmanship became too arduous, and even nobles no longer paid attention to this rule. This was just for fun. Since that day he obtained the god-level swordsmanship, he found Elena and asked her to deliver fire-type magic to help him refine this longsword. This longsword was different from the cross swords of this world. It was a genuine 8-sided Han's sword. This could also be considered a reminiscence of his hometown. You are truly humble. I am just speaking the truth, but what do you know about the Kelly Kingdom? Midia nodded, thinking for a moment before saying, the Kelly Kingdom was established by the Kelly family, and its area is 3 times that of the Ryan Kingdom, with a population of as many as 200,000. 200,000 people. It does not sound like much, but in this world the entire Shuangta city initially had only about 5,000 people, and there were only 4 such cities in the Ryan Kingdom. The royal city had a population of only about 10,000, while the entire Ryan Kingdom combined had fewer than 50,000, highlighting the significance of a population of 200,000. The number of people represents everything, and they could summon a much larger force than the Ryan Kingdom. In addition, the queen of the Kelly Kingdom was formerly a princess of the Aol Kingdom, and it is said that the queen is an extremely strong-willed woman. Strong-willed. Midia nodded and said seriously, indeed the queen's strong will makes even the king of Kelly yield to her in 3 parts. It can be said that in the Kelly Kingdom the queen holds the final say. Upon hearing this, Zhuanghua finally smiled. He understood that he was being arranged by the queen. Now that you say so, I am somewhat interested in meeting the queen. Zhuanghua, do not be careless, for our Ryan Kingdom has always been looked down upon by them. Midia smiled bitterly. In this world, only the strong have a voice, and the Ryan Kingdom is clearly not strong. That was in the past. Zhuanghua did not care about this. He laughed and said, from now on the Ryan Kingdom must eat standing up. Anyone who dares to snatch food from us will be dealt with. Midia fell silent. At that moment Zhuanghua had surpassed her father in her eyes. My lord, with your ceremonial guard, they cannot underestimate us in front of the Kelly Kingdom. Since the arrival of my lord Zhuanghua, the Ryan Kingdom has changed. Elena's words were filled with pride. She would never have said such things before. Midia also smiled. Yes, now that they had Zhuanghua, the Ryan Kingdom had finally risen. My lord, we have arrived at the outskirts of the Kelly Kingdom. Is that the carriage of the Ryan Kingdom? The lord of the Kelly border town widened his eyes upon seeing Zhuanghua's entourage. 50 elite knights with banners flying and warhorses neighing appeared more formidable than even Kali's finest troops. My lord, what should we do? Open the gates. The lord immediately commanded, for these were guests invited by the queen, and they dared not be negligent. No hindrance, not a bit. Zhuanghua faced no difficulties whatsoever. Instead, he was treated to fine wine and delicacies. The hospitality was so considerate that it made him feel as if he had returned to his own land of etiquette. Princess, this Kelly Kingdom seems quite decent, doesn't it? It doesn't look down on us at all. Elena expressed her confusion, for the hospitality they received in these 2 days was something they had never experienced in the Ryan Kingdom. I'm not sure either. This was entirely different from the Kelly Kingdom that Midia had in mind. Only Zhuanghua smiled silently, for he understood perfectly well how such treatment had come about. All right, that's not important. We are about to arrive at the Kelly royal city. Let's uphold our dignity. We cannot let them underestimate us. However, when Long Yin and the others stood there, no one dared to underestimate them. May I ask if you are Princess Midia and Count Zhuanghua? Who are you? A middle-aged man approached smiling and said, I am Augustus, the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Kelly Kingdom, and I welcome your arrival. Hello, Augustus. Zhuanghua was quite polite, recalling the saying that one should not strike a smiling face. Please, the king and queen are already waiting for you at the palace banquet. Good. As they set off, Augustus cautiously glanced at Zhuanghua's entourage, wiping the sweat from the royal palace. Count Zhuanghua, your guard cannot enter the royal palace. You may only bring 2 attendants. Then let Alice and Elena accompany us inside. Zhuanghua also had Elena carry his sword. With that he confidently entered. Though their entourage could not come, there were plenty of palace guards. On the way there were no fewer than 100 people, with 20 knights among them. Princess Midia, Count Zhuanghua, it could be described as resplendent, with the walls adorned by murals made of gold, silver, and jewels. Beyond the lavishness, Zhuanghua could see no other practical purpose. Welcome, Princess Midia and Count Zhuanghua. I am Kelly Roar, the king of the Kelly Kingdom, and this is my queen Mia. Roar was a middle-aged man in his 40s, while Mia appeared to be in her 30s, looking exceptionally well preserved. However, at this moment Mia did not seem very imposing, and both of them wore polite expressions, showing no signs of looking for trouble. Could it be that their purpose was merely to reminisce? I've heard that Princess Midia is a sorceress, and that this attendant is also a witch. After chatting for a while, Queen Mia suddenly brought up Midia, and Elena, her words tinged with curiosity. They were not Alice, so it was impossible for them to directly uncover the two's background, but they still had done quite a bit of work to know this. Zhuanghua sneered, realizing they had been waiting for him here. However, he smiled and said, "What of it? What if not? Is the queen planning to capture us here and present us to the church?" Midia chuckled lightly, looking at Zhuanghua. "I was merely curious. I didn't expect Count Zhuanghua to react so strongly. Rest assured I won't do that. You are my guest now." Mia smiled and said, "I'm just curious about Count Zhuanghua's courage to stand against the church and even associate with sorceresses and witches. I cannot help but admire that. I hope I haven't disappointed the queen." Mia smiled and said, "All right, since you have traveled so far, go rest first. Tomorrow we will hold a palace banquet to treat you properly." Back at the hospitable manor, Midia frowned and said, "Zhuanghua, I couldn't figure out the purpose of this Kelly kingdom. It's all right. The main event should be tomorrow." He also did not believe that this queen named Mia would be so easy to deal with, considering she was Leon's aunt. And Leon, who could not frame him, Oliver, would surely not let him off easily. This grudge would most likely be held against him. "What should we do then?" "Of course we play," Zhuanghua said with a smile. "We've come all this way, so we naturally need to fully experience the customs and culture of the Kelly kingdom." But Midia hesitated, for they were in Kelly Royal City. What if they caused trouble? "Don't worry, you are a sorceress. It is they who should be worried about you." A sorceress, though some of her techniques might not work against knights, had her methods of deceit. A sudden attack could spell disaster for ordinary people. "It seems that way, but I won't harm anyone." "I'm not asking you to harm anyone." Zhuanghua laughed and said, "I'm just telling you, don't be afraid. Moreover, we still have Alice with us." Alice proudly lifted her head and said calmly, "Whoever dares to touch you, my sacred sword will turn them to dust. Let's go, it will be dark if we wait any longer." To be honest, this was Zhuanghua's first time shopping since coming to this other world. He was unsure how different this world was from his previous life. However, when it came to shopping, Midia and Elena were even more excited. Food, playthings, clothes. They wanted everything, especially at a place selling accessories where they picked and chose avidly. Tisk tisk tsk. Just then a rotund man approached, dressed in lavish attire and adorned with. He looked just like the foolish son of a landlord. Truly a group of unsophisticated bumpkins, unable to afford even a single accessory, yet they still pick and choose. It's laughable. "What does it have to do with you?" Elena frowned and said, displeased, "Please leave, we do not welcome you." Hearing this, the fat man laughed even louder, tilting his head back with a scoff. "Do you know who I am? Let me leave." "Don't even think about it. Not even the shopkeeper dares to." Indeed, the shopkeeper had already knelt on the ground. Seeing this, Elena's expression turned ugly. They had offended. "Enough." Zhuanghua glared at the fat man and said irritably, "Everyone has already said they don't welcome you, yet you come here looking for trouble. Are you sick?" The fat man sneered. "Kid, you look poor too. Why don't you let these 2 girls be mine, and I'll give you 10 gold coins. "No. How about 100 gold coins? Upon hearing this, Zhuanghua laughed, looking at the fat man, and said, "Do you think you're rich?" "Of course I'm. Kid, if you want money, you have to see if you have the ability to please me." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhuanghua slapped him, then coldly said, "Is being rich impressive? Dare to come seize my people? You're not worthy. You? Before the fat man could continue, Zhuanghua kicked him again, this time striking him in the face. "Remember, my name is Zhuanghua. If you want revenge, come find me, but bring more money, otherwise it won't be enough to buy your life. Let's wait and see." The chubby boy left, and Zhuanghua didn't mind. The shopkeeper shook his head and said, "You should run quickly. If you provoke that person, the trouble will be immense." "Is he really that formidable?" "Not just formidable," the shopkeeper sighed. "He is the young master of the Timmy family. His father is a duke, and his grandfather is also an earl. Moreover, their business spans several countries. You may have some status, but in front of young Master Timmy, it means nothing. You should run now." "This is Zhuanghua chuckled. After all, this was a big fat sheep. If he could get 100,000 gold coins, it would be enough to hire mercenaries for a national eradication war. Now that you mention it, I'm a bit looking forward to it." The shopkeeper was left dumbfounded. Was he not clear enough? Something must have gone wrong, or this person must be out of his mind. "Do as you wish. Do you still want to buy?" "Yes, wrap up everything they looked at just now." The shopkeeper finally smiled. Whatever, he was making money now, and that was enough. "Lord Zhuanghua, shall we head?" "No hurry." Zhuanghua shook his head. He was still thinking about that chubby boy. If he returned, and the chubby boy couldn't find him, wouldn't that be a loss? "Let's continue to stroll. We need to give him time to find us." Upon hearing this, Midia questioned, "Zhuanghua, that person clearly isn't a good one. Shouldn't we hide?" "Hide?" Zhuanghua looked at Midia seriously and said, "Midia, your understanding is flawed." What is the problem?" Midia was confused. Wasn't her behavior normal? Of course there is a problem, Zhuang Hua said earnestly. We stated when we came that we would earn money standing up. Here you must showcase the prestige of our Ryan kingdom. If anyone dares to bully you, you must break their legs. Moreover, they must compensate, only then will it be settled. Can others agree to that? Midia, though having slept for 10 years, wasn't foolish. Who would be so arrogant in another's country? To be clear, even Earl Wilbur of the Hill Kingdom was dealt with by Zhuang Hua when he acted recklessly in Ryan City. Now, even if they were to be tough in the Kelly Kingdom, they shouldn't be arrogant. Alright, just learn from me. Zhuang Hua didn't elaborate further. They strolled around, had a bite to eat, and then that chubby boy ultimately disappointed him. He had thought he could get some gold coins. System summon knights. Successfully summoned 3 heavy armored knights. 3 was decent enough as Zhuang Hua didn't summon them directly, but chose to save them for later. After all, when sending envoys to another country, the number of people was fixed, and suddenly having more would be hard to explain. Earl Zhuang Hua, the queen sent me to invite you. Lead the way. Entering the palace were Zhuang Hua, Midia, along with Alice and Elena. This time there were no complications, and they went straight to the castle's dining hall. Princess Midia, Earl Zhuang Hua, please have a seat. This banquet is also to welcome you. May the friendship between our two countries last forever. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhuang Hua smiled up. Until now, the etiquette of the Kelly Kingdom was still in place. However, halfway through the banquet, a woman comparable to Midia stood up. She was the princess of the Kelly Kingdom. I've heard that Earl Zhuang Hua repelled the orcs at the 9th defense line, and also took the 8th defense line. Surely he is an extraordinary powerhouse. How about we have a noble sparring match? It would also open our eyes. Finally, here it came. As Zhuang Hua knew these people would not let him off easily. Upon hearing this, Mia looked at Zhuang Hua and said, I wonder what Earl Zhuang Hua thinks. Our Kelly Kingdom respects the strong. If Earl Zhuang Hua is unwilling, it's perfectly fine. A sparring match. That sounds interesting. I can agree, but wouldn't it be a bit boring just to spar? The people of the Kelly Kingdom exchanged glances. They had thought Zhuang Hua would refuse, yet he actually... The princess said seriously, Earl Zhuang Hua, this sparring match is only for nobles. Your subordinates cannot participate. So only you can take the stage. Zhuang Hua smiled and looked at the princess, saying, Princess, wasn't it you who proposed it? Did you only want to suggest it, intending to make things difficult for me, never believing I would agree? The princess was speechless. That was indeed her intention, and her goal was to embarrass Zhuang Hua. Now, however, Zhuang Hua directly stated her thoughts, making things somewhat awkward. Earl Zhuang Hua, you've misunderstood. She was merely reminding you, showing respect for your opinion. I have... Zhuang Hua stood up, looking at everyone present, saying, I can accept challenges from anyone, but there must be a stake. A stake? Exactly. Zhuang Hua smirked and said seriously, the queen might not be aware, but our Ryan Kingdom has limited resources and is rather poor. Now, not only do we need to protect our own country, but we also need to guard the Kelly Kingdom at the 8th defense line. That all requires money. He continued earnestly, since we are to spar, why not have the stakes be gold coins and food supplies? We are all nobles. A sparring match should have a stake of 10,000 gold coins and 10,000 pounds of... Upon hearing this stake, the crowd's expressions were peculiar. If Zhuang Hua had simply asked for money, it might have seemed abrupt, but with the preceding reasons it appeared reasonable. 10,000 gold coins and 10,000 food supplies were something they could afford. Good. Mia smiled and agreed, looking at Zhuang Hua and saying, I will take it upon myself. If Earl Zhuang Hua wins, I will give double the stake. The queen is generous. Zhuang Hua. Midia, upon hearing this, became somewhat worried. The Kelly Kingdom clearly had been scheming for a long time. As for Zhuang Hua, although he had a sword, she had never seen him in action. Could he really be a match for the nobles of the... How about we? No need to worry. Zhuang Hua looked at Mia and said, Your Majesty, it's not suitable here. Why not move to a more spacious place? Let's go to the Great Hall then. Mia smiled. Her elaborate preparations were for this moment. Did Zhuang Hua dare to play tricks on her nephew? Now there was a path to death, but starting a war against him was a last resort. Noble sparring was the best strategy. In noble sparring, life and death were not considered. This meant that even if Zhuang Hua died there, the Ryan Kingdom would have no say. In the Great Hall, a large gathering of nobles had already assembled, all holding weapons, glaring at Zhuang Hua. The king, queen, and Midia sat above. Let's begin, and whoever can defeat Earl Zhuang Hua will be promoted one rank below Earl, and those above Earl will receive a reward of 100,000 gold coins. Zhuang Hua. Midia clenched her fists. This queen was not merely seeking a spar, she was out to kill Zhuang Hua. She wanted to intervene, but someone had already charged forward. Earl Zhuang Hua, come fight. Elena. Lord Zhuang Hua here. It was Zhuang Hua's sword, but to the person across from him, it was met with a cold smile. Count Zhuang Hua, is this sword meant for women? Killing you is enough. Arrogant. The person snorted coldly, drawing his cross sword, but to Zhuang Hua his movement seemed painfully slow. God-level swordsmanship is no joke. Zhuanghua merely thrust the sword forward, and the man seemed to impale himself on it, piercing through his chest. How is this possible? Haha. Zhuanghua withdrew his sword, looking at Mia, and said, Your Majesty, it's over. Rest assured. Seeing her agreement, Zhuanghua looked at the surrounding nobles and chuckled. If my sword meant for women can take him down, does the kingdom of Kelly have no men left? Upon hearing this, the crowd was incensed, and a man stepped forward. Baron, no need to name yourself. Oh, I have no interest in the names of the dead. All right. The Baron sneered, looking at Zhuanghua, and said, I hope you can remain this tough later. With that, the Baron attacked, his swordsmanship slightly stronger than the last, and it took Zhuanghua 2 moves to defeat him. Who else? I'll come. A bunch of useless trash is no one left. Don't be arrogant. Zhuanghua shook his head, defeating another person, and looked at Mia, saying, Your Majesty, if this continues, I might win 1,000,000 gold coins. Count Zhuanghua is indeed formidable. Mia took a deep breath. The intel did not mention that Zhuanghua was a master of swordsmanship. She smiled and said, This little skirmish is of little interest. How about something more thrilling? Something more thrilling. I will select 5 men to fight you 5 tun. If you can win, I will give you 2,000 gold coins, plus 1,000 pounds of food. Your Majesty. The surrounding ministers looked at her. This wager was a bit too large. They had already lost 8,000 gold coins. If they lost another 2,000, even if the kingdom of Kelly had money, they could not afford such extravagance. Isn't this inappropriate? I have made up my mind. Mia looked at the king and said, Darling, we have already lost 4 men. If we lose another round, the kingdom of Kelly will become a laughingstock among the nations. The king thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Then Mia looked at Zhuanghua and asked Count Zhuanghua, what do you Sure. Zhuanghua was unconcerned. With his god-level swordsmanship, as long as he was not surrounded by heavy cavalry, he could say he was not afraid of anyone. However, I have a small request. You may speak. Zhuanghua looked at the princess beside Mia and said, I find the princess quite beautiful. Oh, if I win, I hope to have dinner with her. Impudent. The surrounding nobles turned pale, as Zhuanghua had clearly disregarded them. He started insulting their princess. It's just dinner. Are you saying you think I can't win 5 against 1? If you lack this much confidence, you might as well just give me the money and food to save time. Mia took a deep breath and then agreed. If you can still win, it's no problem for Vivi to dine with you. However, if you lose, you may lose your life. Zhuanghua waved his hand, chuckling, then let's do it. All right. Mia immediately selected 5 people, and when they stood in the hall, it felt like 5 mountains. A tremendous sense of power. Haha, they are the 5 military leaders of our kingdom of Kelly, each capable of taking on 10 opponents. This kid, no matter how skilled he is at swordsmanship, will be useless before them. Indeed, skill is measured within the same weight class, but strength is evident across weight classes. With their strength, dealing with him should be a piece of cake. Seeing this, Zhuanghua furrowed his brows slightly. It seemed these 5 were MIA's confidence. Let's fight. This time I will take the initiative. Zhuanghua did not want to drag this out. These 5 were likely very strong. If he took his time, he would surely be at a disadvantage. Only a quick resolution would do. In the midst of his thoughts, all 6 moved, but Zhuanghua's speed was clearly faster. The sword in his hand moved with incredible speed and precise angles. What? The fastest technique is invincible. Zhuanghua passed through the 5 men, slowly sheathing his sword, and the 5 men fell to the ground, blood flowing profusely. 1 against 5, Zhuanghua achieved a complete victory. Your Majesty, what do you say? Mia was left speechless. Her proud 5 leaders could not withstand even a single round. The previous few could still block a few moves, but is this person even human? Zhuanghua smiled. He was a man with cheats. A mere 5 opponents, unless they were in armor, would be a matter of a single sword stroke. In noble duels, life and death are fated. I think the queen should know this rule. You wouldn't want to refuse the stakes, would you? After Zhuanghua finished speaking, he added, Actually, I have been holding back. Who would have thought they would be so weak? And just like that, I too feel quite sad. Mia waved her hand, interrupting him, and said, Enough, we are outmatched. The stakes I will have Augustus provide. Let's call it a day. Everyone go rest. Wait. Seeing Mia rise, Zhuanghua quickly pointed at Vivi and said that the princess needs to accompany me for dinner. That was also part of the stakes. As soon as he said this, both Mia and even Midia and Elena looked over. No, you really want that? But Zhuanghua was indeed serious. I think the queen wouldn't go back on her word. Vivi, you will accompany him for dinner tonight. After finishing, Mia left. Everyone knew she was extremely angry now. After she left, Zhuanghua chuckled. Everyone, if you feel unsatisfied tonight, you can spend 2,000 gold coins to challenge me. I'm a petty person. Everyone's face showed anger, but no one dared to step forward. Even the 5 leaders had fallen. They did not want to die. Moreover, 2,000 gold coins were something they could not afford. Lord Zhuanghua, you've truly offended the kingdom of Kelly. How won't we face retaliation? What I want is their retaliation. Zhuanghua sneered. If they did not retaliate, how could he have an excuse to attack the kingdom of Kelly? If he did not attack the kingdom of Kelly, how could he expand his territory? Moreover, without inciting some hatred, this trip to the kingdom of Kelly would be in vain. Alright, let's leave it at that for today. We should continue tomorrow and prepare to leave. Mia's plan had failed, but she was the queen as she had to save face, and she could not act against him in the royal city. If they didn't leave, how could they give them a chance? Sometimes Zhuanghua felt ashamed of his actions, but he couldn't be blamed. The system wanted him to expand his territory and unify the continent. Without inciting hatred, how could he act? Furthermore, having earned so much gold in the kingdom of Kelly, he naturally needed to put it to use. However, he was a good person and never fought battles without a name. I am still too kind. In the evening, Wei Wei arrived at Zhuanghua's residence. She looked at Alice and Elena behind Zhuanghua, as well as Midia beside him, and couldn't help but frown. Count Zhuanghua, weren't we supposed to have dinner together? Indeed. Zhuanghua waved his hand and said, it's not that we're eating together. Is there a dish that doesn't suit your taste? If it doesn't suit my taste, there's nothing I can do since these dishes were made by your people. Wei Wei pouted and could only sit down. After all, it was just a meal, nothing too serious. However, she curiously asked, Count Zhuanghua, why aren't you eating? You eat first. Zhuanghua smiled and said, after all, you are the host, and we are the guests. Is there such a saying? Wei Wei blinked and didn't think much about it before starting to eat, though she was very elegant. She tasted each dish only once and then stopped eating. Seeing this, Zhuanghua finally spoke. It seems the food isn't poisoned, let's eat. What isn't poisoned? Wei Wei was taken aback, then irritably said, are you treating me as a poison tester? There's no choice. Zhuang Tian helplessly said, Princess Wei Wei, the contest you proposed led to the deaths of 9 of your people. I'm afraid someone might seek revenge, so. Wei Wei was speechless. Was the reputation of their Kelly kingdom like this? Moreover, this was a duel among nobles. They had all received etiquette education. How could they possibly seek revenge or resort to poisoning? Zhuanghua clearly looked down on their Kelly kingdom. I've finished eating, can I leave now? You're leaving already? While eating, Zhuanghua asked, I heard that dining together is not just about eating, it should also include other exchanges. After eating, we attend a ball, then return to the room together then. Shut up. Wei Wei's expression turned ugly. She irritably said, what do you take me for? Count Zhuanghua, you really disappoint me. Wei Wei left, but Zhuanghua just shrugged and continued eating. Lord Zhuanghua, what do you really want? I'm just teasing you, I have no interest in that. He said, looking at the 3 women. I have 3 beautiful ladies by my side. Do I need to eat you? If I want to eat you, would you dare refuse, eh? Aunt. Elena's ears turned red and she whispered, then. I need to prepare myself. Midia, with a look of affection, said, have you finally decided to accept me? Alice, however, looked disgusted and said, Master, I am just your guard, not your food. Zhuanghua shook his head. These 3 were abnormal, so he decided to forget it. However, in the royal church, Mia saw their bishop. A witch. A sorceress. Your Majesty, is what you said true? Mia replied indifferently, why would I need to deceive you? Or are you saying that the church's pursuit of witches and sorceresses is all false, just to brainwash us? Of course not. The bishop quickly denied, seriously saying, in the light of God, we will never compromise with heresy. Heresy must be eradicated. Mia smiled, looking at the bishop. Let me remind you, they have over 50 knights, and that Zhuanghua possesses formidable sword skills. The bishop nodded. Then Mia prepared to leave, but as she reached the door, she turned and asked, the bishop wouldn't hesitate to act just because the opponent is strong, would he? The apostles of God should have no cowards, right? The bishop twitched his mouth. He indeed thought to brush it off, but with Mia saying this, he could only grit his teeth and say, don't worry, once they leave the royal city, we will act. We will definitely eradicate the heresy completely. That's good. Mia said seriously, I look forward to your victory. After Mia left, the bishop's expression turned grim. Over the years, thanks to Mia's arrival, their church's position in the Kelly kingdom remained stable, but their influence was diminishing. This Mia seemed intent on excluding their church from power, aiming to become a purely religious organization. Now she wanted to use them and the Count of Ryan kingdom to wear each other down. The key was that they could not ignore the information provided by Mia, otherwise she would surely seize the opportunity to strike and put the church in a passive position. What a wicked woman. If it weren't for her being the queen, the bishop would want to label her a demoness and burn her alive. However, he could only think about it at a deal with those people. He had to plan carefully. This time there was no room for fear. Meanwhile, Zhuanghua was still unaware that Mia had prepared a surprise for him. He was currently caught in a dilemma. Alice, what are you doing? Master, I'm worried that Elena and Princess Midia will come to ambush you at night, so I wanted to ask if you want me to stop them. How could they possibly come? Alice was becoming bolder, daring to tease him like this. Zhuanghua opened his eyes and said, Alice, don't you understand yet? Having you here is enough. How about you don't sleep in the small bed tonight and stay with me? Knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Who? Lord Zhuanghua, it's me, Elena. Elena nervously said from outside the door, I've prepared myself. I'm here to serve you. Zhuanghua was taken aback. He didn't expect what Alice said to be true. Cough cough, no need, Alice is here. Oh. Elena was very disappointed. Sure enough, Sister Alice and Lord Zhuanghua's relationship was not ordinary. To his surprise, even on this night, did Lord Zhuanghua choose Alice. And don't think too much, get some rest early. Zhuanghua said this to prevent her from overthinking, but it only made Elena feel worse. Am I not even allowed to think? Lord Zhuanghua truly is the man she cannot have. Seeing that there was no sound outside, Zhuanghua finally sighed in relief and said, well, I was just joking earlier, don't think too much, get some rest. Knock knock. Is there anything else? It's me, Midia. Outside the door, Midia's voice rang out. Zhuanghua was taken aback and asked, why aren't you resting? Is there something going on? I just wanted to ask during dinner you were. Let's talk about it when we return to Twin Tower City. Oh, don't overthink it. Midia was silent for a moment, then continued, if you feel uncomfortable, I can help you with that. No need. Zhuanghua's head was spinning. Why were the women around him so untimely? Doesn't she know if Alice is still in the room? Such things shouldn't be said quietly behind someone's back, should they? You should get some rest. Oh. Midia also left disappointed. She had mustered a lot of courage to come here. However, she suddenly remembered Alice and put her hand to her forehead saying, I'm crazy, how did I forget Alice is here? But Alice has always been with Zhuanghua, how can I make her leave for a while? Zhuanghua was still unaware that he had caught the attention of two women, though that was no longer important. He gazed at Alice and smiled, saying, you must be different from them, right? Master. Alice stepped forward, almost face-to-face with Zhuanghua. I am merely a guard, you mustn't think too much of it. After saying this, Alice took a few steps back, creating distance between them, which left Zhuanghua slightly. Alice was indeed different from them. However, even though they spent every day together in the same room, taking things further was still somewhat challenging. Of course, Zhuanghua smirked and lay back on his bed, but he looked at Alice and said, you mustn't sneak attack me, you know. Until he fell asleep, Alice did not climb onto the bed, which left him quite disappointed. System summoned. Ding. Successfully summoned 5 heavy cavalry. Not bad, it had been the same for 2 consecutive days. It seemed that the drop rate was higher abroad. Master, the palace has sent many gold coins and food, a full 30 carts. 30 carts now, that was quite generous. Zhuanghua nodded in satisfaction and said, all right, I'll go meet them. Count Zhuanghua, this is a gift from the queen. Indeed. Zhuanghua chuckled, looking at Augustus and saying, should I thank the queen? No need. Augustus smiled and replied, the queen is unwell, she said to invite Count Zhuanghua to visit next time. Then that's fine. As expected, this was a dismissal. Augustus left, and Midia walked over to analyze. They made such a big show of sending this, we probably won't have a smooth return. Money stirs the heart. Especially with 280,000 gold coins, that's a figure that makes one envious. It's alright as long as they come, I can entertain them well. My. Midia was puzzled. He felt that Zhuanghua seemed to have anticipated this, even looking somewhat forward to it. Wasn't it better to return safely? However, Zhuanghua did not explain. He even had Long Yin open several chests of gold coins before they set off. This scene was witnessed by everyone in the royal city. No one could remain indifferent in the face of such wealth. These people from the Ryan Kingdom are too arrogant. This is like urinating on our faces. What can we do? They killed our 5 leaders, and now we still have to pay them money. Isn't there anyone who can stand? Are you suggesting? This is over 200,000 gold coins. If we could get our hands on it, many people could live without worrying about money for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, some people who were originally indifferent opened their eyes. I heard Duke Timmy seems to have some plans. If those brave enough to follow could get a share of the benefits. All of this reached the palace. Your Majesty, shall we just watch? As long as nothing happens in the royal city, what does it have to do with us? Noble confrontations do not require armor. However, ambushes in the wild are about how to kill the opponent. But Duke Timmy, that's his personal matter. Mia was indifferent if thinking about not being able to avenge Leon made her somewhat depressed. If someone could kill Zhuanghua this time, it would be considered helping her out. Once outside the royal city, Alice whispered, there are many people following us. Good. Zhuanghua smiled, looking at Long Yan and saying, speed up and create the illusion that we are in a panic. Yes. Long Yan's guard unit was powerful. Even if someone came to ambush them, they would not fear it in the slightest. However, since Zhuanghua requested it, they would execute it unconditionally. Those following them saw Zhuanghua and the others speeding up and began relaying messages among themselves. They must not let the fat sheep escape. Soon they arrived at a grassland desolate and devoid of human presence. However, in front of them appeared a group of knights clad in plate armor. Looking up, Zhuanghua saw no flags. It must be noted that in this era, knights were generally symbols of nobility, and flags represented identity. Without flags, it indicated that this group did not dare to show their true faces. Kill. The opposing side showed no hesitation. Upon seeing them, they immediately charged. Protect the master. Form ranks. In just a moment, Long Yin reacted, leading the guard unit to prepare for the assault. The opposing group looked at this scene with even more disdain. To form ranks against us seeking death. They had at least 200 people, while the opposing side had only 50. How could they possibly block them? However, as they approached, Long Yin directly ordered to throw out the long spear. Puff! In the face of the tremendous impact of the long spears, even those clad in plate armor were knocked hard to the ground. Meanwhile, those without armor could only be pierced through. Kill them. They only have 50 men. Oh, as long as we get close, we win. Retreat. Long Yin calmly commanded, and the long spears returned to their hands. This time they were thoroughly frightened. Were these still knights? This method was too strange. These people actually had such capability. Don't be afraid, charge. No matter how strange the methods, once they got close, it would be face-to-face combat. They had the advantage in numbers. Oh, what was there to fear? However, when they got really close, they regretted it. Long Yin simply raised the long spear and smashed it down, directly flattening a knight's helmet. At such a level, the knight inside could not survive, and there were 50 men with such strength. Run! Zhuanghua did not pursue as the system sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a skirmish. Reward Cavalry Unit 1 System Error. System correction. Reward Tiger Talisman 1. Zhuanghua twitched his mouth. He had thought the system was fine last time, but now it was acting up again. He shook his head and looked at the system introduction. Tiger Talisman. After wearing it, the morale of the affiliated troops will never decrease. Zhuanghua's eyes lit up. This was a good item. Though it did not increase the number of troops under his command, this item could keep his troops' morale high forever, equivalent to a divine artifact. It must be known that in war sometimes what matters is morale. Under equal conditions, those with higher morale can defeat those with lower morale. And he couldn't rely solely on the system's soldiers. He still had to recruit troops. These individuals were not all brave, but having the Tiger Talisman made a difference. Good job, system. Since a skirmish could yield rewards, things were about to get interesting. Come have half the brothers off. At this moment, Elena asked, puzzled, Lord Zhuanghua, isn't it unnecessary with me around? This is a feigned retreat. Do as I say. Fortunately, Long Yin and the others wore Chinese-style armor, which was easy to disassemble. They directly had half the brothers take off their armor and wrap themselves in white gauze. As for the equipment, it was naturally carried by those carts, while the food and gold coins on them had long been stored in Zhuanghua's space. Master, more people are coming. So many people, Alice warned. Zhuanghua looked over. This time, it was no longer a motley crew of common soldiers and knights. Almost all of them were knights clad in plate armor. As far as the eye could see, there were no fewer than 100. 100 knights. Did the kingdom of Kelly truly possess so many? After all, the entire kingdom of Lion had once boasted merely 20 or 30 knights. Now a single kingdom of Kelly had produced 100. My lord, Long Yin said cautiously. With so many foes, this battle will be difficult. Difficult, not unwinnable, but costly in casualties. Yet Zhuanghua smiled. No matter. We have reinforcements too. He still had his military talisman and used 500 elite heavy infantry, more than enough to handle 100 knights. Moreover, he had just acquired 280,000 gold coins, enough to purchase a band of mercenaries at any time. In terms of numbers, he was already invincible. He Zhuanghua is it. Hand over the goods, and he'll let you leave. Instead of attacking directly, they tried negotiation. These people were wary of him. He laughed. Don't make your daddy laugh. The gold is right here. If you want to come and take it. How foolish. The leading knight snorted. You are formidable, and so are your men. But before my forces, you cannot simply walk away. They'll give you one last chance. Hand over the gold. Zhuanghua smirked. No rush. You love choices, soon he'll give you plenty. With that, he activated the military talisman, and 500 infantry materialized behind the enemy. He immediately issued the order to attack. What's happening? The movement of 500 men could not be concealed, and the group soon noticed the newcomers behind them. Could other nobles have made a move? But these men, though without horses, are no less equipped than we are. Which faction is this? Could it be the army of the Kingdom of Hill? No, they're coming for us. Lord Timmy Wee. Timmy was the leader of this group, the Duke of Kelly, and these men were the knights he had gathered. He shouted, friends from across the field. I am Duke Timmy of Kelly. If you two have an interest in these gold coins, I'll share half with you. You? Kill. But the opposing force simply surged forward, blades drawn as they closed in. Caught off guard, they were thrown into disarray. Damn it. Fight our way out. Timmy realized these men were targeting them without mercy. However, Long Yin attacked. Zhuanghua sneered and ordered Long Yin into the fray. Only then did Timmy understand. You? These men are yours. That's right. He looked at Timmy. Stop struggling, and he'll grant you a swift death. No. Timmy was in despair. The knights around him stared wide-eyed. Lord Timmy, we are knights. How can knights fear death? Shut up. Timmy kicked him away. You want to die, but I don't. Count Zhuanghua, I can pay. How much? Zhuang Hua smiled, finally encountering someone sensible. 10,000. No, 20,000 gold coins. 100,000. Zhuang Hua said flatly. 100,000 gold coins, and it'll spare your life. As for the rest, those who want to live pay 10,000 each. By then the battle had ended. All were subdued, clad in plate armor. Killing them would require effort. But controlling them was far simpler. Ridiculous. A knight shouted. We knights would rather die than surrender. Zhuang Hua have the courage to kill me. Long live the kingdom of Kelly. Hep. Zhuang Hua chuckled. He liked this type. Drag him away and behead him. Yes. The knight was dragged out, his helmet removed, and with a single stroke his head flew. Anyone else eager to die? Speak up. I'm in a hurry. A deathly silence fell. After a moment another knight said coldly, Zhuang Hua, this is the kingdom of Kelly. Do you not fear retribution from our kingdom for such slaughter? Retribution? Zhuang Hua laughed scornfully. You people for the gold the queen gave me ambushed me here. Now outmatched you are captured. Death is your just deserts. If the kingdom of Kelly is full of such shameless cowards, then let them come for revenge. I, Zhuang Hua, would not hesitate to wage a war of annihilation against you. He turned to Timmy. 100,000 gold coins. Will you pay? Yes. And you? With Timmy's agreement, Zhuang Hua looked at the other knights. What about you? 10,000 is too much. I earn only 1 gold coin a month. Hemp. Zhuang Hua sneered. If you can't afford the gold, then sign a contract and become my knight. Otherwise death. His tone was icy, devoid of warmth. Hearing this, only 30 knights could produce 10,000 gold coins. The remaining 69 became Zhuang Hua's men. Midia watched in amazement. She had never seen such a tactic. Zhuang Hua's forces grew with each battle, while his enemies dwindled. Truly a man worthy of her. He'll give you half a day. If the gold doesn't arrive, he'll kill you all. Zhuang Hua's voice was calm, betraying no emotion. Yet that calmness weighed heavily on Timmy. He said earnestly, rest assured they will return with the gold. After they left, the system chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing an ambush battle. Reward. Correction. Reward: infantry barracks upgrade voucher. Infantry barracks upgrade voucher upgrades the infantry barracks by 1 level. Simple and practical. Currently the barracks produced 100 men every 7 days. What would it be after the upgrade? Shorter time. More soldiers. Or both. This lord system was increasingly to his liking. A pity the system didn't glitch. That would have been even better. Those rewards would have accelerated his growth. Still, what was gained was fortune, and what was lost was fate. Zhuang Hua did not dwell on it. My. Suddenly the sky darkened, though it was still morning. What's happening? Master, it's the aura of a false god. A false god? Zhuang Hua frowned. Had the Church of the Kingdom of Hill tracked him down here? It's the Archbishop's intervention. The Knights of Kelly, seeing the sky change, grew excited. One of them laughed loudly. Zhuang Hua, you're doomed. You've angered the gods. The gods will pass judgment. Prepare to die. Too much talk. Zhuang Hua immediately ordered someone to behead that knight. Be quiet. Zhuang Hua said coldly. If you say another word, my blade will show no mercy. Zhuang Hua, hand over the witch and the sorceress, and I will let you go. At that moment, a figure radiating holy light stepped forward, holding a Bible, and solemnly declared, this is your only choice. It was directed at Midia and the two. Zhuang Hua frowned and sneered. Sorry, they are mine and cannot. However, since you are here, don't think of leaving. Yuan immediately stood up, and Zhuang Hua said nonchalantly, take him down. Master, as you wish. Yuan showed no extraneous emotions, maintaining a confident smile at all times. Oh, a knight of the Holy See. No, you are not. The bishop shook his head and sneered. Holy See knights cannot become the servants of others. You dare impersonate a Holy See knight, you already have a reason to die. You are right, you have a reason to die. Yuan smiled, then drew his holy sword and charged forward. His fighting style was different from Alice's and Scott's. It appeared so gentle, yet his attacks were filled with powerful holy light. My. The bishop frowned, realizing he could not withstand it, and was even being suppressed. He had received the power granted by the divine. You are somewhat interesting, but none of this matters. As he spoke, the bishop took out the Bible in his hand, flipped to a page, and softly said, God says all sins shall perish. As his voice fell, a golden light descended from the heavens, heading straight for Yuan's face. In the name of holy light, I judge you. Yuan simply waved his sword lightly, and the golden light instantly dissipated. God said, let there be water. After the bishop finished speaking, a massive water column appeared out of nowhere and surged towards Yuan. Zhuang Hua, who had been watching, was shocked. No, can anyone besides the witch and the sorceress do this? That is the power of a false god. Alice explained, the false gods grant divine power to their followers through faith, allowing them to perform certain divine arts through mediums. Is there really a god? Zhuang Hua began to doubt. If that were true, the church would have unified the world long ago. Why go through so much trouble? I don't know. Alice shook her head and said calmly, I know about the goddess of holy light, but this world I do not understand. All right. He looked at Medea and Elena and asked, Are you aware? The church has always proclaimed the existence of gods, even the nobles adhere to the teachings of the gods, but no one has seen them. No, Medea shook her head and asked in confusion, Do you think there are no gods? I don't know. Zhuanghua shook his head and looked earnestly at the battlefield, saying, I only wonder if there are truly gods. Where are they? Why do they exist? Why do their followers commit such filthy and cruel acts? Are gods true? Medea and Elena both shrank their heads, not continuing the conversation. Questioning the gods in this era is heresy. Enough, I'm just speaking my mind. Zhuanghua, although the church does things incorrectly, gods cannot be blasphemed. Hearing this, Zhuanghua retorted, But God said to eliminate both the witch and the sorceress. Are you going to commit suicide? Medea is a witch. Elena is a sorceress. The two were also stunned. They shook their heads and said, Of course we want to live. So do you agree with God's will? The two shook their heads. Look, your very actions are a rebellion against the will of the gods. Is that so? The two looked at each other as if the reality was indeed so. Seeing their expressions, Zhuanghua smiled and said, So don't hold the gods in such high regard. They make mistakes too. The two did not respond as the battle had reached a fever pitch. Yuan not only suppressed the bishop, but also the church members brought by the bishop. Alice, are your holy knights? Alice glanced at Yuan and pouted. He's just this verbose, but if I went up, the battle would have already ended. Not denying it, Zhuanghua believed in Alice's strength. The bishop was also relying on that Bible to unleash some unexpected divine arts. Otherwise, he would have died several times under Yuan's sword. But master, you need not worry. After 2 more moves, this bishop will be taken down. Sure enough, after 2 moves, Yuan swiftly appeared behind the bishop, and with one sword strike, the bishop's hand holding the Bible was directly severed in 2. In that instant, the originally dark sky instantly became clear. The bishop, on the other hand, knelt on the ground, crying out in pain. I can't believe I lost. Clearly you are the heretics. Heretics? Zhuanghua sneered, looking at the bishop and saying, If what you desire is heresy, then to me you are also heretics. So bishop, now tell me who sent you here. After all, very few knew about Medea and Elena's identity. Eradicating witches and sorceresses is the will of the gods. You know that. Zhuanghua's tone grew colder. What I want is not this answer. Tell me, did Queen Mia inform you of Medea and Elena's identities? Did she instruct you to slaughter us? The bishop was shocked. He did not expect that everything would be guessed by the man before him. However, he gritted his teeth and said, No, it was just that the divine sensed the existence of the witch and the sorceress. I am here to follow the will of the gods. It's fine if you don't say the church ambushed the princess of the Ryan kingdom. My self-defense in exterminating them is justified. Someone, without the slightest hesitation, Zhuanghua directly ordered, Kill all church members without mercy. In an instant, cries of agony erupted at the scene and blood stained the grass. Additionally, go tell King Cleary that on my way back, I will wipe out all church members, and I hope they do not object. Otherwise, I will go to war directly with the Cleary kingdom. After he finished speaking, not long after, a grand convoy arrived carrying Timmy and 30 knights ransom, totaling 400,000 gold coins. Can I leave now? Of course. However, Zhuanghua looked at Timmy and said, But yesterday your son, the chubby one, threatened me, so I hope you can teach him a good lesson when you go back. Otherwise, I wouldn't let you off with just 100,000 today. Timmy was stunned, wondering how this was related to his son. It was your son who said your family has plenty of money. Timmy's expression darkened. He didn't expect to be extorted for so many gold coins today because of his son's loose tongue. Thank you for the reminder, Count Zhuanghua. I will definitely discipline him from now on. No need to see you off. After Timmy and the others left, Zhuanghua turned to the remaining knights and said, From now on, you are all my Zhuanghua's people. Whoever dares to run, I will definitely kill them. Now, let's set off to the church in the front city. I am going to raid it. Zhuanghua is going to raid the family. This news naturally reached Mia's ears, and she fell silent for a long time. Your Majesty, should we stop this? Augustus asked gravely, knowing that this church held significant importance in their country. Moreover, if the Holy See found out they were indifferent, they would probably seek revenge later. How can we help? That useless Timmy was defeated with 100 knights, and that fool from the church has exhausted all his cards. Mia looked at Augustus, shaking her head, and said, I underestimated Zhuanghua. Then, let him be. After all, it wasn't us who took action. I just hope that if he provokes the church, he won't target our Kelly kingdom. The battle on the grassland had shocked the entire royal city. Mia thought to herself, unless he exhausts the national strength, it would be impossible to leave Zhuanghua alive. More importantly, Zhuanghua had silently brought 500 heavily armored infantry into the Kelly kingdom, and she was completely unaware of it. She worried that if he took action against Zhuanghua now, even more soldiers from Shuangda city would surge out from the Kelly kingdom. At that time would the two countries go to war or not? Go on, and tell His Majesty to remain calm. Yes. After saying this, Mia went to her study and began to write. On the other side, Zhuang Hua, leading a vast group of people, directly opened the gates of the Kelly Kingdom's town and headed straight for their Chicha stronghold. When they opened the cellars of those strongholds, in addition to gold and silver, there were also huge and decaying corpses. What is going on? Zhuang Hua and the others remained relatively calm, having already experienced the Chicha's cruelty in the Ryan Kingdom. But these knights who had just surrendered to the Kelly Kingdom had never seen such a scene. In their understanding, the most brutal thing was to starve someone. Such inhumane treatment of bodies was simply monstrous. The key point was that these individuals were members of the church they had always believed in. As you can see, this is the true face of the church. Do you think a church like this is worthy of faith? After Zhuang Hua finished speaking, the group of knights clenched their fists and gritted their teeth, saying, "Not worthy. They are simply inhuman." Hep. Zhuang Hua chuckled lightly and said, "But your king and queen are closely connected with the church. Do you think they are unaware of these matters?" Everyone fell silent. Initially, they had some dissatisfaction with surrendering to Zhuang Hua. After all, the knightly spirit told them that loyalty was more important than anything. Now the people they were loyal to turned out to be in league with demons. This severely impacted their faith. It's okay, you have enough time to think about it. Now let us expose these demonic actions to the public and give these deceased a fair chance. What Zhuang Hua did was to make everything public. Naturally, the church's actions could evoke no resonance from anyone. In an instant, Zhuang Hua's actions not only did not face opposition from the locals, but instead garnered the support of a large group of common people. Seeing this, the knights began to ponder, such as Zhuang Hua seemed more worthy of their loyalty. From the royal city to the Golan Heights of the 8th defense line, there were a total of 8 towns. Zhuang Hua raided 8 churches or strongholds of the church. Of course, the gains were substantial. In his storage space, there lay over 500,000 gold coins and 200,000 jin of grain. It was indeed a bountiful harvest. Along with the rewards obtained in the royal city and the ransom from the Timmy family and others, this trip yielded at least 1 million gold coins. 1 million gold coins were enough for Zhuang Hua to hire at least 50,000 heavily armored cavalry. Such a number was something even the entire continent, let alone the Holy See, could not produce. It's just a pity that even with 1 million gold coins, he could only summon 50,000 heavily armored knights. However, Zhuang Hua did not intend to directly wage war against the entire world, and while these people could be used for fighting, the towns acquired still needed to be guarded. Thus, the development of the territory remained crucial, especially the cultivation of talent, which needed to be prioritized. It seems the recruitment of talent can begin again. Zhuang Hua looked at the system panel and had a plan in mind. This thing was indeed too reliant on luck. If the system cannot provide me with educated talent, I can only seek help from my father-in-law. His father-in-law was, of course, King Lance of Ryan. He had given the country to himself, though asking for a few talents should not be too much. I am also doing this for the development of the kingdom. After Zhuang Hua figured it out, he smiled. Then he entrusted the 60 or so knights to Tai Yi. As for the grain, it was all transported back to Shuangda City. My lord, weren't you going on a diplomatic mission? Why have you brought back so much grain, and even returned with so many knights? Grain is the foundation of urban development, while knights are an important military force in this world. Other countries might spend their entire lives without gathering so many knights. Their own lord merely went on a diplomatic mission and could bring back so many. Even Xiao He had to be astonished. How can one refuse such kindness? Xiao He, how is the population introduction plan going? When it came to serious matters, Xiao He also became serious. My lord, in the past few days I have recruited young laborers from the surrounding towns, while promoting policies and benefits, successfully resolving the labor issue in the Orc Ridge. However, the effect of this population migration is not obvious. It has only attracted less than 1,000 people. Working and moving are two different matters. As long as there are results, that's fine. Moreover, these young laborers who came to work probably wouldn't want to go back in the future. As long as his benefits are in place, they would eventually become his population. After Xiao He finished speaking, he frowned and said, My lord, our policies are not the problem. The important thing is that some lords of the towns are unwilling. Zhuang Hua could understand this point. After all, the development of territories fundamentally relates to people. If his territory has more people, others will naturally have fewer, and they won't be willing. For now, don't recruit people from our own towns. Xiao He didn't understand. The development of the territory certainly required people. If they don't recruit people from the Ryan Kingdom's towns, where else can they find them? Zhuang Hua smiled and said, The population in the Ryan Kingdom is already sparse, and after all, this place is mine. It's not worth it. In that case, let's recruit people from outside. Fortunately, the Kelly Kingdom is right next to the 8th defense line. Zhuang Hua continued, Rather than internal strife, it's better to recruit from outside. Every person recruited is an enhancement of national strength. This idea was good, but Xiao questioned, will people be willing to come? Will they be willing to come? Perhaps not before, but after Zhuang Hua's 2 days of actions, the people in that area had some understanding of him. Moreover, the people of the Kelly Kingdom were not living any better than those in the Ryan Kingdom. As he traveled, he saw that apart from the nobles, the common people were also suffering from hunger and cold. He believed that as long as they could be fed, they would definitely come. You just need to promote it or let the people choose for themselves whether to come or not. System recruit talent. Beep, congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a talent in education. A talent in education. Zhuang Hua was stunned, then excitement surged within him. This time, the system did not disappoint him. As a flash of white light passed, a young man clad in a Confucian robe appeared before Zhuang Hua, bowing slightly. Wang Yangming pays homage to my lord. Who? Zhuang Hua's eyes widened as he circled Wang Yangming, speaking earnestly. Could you be the Wang Yangming who advocates the unity of knowledge and action? Is my lord also interested in the unity of knowledge and action? Wang Yangming's eyes lit up, a glimmer of light shining in his gaze as he looked at Zhuang Hua. Naturally, the unity of knowledge and action. True knowledge comes from practice. True knowledge comes from practice. Wang Yangming savored these words for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, my lord's insight is profound. Enough, we can discuss this later. Zhuang Hua took Wang Yangming by the hand and led him to sit aside, saying, Master Wang, I intend to establish an academy in the territory. Its main purpose is to cultivate talents in internal affairs. I would like you to be the dean if you are willing. Rest assured, my lord. Wang Yangming smiled and said, teaching and nurturing people is my lifelong aspiration. I would be honored. As for talents in internal affairs, we must proceed step by step. What is most urgent are talents capable of governing a single county. Zhuang Hua reminded him. Hearing this, Wang Yangming laughed and said, in that case, we can achieve results quickly, but if people can transcend the limitations of a single county. I advocate lifelong learning. Excellent. Zhuang Hua agreed as well. He did not know if this Wang Yangming was the same one from history, but from these few words it was clear that he was no ordinary man. Even so, he wrote a letter to Lance asking him to send a few education talents to assist Wang Yangming. Without talents, he dared not even go to war, for conquering a realm is easy, but governing it is difficult. After arranging matters for Wang Yangming, Zhuang Hua stretched lazily. Even though the system had strengthened his physique, he could not sustain such high-intensity work for long. Lord Zhuang Hua. Just then Elena entered the study, her voice gentle as she said, you have worked hard. Why not go soak in the hot springs? Hot springs? Zhuang Hua was taken aback. How could he not know that Twin Tower City had hot springs? Elena explained, before I left I had a hot spring pool built behind the castle. Then using fire magic I can keep the water at a comfortable temperature. It will be exactly like the hot springs in the royal estate. Would you like to try? Elena looked at Zhuang Hua with eager anticipation, afraid he might refuse. You are so thoughtful. It was impossible not to be moved. After all this time, she was the only one who had considered such things. As long as Lord Zhuang Hua is pleased, I am content. Pleased? Of course I am. Zhuang Hua chuckled and said, in that case, let's go soak in the hot springs. Lord Zhuang Hua, you go ahead. I still have matters to attend to. No. Zhuang Hua directly grabbed her hand and said seriously, you must come with me to inspect the quality of the hot spring construction. Let's go. Well, all right. The two headed toward the hot springs, with Alice following behind her gaze complex. But after a moment, she made her decision. Sister Alice, what are you doing? At the hot springs. Zhuang Hua and Elena had changed clothes and were about to enter when Elena noticed Alice had also donned a white robe. As the master's guard, I must protect him without leaving his side. Besides, last time the master asked me to accompany him. This is for better protection. Is that so? Elena was puzzled, but seeing Alice's earnest expression, she could not bring herself to. Of course. Both of you get in. Zhuang Hua sat straight into the water. Having two beautiful women accompany him in the hot springs was something that would have been impossible in his past life. He never imagined that coming to another world would allow him such indulgence. Yet, Alice sat directly across from him, while Elena sat beside him, her head bowed and cheeks flushed. And, though her figure was not as voluptuous as Alice's, it was still extremely alluring. How had he never noticed that this girl possessed such captivating charm in daily life? Lord Zhuang Hua, what are you looking at? Elena was nervous. This was the first time she had shared a pool, though they were not naked. The water-soaked clothes clung tightly to her skin, leaving little to the imagination. What mattered most was that Lord Zhuang Hua was gazing at her with such appreciation, filling her with both joy and shyness. Your figure is wonderful. I really like it. My. These words made Elena's blush deepen even further. At that moment, the usually quiet Alice suddenly stood up. Her originally loose white robe now clung to her graceful form like a piece of white silk. Sister Alice, you. Nothing, I'm just stretching. Please continue. But Zhuanghua's gaze had already been drawn away instantly, making Elena feel inferior. Her body was not as alluring as Alice's. She had disappointed Lord Zhuanghua. Lord Zhuanghua, I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave. Hey. Zhuanghua slapped his forehead. Alice had scared her off. He said with annoyance, Alice, did you do that on purpose? Master, I don't know what you mean. Alice tried to make excuses, but Zhuanghua had already moved close to her, the distance between them shrinking to almost nothing. Master, what? What are you going to do? Alice, you scared Elena away just so we could be alone, didn't you? Now that you are so tempting, what do you think I should do? Whatever. Whatever Master wishes. Alice's ears had turned completely red. Turn around. Zhuanghua gave the order directly, and Alice obediently complied. A crisp sound rang out, and Alice's body tensed up. This is your punishment. Master. Before Alice could finish, Zhuanghua's hand came down again. The sensation was becoming addictive. He quickly cast aside his stray thoughts and said, Unless I speak, you are not allowed to talk. Otherwise, this will be the consequence. Forget it, I think it's too hot here. He'll go back to rest. Zhuanghua felt a surge of heat. If he stayed any longer, something might happen. But the next moment, Alice's hand grabbed him. Master, I am yours. You can do whatever you wish. You? Zhuanghua looked into Alice's eyes and saw nothing but determination, a resolve as firm as if she were facing her own faith. But he had to admit, it was truly tempting. Even Zhuanghua found it hard to resist. He looked at Alice and said, Do you know what you are saying? Master, I know exactly what I'm saying. It's just, are you afraid? Dare not. Zhuanghua was also stirred up. He turned to face Alice and coldly said, I hope you won't regret. You'll know soon enough. In stark contrast to the fierce sounds from within, Elena outside was uncharacteristically teary-eyed. Elena, oh Elena, such a good opportunity, and you let Alice scare you away. Now the hot spring she had personally created had become a playground for other women. Woo, the more Elena thought about it, the sadder she became. If she hadn't left, perhaps she could have been inside now. However, listening to the sounds from within, she felt a different kind of sensation. It seemed that this kind of behavior was called cow. How about waiting until they're done and asking Sister Alice what that... However, she was destined not to wait any longer. It wasn't until the late hours of the night that Zhuanghua finally carried Alice back to his chamber. No way dare to provoke me again. Who knew the master was so strong? Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have frightened Elena away. Alice's words grew bolder. Zhuanghua curled his lips and tossed her onto his bed before following her. Master, what are you doing? The next day, System Knight summoned. Ding. Successfully summoned 10 heavy armored knights. Summoning 10 at once plus the 10 who hadn't been claimed in the Kelly Kingdom, he now had a total of 20 heavy armored knights. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could have a 100-strong knight squad entirely composed of elite heavy armored knights from the system. He was one step closer to a 10,000-strong army. Indeed, seeing red brings good fortune. Zhuanghua got up, but Alice was no longer on the bed. She had changed into armor and stood at the door as if nothing had happened the night before. Does it hurt? Alice shot him a glance and replied coolly, he came looking for you early, but I... Zhuanghua was taken aback. If he was looking for him, it could only mean one thing: something had happened at the 8th defense line of the Golan Highlands. My lord, what happened? He said solemnly. While patrolling the 8th defense line, we noticed some movements on the Golan Prairie. A small team of 10 orcs has been appearing intermittently. What is your assessment? Upon hearing the question, Tai straightened and said, I suspect these orcs might be planning to attack us. Orcs have always been in an irreconcilable feud with humans. Zhuanghua and his group had been here for 4 or 5 days, yet not a single shadow of an orc had appeared. He had thought the orcs were extinct, yet unexpectedly, they had suddenly reappeared. Prepare defenses, and we need to send people to guard the pass at Orc Ridge. You go inform Chao Fong. Yes. Keep a close watch on the orcs' movements. I will head over shortly. Yes. After Tai left, Zhuanghua frowned. He pondered for a moment before heading to the southern prison. Lord Zhuanghua, whom do you wish to see? Take me to see those 2 orcs. To understand the enemy, one must start from their kin. Relying on mere speculation would never reveal the true intentions of the orcs. Lord Zhuanghua, this is the small leader of the orcs, Yazan. Yazan, this is our Lord Zhuanghua. Please cooperate well. Upon hearing this, Yazan instantly straightened up and loudly declared, I will definitely cooperate with Lord Zhuanghua. Then he fawned, Lord Zhuanghua, whatever you command I will follow. This fawning demeanor, if it weren't for the orc skin he wore, Zhuanghua would have thought a sycophant had appeared. How much do you know about the orcs on the Golan Prairie? Golan Prairie. Yazan was taken aback, then seriously replied, Lord Zhuanghua, those orcs seem to have reached some kind of consensus with the humans. They haven't fought for many years. Moreover, on their territory there are more human slaves which are traded by those nobles with the orcs. Yazan sneered, speaking of which the slaves appearing in our orc ridge came from there. What? Zhuanghua did not expect there to be such a reason. Since you are aware of their trade, how much do you know about the orcs on the Golan Prairie? Golan Prairie. Yazan felt a bit awkward and smiled apologetically. Lord Zhuanghua, our orc ridge is just a small place. The orc tribes on the Golan Prairie completely disregard us. In their eyes we are nothing but a land of savages. Apart from a few who have trade dealings with us, the others don't let us get close, let alone understand them. Zhuanghua nodded. The orc ridge was a basin. Trading with the Golan Prairie was indeed not so convenient. Moreover, there were quite a few orc tribes here. But their numbers did not pose a threat to human survival. No wonder only Leon and Charles had led a small number of soldiers to garrison here, because this place was not the main battlefield. However, I do know a bit about some underground news regarding these orcs. Do tell. Zhuanghua had someone bring over a stool, and Yazan sat down, without hesitation, his mouth never stopping. Yazan heard that there is a tree city in the Golan Prairie called the Forest of Watchers. This place does not belong to any tribe, but is an absolute neutral ground. There all orc clans cannot attack each other, and it is also the largest human slave trade base. Really? Lord Zhuanghua, I only heard it from others. After all, a small person like me cannot go there. But with your capabilities, it would be easy for you to take that place. I hope this information helps you. Zhuanghua nodded and looked at Yazan, saying, You are quite perceptive, unlike other orcs. This is because of your influence, Lord Zhuanghua. The flattery made Zhuanghua shiver. Wasn't it said that orcs never submit as slaves? Why does Yazan seem so sycophantic? You wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you? If I truly go to that Forest of Watchers, would I then face an attack from your orc clan? And then you would achieve your goal of revenge against me, eh? After Zhuanghua finished, the originally cheerful Yazan suddenly froze, and he hurriedly knelt on the ground. Lord Zhuanghua, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Everything I said is true, although I heard it from others. About 70 to 80% of it is real. As for revenge against you, that is entirely unfounded. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River, ceaseless. All right. Zhuanghua hurriedly interrupted him, annoyed. That's enough. He'll have the jailer give you an extra meal. Thank you, Lord Zhuanghua. Yazan watched Zhuanghua's departing figure, his heart blooming with joy. Indeed, the words of the talented people here really carried weight. Why didn't I realize before that humans have so many talented individuals? What they say can truly make Lord Zhuanghua happy. Yazan lamented, I really wasted my life before. Returning to the palace, Zhuanghua became serious. With the beastmen preparing to act, he had to be cautious. However, the news from Yazan made him even more concerned. The Watchers Forest is the largest trading market of the beastmen, indicating a substantial population there. If I take that place, my territory will have more people, which is a ready-made solution to the population issue. However, if the Watchers Forest truly is the trading center of the beastmen, it must be their focal point. Pulling one thread can move the entire tapestry. Yet Yazan only mentioned part of it. Perhaps there are other ways to verify. Zhuanghua thought of a suitable person. At the construction site, a dozen witches were diligently crafting cement, their expressions serious, yet smiling. Lord Zhuanghua. Anna. Zhuanghua asked with a smile, there's just one day left before you can leave. Do you have any thoughts? Leave? Anna was taken aback. She had just remembered her agreement with Zhuanghua, 10 days of work. She glanced at the other witches, feeling a bit reluctant. During these days, they had completely integrated into Twin Tower City. Here, whether civilians or knights, there was no prejudice against their identity as witches. They were merely seen as capable, ordinary people, which made them feel the meaning of being alive. This place is wonderful. You could say it's our distant utopia. Utopia. This was Anna's highest praise for Twin Tower City. Zhuanghua smiled, looking at Anna seriously. As I mentioned before, if you are willing to stay longer, I represent Twin Tower City in welcoming you. Your status here will be the same as everyone else, without a shred of difference. Thank you. Anna smiled, looking at the other witches seriously, stating, if my sisters wish to stay, then they should stay. What about you? Upon hearing this, Zhuanghua sensed Anna had thoughts of leaving. I am different from them. I still have my own mission. The Witch Alliance. Zhuanghua thought of that organization, and Anna nodded seriously. Members like Lilith are peripheral members of the Witch Alliance, but I am different. I am a formal member. The Witch Alliance was established to rescue the human race in the territories of alien races, attempting through these actions to show that witches are not as evil as they are imagined. However, your actions over the years should have failed. The temple has not changed its attitude towards you. Perhaps, but our original intention to save the human race has not changed. Anna looked at Zhuanghua and smiled. I cannot change the strength of Twin Tower City while I am here. Moreover, Lilith is a very promising newcomer. With those magical artifacts you gave her, she will surely become a powerful witch in due time. My departure will not affect Twin Tower City. Zhuanghua did not try to keep her stating seriously. I respect your decision. However, I have some matters I would like to consult you about. Anna was taken aback, smiling. Please speak. What do you know about the Golan Prairie and the Watcher's Forest? Upon hearing these two names, Anna's expression became grave. She spoke in a low voice. The Golan Prairie is vast home to 10 beastmen tribes. Almost all able-bodied young men, there are warriors, and our witches have suffered considerable casualties in this place. As for the Watcher's Forest, Anna hesitated, gritting her teeth. That is the holy land of the beastmen. They can buy human slaves there, and even we witches and sorceresses are auctioned there. That place is a forbidden land for humans. The Witch Alliance has tried several times to enter to rescue people, but, without exception, all have failed. At this point, Anna's expression turned painfully distressed. She clenched her fists tightly and whispered, all we left behind were a group of poor sisters with no results whatsoever. So powerfully. Zhuanghua was taken aback. It should be noted that witches have extremely treacherous methods. Even when Zhuanghua wanted to keep witches like Moyue, he needed Elena to cast confinement spells. Now a trading center of the beastmen could actually keep witches and even auction them off like slaves. Are there many beastmen warriors there? That is not the main point. A hint of fear appeared in Anna's eyes as she murmured, there is a beastman wizard. His power is such that even the great witch in our team cannot contend with him. His level has likely reached that of a saint witch. Another new term appeared. Junior witch, intermediate witch, great witch, and unexpectedly, there is a saint witch. How strong is a saint witch? Zhuanghua asked curiously. How many legions could she withstand? I don't know. Anna answered without hesitation, a bitter smile on her face. Legend has it that the temple fears witches because of a saint witch from back then. The temple possesses 10 round table knights and a knight order of 10,000 men. Such a scale is absolutely top-notch among the nations in this region. Such strength actually fears a saint witch, and Zhuanghua had not been without experience against great witches who were merely one rank below. Moyue back then had even touched the threshold of great witch and summoned a demon dragon. That dragon is still Scott's steed now. I cannot explain it to you, but that person is simply beyond all strength. Upon hearing this, Zhuanghua was even more puzzled. He curiously asked, if that is the case, why do the beastmen still allow the existence of the Witch Alliance, and even humans? With such overwhelming strength, can the human race still contend with them? I don't know. Ever since knowing of that person's existence, he has never left the Watcher's Forest. I see. Zhuanghua also became serious. He had been very successful in the Beastmen Ridge, and he thought the strength of this world was not much different, but after Anna's explanation, it seemed that even though that person had not left the Watcher's Forest, his existence had turned countless humans into slaves. Lord Zhuanghua, do you intend to take action against the Watcher's Forest? I need people from there. Zhuanghua stated frankly, this is not only to save people, but also for the development of Twin Tower City. Lord Zhuanghua, I admire your actions, but I do not recommend you take action against the Watcher's Forest. Zhuanghua did not believe in the existence of an invincible being. If there truly was, it must be that his strength was insufficient. Lord Zhuanghua, I am not trying to scare you. That would indeed be too dangerous. Anna. Zhuanghua looked at her seriously. When you went to the Watcher's Forest, you knew the dangers there, right? That's different. There is nothing different. It's all to save people. I believe that as long as I understand the enemy well enough, I will definitely win. Anna fell silent, looking at Zhuanghua. The strength of that being means that even 1,000 knights attacking simultaneously would have no chance of victory. Are you still going? Hehe. If 1,000 is not enough, then let it be 10,000. If 10,000 is not enough, then I will call for 100,000. Zhuanghua declared with determination, as long as he is still a living being, I can wear him down. Anna pulled a face. This Lord Zhuanghua must be insane. There aren't even 10,000 people in Twin Tower City, yet he dares to speak of 100,000. Anyway, I have said what I needed to say. While the other tribes of the Golan Prairie are strong, they are still within reach of battle. As for the Watchful Forest, let's forget about that. Having finished speaking, Anna was about to return to her work when Zhuanghua looked at her and asked, Miss Anna, are you willing? Your sisters are still suffering over there. Do you or the alliance behind you not want to save them? Anna's footsteps came to a halt. She looked at Zhuanghua, her expression serious. Lord Zhuanghua, wanting and being able to are two different things. I know, but I want to try. Will you help me? No need for the Witch Alliance to charge ahead. Just help me with support. I will go in front, and you can retreat or advance as needed. This way won't you all be afraid? Anna gritted her teeth and said, it's not about fear, it's... Then let's do it. Zhuanghua extended his hand and looked at Anna. Miss Anna, the only one willing to help you is me, and only me. These words struck Anna's heart. She hesitated for a moment, then turned back to grasp Zhuanghua's hand. I can help you, and even contact the witches of the Golan Prairie. But if things become unfeasible, you must retreat. Of course, Zhuanghua said as he shook Anna's hand, making her blush a little. She withdrew her hand and said, tomorrow I will set off to make contact. Thank you for your hard work. Zhuanghua looked at Anna, who fled in a panic, feeling a bit helpless. He had acted on impulse just now. This Anna, her hands were indeed slippery. He really didn't mean it. I'm not a pervert, so I hope there's no misunderstanding. After finishing up the conversation with Anna, Zhuanghua took his men to the Golan Heights of the 8th defense line. My lord, what is the situation on the other side? Tai Yi said seriously. Today, 3 waves of scouts have already come. It seems they are intentionally probing us. Probing? Zhuanghua raised an eyebrow. When did the orcs become so agile? Indeed, but I want to catch a tongue. Every time we act, they escape. No worries. Zhuanghua thought for a moment and directly called for Scott. Master, take the dragon and patrol the prairie. Importantly, check the situation of the orcs on the prairie. Right? Zhuanghua recalled Anna's words and quickly added, also do not go near the watchful forest. Understood. Mainly because Anna's words were too ominous. If that which was truly that formidable, if Scott went in, it would probably be a case of meat buns hitting dogs. No return. Before fully understanding the opponent's strength, he would not act recklessly. However, he would not let any orcs outside the watchful forest escape. My lord, shall we take the initiative to strike? Of course. Zhuanghua looked at the soldiers training below and said seriously, only through the baptism of actual combat can they become elite. Aren't these orcs supposed to run fast? Zhuanghua sneered, let's catch them in a trap and see how they run. Understood. With Scott as the dragon knight, his vision was greatly expanded. Moreover, once the dragon flew high enough, those orcs wouldn't even notice its presence. It can be said that these orcs were completely exposed. Master, there are orc scouts active in these 3 places. Each team has 10 members. And here, Scott pointed to a location and said seriously, I found a squad of orcs with 100 members. It seems this is their outpost. An outpost? Zhuanghua became serious and asked, are there any enemies within a radius of 20 miles? Scott shook his head. No one. If this outpost is not taken down, these orcs will think they are easy to bullet. You lead the heavy cavalry and 200 light cavalry to take this outpost. Tyre, you take 90 men divided into 3 teams to take down the 3 orc scout teams. Understood. Now the infantry already had 200 heavy infantry plus 800 regular infantry, making for a strong army. However, compared to the elite produced by Tai Yi's system, those 800 infantry were just rookies. As for Tai Yi's heavy cavalry, aside from the 70 summoned by the system, there were 69 knights brought back from the Kelly Kingdom. What does it mean for us to leave the city? There are orcs roaming outside. Everyone quiet. Tai Yi looked at this group of knights and said calmly, no matter where you come from, as soldiers obeying orders, if the Lord orders us to kill orcs, then the orcs deserve to die 1,000 deaths. After Tai Yi finished speaking, he sneered, this time the enemy is a 100-member orc outpost. Anyone who dares to take a step back will have my great sword fall upon their head first. Everyone exchanged glances. They felt inexplicably that Zhuanghua's subordinates were truly the embodiment of knights. This was the pursuit of their knights. Tai Yi was also puzzled. Why did this group of knights' eyes become increasingly fervent? However, high morale is a good thing. Only Zhuanghua knew that this was the effect of the tiger talisman. As long as he was present, even rookies dared to charge forward with their blades. With Scott guiding the way, Tai Yi and the others successfully took down all the orc warriors. However, not a single one was left alive. My lord, these orcs chose to commit suicide upon realizing they were about to be captured. Suicide? Zhuanghua did not expect the orcs to actually have some guts. Tai Yi nodded. They shouted that orcs never become slaves, and then killed themselves. This truly showed. He had thought that all orcs were like Yazan, who would talk about never becoming a slave only to kneel and beg for mercy the next second. Forget it. Zhuanghua was indifferent with these outposts gone. The forces behind them would never let it rest. When they come again, catching them will be the same. On the other side, Shao He, leading the way in the border town of the Kelly Kingdom, was causing a stir with the propaganda for the relocation benefits of Twin Towers City. The ordinary citizens were excited. The local nobles were furious. What does the Lord of Twin Towers City mean by this? How dare he come to our Kelly Kingdom to snatch people? Does he think we are made of clay? My lord, why don't you stop it? The lord of the border town sighed and looked at everyone. Everyone, have you forgotten what happened 2 days ago when the church was slaughtered? Even Duke Timmy paid a ransom of 100,000 gold coins. And the mastermind behind all this is the Lord of Twin Towers City. Having said that, he looked at everyone and asked, who among you can deal with this one? Go and stop them. I will not intervene. Everyone fell silent. If it were this one, then they had perhaps spoken too loudly just now. So are we just going to watch them take away our people? I have already reported to the royal city. The Lord looked at the crowd and said, do not be alarmed. They are merely a group of lowly commoners who have left. This also prevents any unstable factors from arising in the territory. Although that was said, the departure of the commoners primarily affected their income, increasing labor costs. One can only hope that these commoners will realize their mistakes, or that the kingdom can provide effective countermeasures. Zhuanghua was unaware of the noble's thoughts as he observed the batches of commoners being sent to the territory by Shao He. A smile could not be suppressed at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, it was easier to profit from outsiders this way. Well done, keep it up. However, the reclamation efforts at the Orc Ridge must not cease. Securing food is always the most critical matter. As long as these people can always have enough to eat, they will not leave. As the population increased and the city was constructed, its prosperity also grew. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the Lord system could unlock new features. Master, it's time to rest. Alice. Zhuanghua looked at Alice and nodded, saying, Rest is fine, but why are you holding the robe? You've worked hard. Don't you want to take a bath first? Zhuanghua was puzzled. This was not something his assistant Elena should be concerned about, yet Alice had reminded him. No, this woman was not interested in the wine, her focus was on him. You don't mean? Master, I wouldn't overstep. I just want you to enjoy a warm bath for your comfort. Seeing her serious expression, Zhuanghua believed her. In that case, I'll take one. However, as Zhuanghua settled into the tub, Alice also entered the tub wearing a bathrobe. Master, it's just more convenient for your protection and to alleviate your worries. Fairy. System summon the knights. A new day began, and Zhuanghua opened his eyes feeling refreshed. Alice was still as steadfast as ever, already dressed and standing at the door like a tall spear. This woman had two faces, one for night and one for day. Master, there's an urgent military report. Just then Tai Yi rushed over, and Zhuanghua had to abandon teasing Alice and address Tai Yi first. So early in the morning, what's the military situation? Master, Scott discovered a new group of Orc troops at the same place as last night's Orc outpost this morning. But the numbers are formidable. Tai Yi's expression was serious as he said, preliminary estimates indicate at least 3,000 Orc warriors. Clearly, it's the main force of an Orc tribe. However, it's surprising that an Orc tribe has so many warriors. Master, should we take the initiative to strike? 3,000 people. Zhuanghua fell silent for a moment before seriously asking, what is their target? Tai Yi pondered for a moment and said gravely, these people don't seem to be heading for the defense line. They've sent people to the Watcher's Forest. The Watcher's Forest. Zhuanghua frowned. Why would they need so many people to go to the Watcher's Forest? Stay vigilant. Do not take the initiative to attack for now. 3,000 people, whether in the past or present, this was a considerable number. One must know that during the Great Battle at Orc Ridge, the total number of orcs didn't even amount to this. The highland grassland was indeed different from what he had known. Report. At that moment a soldier rushed in anxiously saying, Master, a large number of orcs are approaching. Moi. Zhuanghua was puzzled. According to your previous report, they should have been 20-odd miles away. Master, Scott indeed discovered a large number of Orc warriors at that outpost. Could there be other Orc warriors that we haven't noticed? Let's go check the city walls first. Zhuanghua didn't make a decision right away. When they reached the city walls, they indeed saw a large number of orcs, at least 1,000. Master, the sudden gathering of these orcs seems suspicious. There was certainly something suspicious. Regardless of what the Orc tribe was up to, it was certainly aimed at the human tribe. Master, the enemy is surrounding us without attacking and not speaking. Should we greet them? Yes, we should greet them. Zhuanghua smiled, then ordered, let Scott go to their camp and cause a massacre. Be careful not to get too reckless. Let him utilize the power of the dragon. Yes. Soon Scott flew out from the defense line on his dragon, and the massive figure sent the Orc army into panic. Humans, how could they possibly collaborate with the Demonis? Where did they get a dragon? This is bad, the dragon is coming towards us. Prepare for defense. The Orc army quickly organized themselves, but Scott had no intention of holding back. Dragon, unleash your fiery breath with full force. Roar. The dragon let out a long howl before releasing a wave of intense flames in the air. The flames fell among the Orc army, causing massive casualties. They wanted to counterattack, but the dragon flew too high to be hit. So powerful. The soldiers watching were all astonished, realizing their lord had a dragon knight. Every day the dragon would simply fly around performing reconnaissance tasks, but when it came to battle, it was equally unyielding. If they faced the dragon, they couldn't even fathom how to resist. Only Zhuanghua understood at that moment the bravery of Long Yin and the others. They could shoot down dragons while Scott and his team could still maneuver with the dragon. The level of strength had exceeded expectations. Whether it was knight summoning or battle rewards, even if they were all rewards restored by the system. However, a knight summoning could yield various knights, and even the most ordinary heavy cavalry were elites among ordinary people. Alice, who had special skills, could even summon the tiger and leopard cavalry. The battle rewards were even more impressive. A ceremonial unit was already astonishing. At this moment Zhuanghua looked at the orcs with increased anticipation. These were all his experience treasures. The Watcher's Forest was formidable, and as long as he could farm more rewards, he could flatten it. With that thought, the battle below had concluded, and after losing more than half of their forces, the orcs fled directly, trying to escape. Zhuanghua sneered and directly activated the mercenary function. Purchase 1,000 heavy cavalry for me. Well, I want these orcs to not return. Ding. 20,000 gold coins have been deducted. Successfully purchased 1,000 heavy cavalry. Please specify the combat location. Zhuanghua pointed directly at the fleeing orcs. Appear in front of them, or leave none alive. When the 1,000 heavy cavalry appeared, the orcs were bewildered. When had human cavalry appeared? Charge. But no matter how brave these orcs were, facing the charge of 1,000 heavy cavalry was merely a futile struggle. Moreover, Scott and the dragon behind had not ceased their assault. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing a sniping battle. Reward 1 paladin. Paladin. This was the first time Zhuanghua heard such a name. Could it be that this existence is on par with the holy sorceress? System error, forcibly repairing. Damn. Zhuanghua scoffed, thinking he would encounter a high-end combat force, making it unnecessary to fear the guard. Correction successful. Reward Knight Upgrade Card X1. Knight Upgrade card can enhance the power of one knight. Do knights have levels as well? Zhuanghua was puzzled. He truly did not understand this aspect. Most of the knights around him were obtained through the system. As for the other knights, the stronger ones were merely at the level of Iron 1, while the others were evidently weaker. Now this card informed him that knights could also be promoted. Interesting. Although he couldn't obtain a paladin, this was still quite good. The last time he encountered those divine gifts from the church, Alice struggled a bit. If she were to enhance, how strong would she become? Alice. Master. Alice asked in confusion, feeling Zhuanghua's intense gaze, her heart pounding. She hoped she hadn't attracted too much attention, making Zhuanghua disregard the situation. Damn, if I had known, I wouldn't have acted impulsively back then. What are you thinking? Nothing. Alice's gaze dodged, brushing it off. However, Zhuanghua was unconcerned. He looked at Alice and said, "In a moment I will use a mysterious power on you, and then you tell me what you feel." After saying that, Zhuanghua directly used the Knight Upgrade card. As the card vanished, a dazzling golden light radiated from Alice, then returned to calm. How does it feel? Zhuanghua became curious. Alice clenched her fist, then said seriously, "Master, I feel that my body has broken through its limits, and even the power of holy light has reached a new level." How could it be that you are already a paladin? Paladin. Alice did not question the term. She shook her head and explained, "Not at all. A paladin generally only has a chance to become one if they are true divine, favored ones who receive the blessing of the gods. That kind of power transcends all existence. So what standards do you have to differentiate your strengths?" Alice, upon hearing this, shook her head, but said earnestly, "From what I know of the Holy Knights, the members of the Holy Knight Order should be on par with Commander Iron. The Knight Commander is comparable to Scott and Evan. As for me now, I am equivalent to their round table." After saying that, Alice said seriously, "Of course, these are just functional categories. In the army, strength is not necessarily paramount. Even at my level, I cannot guarantee my safety in a large-scale battle." I see. Zhuanghua began to understand the distinctions among knights. As for other ordinary knights, they were not even comparable to the common knights of the Holy Knight Order. This Holy Knight Order has some substance. All right, as long as they can protect me. It's not that he fears death, but that living means there are possibilities. Otherwise, it would be a wasted crossing. Soon Scott returned, saying seriously, "Master, although this orc squad has been eliminated, there are still 3,000 orc warriors 20 miles away. Moreover," Scott paused and continued, "I also discovered that at least 8 groups of orc clan energies are approaching. 8 groups. Including that outpost and the orc army I eliminated, that's a total of 10 groups of orc armies. Could it be that the orc clans have conspired to launch a collective attack and take the 8th defense line? Continue to monitor, but you also need to occasionally patrol above the orc army, so they know we are not made of." Zhuanghua had ordered the complete annihilation of the orc army just to sound the alarm. If it passed so quietly, it would have been for nothing. However, with so many orc armies, although he could hire mercenaries to deal with them, he couldn't let them solve everything. Perhaps he could apply some pressure on the Kelly Kingdom. A defending here is also protecting them. At that moment, a group of butterflies flew in at the door, transforming into Anna's figure. "Lord Zhuanghua. Miss Anna." Zhuanghua was somewhat surprised that after all, Anna should still be at the construction site at this time. However, from her expression, something seemed off. "Lord Zhuanghua, there is a change in the Guardian Forest." "What?" Zhuanghua was taken aback, excitedly saying, "Could it be that the powerful wizard of the orc clan has fallen?" "Not at all." Zhuanghua felt disappointed. He was currently so restrained precisely because of that wizard's presence. Then what changes could there be in the Guardian Forest? "Did you not ask me to contact the Sisters of the Alliance?" "I have made contact," she said seriously. "The sister monitoring the Guardian Forest discovered that they are preparing to hold the grandest auction event. The one from the Guardian Forest will personally present an auction item. If the leader of that tribe can win the bid, he will be the king of the Golan Prairie. That is to say, the designated king. Lord Zhuanghua, if the orc tribes on the prairie unify, it will be extremely difficult for us to rescue the human race trapped on the prairie in the future." Moreover, if they unify, they will launch an assault on the 8th defense line. These orc tribes are not the small tribes of Orc Ridge. Each tribe is twice the size of the Deer Mountain tribe. In other words, if these orcs wish, they can gather at least 20,000 orc warriors. So what do you mean? I don't know. With so many tribal leaders gathering in the Guardian Forest, our people wouldn't dare approach at all. I just wanted to remind you to prepare well. It may still be necessary to cooperate with the Allied forces, otherwise, the 8th defense line will be in danger. There is indeed danger, but it is not enough to make him compromise with the Allied forces. Miss Anna, I believe this is an opportunity. Zhuang Hua analyzed. With so many orc clan leaders and armies gathering, if we can capture them all, we can easily eliminate the orcs on the prairie. That way we can save more of the human race. Eliminate. Anna looked at Zhuang Hua, disbelief in her eyes, and said seriously, Lord Zhuang Hua, did you not hear what I just said? Almost all the tribal leaders on the prairie have gathered here. Each of these leaders has brought a large army with them. Although you have 1,000 heavy knights and a dragon knight. But in the face of such numbers, let alone encircling and annihilating them, even defending would be a problem. I think you should focus on defense and see if you can hold this place with the human side. Zhuang Hua could understand Anna's distrust. After all, there were things about the system he couldn't share with her openly. You don't need to worry, I'm not foolish. Anna pouted. Zhuang Hua smiled and said, but this is an opportunity. It depends on whether your witch alliance dares to come. Opportunities come only once. Anna has left. Zhuang Hua smiled. It was time to uncover the secrets of the Watcher's Forest. However, before that, he should meet the king and queen of the Kelly Kingdom. Scott, take me to the royal city of Kelly. Yes. This was Zhuang Hua's first time riding on the back of a demon dragon. The sensation of soaring through the sky truly lifted his spirits, even making him contemplate turning the demon dragon into his personal mount. However, this thought was quickly discarded. As a lord, he did not need to engage in battle directly. He only needed to strategize from afar and secure victory from a distance. The demon dragon, being a powerful hellish creature capable of flight, was a rare type of unit. That said, the demon dragon did fly incredibly fast. In just over half an hour, it had crossed several towns and arrived at Kelly Royal City. Of course, the arrival of the demon dragon caused chaos in Kelly Royal City. They had recently lost dozens. Even the 4 great leaders were gone. If this demon dragon were here to wreak havoc, it would spell disaster for— Wait, there are people on top. They are coming down. The demon dragon did not attack, but directly approached them. Isn't that the Lord of the Lion Kingdom from last time? This demon dragon actually belongs to him. Zhuang Hua ignored their small talk and looked at the guards at the gate, saying, please inform your king and queen that Zhuang Hua has arrived. Lord Zhuang Hua. At that moment, Augustus rushed out in a panic from inside and bowed to Zhuang Hua. Lord Zhuang Hua, we did not expect your personal visit. The king and queen are already waiting for you in the Great Hall. That is excellent. Zhuang Hua smiled and followed Augustus into the city, while Scott rode the demon dragon soaring back into the sky to circle above the royal city. This scene left Augustus terrified, fearing that Zhuang Hua would order an attack. Fortunately, that did not happen. In the Great Hall, Zhuang Hua met King Roar and Queen Mia once again. Count Zhuang Hua, may I ask why you have come? Roar spoke carefully. The pressure from the demon dragon made him cautious. Even Mia abandoned her lofty demeanor and softly said, yes, Count Zhuang Hua, if you have something to discuss, please feel free to speak directly. Huh? Zhuang Hua laughed. Was this the benefit of strength? However, he shook his head and said, King Roar, Queen Mia, it is not that I have business with you, but rather that Kelly is about to face a great calamity. What? Roar was taken aback and then frowned, saying, Count Zhuang Hua, your people have been promoting a population relocation policy within the Kelly Kingdom, and we have not obstructed it. Even if some nobles have minor schemes, it shouldn't lead to war between our 2 kingdoms, right? If it were in the past, Roar would not have spoken in such a lowly tone. However, since Zhuang Hua's last visit had caused them significant losses and the abduction of 70 knights, it could be said that the Kelly Kingdom was absolutely weakened. Now Zhuang Hua had come riding a demon dragon to the royal city. The impact was truly palpable. Roar couldn't help but think further. Yes, although I did wrong last time, you also gained nearly 1,000,000 gold coins. Mia gritted her teeth, saying, why must we go down that road? I admit that it was due to my nephew Leon, but rest assured regarding him, the Kelly Kingdom will never act against. You see, I didn't expect that Knight Leon is also Queen Mia's nephew. However, I have no acquaintance with him, so there should be no enmity. Mia felt a bit awkward. Indeed, Leon and Zhuang Hua had no direct interaction. It was merely because Leon had misreported the military situation that led to him being reprimanded by the coalition headquarters. Mia, unable to bear it, intended to speak up for him. Now thinking back, it was truly regrettable. Forget it, I don't want to dwell on those past matters anymore. I am not here to threaten you both, but rather to inform you of the impending disaster facing the Kelly Kingdom. Not you. Mia was puzzled. Apart from Zhuang Hua, who else could be an enemy of the Kelly Kingdom? Do you both understand what the 8th defense line is meant for? Both said in unison, to defend against the orcs. Correct. Zhuang Hua said seriously, to be honest, the coalition has already abandoned our Line Kingdom. And as the Lord of the Line Kingdom, I am under no obligation to protect you. Mia exchanged glances with Roer, gravely saying then, Count Zhuang Hua, why not return the defense line to the coalition? Huh? Zhuang Hua scoffed, and said, Queen, it would be better if you stopped saying such meaningless words. The issue now is that even if I wanted to return the defense line, they would not accept it. How can that be? Seeing their disbelief, Zhuang Hua took out a projection stone that he had asked Lilith to make. As the content of the projection stone played, Zhuang Hua smirked, and said, You also saw that over a dozen tribes have gathered with at least 10,000 orc warriors. Tell me, how many knights and soldiers do you think it would take to stop these orcs? The coalition, even if they mobilized troops, would need at least a month, and even then it might not be possible to gather them in time. I personally do not mind, as long as we retreat back to the 9th defense line and rely on the canyon's natural defenses, I might be able to hold them off. But the Kelly Kingdom will soon become the backyard of the orcs. Hearing this roar, and MIA's expressions turned grim. They had heard of this projection stone, an artifact of the witch that could not be faked. However, Mia remained calm, and said, Surely Count Zhuang Hua did not come here merely to inform us of this. You must have a solution to offer. Very clever. Zhuang Hua displayed a troubled expression and said, After all, I have quite a few citizens from the Kelly Kingdom in my Twin Tower City. They also do not wish to see their homeland fall. Therefore, for the sake of our friendship, I had to come and inform you. However, I can defend the 8th defense line and even exert all my strength. But this is not just my responsibility. Understood. King Roer quickly spoke up. The Kelly Kingdom is willing to provide food and funds to support the defense of the 8th defense line. Not enough. Zhuang Hua shook his head and said seriously, I also need men, young and strong ones, a large number of them. He stated firmly, That is an army of over 10,000 orcs. My few men are not enough. I need to recruit soldiers from you. At the same time, take away the families of those soldiers. He explained, Only when they know that they are guarding the borders for their country and can protect their family's safety will they be willing to fight to the death. Zhuang Hua looked at the two and said calmly, Anyway, the plan is up to you. You make the decision. I do not mind. The two hesitated for a moment and said, How about Count Zhuang Hua takes a seat first, and I will give you a reply tomorrow. No way. Half an hour. Zhuang Hua said seriously, Give me a reply in half an hour. If not, I will return directly. Retreat also takes time. If orcs attack suddenly, I have to safeguard myself. Half an hour. The two were anxious, but looking at Zhuang Hua's serious expression, they felt helpless. Luo Air immediately gathered the ministers to start discussions, during which he also had to arrange singing and dancing for Zhuang Hua. Fortunately, when Zhuang Hua had finished watching, Luo Air finally walked over. Have you made your decision? Luo Air said seriously, We agree to your request. We are willing to provide 500,000 gold coins, 500,000 pounds of food, as well as 5,000 young men and their families. 5,000 people plus their families would amount to at least 20,000 in population. Not bad, but Zhuang Hua shook his head and said 5,000 is not even enough to cover the orcs' remnants, and the main force consists of my people. Zhuang Hua extended a finger and said lightly, 10,000 young men, and they should be recruited by my people in each town. This. If you don't agree, then forget it. Zhuang Hua pretended to leave, and Mia, who was nearby, spoke up, We agree to your terms. Luo Air, seeing this, could only nod helplessly and said, I hope Count Zhuang Hua can keep his promise to protect the kingdom of Kelly. I will do my best. Zhuang Hua smiled, called Scott over, and then stepped onto the dragon's back. He looked at Luo Air and Mia and said, Tomorrow, I will send people to collect the food and gold coins, as well as recruit soldiers. After saying this, Zhuang Hua soared into the sky and left the kingdom of Kelly. After he left, Luo Air frowned and said, Your Majesty, has there been no response from the kingdom of Ol? There is. Mia gritted her teeth and said, They told me the orcs are indeed gathering and will certainly attack the 9th defensive line. Then why aren't they helping? Hearing this, Mia gave a bitter smile and said, They said the orcs will retreat once they reach the defensive line and won't go deeper. Are they kidding? Luo Air was infuriated to the point of laughter, while Mia gritted her teeth and said, So I agreed to Zhuang Hua's terms. Given that he has taken so many knights from our kingdom of Kelly, he was able to defeat the stationed troops at the former 8th defensive line and even made Oliver suffer a setback. Moreover, he has a magical dragon. The power of the magical dragon was well known to them. Although there was a chance to capture it at a cost, such opportunities were rare. Clearly, Zhuang Hua possesses real strength. We can only rely on him now. Sigh. Luo Air also shook his head, saying little more, but simply stated, No matter what, from now on the Ryan Kingdom has completely surpassed us. Returning to the defensive line, when Zhuang Hua announced this matter, everyone was shocked, not expecting that the kingdom of Kelly would agree to such terms. Alright, stop being shocked. Tomorrow divide into 5 teams, except for one team to go to the royal city to receive supplies and money. The remaining 4 teams will go to various towns in the Kingdom of Kelly to recruit young men. Remember to clarify our military service benefits and population relocation policies. The recruits should be sent directly to Orc Ridge. Zhuanghua did not intend to use these people to deal with the orcs outside. These would be the future bloodline of his territory and must be sent to the rear for cultivation first. It should be noted that the infantry camp has been upgraded. Now it can train 200 infantrymen at once, and the time has been shortened to 5 days. The elite under his command do not need to fight on the battlefield. They only need to stay in the infantry camp for 5 days to become seasoned warriors. This is his advantage, and he certainly wants to take advantage of it. As for the orc race, he still has the mercenary function. To recruit heavy infantry, he only needs 100,000 gold coins for 10,000 men. And in the Kingdom of Kelly, he has just received 500,000 gold coins, so he is not afraid at all. What he needs to be concerned about is merely the sorcerer within the watchful forest, nothing more. Tai, what's the situation on the orc side? They have all retreated and are now stationed in the watchful forest. It seems they have lost interest in us. No interest is impossible. It must be that after he annihilated those 1,000 orcs, it caused some fear among the others. After all, the orcs are not of one mind. They came here to secure the position of the Grassland King. Later they will definitely take down the defensive line and invade the human race. I wonder how things are on his side. For 3 consecutive days, Zhuanghua not only received money and food, but those responsible for recruiting soldiers also returned. To be honest, Zhuanghua's treatment is irresistible to anyone. Those at the bottom of the Kingdom of Kelly live in dire conditions, and the benefits Zhuanghua offers could allow them to live a truly human life. It's a pity there are only 10,000 spots, otherwise if there were another 10,000 I could bring them back. If there were more, the Kingdom of Kelly would definitely not agree after all their population base is there. Lord Zhuanghua, Lord Zhuanghua. At this moment Elena ran over, her face filled with joy. What's wrong? Just now General Chao from Orc Ridge sent a letter. He said that the pass at Orc Ridge has been completed and they have already begun to build the town at Orc Ridge. That's great. Zhuanghua was also very pleased. With the pass at Orc Ridge built, he could control the northern gate leading from Double Tower City to the Golan Prairie and the Kingdom of Kelly. Consequently, if the enemy wants to move south, they can only do so through a strong assault. Not just that, Elena said excitedly, moreover Master Lu has designed a type of weapon with immense power that can strike targets 4 to 5 miles away. Zhuanghua was stunned. Could it be artillery? He questioned, isn't Lu sure a master builder? Can he also manufacture weapons? I don't know. Elena blinked and said seriously, I heard it's as big as a small house and can launch huge stones. That thing can even collapse a slightly fragile city wall. That's amazing. Zhuanghua finally understood. It was a trebuchet. In fact, this era does have trebuchets, but their power is limited. Their range is very short and practicality is poor. But as Elena said, if the range can reach 4 to 5 miles, then it's a true weapon of mass destruction. It seems I need to find time to take a look. This thing can enable ordinary soldiers to display incredible lethality. Alright, if I have time I will go take a look. At this moment Anna also appeared, looking at Zhuanghua, and said the alliance has agreed and is willing to cooperate with your actions, and we have received the specific time for the auction. Zhuanghua also became serious. Anna continued, in 3 days at noon. 3 days. Zhuanghua nodded and said, good. Besides that, I need the specific map of the watchful forest. You must have it right. Map. Anna was taken aback, then shook her head and said, we don't have a map, but we have a shadow stone that contains images of most of the places in the watchful forest. Give it to me. I need to create a map. A regional map can also help understand the situation in the watchful forest, but a detailed account of every road and the situation of each area cannot be achieved with a regional map. But none of us know how to make a map. Don't worry. Zhuanghua confidently replied, I'm good at drawing. If it were anything else he might lack confidence, but painting was not something one could easily grasp. With the reference map and the recording stone, a delicate little map was completed. Furthermore, every detail was clear, including where the houses and rivers were located. The person who recorded it even mentioned the place names, so this map was labeled with names. Impressive. Elena and the others exclaimed upon seeing the map. It should be noted that in this era, only a few travelers would draw maps, a skill that even ordinary nobles did not possess. However, Zhuanghua was able to do it. Basic skills, no need to overthink. Now let's plan where the venue for the trade fair will be and where that wizard is. Where are the stationed troops of the orc tribe? After getting into the right mindset, Zhuanghua had clearly become a competent leader. And Anna saw a glimmer of hope in this. Perhaps he could really succeed. Miss Anna. I'm here. Anna felt a bit embarrassed as she had just spaced out. I'm sorry. It's fine. Zhuanghua said seriously. Miss Anna, this crucial step relies on the support of your alliance. I need everyone who can open a teleportation portal. We have 5 intermediate witches who can all use teleportation portals. Zhuanghua calculated and nodded. That's enough. At that time we will need your cooperation to teleport my army near the trading venue at the Watcher Forest auction. Additionally, some of the more distant orc troops also need to be teleported. Can you handle it? Zhuanghua didn't forget that using a teleportation portal consumed a lot of energy. However, once the operation began, Zhuanghua naturally could not summon mercenaries for battlefield support at any time. He could only summon them in advance and then deploy them through the witches. Absolutely. Anna said firmly. We can have the sisters take turns casting it. That's good. After saying this, Zhuanghua looked at everyone and said, we will begin our actions in 3 days. However, Anna questioned, Lord Zhuanghua, your layout is excellent, but with just this few people can it work? Zhuanghua smiled. He confidently said, who told you that I only have this few people? Anna was puzzled. She knew Zhuanghua quite well. Even with the combined forces of the Ryan Kingdom and the Kelly Kingdom, it would be impossible to muster an army to deal with tens of thousands of orcs. Yet he was so confident, and Anna couldn't help but be curious. You will know when the time comes, but before that I need to make a trip to Orc Ridge. If Luciur's catapult is truly excellent, this battle will have a better chance of success. Miss Anna, would you Anna nodded in agreement. Then Zhuanghua took Anna and Alice and flew towards Orc Ridge on the back of a dragon. If they were to march such a distance would take at least a day, but with the dragon it only took half an hour. My lord, my lord. When Zhuanghua and the others landed, Chao Feng and Lu Shur had been waiting for a long time. Master Lu, thank you for your hard work. Zhuanghua looked at the majestic fortress, a smile playing on his lips. The difference between having and not having a master is indeed stark. It's not hard. Rather, the cement invented by you, my lord, is truly marvelous. Without it we wouldn't have moved this quickly. This was the truth. Zhuanghua listened to some other reports before asking, Master Lu, I heard you developed a type of catapult. Yes. Lu Shur gestured to lead the way and explained, initially, I just wanted to create something convenient for everyone to retrieve materials. It was also a sudden inspiration. Using some simple architectural structures, perhaps an unexpected catapult could be created. They arrived at the training ground. Before them stood a giant catapult 5 meters tall. This catapult had a peculiar design, but it incorporated the principle of leverage and some elements that Zhuanghua could not comprehend. This was the catapult. Aside from the base, other parts used a lot of cement. Cement is sturdy and it forms in one go, making it perfect for creating stable foundations. Lu Shur continued to introduce. Moreover, the stones used for launching are not sourced from natural stone, but are made from cement mixed with crushed stones to form stone balls. In this way we are no longer limited by materials. Good. Zhuanghua recalled what Elena had said earlier and continued to ask. I heard from Elena that this thing can launch up to 4 or 5 miles. Not just that, why don't you take a look at the demonstration first? Seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. Zhuanghua nodded. Lu Shur then called over several soldiers. They were not strong knights, merely young recruits. Yet on the catapult, they easily secured a 1-meter diameter cement stone ball onto the launcher. Release. At Lu Shur's command, the enormous stone ball shot out with a roar from the catapult. The speed and distance were astonishing. At the moment the stone ball was thrown, Scott also rode out on the dragon. In no time he reported back, my lord, the stone ball was launched a distance of 6 miles, and it broke 3 giant trees before coming to a stop. Zhuanghua nodded and asked Scott, if you were facing the stone ball and couldn't dodge, could you withstand it? My lord. Although I am now a dragon knight, I am still human. Scott said with a bitter smile, if this thing fell on me, you wouldn't need to collect my body, because I would have turned into meat sauce. Human strength has limits, but such great power cannot be resisted by mere humans. Zhuanghua turned to Anna and asked, can your witches' shields withstand it? Lord Zhuanghua, as this knight has said, while we can cast many spells, we are still human after all. I fear we cannot block it. Hearing this, Zhuanghua asked again, what if we use this thing against that wizard? Would it be effective? Upon hearing this, Anna's eyes widened, but she shook her head saying, although this thing has great power, that wizard is not a target. He won't just stand there unmoving. Not to mention one shot. Even if 100 shots were fired, that wizard could easily dodge it. This thing had enough power, but its limitations were also quite obvious. It would be a massive weapon against ordinary people. However, faced with a witch wizard, they could easily evade it, so it wouldn't cause much damage. But it couldn't be said to. As the saying goes, a chaotic punch may hit the master. Perhaps that wizard would be struck by surprise. Master Lu, this thing is useful. How many can be made in 3 days? 3 days? Lu Shur was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, the process is relatively simple. If we have enough manpower, we can produce 100 units in 3 days. However, he hesitated and said, but my lord, you also saw that this thing is a massive object, and moving it is quite difficult. Bringing it to battle might not be feasible. Zhuanghua, however, was indifferent. Normally he would not behave this way, but with the presence of the witch, these matters were merely an issue regarding a teleportation array. There was even no need to teleport. As long as the portal was open, they could simply throw things into the teleportation array. It's a pity though that there were still too few witches. If only there were enough who could use the teleportation array. Zhuang Hua didn't even need to enter the guardian god. He could eliminate enemies from thousands of miles away. Anna seemed to understand Zhuang Hua's thoughts and said, I know what you want to do, but I must remind you that we only have 5 people who can use the teleportation array. It's only 10 minutes at most, this thing you. That's enough. Zhuang Hua replied with a smile. Except for leaving one person to send us to the guardian forest, the rest should come here. He looked at Lu Shi and said, go all out to create it. We need to form a deployment formation. Understood. Lu Shi had no objections. Being recognized for his work was his greatest joy. However, Anna felt somewhat exhausted. Zhuang Hua had too many ideas, and she felt that they as witches could only play supporting roles. Alright, let's go back and rest for now. We will need your strength then. Okay. For 2 consecutive days, Zhuang Hua was either checking the progress with Lu Shi or at the 8th defense line. Otherwise, he was busy building up his reputation in the new population center of the Twin Towers, consolidating his influence. Lord Zhuang Hua, where are your people? Anna appeared. Tomorrow was the day of battle, but she still hadn't seen any reinforcements at the defense line. At this rate, let alone rescuing people, it would be fortunate if they weren't attacked at their doorstep. Don't worry. The mercenaries could only stay for a day. If they were exchanged now, it would be a waste. He smiled and said, I won't let you down as long as that wizard isn't too outrageous. I hope so. Anna had no choice but to believe Zhuang Hua. Her sisters were quite anxious. She returned to the camp where a group of women quickly surrounded her. Anna, how is it? Where are his people? Anna thought for a moment and replied seriously. He said his people will definitely arrive. We just need to act according to the plan. Upon hearing this, one of the women frowned and said, Anna, are you trusting him too much? He is just a lord from a small country. How can he claim to do something even the Hill Kingdom cannot accomplish? Moreover, you should know the strength of the one in the Guardian Forest. If he is lying, all of us will perish. Anna had naturally considered this, but recalling the events at the Orc Ridge, she firmly stated, I still believe in him. This is our opportunity, isn't it? 35 sisters are missing in the Guardian Forest. Can you really stand by and do nothing? But if we don't see anyone by tomorrow, we could cancel the operation without any loss. At this point, she looked at everyone resolutely and said, however, if it is true this time, we can not only save people, but also take revenge. But he is just a lord from a small country. Anna pouted and said, among us 5 intermediate witches who can summon a magic dragon. That is something only a great witch could do. They certainly could not. But Lord Zhuang Hua has a magic dragon. The room fell silent. The leading woman said earnestly, in that case, we will trust him once more. However, if we don't see anyone tomorrow, we will leave for real. The next day, system summoned the knight. Ding. Successfully summoned a spectral knight. What is this? A spectral knight. In the midst of his thoughts, a fiery red light flashed, and a man appeared before him, riding a warhorse clad in leather with a long cross sword hanging at his waist. Indeed, a living man. Are you the spectral knight? Master. The man bowed respectfully and said, Spectral Knight Carter Blaze at your service. Zhuang Hua frowned and said, Blaze, I'm just curious, you don't look like a spectral knight. Moreover, the demon knights and hell knights summoned by witches are not styled like you. Style it. Blaze was taken aback and then smiled. Master, do you wish to see my combat stance? As you wish. As he spoke, flames erupted from Blaze, and he instantly transformed into a fiery skeleton. His steed was also a skeletal warhorse engulfed in flames, its hooves constantly scraping the ground, leaving trails of hellfire. Master. Sensing the commotion in the palace, Alice rushed in, even drawing her holy sword. It should be noted that Alice had leveled up, but her holy light disappeared instantly upon encountering Blaze. How is this possible? It is known that the holy light of a holy knight has an absolute restraining effect on evil forces. Yet the holy light lost its meaning before Blaze. My lady, I mean no harm. I am merely showcasing my power for my master. Blaze returned to normal and smiled. You needn't be curious. I am a messenger from hell, unlike those evil beings. We are not enemies. Zhuang Hua laughed, as well, not expecting such a great surprise today. Blaze was immune to Alice's holy light. He wondered if it would have any effect on the orc race's wizards. Alice, he is my man. All right. Alice felt the aura and confirmed that Blaze harbored no killing intent before she sheathed her sword. He looked at the sky and smiled. With Blaze joining, I have gained more confidence for today's endeavor. I am enough. He is just a being on par with the holy mage. He cannot harm my master in the slightest. I believe in you. Zhuang Hua did not argue. What mattered more now was to summon the army. Otherwise, Anna and the witches might go mad. Zhuang Hua went to an open area outside the defense line and directly communicated with the system. System exchange for 10,000 heavy cavalry. System exchange for 10,000 heavy infantry. Ding. Deducted 200,000 gold coins successfully exchanged for 10,000 heavy cavalry. Ding. Deducted 100,000 gold coins successfully exchanged for 10,000 heavy infantry. 300,000 gold coins were spent, and the open area was instantly filled with two massive military formations. One side was cavalry, and the other was infantry. With 1,000 men already overwhelming 20,000 looked like an endless tide. With such a large army, Zhuang Hua's confidence soared to the peak, but unfortunately these would only exist for a day. Otherwise he would have to start reclaiming the continent. Lord Zhuang Hua, your people. Huh. Anna appeared about to speak, but her gaze drifted to the side and spotted the two massive armies. How is this possible? The two armies appeared silently here, and their weapons and equipment were all exceptionally fine. At a glance they were elite troops. Miss Anna, this is my confidence. Oh, I wonder if you are ready. Lord Zhuang Hua. Anna took a deep breath, bowed solemnly, and said, I apologize for my actions yesterday and beg for your forgiveness. It's nothing. Anna had to face reality. They had underestimated the Lord who possessed such formidable. With this military force he could sweep through all nations and even stand against the Holy Temple. Now for the sake of the sisters of the watchful forest, the man before her was ready. She said earnestly, rest assured my sisters are fully prepared and can act at any moment. Zhuang Hua nodded, then ordered Tai Er Chao Fong and other commanders to lead their troops and 20,000 soldiers toward the orc stronghold marked on the map. The goal was a complete annihilation. Since the witch would serve as the firepower output for the catapults at Orc Ridge, the army had to move in large numbers. Naturally, this could not be hidden from the orcs. What? 20,000 human troops, including 10,000 cavalry and 10,000 heavy sword and shield infantry. What are the humans up to? An orc chieftain gritted his teeth. Didn't we already negotiate a pact? Now they send an army against us. Are they mocking us? The orcs were filled with righteous indignation, but one of them worried. That's all well and good, but the auction time set by the shaman is almost here. The orcs were filled with righteous indignation, but one of them worried. That's all well and good, but the auction time set by the shaman is almost here. If we go, their grassland throne would fall to the smaller tribes. With the shaman's support, even a minor tribe could rise instantly and become a regional power. They did not want any other orcs above them. So we just ignore the human attack. No. At that moment, an orc chieftain declared seriously, the puny humans have always fled from every battle with us. Why should we be there personally? Our 10 great tribes have joined forces with 20,000 warriors. The mere humans are nothing to fear. Let us go to the auction. Our subordinates can handle this. After all, the grassland will be unified after this auction. That made sense. Once the shaman chose a king, no one would dare defy him. That would be unification. All right, let's do it. After their discussion, they headed to the watchful forest while the other orc warriors formed ranks on the grassland waiting. This was a grand war. The forces committed by both sides would make all nations tremble. Zhuang Hua made no secret of it, even spreading news of the orc invasion through merchants to every kingdom. Even Princess Vivian of the Kree Kingdom was sent to observe at the defense line. When the overwhelming army appeared, she was stunned. When had a small kingdom like Lion amassed such a massive army? With such strength, why did they remain confined to a corner? It's begun. The battle had started, but the defense line was too far away for them to see clearly. Zhuang Hua was unconcerned. He already knew the capabilities of the system mercenaries. He then turned to Anna and said, let's set out. Just the few of us. Zhuang Hua brought only 4 knights, Alice, Scott, Evan, and Blaze, without even an honor guard. Going to the watchful forest with just 4 people to pick a fight, wasn't that suicide? Zhuang Hua smiled and said, just teleport us there. Leave the rest to me. All right. Anna gritted her teeth. Though puzzled, she trusted that Zhuang Hua was not acting recklessly. However, as they left, she warned, beware of the orc shaman. They call him shaman. Got it. The teleportation portal was truly remarkable. From the 8th defense line to the watchful forest, tens of kilometers passed in an instant. Such a place. As Zhuang Hua and the others landed, they felt a chill in the air, but he was already familiar with the area through memory stones and maps. System exchange for 10,000 heavy infantry. Zhuang Hua had no intention of charging in with just a few people. Ding. 100 gold coins deducted, successfully exchanged for 10,000 heavy infantry. Please specify deployment location. Zhuang Hua pointed to the nearby woods, and in moments over 10,000 men appeared out of thin air. No matter how powerful the shaman was, how long could he last against 10,000 troops? Though confident, Zhuang Hua felt a pang of regret. He had already spent 400,000 gold coins before the battle even began. Moreover, the mercenaries only lasted a day. Relying on them to conquer the world was clearly impractical. Begin. Leave no orc alive except any humans inside. Yes. Mobilizing 10,000 troops was no small matter, but no orc could have imagined the human army arriving so silently. At that moment in the largest building in the watchful forest, the 10 chieftains and many lesser leaders were gathered with an orc shaman at the forefront. Chieftains, you all know why the shaman has summoned you here today. There is only one item up for auction. The bidding currency is human slaves. The winner will become the king of the Galon grassland, and our shaman will serve as the king's personal priest. Hearing this, all the chieftains erupted with excitement. Becoming king was one thing, but having the shaman as their personal priest was beyond imagination. With that, the grassland throne would be unshakable. Bring out the auction item. Whatever it is, I'm claiming it today. Ridiculous. When it comes to human slaves, I fear no one. I must win this auction. The chieftains bickered, but the shaman finally spoke. Patience, everyone. The human slaves must be delivered on the spot. A new batch of human slaves has just arrived in the watchful forest. You may purchase them first, then return in an hour for the auction. By the way, the auction item is a human archwitch purified by the shaman himself. Absolutely obedient. An archwitch. Even the orcs knew the value of that term. They never imagined they could bid for such a powerful human archwitch with just a few human slaves. Alright, I'll buy. Disaster. Just then an orc servant burst in, terrified. The human army has broken through. They'll be here any moment. What? The hall erupted in chaos. They knew the humans had attacked, but they had 20,000 orc warriors resisting outside. How could they have broken through so quickly? Yet the servant could not be lying. How many humans? The orc trembled. Countless. They cover the land with no end in sight. The chieftains, once so confident, panicked and turned to the shaman. Shaman, what do we do? Why panic? The shaman remained calm. Let me show you the power of the auction item, so you may witness the greatness of the shaman. Come forth, witch Nancy. In an instant, the temperature of the trading ground rose by several degrees as a woman with her hair tied up, dressed in revealing attire, floated out. Unlike the other witches, she appeared more like a female warrior, and in her hand she held a staff inscribed with runes. She was the great witch Nancy. Stop the humans outside. No. Capture all the humans outside. Nancy did not reply, as she seemed like a puppet merely following orders. Murmuring an incantation, Nancy waved her hand, and groups of Hell Knights materialized. At a rough glance, there were no fewer than 1,000 Hell Knights. It was known that an intermediate witch could only summon 3 or 4, but a great witch could raise 1,000 with a... This sight ignited fervor in the Beastman chieftains. I possessing such a great, which would be like commanding an entire army. Moreover, this was merely the most basic of a witch's abilities. As the Hell Knights resisted the assault, Nancy left the exchange and directly unleashed elemental magic. Instantly, flames ravaged the forest. A witch? Zhuanghua frowned. Why would a witch fight for the Beastmen? In that brief moment, his army began to suffer casualties. The Great Witch's attacks were no trivial matter. Master, this witch seems to have lost her consciousness, Alice observed carefully. She appears to be a controlled puppet. This cannot continue. If they pressed on, they might break through, but the losses would be severe, and a powerful shaman awaited ahead. Alice, can you handle this? Alice nodded but frowned. Master, I need to protect you. With them here, in the army, guarding me, you'll be fine. Dealing with her is the best protection for me. All right. Without further hesitation, Alice drew her holy sword, her holy light radiating at full power. Scott watched with envy, sighing. Why wasn't I born a woman? Then the master might favor me too. Ahem. Zhuanghua shot him a glare. Shall I give the magic dragon to Evan instead? Scott quickly waved his hands, forcing a smile. Master, I was joking. Please don't take it seriously. Do your work well, and it'll naturally enhance everyone's strength when the time comes. Even Blaze watched Alice with keen interest. Interesting. Alice's holy light can actually suppress the witch's magic. Zhuanghua kept his eyes fixed on the battlefield. Alice was the first knight he had upgraded through the system summoning. He needed to see her true strength in combat, and having already shared a moment of intimacy with her, he was even more concerned for her safety. However, once Alice joined the fray, the tide of battle turned. Nancy's magic was suppressed. The 10th Sandstrong army crushed the Hell Knights, suffering only minor losses. Holy judgment! Alice raised her holy sword high with both hands and brought it down fiercely. Yet Nancy's expression remained unchanged. Her magic shifted in an instant, and she dodged the sword's strike. Such reflexes and speed would be difficult even for an ordinary great witch. So strong. The Beastman chieftains outside watched in shock, having initially feared this sudden knight might win. But now it seemed this human great witch was even more powerful, capable of counterattacking. The shaman's greatness lies in making the strong even stronger. These insignificant humans won't cause any trouble. The warlock then addressed the crowd. Go now and purchase human slaves. The auction will begin on time. The chieftains nodded in agreement and casually left through the rear door. Outside, Zhuanghua frowned. This witch is too slippery. Alice can fight her, but can't land a hit. Master, let me assist. Blaze spoke up. Zhuanghua asked, can you control her? It should be no problem. With that, Blaze instantly transformed into a wraith form, his body ablaze with hellfire. The sight made Scott and Evan's eyes widen. No wonder the master had brought this strange knight along. He harbored such a hidden aspect. Without further words, Blaze didn't even step forward. He simply drew the long sword at his waist. Wraith chains. Blaze swung his sword, which instantly morphed into a long chain. The chain, as if imbued with spirit, snaked across the battlefield straight toward Nancy. Nancy attempted to evade, casting her escape technique and turning her body into smoke, but the wraith chain plunged directly into it without pause. Nancy let out an instinctive scream, and the next moment she was yanked out from the smoke. Blaze tilted his head, and with a pull of his hand dragged her forcefully before him. He then threw her to the ground. Nancy struggled in agony, but bound by the wraith chain, she couldn't break free. Moreover, her magic began to dissipate. Soon she became an ordinary person, stripped of her power. "Why did you do that?" Alice returned, glaring at Blaze. "I could have handled her. We need to end this quickly." Blaze shook his head. "Because our true enemy is here." "True enemy?" Alice was taken aback. Zhuanghua looked at Blaze. "The shaman has arrived?" Blaze nodded. He patted his warhorse, took a step forward, retracted the wraith chain, and then lashed out fiercely in a certain direction. Crack! A sharp sound like shattering glass. An orc warlock appeared in the upper right, his body covered in runes, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. It was the same feeling they had when they first entered the forest. "Shaman, it seems you know quite well why I'm here." The shaman's expression was impassive. "Human, you have some skill, and your subordinates are formidable. But this is the Watchful Forest, my domain. Haven't you heard this is a forbidden zone for humans?" "A forbidden zone? How arrogant," thought Zhuanghua. He sneered. "A forbidden zone. It's nothing special. A self-proclaimed forbidden zone, no doubt. They'll give you a choice," the shaman said softly without anger. "Leave all your people here as slaves, and you may go. Otherwise die." The word die sent a chill through the air, but the cold aura dissipated as Blaze merely furrowed his brow. "Master, this enemy is not weak. Can you handle him?" Blaze shook his head slightly and sighed. "His strength is not inferior to mine, but harming you while I'm here is impossible." Zhuanghua smiled. Blaze's words sounded cautious, but they were actually full of confidence. With that, Zhuanghua's own confidence grew. He looked at the shaman and said, "They'll give you a choice: release all my people, or the Watchful Forest will become a land of death." "Hep." The shaman laughed and shook his head. "You have too few men. If you had 5 times as many, I might be wary. But unfortunately you don't." 5 times? Zhuanghua laughed, gazing at the shaman with a serious expression. "You're quite greedy, but I can grant you that wish. Human, your sharp tongue means nothing. With 20,000 troops on the grasslands and 10,000 in the forest, this scale must have drained the reserves of all your kingdoms, hasn't it?" The shaman said confidently, "Forget 5 times. If you can muster even one more night, I'll hand over this Watchful Forest to you." "You said it." The shaman frowned, closing his eyes to sense the surroundings. After confirming no other humans were present, he sneered, "I keep my word. Let's see what you're capable of." Zhuanghua sneered, thinking that this battle would only cost him money. He hoped the gains would not disappoint him. System exchange for 40,000 heavy infantry. Ding. 400 gold coins deducted. Successfully exchanged for 400 heavy infantry. Please designate the deployment location. Zhuanghua looked at the shaman and said calmly in his mind, the empty space behind the shaman. Whoosh. A flash of white light and 40,000 heavy infantry appeared instantly. At that moment, the shaman turned around in shock, staring at the endless army as if he had seen a ghost. No magic, no divine power, no shamanic energy. They just appeared out of thin air, completely beyond his comprehension. This was 50,000 troops, plus the 20,000 outside. Did humanity have such a massive army? Shaman, you're surrounded. Any last words? Zhuanghua spoke, drawing the shaman's attention back. A man of your stature, shouldn't you keep your promise? The shaman fell silent. No matter how he scrutinized Zhuanghua, he appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary man. How had he done it? Silence means you choose to fight. Zhuanghua's eyes turned icy as he commanded, all troops target the shaman. I want him dead. The shaman gave him a long, deep look and said, you're intriguing. We'll meet again, but next time you won't be so lucky. With that, the shaman's figure vanished into thin air and the army lost its target. Scott asked in confusion, Master, what did that orc shaman mean? Did he flee or go to summon reinforcements? Zhuanghua didn't care. He had spent 700,000 gold coins today, and this place must be taken. Forget him. I will slaughter every orc in the Watchful Forest and rescue the humans hidden here. Attack. Without Nancy the Great Witch and the shaman, the battle became much simpler. There was still resistance, but the shaman never reappeared. A shaman in the trading ground murmured, has the shaman abandoned us? No. The shaman must be preparing a countermeasure. But even as Yuan's sword pierced his chest, he never saw the shaman arrive. Elsewhere, orc chieftains were busily purchasing human slaves, and the orc merchant was beaming with joy. It seems human slaves are still in high demand. Time to stock up from those human nobles. Thank the shaman. Why are there so few people here? An orc chieftain complained. If this delays my ascension to kingship, you'll pay dearly. I wouldn't dare. But I heard humans have invaded. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? With the shaman here, do we need to be afraid? But just as they were exulting, shouts of battle came from outside, and soon human soldiers charged in. What's happening? Isn't the shaman here? How did they reach this place? Fight back. The orc chieftains panicked, but aside from them and the slavers there was no one else. What could they use to resist? Right, the human slaves? And which slaves? Release them and make them fight the human soldiers. Hurry. The orcs snapped into action, opening warehouses and a dozen special cages. The slaver shouted loudly, "Hold off the human army until the shaman arrives, and you'll all be freed." Freedom. A human army. The human slaves, seeing the human troops on the periphery, had tears welling in their eyes. A human army, finally come to rescue them from this hell. How is this possible? The witches in the cages were even more stunned. They had been imprisoned here for so long, having only seen humans brought in to be sold, never a human army appearing. Moreover, human nobles were complicit in this slave trade. Humans would never come to save them. Yet now this army was slaughtering orcs. What are you waiting for? Attack. Do you want to die? The human slaves turned to face the orcs, their eyes filled with a deathly stillness. The orcs felt a chill run down their spines. What did these people intend to do? I'm telling you, the shaman is immensely powerful. No army can defeat him. He will surely deal with this human force. If you rebel, you'll only die. Huh. Just then a witch spoke up. She sneered. You've sold us humans like livestock, and now you want us to fight for you against our own kind. Ridiculous. Now you will repay everything you've done to us. No. By the time the army reached this place, not a single orc remained intact. Only the orc chieftains had slipped away quietly. Master, this is very strange. Scott frowned. I circled overhead and saw orc resistance, but that shaman never intervened. It's as if he truly vanished. Master, Alice wondered, could he really be keeping his promise and abandon such a vast domain just like that? Zhuanghua didn't believe it. It must be that with 50,000 troops the shaman was powerless to oppose him. Forget him. Search every core of the forest thoroughly. Take the humans away, and leave the warehouses for me to handle. With the system storage space, he had no trouble carrying everything. This expenditure was too great, 700,000 gold coins. How long would it take to earn that back? It wasn't every day that a kingdom like Kelly would be foolish enough to hand over money. Fortunately, the orcs had hoarded quite a few treasures, including some high-grade gold ore. After smelting it, he could recover a decent amount of gold coins. This is the shaman's dwelling. Alice pointed to a massive tree 10 meters in diameter ahead. Of course, Zhuanghua sneered. From now on, this is my territory. I will enter my own domain. Just then the shaman's voice rang out, filled with anger. You've already taken enough from the forest. It's time to stop. Thought you'd fled. Zhuanghua scoffed. I'm going in here, and if you can stop me, go ahead. The shaman said nothing, but 4 figures leaped down from the treetop, each radiating a different colored aura. 4 great witches. Stop them. With just one command, the 4 demonesses sprang into action. Black runes appeared and thousands of hell knights emerged on the scene. In addition, there were 4 roaring demon dragons, their eyes filled with murderous intent, devoid of any intelligence. What the hell? How has my dragon clan been turned into puppets? In the air, the demon dragon beneath Scott's feet sensed the situation below and couldn't help but feel fear. Human brat, why don't we just patrol outside instead of going down there? Don't say that. I actually quite enjoy patrolling, Scott replied with a smirk. Sure, but he'll tell the master that you chose to flee. I think he would love to have dragon meat. Just kidding. Let's hurry and protect the master. We can't be late. Humph. Scott rolled his eyes, thinking that the demon dragon was quite imposing, but sometimes too timid. If this were to get out, he could forget about surviving in this land. He directly approached a demoness and began to act. Alice, eager to display her strength in front of Zhuanghua, joined in as well. Interesting. Leave the remaining 2 to me. Blaze drew his long sword, transforming the scene. The hellfire engulfed him like an evil spirit descending. Meanwhile, Avon stood protectively beside Zhuanghua. As for those hell knights, Zhuanghua's army was no pushover. If 50,000 couldn't defeat 4,000 hell knights, there would be no point in continuing the fight. However, even with the battle so intense, the shaman refused to show himself, and when it finally ended, there was not a single sound. Zhuanghua attempted to force his way in, but despite all their efforts, they couldn't open the door to the tree hole. Report. At that moment, a soldier rushed over and said earnestly, My lord, we have brought 6,000 human beings out of the forest. 6,000 people, that's quite a lot, even though they are all ordinary folks, but these are real numbers. If we can't open it, then let it be. Once we are out of the forest, we will send them a grand gift. Zhuanghua said, nonchalantly instructing to take the 4 powerless demonesses away before exiting the Watcher's forest. At the treetop, the shaman breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the human army vanish, while the 10 orc leaders behind him wore expressions of terror. Master Shaman, what should we do? Are we just going to let this go? The shaman remained silent, staring at the leader, and coldly said, are you questioning me? And no. But the shaman did not give him a chance to plead for mercy, and the leader transformed into a puddle of blood. The scene fell silent. The shaman then spoke. Letting you live was already a grace. Your tribe still has warriors and the prairie. Then what about the Prairie King? It didn't matter if people died, but the throne must still be secured, otherwise today would have been for nothing. The other orcs also looked at the shaman. Seeing this, the shaman said seriously, the throne matter will definitely be resolved today, but the prize has been taken, so we need to find another way. What way? The others were puzzled, but the shaman smiled and said, let's see who can contribute more of their kin. Master Shaman wants us orcs. Without human slaves, we naturally need substitutes. But for the throne selling their kin, although it was to the shaman, they still felt uneasy. You have 1 hour to consider, no discussing among each other. After 1 hour, tell me the numbers separately, and the one with more wins. After saying this, the shaman waved his hand, sending the 9 into different rooms. As for him, he looked towards the direction of the 8th defense line, murmuring, who exactly are you? The ability to summon an army out of thin air intrigued him. However, even with thousands of troops at his command, he dared not underestimate Zhuanghua. A mere human, had it not been for my inability to leave this place, I would surely slay you. On the other side, just as they exited the Watcher's forest, a system prompt sounded. Congratulations, host, on completing a spectacular ambush battle. Reward warlord talent prohibited. Transcend. Authority. Suppression. After about 2 minutes, the system finally chimed back. Ding. System repair complete. Reward breaking illusions. Breaking illusions, see through all falsehoods, ignore all disguises, immune to all curses. Note the immunity to curses granted by this talent can extend over the host's territory. Zhuanghua was astonished, not expecting the system to reward him with such an extraordinary item, as just the term all indicated its power. Moreover, it could grant immunity to curses, which meant not just for him, but for everyone within his territory. He recalled what the shaman said about the human forbidden land. Could his territory also be considered a curse-forbidden zone? Interesting. However, recalling the shaman, he sneered internally. The shaman was indeed powerful. Had it not been for his ample gold coins, he would have been helpless against the Watcher's forest. That aside, spending 700,000 gold coins without resolving the issue with the shaman left him quite displeased. Even you and Tai, you will escort the humans back. I will head to the Orc Ridge. After saying this, he took Alice and mounted the demon dragon, soaring into the sky. Orc Ridge. Hundreds of catapults had been completed, and beside each catapult were dozens of massive cement stone balls. My lord. Upon seeing Zhuanghua arrive, everyone bowed, and Anna and the other demonesses gathered around. Lord Zhuanghua, you have returned. Don't worry, all the humans have been rescued, along with over a dozen demonesses and 5 great demonesses. Sister Nancy and the others are back too. Anna exclaimed in delight. However, Zhuanghua replied indifferently, the humans are back, but they have lost their powers and are now just ordinary people. Moreover, they are disoriented and may take a long time to recover. As long as they are alive, that's good. Anna and the others' eyes turned red one by one. They did not know how many years they had waited. They wanted to rescue people, but had never succeeded until now. Oh, finally their sisters had returned. The shaman is still there. I want to see if this catapult can give me a surprise. The shaman was still alive, just as expected. Although they did not know how Zhuanghua accomplished this, being able to rescue people from the shaman and return alive was already enough to earn their admiration. Lord Zhuanghua, we are all ready. Anna said determinedly. The portal can be opened at any time. Good. After saying this, Zhuanghua looked at Master Lu Shi and said, Master Lu, it's up to you now. All right. Master Lu waved his hand. Everyone prepare. Load stones. Turn. Aim. Anna directly cast the portal, opening a large opening right in front. Aim portal. 3-stage uninterrupted launch begin. 100 catapults launched more than 30 giant stones, each time in 3 rounds of uninterrupted fire with considerable power. Meanwhile, in the Watcher's forest, the shaman was gathering several orc leaders, preparing to choose a king. What is that? The shaman suddenly turned his head to see a portal opening in the distant sky. What is this for? Shaman, it seems something is flying out from within. The shaman looked up and saw dozens of massive boulders hurtling out of the portal. Not good. The shaman exclaimed, realizing that the young man couldn't have withdrawn from the watchful forest so easily. They're coming for us. What should we do, shaman? Silence. The shaman's face darkened as he cast a sorcery, instantly conjuring a massive shield of light before the treehouse. This shield of light was far superior to those of other witches. Not only larger in area, but also much thicker. Yet, when the boulders crashed down, the shield shattered instantly and dissipated. How could this be? Forbidden art displacement. The shaman roared, opening a dark green portal ahead, similar in principle to a teleportation gate, but with an extremely short range. The boulders fell into the portal, vanished instantly, and then crashed heavily behind the treehouse. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening thunderclaps echoed, making every orc chieftain's scalp tingle with terror. If those things had struck directly, they would have been crushed into pulp. Fortunately, there can't be too many of these, probably just this batch. Not good, here they come again. The shaman's eyes widened as well. Casting forbidden arts came at a cost. How could there be more? Yet, he knew the witch's portal had a time limit and couldn't transmit indefinitely. Sure enough, after enduring over a dozen waves, the portal closed, and the shaman breathed a sigh of relief. He addressed the group. It's over, let's continue. Shaman, wait. Look, it's opening again. The shaman froze, turning around to see the portal reopening. Not just one, but 3 portals. From 3 directions. They all aimed at the treehouse in the watchful forest. It's just a petty trick. With the shaman here, there's nothing to fear. Why don't we count down together to save everyone's time? These orc lords were utterly indifferent to the danger relying on the shaman. But the Grassland King's throne was what they desperately sought. However, as they grew excited, they noticed the shaman had vanished. Yes, vanished. Where did the shaman go? Could he have gone to counterattack the humans? Though plausible, they saw boulders already hurtling from the portals. What about us? As the boulders struck the treehouse, they had no time to ponder the shaman's whereabouts. In a corner of the watchful forest, the shaman watched the treehouse, now a mountain of rubble from hundreds of boulders, and fell silent. He hadn't expected humanity to achieve such a feat. It seems I must lie low. Zhuanghua, I will remember you. As for the chieftains, he cared not. With the last stone launched, Zhuanghua finally exhaled in relief. This battle was truly over. Yet, Zhuanghua wasn't finished. He ordered Tai Yi to sever the heads of all the orcs and arrange them outside the watchful forest, forming a towering pyramid of skulls. Such a sight, never before seen in this world, Zhuanghua was happy to offer a little shock to the realm. At the same time, he had a sign erected. Those who trespass against humanity shall be annihilated. After completing this, he led his people back to the new city at Orc Ridge. My lord, with so many humans joining Orc Ridge has truly taken shape. Shao, he said with a smile. I am confident that within a month we can reclaim enough fertile land and plant the first seeds before next spring. Grain was the foundation of everything. Without food, Zhuanghua could do nothing. He could trade gold for mercenaries, but governance and defense required people, and people needed to eat. As for Shao He's abilities, Zhuanghua trusted him. After discussing broader strategies, the small meeting concluded. Lord Zhuanghua. At that moment, Elena ran over. Sister Anna and the others wished to see you, but they were stopped, so they asked me to come. Stopped. Zhuanghua looked at Alice, who merely shrugged and said flatly, the war just ended. I feared someone might harbor ill intentions. I see. Elena nodded, but Zhuanghua smirked. Is that really the case? Don't you have confidence in your own strengths? Alice raised an eyebrow. Zhuanghua didn't press further, only whispering in her ear, I'll punish you tonight. This made Alice's ears redden, but she retorted stubbornly, as long as the master doesn't beg for mercy. Huh. Zhuanghua chuckled lightly. This girl was indeed stubborn. But that matter could wait until night. Outside, Anna and the members of the Witch Alliance had been waiting for some time. Lord Zhuanghua, this is our alliance's elder sister Catherine. Anna introduced. We are deeply grateful for your help in rescuing our sisters. Additionally, before Anna could finish, Catherine stepped forward and said earnestly, Lord Zhuanghua, you are different from other humans. On your territory, I see what our Witch Alliance has always sought. So, Zhuanghua had a suspicion, but looked to Catherine for her answer. We are willing to follow and serve, Catherine declared solemnly. Zhuanghua didn't immediately agree, but looked at the other witches. Is this what you all think as well? All the witches nodded in unison. Seeing this, Zhuanghua didn't hesitate. Welcome to the fold. With your help, I will be like a fish in water. Great things are within reach. These words of recruitment made Catherine and the others emotionally stirred. It was the first time they had been so valued. Zhuanghua smiled, finding that this favorite catchphrase of historical luminaries was indeed effective. However, your sisters have just been freed. Why not take some time to gather together first? Thank you for your concern, Lord Zhuanghua. With that thought, Zhuanghua called out to Anna. Miss Anna, in this catapult project, whether for materials or labor, your contribution was the greatest. I approve 5,000 gold coins for you to help settle your sisters properly. But Lord Zhuanghua, you've already paid us wages. 1 gold coin per day was already an astronomical sum, and now Zhuanghua was giving them 5,000 more. How could they accept this? Catherine also shook her head. Indeed, it's far too much. But Zhuanghua insisted, this is a reward. Anyone who contributes to the territory deserves recognition. Clear rewards and punishments. That is the righteous path. With Zhuanghua saying this, they finally agreed, but inwardly they resolved to serve him wholeheartedly. After all this, the sky darkened. After washing up, it was time for sleep. Master, Alice looked at Zhuanghua with some shyness. I think you'll just stand guard at the door. Alice, you weren't like this afternoon. I still prefer that confident version of you. A night of light rain and strong winds. The lingering effects of alcohol did not dissipate with deep sleep. Zhuanghua only felt a complete exhaustion of fatigue from prolonged battle. System summon a knight. Ding. Successfully summoned one heavy-armored knight. TCH. Zhuanghua smirked. Even a malevolent knight, like Breezer, who could stand against shamans, had come out, yet the system still presented him with a heavy cavalry. The key point is there was only one. This system is still too stingy. However, this operation must have increased the prosperity, right? Prosperity 12,300. It increased by 2,003. This prosperity is indeed too hard to elevate. Who knows when the next function will be unlocked? Report. At this moment a soldier came to report. The coalition envoy is at the 8th defense line, requesting an audience. Coalition envoy. Oliver. Zhuanghua had a strange expression. He had just finished his battle, and he arrived. Such a coincidence. Or was it that the kingdom of Kelly had tipped them off? Take them to Orc Ridge. Oliver is the coalition envoy, not his envoy. If he wishes to see him, he must come to his territory. By afternoon, Oliver barely arrived at the new city of Orc Ridge, and he saw that Zhuanghua was no longer as arrogant as before. Count Zhuanghua. Isn't this Lord Oliver? What brings such a prominent human to visit me? Oliver paid no heed to Zhuanghua's tone. He sighed. I didn't expect this place to have already fallen into the hands of humans, and I haven't seen a single orc. I feel a genuine admiration. Hep. Zhuanghua, however, scoffed. Don't you suspect that I colluded with the orcs to take this place? Back then, Oliver had used this excuse to send people to the Kingdom of Lion to capture him. Now reality was a great slap on Oliver's face, and all lies evaporated in that moment. At that time I was negligent, believing the slanders of Leon and Charles. Now both have been demoted to ordinary knights by the coalition. Zhuanghua sneered, saying nothing. Oliver hesitated for a moment, and continued, I heard about your battle on the Golan Prairie. However, the outside world claims you achieved a great victory with tens of thousands of troops. I wonder, where are your armies? Oliver was genuinely curious. Those rumors were simply too terrifying. Even the Kingdom of Hill could not muster such forces. Yet the lord of this small Kingdom of Lion managed to do so. How could he not be astonished? Yet amidst his astonishment, he was puzzled. In the 8th and 9th defense lines, or even here at Orc Ridge, he had not discovered any large armies. Military secrets, no comments. Those soldiers had long exceeded their time limit and had been reclaimed by the system. Naturally, they could not be seen. Zhuanghua looked at Oliver with displeasure and said, You didn't come here just to pry into my secrets, did you? If you have something to say, say it. If not, then leave. Oliver felt displeased. He was a member of the royal family of the Kingdom of Hill. In the past, he would have scolded back without hesitation. However, after yesterday's battle, he had to be cautious. The decapitated heads displayed before the Watcher's Forest had been checked by him. Although they were orc heads, the intimidation factor was not only aimed at the orcs. It is like this: if our coalition headquarters considers that the Kingdom of Lion has acquired the strength to guard a territory and wishes to invite you to join the coalition, to become a formal combat nation in the coalition. Zhuanghua sneered. They had been part of the coalition before, but after handing over food and gold coins they were abandoned immediately. Seeing this, Oliver smiled, saying, Of course the Kingdom of Lion will also have a place at headquarters, and its voice will not be lower than that of the Kingdom of Or. This bargaining chip, Oliver believed, was sufficient. No kingdom would disregard such a position. However, Zhuanghua shook his head and sneered, Forget it, we are not interested in this. You can play your little games by little games. Oliver felt anger rise. He had already lowered himself, yet Zhuanghua treated it as a joke. Zhuanghua, do you know what you are refusing? This world is not only filled with orcs. If kingdoms do not unite, they can only become prey to other. Zhuanghua scoffed, saying, If the coalition is so powerful, then when our Kingdom of Lion was invaded by orcs, what was the coalition doing? Yesterday, when the orcs gathered tens of thousands of troops, what was the coalition doing? Furthermore, when humans in the Watcher's Forest and in the orc territories were treated as slaves, what was the coalition doing? Looking at Oliver's grim expression, Zhuanghua scoffed, Lord Oliver, you could do nothing at all. Recalling the words of those humans he had rescued, he looked at Oliver and said, There is one more thing. Were these humans sold to the orcs by the coalition's nobles? Did you participate in this? Oliver's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said, Don't slander me. How could our coalition? Enough. Zhuanghua interrupted him coldly. Do you want me to summon the abducted humans to confront you? Oliver fell silent. Zhuanghua sneered. Oliver, your coalition does not represent humanity, nor does it represent me, Zhuanghua. If you want to manage me, you should first manage yourselves. Come escort him out. Oliver still wanted to say something, but Alice had already stepped in front of him. Please, Count Zhuanghua, you should reconsider, otherwise your kingdom of lion might. Threatening me, Zhuanghua let out a cold laugh. He said to Alice, take him and all his attendants into custody. Upon hearing this, Oliver shouted, Zhuanghua, what are you? Threatening me on my territory? Zhuanghua sneered, who do you think you are? If you don't teach you a lesson, you might think I'm easy to bully. No, that's not what I meant. Oliver panicked. He realized Zhuanghua was serious. After all, he was part of the royal family. How could he endure imprisonment? That absolutely cannot happen. However, Zhuanghua completely ignored his cries. Suddenly, Oliver thought of something and shouted, Count Zhuanghua, I am willing to atone. I am willing to pay gold coins as compensation. Wait, bring him back. Upon hearing Zhuanghua's words, the guards halted. Oliver breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Zhuanghua was indeed a money-loving person. Oh, as long as he offered money, it would be fine. Are you really willing to pay? Zhuanghua scrutinized him. He had just exhausted 700,000 gold coins and was in dire need of money. This Oliver, if he offered money, he would not mind letting him off. Of course. How much? Oliver frowned. This person was truly obsessed with money. 50,000 gold coins. Oliver opened his mouth. He had just wanted to say 5,000, but this person started with 50,000. Did he know what 50,000 meant? Their kingdom of lions treasury might not even have that much. If not, you might as well lock me up. Poor fool can't even come up with 50,000. Useless. Oliver was speechless. Zhuanghua frowned and said, lock him up, find an auspicious day to execute him, and say he was killed by the hidden orcs. No one will know. Can't even produce money, wasting my time, damn it. Oliver was locked away. Once in prison, no one attended to him, not even providing food. What does a dead person eat? Do you understand the waste of food? I am of the royal family of the Hill Kingdom. You will not escape the kingdom's retribution for this. Oliver threatened, but the guards showed no concern. Here their lord is everything. Oliver gritted his teeth. He could not believe that Zhuanghua would truly kill him. However, 2 days passed, and Oliver was so hungry that he felt dizzy. These people had not given him even a morsel to eat or drink. He now believed that Zhuanghua truly wanted him dead. Even if he were not killed, he would starve to death. I will pay. I will offer gold 500,000. Oliver finally couldn't contain himself and shouted, looking at the guard. I will pay, just give me something to eat. The guard, however, dismissed him, saying, stop shouting. It's not like you'd be paying for our lord to accept. Besides, our lord is busy and has no time to see you. Just stay put. After saying this, the guard casually talked to another guard beside him. Don't mention it, I'm a bit hungry too. Let's go eat. All right. Oliver watched the departing guards, feeling utterly powerless as he sat on the ground. He was truly going to starve to death. Meanwhile, Zhuanghua had completely forgotten about Oliver as the academy in Twin Tower City had finally commenced. Wang Mingyang was also a talented individual, having devised a learning strategy in just a few days. Simultaneously following Zhuanghua's instructions, he issued an enrollment announcement within the territory. Initially, there were few applicants, but once it was announced that there were no tuition fees, many rushed to send their children. Education had always been a privilege for the nobility, and now their lord allowed commoners' children to attend school. This was undoubtedly a tremendous transformation. The lord has returned. Quick, present flowers to the lord. Some citizens held freshly picked flowers from the mountains and looked at Zhuanghua, saying, Lord, on behalf of everyone, thank you for giving the children the opportunity to go to school. From now on, whenever you need us, just call out, and we will do anything for you. Thank you, Lord. From the city gate to the castle, expressions of gratitude did not cease. Upon reaching the castle, Midia was already waiting there, concerned. Zhuanghua, are you all right? I heard you fought a great battle. I am fine. With Alice here, what could possibly happen to me? Alice lifted her head, exuding confidence. Only then did Midia breathe a sigh of relief, saying, Mr. Wang is waiting for you. He said, as the Lord, you must be present for the academy's opening. This guy is pulling so many tricks. However, Wang Yangming spoke earnestly. My lord, this academy is to cultivate talents to defend our territory. They must know whose merit it is that they can study and for whom they will serve in the future. That person must be you. All right. Wang Yangming's reasoning was sound, and Zhuanghua had no rebuttal, so he had no choice but to make an appearance at the academy. As for the location of the academy, Zhuanghua directly repurposed the former residence of the Knight Commander Trenton as the academy's base. It was a case of utilizing waste. After finishing these matters, he discovered that the prosperity level had also reached 13,200 points, an increase of 1,000. Just from education alone, it was surprisingly only half of what he gained from securing the Watcher Forest and regaining tens of thousands of population. It seemed that the development of the territory was not merely about population increase and territorial expansion, it also concerned various aspects of people's livelihoods. Talents were still too scarce. After completing these tasks, Zhuanghua had not yet rested when Princess Vivi arrived again. Count Zhuanghua. Zhuanghua looked at Vivi in confusion and asked, Princess Vivi, why are you still here? I heard you bravely defended the 8th defense line and protected our Kelly kingdom. I have yet to personally report. At this moment the guard watching Oliver rushed over saying, My lord Zhuanghua, that coalition envoy has spoken. He is willing to offer 500,000. Upon hearing this, Zhuanghua's eyes lit up as he looked at Vivi saying, Princess Vivi, let's put the thanks aside for now. I have a deal, and I'll explain it once I'm done. Bring him here, I want to confirm personally. Will he be given something to eat? What food? We haven't confirmed anything yet. If he backs out, wouldn't that be a waste? Hurry up, don't drag him over after he's dead. Beside her, Vivi wondered who this person was, as it seemed Zhuanghua didn't care at all. However, hearing about the 500,000 gold transaction, she felt a bit curious. However, Vivi was shocked when she saw Oliver. Lord Oliver. Vivi was taken aback, not expecting that the person Zhuanghua mentioned would be Oliver, a member of the royal family of the Hill Kingdom. But Oliver did not care at all. Seeing Zhuanghua, he excitedly said, Zhuanghua, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I'll give you 500,000 gold. Just give me a bite to eat, I beg you. So humble, so pitiful, so desperate. Princess Vivi didn't dare to interject. If Zhuanghua treated Oliver this way, what would happen to her if she said something wrong? Sign the agreement. Zhuanghua took out a contract, threw it at Oliver, and coldly said, If you back out, I will personally lead an army of 20,000 to demand from the Hill Kingdom. Oliver paused for a moment. He had originally planned to never return after surviving. Unexpectedly, Zhuanghua was chasing him down. Don't worry, I will definitely give it to you, Oliver said as he directly signed the agreement, then looked at Zhuanghua asking, Can I have a bite to eat? Of course. Zhuanghua smiled. With this in hand, if Oliver did not provide, he could justifiably go to the Hill Kingdom. By then he could claim that the Hill Kingdom was untrustworthy and breached their promise, which would be a valid excuse. Zhuanghua sighed, realizing he truly was a genius. After putting away the agreement, he noticed Princess Vivi beside him and smiled. Princess Vivi, earlier, you mentioned gratitude. I wonder what you will offer to thank me at. Vivi was taken aback, recalling the agreement Oliver signed for 500,000 gold, feeling a bit anxious. No matter what she said, it seemed she couldn't offer anything of value. Suddenly she had a brainwave and said, I heard Count Zhuanghua is still unmarried. Why not let my father find you a beautiful lady? Wait. Zhuanghua was taken aback and curiously asked, Princess Vivi, could it be that you want to marry me, but are too shy to say it, so you're using this excuse? What do you mean marrying you? Princess Vivi was stunned, then replied unhappily, Count Zhuanghua, you really know how to joke. I meant to genuinely introduce someone to you. As a dignified otherworldly traveler, a noble lord, a man with a heaven-defying cheat, do I still need others to set me up on a blind date? No need for that. He waved his hand and said, You don't need to thank me, so why repay kindness? But we have no money. Wei Wei was nearly in tears, carefully saying, I will have my father and mother think of a way to send you some money after I return home. The wealth-dispersing maiden. Zhuanghua's eyes lit up as he laughed. How embarrassing, haha. Wei Wei rolled her eyes and sighed, thinking how there was nothing embarrassing about it. It's only right. You mobilizing so many troops to deal with the orc tribe is equivalent to protecting our Kelly kingdom. We should express our gratitude. Then I won't be polite. How much gratitude fee can Princess Wei Wei offer? As expected, they couldn't avoid this. Wei Wei thought for a moment and said, The treasury has very little gold left. Would 50,000 work? 50,000. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, Zhuanghua said casually. Of course, that's fine. Whatever your goodwill is, I have no objections. In that case, he'll say the most I can offer is 100,000 gold coins. I truly have no more than that. If you're not satisfied, then just lock me up and kill me. Kill me. Zhuanghua finally realized that she was frightened by what happened to Oliver earlier. No wonder she took the initiative to propose a gratitude fee. However, he had no need to explain. If he could take the money without issue, why not? 100,000 it is, consider it a reward for my brothers. After saying that, he leaned closer to Wei Wei and whispered, Princess, how long will it take to send it over? They'll hurry back and urge my father and them to allocate it. Yes. After saying that, Zhuanghua looked at Wei Wei and said, Princess, I suppose you haven't ridden a dragon before. It's a good opportunity to No. Scott. Scott landed at the door riding his dragon. Master, you will take Princess Wei Wei back to Kelly Kingdom immediately, no mistakes allowed. Yes. After saying that, Zhuanghua looked at Wei Wei and said, Princess, I suppose you haven't ridden a dragon before. It's a good opportunity to experience it now. A dragon. Wei Wei naturally wanted to ride it, but it was clear that Zhuanghua didn't want her to ride the dragon for fun, but rather to hurry her back to gather money. Right? Is this right? After all, she was the most beautiful princess of Kelly Kingdom. Did she truly have no allure in front of Zhuanghua? Princess, it's time to set off. All right. Wei Wei sighed, realizing that Zhuanghua likely had some issues. He truly had problems. However, since there was no way to change the situation, she might as well enjoy it. How many princesses could sit on the back of a dragon? Wei Wei was the best princess. Soon the dragon soared into the clouds and Wei Wei was captivated by the breathtaking scenery. This view was truly extraordinary. She cautiously asked this knight. Scott replied lightly, Dragon Knight Scott. Wei Wei was taken aback, then corrected herself, Hello Dragon Knight. I wonder if I will have the chance to ride this dragon again in the future. Not possible. Scott directly rejected her, looking at Wei Wei and saying, Princess, you might as well not think about it. I'm called a Dragon Knight, so naturally I can't lend you the dragon. If not, what kind of Dragon Knight would I be? After saying that, Scott aimed the dragon downward, heading straight for the palace of Kelly Kingdom. Wei Wei felt a bit disappointed. Why had they arrived so quickly? She looked at Scott and asked, Really no chance. Princess, please dismount the dragon. After Wei Wei dismounted, Scott flew away without looking back. What kind of master has such a blind servant? Wei Wei was furious, but remembering the matter with Zhuang Hua, she felt a bit dejected. She had just made a trip to Twin Tower City, and Kelly Kingdom had already spent 100,000 gold coins. No matter how rare the things there were, she didn't want to go again. She needed to think about how to speak to her father. On the other side, Alice rolled her eyes, saying, Master Princess Wei Wei is undeniably a great beauty. Don't you feel any attraction? She was sent away so quickly. How can anyone be more beautiful than you? Zhuang Hua patted her shoulder and laughed. Alice, I don't want just any woman, you understand. Oh. Alice felt her ears turning a bit red. She changed the topic, saying, I'll go check to see if the patrol has gone wrong. Zhuang Hua laughed. Regarding emotions, he currently didn't care, and Alice was merely an unexpected occurrence. Before achieving great things, no woman could sway his thoughts. Now the Orc Ridge had completely fallen into his hands, the Armory Pass had been completed, and the land was slowly being cultivated, leaving him with no worries. Next was the Golan Prairie. The battle yesterday had almost exhausted all the Orc tribes' elite, but the Prairie tribes had not been eradicated and needed to be slowly consumed, turning the prairie into his territory. In the future, whether for herding or horse breeding, it would be the perfect location. Cavalry would always be the most crucial fighting force on the prairie with strong mobility, so warhorses were indispensable. Furthermore, there was the Watcher's Forest. Logically, after the slaughter yesterday, it should have been wiped clean, but the shaman was an unknown variable. He was too powerful, strong enough that Zhuang Hua could not ignore him. The ability to control hearts coupled with his own formidable witchcraft. Yesterday's siege engines destroyed his treehouse, yet Zhuang Hua did not receive a system notification. If such a powerful being died, the system would undoubtedly reward him. Unfortunately, nothing happened. If he were still alive, taking control might lead to complications. Forget it, the Watcher's Forest can stay as it is for now. Once I finish tidying up the prairie tribes, my strength will surely increase. At that time, it will not be too late to deal with the Watcher's Forest. Besides external wars, there were also internal matters within the human race. Although Ryan Kingdom had not formally passed the throne to him, the center of the nation had already shifted from the royal city to Twin Tower City. Even the national policies were nearly indistinguishable from those of Twin Tower City, and the common people now regarded Zhuang Hua's name as that of a deity. However, those nobles were unwilling, but they were helpless, for those who defied him had already been exterminated. The Hour Kingdom. Zhuang Hua recalled Leon, who was initially behind the schemes with Charles. It was unacceptable not to take revenge on this grudge. It's best to behave, and once I finish cleaning up the mess of the prairie, you will be next. Zhuang Hua smiled, then walked towards his study to begin planning the battle strategy for the prairie. Prince Leon, what should we do? Charles was genuinely panicking. After all, it was he who first suggested slandering Zhuang Hua, and now that Zhuang Hua's strength was growing, Lord Oliver had proposed letting Ryan Kingdom join the coalition headquarters. And to secure a place, if that were to happen, Zhuang Hua would undoubtedly rise above them. There was no way he wouldn't. What are you panicking for? Leon gritted his teeth, saying, since Oliver wants to invite him, then we must ensure he cannot be invited. As long as Oliver dies on Ryan Kingdom's territory, regardless of the agreement they reach, the Hill Kingdom will direct their wrath at Ryan Kingdom. So Oliver must die. Oliver was still unaware that he had already been targeted. Even as he entered the area of the 9th defense line, he was ambushed. In the academy, after a lengthy speech by Zhuang Hua, a child suddenly raised his hand and timidly asked, Sir Zhuang Hua, may I ask a question? Upon hearing the question, Zhuang Hua showed interest and replied with a smile, of course, go ahead. It's just that our ancestors were either farmers, hunters, or workers. We were born this way, so why must we study now? Why study? Upon hearing such a question, Zhuang Hua's thoughts inevitably drifted back to his own time. The answer he had given in class flashed vividly in his mind. Meanwhile, Wang Yangming, standing to the side, was also curious about how Zhuang Hua would respond. Your question is very good. In our time, social classes were fixed, and inheriting one's father's profession was the norm. However, Zhuang Hua shifted his tone and stated earnestly, now I believe it is no longer the case. I think everyone has the right to choose their own future, and studying is the best way to change one's destiny. Therefore, for you, I believe it is to study for yourselves. At this point Zhuang Hua paused and looked at everyone saying, "But we are part of a whole. You are all citizens of my territory. A strong territory benefits you. You being strong benefits the territory. Thus I ultimately believe that both I and you study for the rise of the territory. Indeed, we study for the rise of the nation." Upon hearing this, Wang Yangming stood up, and the students followed suit, their eyes seemingly filled with light. "Everyone strive hard. For the territory, and also for yourselves." After saying this, Zhuang Hua left, but the academy was stirred up. This question and answer session from the academy spread throughout the streets and alleys. "Sir Zhuang Hua is amazing. He can speak such heartfelt words." Elena remarked, turning to Midia, "Your Highness, has anyone like Sir Zhuang Hua ever appeared in the kingdom?" "No." Midia shook her head and replied, "Whether in the Ryan Kingdom or in other countries on the continent, there has never been one. In fact, when we were born, our teachers told us that nobles are different, and commoners are merely our tools for production. Who would care about the future of a tool?" Elena felt this deeply. Although she was a witch before her awakening, she was just an ordinary farmer. Farming was the main theme of her life, and others in her village followed suit. As for the nobles, they were always above. They could be knights, officials, or merchants. They lived in luxury while commoners faced uncertainty. That is why Zhuang Hua is special. He is able to accomplish so much. Midia cast a spell towards another furnace, stating, "Just like now, who would have thought that you and I as witches would be treated like outsiders here?" "Exactly. The children study for the rise of the territory, and I will work hard for Sir Zhuang Hua's dream." As Elena said this, she clenched her fist. Seeing this, Midia curiously asked Elena, "Do you like Zhuang Hua?" "Of course I do. When Sir Zhuang Hua saved me from the fire, I thought I had met a god. However, I know I am unworthy of him, so I am content as long as I can stay by his side." Midia smiled, not saying much more. Just then she suddenly stood up, frowning as she looked outside. "Princess, what is it?" "Outside there is a dead man." Midia's expression grew serious as she quickly walked outside. Elena hurriedly followed. When they arrived at the scene, they saw several knights whipping a man. "You filthy commoner, we brothers only took one of your loaves, yet you dare to chase us for money. Do you know that eating your food is already giving you face? You ungrateful wretch, if we kill you today, it would be justified. This is unacceptable." The man, covered in blood, cried out, "This business was arranged by the Lord for us. You've eaten almost half of it. How will my family survive without money? Please just give us a little, I beg you." Crack. The knight, upon hearing this, whipped the man again, saying impatiently, "You dare to ask for more. You're truly seeking death. Stop it." At that moment, Midia arrived, standing in front of the man, looking at the group of knights, and said, "What are you, Your Highness?" The knights knelt on one knee upon seeing Midia, and the leading knight quietly said, "This man is being unreasonable. We are just teaching him a lesson for offending Your Highness. Please forgive us. I asked why you were hitting him." Midia's face darkened. How could these people bully the weak? Were they even knight? "He's just a commoner." The knight muttered, showing no concern. He sneered, "Your Highness, are you really going to punish us for commoner?" At that moment, Zhuang Hua's voice emerged. The citizens present and the knights all knelt down. "Sir Zhuang Hua." Here, while Midia held a noble status, Zhuang Hua was the true master. Zhuang Hua looked at the knight and coldly said, "So you think you can freely bully commoners? You think you can trample on commoners at will? Who do you think you are?" "I." The knight lowered his head. After Zhuang Hua finished speaking, he looked at the other soldiers and said, "And you who clearly enlisted from the commoners, why do you think that becoming a soldier makes you superior and gives you the right to bully others?" "Sir Zhuang Hua, we were wrong." "Humph." Zhuang Hua snorted, coldly surveying the surroundings and loudly declaring, "In my territory, in the Ryan Kingdom, anyone who dares to break the law shall be dealt with according to the law." "And the army?" Zhuang Hua paused. The citizens around him held their breath, while the knights and soldiers felt a sense of concealed delight. They were the ones who fought alongside Sir Zhuang Hua. How could he blame them? "When I first arrived in Shuangta City, I established 3 rules. Do you remember them?" Zhuang Hua looked at the knights and others with a cold gaze. Remember. Zhuang Hua sneered and said, "Tell me loudly, what is the 3rd rule?" "No oppressing or disturbing the commoners, and you cannot take a single needle or thread from them." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Hua said lightly, "What should be the consequence of violating it?"